I was Jiang Jiji, a soldier fighting in a deadly battle to protect my country. One second, I was surrounded by explosions and gunfire, ready to give my life to defend the front line. The next moment, I opened my eyes to a smug man claiming to be my blind date. He introduced himself as Kai Fong, spouting ridiculous conditions for marriage. He said I had to cut ties with my parents, obey his mother unconditionally, and dedicate my life to giving his family sons. His arrogance and entitlement were beyond belief. All he talked about was his mother, her rules, her needs, her control. It was suffocating. I sat there, stunned, wondering if I'd somehow landed on the set of an ancient drama. What kind of man-child was this? And he dared to call himself a catch? The nerve! My fists clenched as I sized him up. This 1.8-meter tall man looked more like a scrawny weakling. I could have taken on 100 of him with one hand tied behind my back. When his smugness crossed the line, I stood up and punched him square in the face. It felt amazing. His pitiful screams were music to my ears. People around us started clapping, even praising my punch. Kai Fong, now nursing a black eye, wailed like a spoiled child, "You hit me?" I didn't hold back my sarcasm. "Sorry, I'm new to this dating thing. Guess I got a bit too excited." My mock apology had everyone laughing, and Kai Fong fumed, trying to save face. He muttered something about how his mom wouldn't approve of a woman like me. I rolled my eyes. Of course, it was all about his mother again. A bystander chimed in, teasing that Kai Fong seemed more like he was matchmaking for his mom. The whole room burst into laughter. Kai Fong, red-faced and furious, stormed out, yelling something about me regretting this. Regret? Not a chance. I was thrilled to be done with that circus. As I walked away, I realized how absurd this whole setup was. A blind date with a delusional mama's boy. Life had thrown me into strange situations before, but this one took the cake. One thing was clear. I'd rather run to the ends of the earth than let someone like Kai Fong drag me down. When I woke up by the river and looked at my reflection, I was relieved to see my face hadn't changed. It was still me, just younger, fresher, and less worn than my 22-year-old self from before. But as the memories hit me, I realized something shocking. I'd somehow traveled back in time, to the year 1972. Not just any time, but into a world straight out of a story, with a life identical to mine in every way, same name, same birthday. The memories told me this new life wasn't easy. My new father, Zhang Xiangsheng, was a top-tier weapons researcher, constantly buried in important national projects. My mother, Lin Ting, was a talented singer who had given up her career to study medicine and support the family. My brother, Zhang Wang, was a young war hero with a bright future in the military. And I, well, the original me in this life, was the precious, spoiled youngest daughter who'd been sheltered from hardship. But disaster was looming. My father had been framed by someone he trusted, and my family was about to face severe consequences. People in the community were already spreading cruel rumors, isolating us. The original me had been so scared and fragile that she couldn't handle the pressure. She simply broke down, and that's when I ended up here. It's ironic, really. I came into this world thinking I could take it easy, enjoy life, and let others handle the hard stuff. But fate clearly had other plans. The story I remember tells me one thing. Good people like my family wouldn't survive unless I did something. If I wanted to protect them, I had to fight back. My parents, meanwhile, were struggling to figure out a way to save me. My father, always calm and logical, had two plans: either marry me off to a decent family, like the chief family they'd arranged to meet today, or send me to the safety of a remote village where his elder brother lived. They wanted to shield me from the danger that was closing in on them. But I couldn't just sit around, relying on plans made for me. This was my family, my life now. I wouldn't let fate crush us like this. I'd use everything I knew and everything I had to change our story. Good people deserve good endings, and I was determined to make sure my family got theirs, even if it meant standing up to the entire world. When I got home, I smelled the delicious scent of food as soon as I opened the door. It was warm and welcoming, a feeling I wasn't used to. My parents were in the kitchen, cooking together, something they rarely had time for because of their demanding jobs. My father was a researcher buried in secret projects, and my mother was a doctor always on the go. Seeing them there, making my favorite dishes, filled me with a strange warmth. I'd never had parents before, at least, not ones I could remember. I was an orphan in my previous life, and I'd always envied the kids who could laugh and cry in their parents' arms. Now, I had this chance, and I silently promised myself that I would cherish it and take care of them for the original me who is no longer here. At dinner, the atmosphere was cozy until I told them about my blind date disaster with Kai Fong, the obnoxious mama's boy. Their anger was instant and fierce. Apparently, the arranged match had been with someone else, a military officer named Chiyu, and Kai Fong had somehow weaseled his way in to humiliate my family. My father's face darkened as he muttered about not letting anyone trample on the Jiang family's dignity. I reassured them that I hadn't been hurt, emotionally or otherwise, though I conveniently left out the part where I'd punched Kai Fong. Instead, I focused on calming them down, knowing they were already dealing with so much. My father's voice softened, but his guilt was clear as he apologized for putting me in such a difficult situation. It was heartbreaking to see how much they blamed themselves. Then came the tough talk. My parents explained the dangers we faced because of my father's work and the people out to ruin him. They had plans to protect me, including sending me to a quiet village to stay with my uncle. I could see how much it hurt them to even consider it, but they wanted me safe. I listened carefully, but I couldn't just leave them to face this alone. I won't run away or marry someone I don't love, I told them firmly. I'll stay with you and protect us together. My words brought tears to their eyes, but they gently explained why separation might be best. I agreed to go to the village, but only if they stayed close enough for me to visit and help. Later, I asked my father if the Kai family had some kind of grudge against us. His face turned grim as he recounted an incident from 2 years ago when he'd exposed Kai Fong's father, Kai Ren, for mishandling military materials. It explained their bitterness and why they'd try to sabotage us now. I knew this wasn't over. The Kai family wouldn't let it go so easily. That night, as I lay in bed, I thought about the challenges ahead. My family was on the brink of disaster, and I needed to be strong. Suddenly, I felt a strange shift. One moment I was in my room, and the next, I found myself in another space entirely, an empty, mysterious place that seemed like it had appeared just for me. Is this my own space? I whispered in awe, taking in my surroundings. It seemed I had more resources than I'd thought. If fate wanted to throw challenges at me, I'd face them head-on. The Jiang family doesn't back down, and neither do I. When I got home, I smelled the delicious scent of food as soon as I opened the door. It was warm and welcoming, a feeling I wasn't used to. My parents were in the kitchen cooking together, something they rarely had time for because of their demanding jobs. My father was a researcher buried in secret projects, and my mother was a doctor always on the go. Seeing them there, making my favorite dishes, filled me with a strange warmth. I'd never had parents before, at least, not ones I could remember. I was an orphan in my previous life, and I'd always envied the kids who could laugh and cry in their parents' arms. Now, I had this chance, and I silently promised myself that I would cherish it and take care of them for the original me who is no longer here. At dinner, the atmosphere was cozy until I told them about my blind date disaster with Kai Fong, the obnoxious mama's boy. Their anger was instant and fierce. Apparently, the arranged match had been with someone else, a military officer named Chiyu, and Kai Fong had somehow weaseled his way in to humiliate my family. My father's face darkened as he muttered about not letting anyone trample on the Jiang family's dignity. I reassured them that I hadn't been hurt, emotionally or otherwise, though I conveniently left out the part where I'd punched Kai Fong. Instead, I focused on calming them down, knowing they were already dealing with so much. My father's voice softened, but his guilt was clear as he apologized for putting me in such a difficult situation. It was heartbreaking to see how much they blamed themselves. Then came the tough talk. My parents explained the dangers we faced because of my father's work and the people out to ruin him. They had plans to protect me, including sending me to a quiet village to stay with my uncle. I could see how much it hurt them to even consider it, but they wanted me safe. I listened carefully, but I couldn't just leave them to face this alone. I won't run away or marry someone I don't love, I told them firmly. I'll stay with you and protect us together. My words brought tears to their eyes, but they gently explained why separation might be best. I agreed to go to the village, but only if they stayed close enough for me to visit and help. Later, I asked my father if the Kai family had some kind of grudge against us. His face turned grim as he recounted an incident from 2 years ago when he'd exposed Kai Fong's father, Kai Ren, for mishandling military materials. It explained their bitterness and why they'd try to sabotage us now. I knew this wasn't over. The Kai family wouldn't let it go so easily. That night, as I lay in bed, I thought about the challenges ahead. My family was on the brink of disaster, and I needed to be strong. Suddenly, I felt a strange shift. One moment I was in my room, and the next, I found myself in another space entirely, an empty, mysterious place that seemed like it had appeared just for me. Is this my own space? I whispered in awe, taking in my surroundings. It seemed I had more resources than I'd thought. If fate wanted to throw challenges at me, I'd face them head-on. The Jiang family doesn't back down, and neither do I. When I discovered the magical space, I was completely amazed. It felt like stepping into the kind of miraculous world you only see in novels. I explored the lush fields, vibrant ponds, and even the mysterious misty boundary that seemed to promise more if I could level up the space. There was a house in the middle, fully stocked with food, supplies, and even books on everything from farming to futuristic tech. It was unbelievable, like the universe handed me the ultimate cheat code for survival. The best part? A spring of crystal-clear water that rejuvenated me after just one sip. I knew right away this water could help my parents, too. If it could make me feel this good, imagine what it could do for them during the tough days ahead. I decided to secretly mix it into their drinks. Back in reality, I could see my parents quietly worrying about the family's situation. They were still working hard despite the looming threat. But I wasn't about to sit idle. I suggested we hide all the valuable items, books, documents, and anything else that could be dangerous if found. My parents were surprised but touched by my determination. They agreed, trusting me to handle it. Once I was alone, I moved everything into my space. Books, clothes, money, and even the stockpiles of food in the kitchen. There was no way I'd let all this fall into the hands of those scavengers who'd come under the guise of official searches. By the time I was done, the house looked nearly empty, just enough left to avoid suspicion. Later, as I wandered the courtyard, I mapped out the area, noting the busiest spots and the quiet corners. I needed to stay prepared. That afternoon, when my parents returned home, their shocked expressions at the bare house made me laugh inside. It was worth it. This space wasn't just a gift, it was my lifeline. If anyone thought they could destroy the Jiang family, they had another thing coming. I was ready to fight for us, and with this space, I had everything I needed to protect my family and survive whatever came next. I couldn't believe how much drama my punch had caused. Kai Fong was walking around the compound with 2 massive panda eyes, and rumors about the incident were flying everywhere. People were curious about who had the guts to take him down, but Kai Fong, stubborn as ever, kept his mouth shut. While wandering around, I overheard 2 young men, Hu Hua and Qin Jianya, talking about the whole fiasco. They didn't hold back their opinions about how much Kai Fong deserved it, laughing as they speculated about what happened. When they noticed me, their reactions were priceless, embarrassed and awkward, but still kind enough to warn me to stay far away from someone like Kai Fong. I appreciated their concern. It's rare to see people genuinely stand up for others. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, the Kai family was in chaos. Kai Fong's mother, Liang Meixin, was furious that her plan to marry me into their family had backfired. She had orchestrated everything, hoping to gain status and benefits for her son, but my punch had derailed her schemes. Her husband, Kai Ren, was livid about the public embarrassment and warned her to stay away from our family. That didn't stop her, though. She secretly plotted revenge, determined to teach me a lesson for bruising her precious son's pride, literally and figuratively. The more I thought about the situation, the clearer it became that the Kai family was rotten to the core. They were opportunistic and manipulative, willing to step on anyone to get what they wanted. But I wasn't scared. I knew their secrets, their connections, and even the places they hid their valuables. If they wanted a fight, I was more than ready to give them one. Still, it wasn't just the Kai family causing problems. The Chi family, who had originally agreed to the match, backed out because of pressure from Chi Miao, the brother's ambitious sister. She couldn't stand the idea of someone like me, with my family's troubles, overshadowing her status. She manipulated her parents and brother into breaking the engagement, leaving an opening for the Kai family to swoop in. Honestly, the whole thing was ridiculous. These people were so focused on appearances and personal gain that they didn't even see the bigger picture. But I did. My family didn't deserve to be treated like this, and I wasn't going to let anyone walk all over us. If Liang Meixin thought she could scare me, she was in for a surprise. I'd faced far tougher challenges than her petty schemes. My focus now was protecting my family and preparing for whatever came next. If that meant fighting back against the Kai family or anyone else, I was more than ready. After all, the Jiang family never backs down. Knock, knock, knock. The next morning, the Jiang family's door was suddenly knocked loudly, and a series of chaotic footsteps were heard outside the door. It's right here. They live too well. What's the use of living well? We'll smash it all down later. Someone outside also shouted in panic. Here they come. They re-coming. Seeing that the door was not locked, a large group of people rushed in with ferocious faces, looking at the Jiang couple with a look of gloating, and shouted, "No one is allowed to move. If you dare to resist, I'll beat you to death." The middle-aged man who took the lead had a 3:7 split hair and walked up with an arrogant and contemptuous look on his face. Are Jiang Xiangxing and Lin Ting living here? Jiang Xiangxing's heart beat violently, put down the enamel cup in his hand, and stood up. Yes, Liang Pei hated this kind of intellectuals the most. They were pretending and arrogant. He looked Jiang Xiangxing up and down and snorted coldly. "I am the person in charge, Liang Pei. We received a report from the masses this morning that your family has hidden capitalist things, so now we must conduct a large-scale search of the Jiang family." The man behind him shook the wooden stick in his hand and joined in. "I advise you to be sensible. Of course, if you don't cooperate, there are so many of us, and there are many ways to make you cooperate." Then, regardless of Jiang Xiangxing's reaction, Liang Pei gestured to the people behind him. "Search." The group of people had a glimmer of greed in their eyes, and they searched here and there without any hesitation. Seeing that they couldn't find anything, they were so angry that they picked up wooden sticks and smashed everywhere.
Bang, bang, bang. Hula.
Mother Lin was startled by the suddenness and instinctively took a step back. Jiang Xiangxing's face darkened, and he stood in front of his wife and little girl to protect them from being hit by the group of people. At the same time, he said in a sonorous and powerful voice, "I didn't expect you to break into my house without permission and threaten our lives. I will report this matter. My family and I love the motherland and are dedicated to the country. We shine in our own positions. We have never done anything to let the country down. Heaven and earth can bear witness." Jiang Xiangxing stood firmly in the front, with a righteous face, and spoke these words in a very serious tone. He had to straighten his back no matter what. He couldn't let this group of people insult his scientific research and his wife's medical work, and he couldn't let them trample on their dedication to the motherland. Liang Pei had always been a person who did this kind of thing, and he had been rampant for a long time. He was not scared by Jiang Xiangxing at all. In his eyes, the Jiang family was already a rotten ship with several holes. Even if it didn't sink now, it would die sooner or later on the road. Liang Pei made a poo sound, and every word he said was full of disparagement. Who didn't say they were innocent before the search? Who didn't stand there and watch our routine search in the end? How can we tell if there's anything hidden inside these things if we don't smash them or knock them open? Don't you understand? Things are different now. You still think you're nothing. Professor Jiang Xiangxing, Comrade Lin Ting, I'm warning you one last time. If you dare to hinder us today, you'll have to bear the consequences tomorrow. Do you really think you can get away with something like this? Crackle. Get out of the way. Things that are in the way. In a flash, when the wooden stick was about to hit Lin Ting, Jiang Ziji stepped forward and grabbed her mother's hand, pulling her back neatly while protecting her parents behind her and whispering to comfort her parents. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Everyone stopped and all eyes fell on Jiang Ziji. This girl was so beautiful that the word trouble was almost written on her forehead. Liang Pei came to the Jiang family on purpose. His original purpose was not pure. He just wanted to bully the little girl and pick on the weak. Now that he saw Jiang Ziji's appearance with his own eyes, he had to sigh that Jiang Xiangxing and Lin Ting would have a daughter. No wonder Liang Meixin and his nephew were determined to get her in. Is this your daughter? It's a pity that she was born in such a family and ruined her life. Liang Pei had a bad idea. What a shame. My little girl, your parents are so unkind. They want to take you to suffer together after such a big thing happened. They don't know how to adapt at all. Jiang Ziji looked down on his nephew, so it would be better for him to get a bargain. Anyway, he has a way to know many people with status and money. They like such a stunning beauty the most. It's unlucky to say that Jiang Xiangxing has messed up his brain by doing scientific research. He actually asked his daughter to go on a blind date. What tricks can she come up with? It's better to give full play to the beauty to please those people and get some wealth and status. The disgusting gaze kept lingering on her, and Jiang Ziji's eyes revealed a fierce look. Sure enough, it was true that in such an environment, beauty is also a danger. In fact, her fists were ready to move. Either she would not make a move, or she would give the enemy a fatal. As long as Liang Pei dared to make a move, she would never show mercy. Liang Pei strode towards Jiang Ziji and stretched out his hand to grab her. His face was ugly and full of evil, which made people feel extremely disgusted and nauseous. Jiang Ziji quickly raised his foot and kicked forward hard, and only saw whoosh. Liang Pei's body flew out directly. Oh my God! Everyone's face changed drastically, and they couldn't help but exclaimed.
Ah!
So scary. Hiss, hiss, it hurts just to look at it. Liang Pei gasped in pain and yelled in anger. Why don't you help me up? This girl hit me so hard. I'm not done with you. The group of people finally reacted and came over to help Liang Pei up. Some of them couldn't help but look back at the table legs as thick as their arms, and their hearts trembled several times. I can't afford to offend you. I can't afford to offend you. Liang Pei yelled in frustration. Jiang Ziji, how dare you? How dare you hit someone? Jiang Ziji immediately put on an aggrieved expression, and his voice trembled. It's so scary. Really so scary. It's too unsafe here. There are hooligans breaking in broad daylight. I'm so scared, so I'm defending myself head-on. You have to be a hooligan, don't you know? Jiang Ziji didn't miss the wretchedness in Liang Pei's eyes. It seems that the tragic ending of Jiang Xiangxing and Lin Ting in the original book may have been affected by this. Humph. Didn't the Kai family ask Liang Pei for help? Want to use the search to defeat and attack Jiang Xiangxing and Lin Ting? It's not certain who will attack whom in the end. When Liang Pei heard the crime of hooliganism, his face changed drastically. On one side is life safety, and on the other side is fame and fortune. Just thinking of the various benefits of getting Jiang Ziji, Liang Pei simply gave it up. If he doesn't teach Jiang Ziji a lesson today, he's not surnamed Liang. Just as he raised his hand and raised his slap, a deep voice suddenly rang out at the door. Stop! Everyone turned their heads to look at the door, and the first thing they saw was the anxious faces of Hu Hua and Qin Jianya. Jiang Wang's sister, is she not injured? They were so anxious that they received news early this morning that someone brought a guy to the Jiang family to make trouble. The three words dangerous, danger flashed wildly in the minds of the two. Since the three of them sat under the big tree and ate melons together that day, They established a revolutionary pure friendship of eating melons. After they went home, they didn't know why they would worry about Jiang Ziji's situation from time to time. Such a good little girl. How could she be bullied? Chun Jianya and Hu Hua were so anxious that they each pulled their grandfathers over. Although they couldn't help much, with them around, they could at least calm the situation down, right? As for the two old men who were pulled over, they were messy in the wind. Grandpa Chun whispered in his heart, "No. No, I'm just an old man who has nothing to do with it. Why did the stinky grandson at home pull me over without saying a word? If it gets out, will I be able to see this old face in the future?" Grandpa Hu. What do you mean? It's probably not a good thing to come here. Jiang Ziji screamed in her heart. Her melon-eating troops really came. Not only did she come, but she also brought in reinforcements. Jiang Ziji gave the two of them crazy likes, and they got a big score. Jiang Xiangxing and Lin Ting were still in a daze for a while. Just now, the little girl's kick on Jiang Pei kicked their rationality away from home. After 3 minutes, rationality returned. This child looked delicate and angry. Who would have thought that she could kick a man away? Jiang Xiangxing, the father, was actually quite happy. It seemed that sending his daughter to learn military boxing was a wise choice for him. Look, she can protect herself at a critical moment. Lin Ting, the mother, was stunned at first. Then she took her daughter's hand, looked left and right, and was relieved after confirming that she was not injured. Lin Ting scolded, "Why are you so fierce, kid?" Hu Hua, who was standing next to him, breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, I came in time." Sure enough, she came in time this time. You can see that her eyes are red. She must have been wronged. So many people are scaring her, and she has to give herself courage. It's so pitiful. Yes, that's it. Jiang Ziji's eyes are shining. It seems that her teammates have completed the self-strategy manual. Chun Jianya noticed that Liang Pei kept rubbing his waist, and his nose was almost crooked. So he pulled his grandfather's sleeve and whispered, "Grandpa, say something quickly. Girls are afraid of marrying the wrong man. If Jiang Ziji really plunged into it, she might have a miserable life. The Kai Fong family is simply not human. Liang Pei and Kai Fong are relatives, so there is no guarantee that this person will cause trouble during the search. Although they all understand the general principles, they still feel that they were a bit impulsive today. There are many ways to remind the little girl. There is no need to discuss it in person and be heard, and there is no need to directly pull her grandfather over. But there is a conscience. Who can watch a young girl being ruined by a scumbag? I risked my legs to save you." Grandpa Chen's mouth was about to turn into a bowl. "Tell me, what does he want to say? Say that he is here to watch the fun?" The stinky grandson actually grabbed his sleeve and refused to let go. "Do you think I am a life-saving straw? Can the Jiang family easily wade into muddy water?" As an old elder, he has to express his position again. Why is it so messy here? Jiang Ziji looked at the people around him, bared his little white teeth at Liang Pei viciously, and then immediately changed to a fierce and aggrieved expression to complain. "As a child, I want to say a fair word for my parents today. Aren't the weapons that scientific researchers have worked so hard to develop just to protect our people's soldiers and to defend the motherland and the people? Do we have to hear those who defend the motherland say that it's all over and we can't go back anyway? It's a draw if we defeat one, and we'll make money if we defeat two? The original intention of scientific researchers is to develop more powerful weapons, reduce casualties on the battlefield, and let them come back safely? Aren't your families the beneficiaries? Don't you want everyone who goes to fight to come back safely? Everything we do today is for the country. The motherland will remember our efforts. How many people who have dedicated themselves to the country have grown up in difficult environments, taking one step at a time, just to make our country strong and not bullied by outsiders? We care about the country and have a sense of belonging. How can we be shaken by casual people? As long as we are determined, no difficulties can shake our sincere patriotic hearts. I believe in my parents, and I firmly believe in their patriotic hearts. Ask himself. Today, this group of people rushed into my house, holding the wooden stick to my parents and yelled and screamed and smashed my family's stuff. Wasn't it too bullying? Jiang Ziyuan looked at everyone deeply. His face was lonely and fearless, and said powerful. We are not shaken by outsiders. The little girl's straightforward patriotic discourse. Everyone naturally knew her intentions. For children, they didn't care about protecting their parents. Everyone listened to it. Yeah, some of their family members were on the battlefield, and some people guarded the safety of the motherland. If there were strong weapons, would our sacrifice be reduced a lot? Isn't the weapons developed in protecting us? No matter how good the yellow hair and curly hair weapons are, they're all coming to us. Hu Hua's eyes lit up immediately, and he continued to say along with Jiang Ziji's rhythm, "That's right. Too much. You brought people and sticks. You have bad intentions. Breaking into private houses. Destroying private property.
Catch him.
Catch him. Liang Pei." What is Jiang Ziji talking about? What is Hu Hua saying? These two are just talking nonsense. Liang Pei was in a state of anxiety and glared at Hu Hua and Qin Jianya several times. Hu Hua relied on his grandfather and was not afraid at all. Glare at me again? Believe it or not, I will beat you into a withered leaf in the wind? Liang Pei. I always feel something is wrong. Didn't they come here to show off their power to the Jiang family? How come they were hit by this girl? Liang Pei was so angry that he couldn't get up or down. He felt so uncomfortable. Jiang Ziji looked at the people around him and complained first. If you destroy other people's things, do you have to pay compensation? Liang Pei was angry and hateful. Why don't you just rob them? Jiang Ziji smiled sweetly. Well, I didn't say you can't enter the house to search, but you can search. But no one asked you to smash things, right? Did I ask you to destroy it? It was you who brought people to smash it. Even if that happened, the things here have been handed over to the state. But the situation now is that you can't find the things you mentioned in my house. Does that count as trespassing? You should be compensated for destroying private property, right? You delayed my parents' work time, so should I pay some lost wages? Grandpa, who stood up straight. The matter has not been decided yet. It's true that you are too reckless. Let's do this. I will make the decision on this matter today. Liang Pei must pay all the compensation he deserves. Comrade Zhang Xiao, how much do you think they should pay according to the extent of the damage to your house? Jiang Ziji stretched out a slap. It doesn't have to be much. Just give them about 500 yuan. How much? More? 5 big unity notes or 50 big unity notes? Liang Pei was dumbfounded. Isn't that enough? Liang Pei originally thought that Jiang Ziji was afraid, but he never expected that this was a big pit set by others to retreat in order to advance, a pit specifically to bury him alive. Jiang Ziji is a rascal. It would be better for him, Liang Pei, to die than to pay the money. The people following Liang Pei were also scared. Why do they have to pay so much money? It doesn't look like there is anything valuable. Not to mention, it's quite aggrieved. Grandpa Hu and Grandpa Chen saw that they were only here to deal with the compensation issue of the Jiang family and nothing else was involved. So the two of them coincided and simply gave a favor to Jiang Xiangxing, Lin Ting, and Jiang Ziji. Who knows what will happen in the future? Who can determine that the Jiang family will never turn over?
Pay it.
Grandpa Chen stroked his beard and said with a smile. Grandpa Hu hesitated for a moment, then said, "Pay as much as you have and owe the rest." Everyone gasped. Liang Pei had a sad face. He took out all the money he had, which added up to only about 100 yuan. I told you not to pretend. I told you not to be arrogant. Did you get slapped in the face? Hu Hua rolled his eyes. You didn't have it, but the people behind you did. This time, no one can escape. Who told you to smash it so happily? Liang Pei. If he can't get over this hurdle today, how can he face people in the future? How can he make a living in the future? Liang Meixin, why don't you say that this girl is so awesome? Isn't it said that she is spoiled and has no brains? Which stupid girl would dig a hole for others to fall into and even call in reinforcements to cheer her up? They are a group of people who live in the underworld. They are so unlucky and miserable. This time they were hurt by Liang Meixin. How can this family be a soft persimmon that can be easily taken advantage of? They are kicking an iron plate. Finally, the people headed by Liang Pei compensated the Jiang family with 288.65 yuan and wrote an IOU for the rest. The Jiang family of three simply thanked the Hu family and the Qin family verbally, but they kept it in mind. After all, in the current situation, it is most sensible for both sides to draw a clear line. Jiang Xiangxing saw the concern of the younger generations of the Hu family and the Qin family for their little girl. He couldn't help but sigh that people who help others in times of need are really precious. The three of them hid in the back of the yard. What were they whispering mysteriously? Jiang Xiangxing couldn't help but hold his forehead. Listen, our little girl is still young. We should stay for more than 10 years if we can. Although the children have grown up, Lin Ting still remembers that Hu Hua and Qin Jianya were her son Jiang Wang's childhood playmates. When she has the chance, she will tell her son that if they need help, it is a good thing to lend a hand. It's just that her husband's tone is not ordinary.
Sour.
And oh, the father is simply amazing. Can't he see that his little girl has not yet opened her mind? At the same time on the other side, 1.2.3.4, 5 kilometers. The soldiers of this team shouted slogans in unison. After a while, a man's clear voice came from the mountains and fields, and every word was sonorous and powerful. What's wrong with suffering a little? It's better than losing your life. Sweat more in peacetime and bleed less in war. Remember this sentence. I won't be kind to anyone. Kindness will harm you. Hurry up and keep up with the team. Run faster. What's wrong with you? Can't hold on? Are you so easily knocked down? The real battlefield is 1,000 times more cruel than it is now. Where is your combat readiness? That's it? Are you giving in? Are you admitting defeat? Answer me. This man simply released the powerful aura of fighting on the battlefield, coupled with one resounding question after another, which made everyone in the entire team feel a wave of pressure. Always be prepared. Everyone yelled at the top of their lungs. Don't give in. Don't admit defeat. It must be tiring, but the little hearts were also hit. We are all human. How come the boss can do the weighted running so easily? Not only the weighted running, no matter which project he challenges. When the boss competes with a group of them, they all lose. They are miserable. Too miserable. The strongest troublemaker is amazing. Everyone gritted their teeth and continued to run up the hill with a load of 22 kilograms. Although a series of sweat slid down their faces, no one gave up. Real men are tough. Real men never admit defeat. Who can stay in the team without blood? What's the point of playing tricks? If you can't do it, just get out. In a word, whoever can do it is awesome. Finally finished the first round. But they didn't have time to rest at all. Every day, Boss Lu would never let them go unless he squeezed out their last bit of strength. To be honest, Boss Lu looks handsome, but he is actually a devil. He is also the most difficult thorn to train. Everyone was beeping in their hearts. Very good. Remember your identity. Keep going. Lu Xingchen stared at everyone in the team with dark eyes, holding a pen and carefully writing down everyone's training methods and reactions. Today it was his turn to lead the team in training, and he deliberately chose to train these soldiers in the mountains. Firstly, the amount of exercise is large, which can exercise the body. Secondly, it can quickly adapt to the environment of the mountains and learn how to effectively overcome various difficulties and defeat the enemy. At the same time, he set up a lot of traps in places where wild animals are present. If he is lucky, he should be able to have extra meals at night. Although he is very strict with his soldiers, they also need to supplement their nutrition with such a large amount of exercise every day. If Jiang Wang was there, he would definitely instigate him to take these eggs to the river, press their heads into the water with one hand, and press them down desperately and stimulate them with a few words in his mouth, so that the longer they can persist, the better. Many soldiers who knew the truth later trembled. In short, the names of Lu Xingchen and Jiang Wang are both respected and feared by everyone. Lu Xingchen smiled, and he still had the strength to whisper. It seems that the training is not bad enough. If they have to crawl down the mountain one by one, this will achieve the perfection of training. There is no way I just care too much about them. There is too much comradeship. After a series of difficult projects, everyone was so tired that they cried out, complained in their hearts, and cursed Demon King Lu over and over again. Lu skinned. The training of the day was finally over. Everyone seemed to have been drained of strength and continued to trot down the mountain with trembling legs. Lu Xingqian followed the large group and took a look at the traps he set. One of them actually had 5 more pheasants and 2 wild ducks, and the other 2 traps had 2 hares and a pheasant. We are lucky today, brothers. Have an extra meal tonight. When everyone in the team heard this, they were immediately overjoyed. Although there was not much in everyone's bowl, there was meat to eat. The soldiers were moved. Boss Lu is a good person. Not only did he train us with all his heart and effort, but he also thought about our hungry stomachs. Let the devil training be devil training. Anyway, we are thick-skinned and can bear it. Captain Lu, the good guy card is for you. Then, everyone shouted slogans happily again, speeded down the mountain, and went back to the canteen to eat. Because of their good mood, the team returned to the first camp in a mighty manner and handed over the pheasants and rabbits caught by Lu Lauda to the canteen. The other soldiers who were not arranged for training were envious. When they returned to the first camp, Lu Xingqian put the record book on the table and looked at Jiang Wang's position, which was empty. Where is he? Instructor Liang Zirong unconsciously pursed his lips and explained, Old Jiang, he is in a bad mood and didn't eat. He went back to the dormitory. Lu Xingqian understood and was also worried about his old partner's family. I'll go find him. Lu Xingqian went directly to the dormitory to find him. Dormitory. Jiang Wang walked around anxiously and was so irritable that he had no appetite to eat. He listened to his parents' phone call in the office this afternoon. He was so angry that he almost smashed the desk. If it weren't for the instructor Liang Zirong, I'm afraid the desk would have been broken into pieces long ago. His sister, who was only 19 years old, actually went on a blind date with a mama's boy, and she was almost harmed by the conspiracy and tricks of that family who came to find trouble. Jiang Wang was so angry that his heart and lungs hurt when he heard this. If this place was not in the north and far away, he would have flown back immediately to beat that rascal. Beat him so hard that his mother couldn't recognize him. Jiang Wang became more and more angry as he thought about it. He kicked the wall hard and breathed in and out in big gulps. Lu Xingqian came and saw the scene. He stood at the door of the dormitory, raised his hand and knocked on the door before walking in. We caught several pheasants, wild ducks, and hares in the mountains today. Let's go and have a snack.
No appetite.
Old Lu, how about you accompany me to the training ground to play dozens of games? I'm about to explode now. Lu Xingqian. Is it possible that my good brother has encountered something? But people are iron and rice is steel. Can you not eat? The food in the canteen is rationed. If you go late, Jiang Wang will have to starve all night. After shouting twice without getting anyone to respond, Lu Xingqian simply pulled out a stool and sat down, but he didn't ask. Jiang Wang's head hurt even more. He didn't expect his good brother to stay with him without saying a word. Ask, why are you staring at me? I'm so anxious. I'm dying of suffocation. In fact, there was no need for Lu Xingqian to ask. Jiang Wang couldn't hold it back anymore and told his good brother everything at once. Jiang Wang's thick black sword eyebrows frowned even tighter and his fists clenched tightly. You said my little one was bullied, but I, as the brother, was not around. How useless I am. After listening to this, Lu Xingqian's face darkened a little. Both of them are the youngest battalion commanders in the military region, with military merits, and the higher-ups are very optimistic about them. During this period, Jiang Wang still insisted on completing the daily training plan and the special tasks assigned to them by the higher-ups. But at the most critical time for his parents, he, the son, couldn't go back, and now even his little sister, the little one, almost got into trouble. Jiang Wang was anxious and angry. When he stayed in the camp, he was the first to rush to answer the phone in the office whenever it rang. But there was always a tail named Lu behind him. Lu Xingchen and Jiang Wang were lifelong friends, and they could trust each other on the battlefield. But Lu Xingchen always did more than he said, and he also asked reliable connections to help find out the latest news in private. Lu Xingchen had been on the front line for a while, so every time Jiang Wang went home to visit his family, it was perfectly missed. This resulted in him only meeting Jiang's father and mother before, but not Jiang Wang's sister. But Jiang Wang had met Lu Xingchen's parents and grandfather. Now that his good brother's parents and sister were facing difficulties, Lu Xingchen chose to help. Because he and Jiang Wang were as close as brothers, they had saved each other's lives on the front line and supported each other through the most difficult times. 8 years of brotherhood. It's okay, I've already found my grandfather. Lu Xingchen dropped a big bomb. Jiang Wang immediately sat up straight, moved closer to Lu Xingchen, and asked with sparkling eyes, "Is this true, brother? Don't try to fool me. If Mr. Lu wanted me to know about this, would he not tell me? If he was hiding it on purpose, then the problem would be a bit big." Lu Xingchen nodded. "My old man knows it. If he really comes down, then the place he goes to will be different. Do you understand what I mean?" Jiang Wang felt relieved, raised his arm and put it on Lu Xingchen's shoulder, revealing the first relaxed smile in a while. "Brother, thank you." Lu Xingchen laughed. "Are you still going to eat? If not, I'll go by myself. I've been training all day, and I'm already hungry." Jiang Wang was afraid that Lu Xingchen would regret it, so he smiled and said, "I'm waiting for you to come. I'll take you to the cafeteria myself. This meal is on my side. Do and be polite to me, good brother. Let's go to the cafeteria to eat." Lu Xingchen laughed. "Don't hang around in front of me. I'm really annoyed with you. You little brat, you're so good." Lu Xingchen didn't indulge him. But at this time, the two of them didn't expect that in the near future, someone would be willing to call him brother. Wait until the two of them arrived at the cafeteria. Everyone had almost finished eating, and Lu Xingchen and Jiang Wang got their meals at the window one after the other and found a seat to sit down. The others greeted the two with a smile, and then quickly ran away. As expected of the people I brought up, they were particularly tactful and ran away. Instructor Liang Zirong cleaned the lunchbox and chopsticks, shook his wrist to shake off the excess water on the surface of the lunchbox, and then walked towards the two. Seeing that Jiang Wang's mood had improved, Liang Zirong made a joke. "Old Jiang doesn't want to eat." Sure enough, only old Lu can call old Jiang. Jiang Wang must be proud of this, and he showed off. "Haha, that's right. We are good brothers." Lu Xingchen's mood also improved a little, pointing to the meat in the bowl, and said with a smile, "What about your eyesight?" Jiang Wang's mouth was full of smiles. "It's okay. Brother, I know you are good to me. Seeing that I can't eat all day, you let me eat more, okay? Okay, I know your intentions. I'll eat it right away." As soon as the voice fell, he quickly picked up a piece of fragrant braised rabbit meat and put it in his mouth, eating the meat happily. Sure enough, what old Lu caught personally is delicious. Lu Xingchen smiled and shook his head, not caring about Jiang Wang's childishness. Instructor Liang Zirong. "Why do you spoil him? It's like you're not childish. It's out of line." But Liang Zirong really thinks Lu Xingchen and Jiang Wang are the best in our military region. As the youngest battalion commander of the 1st Battalion in the military region, Lu Xingchen has been on the battlefield and made great contributions. The man was wearing a military green shirt and military green pants, with a tall and slender figure. He was 188 centimeters tall and had good self-discipline. He looked thin when dressed and had a lot of meat when undressed. Because he had been on missions at the front line before, he had a murderous aura on him, and he was the first person to notice him in the crowd. This is not the most attractive thing. The most attractive thing is his face. He has a rare bone structure. The most terrible thing is that when he smiles, there is a dimple on his right cheek, which makes him look more gentle and unrestrained. No wonder so many female comrades are eyeing Lu Xingchen. There are always people who want to get to know Lu Xingchen. Everyone has good taste. Jiang Wang's appearance is also 1 in a million. His figure is straight and upright. He is also 188 centimeters tall, with broad shoulders and narrow waist. He is really too superior. Look at this face, with a strong outline. a majestic look between his eyebrows and eyes, and a very standard handsome appearance. He unbuttons 2 buttons of his neat shirt to reveal his wheat-colored skin, and he has a wild breath. Liang Zhirong nodded and sighed. Although Jiang Wang is a bit dog-like and likes to drag Lao Lu to the training ground to fight at any time, he has to say that this face is good. I wonder what kind of partners these 2 brats will have in the future? Just looking at their faces, you feel happy, right?
Ha ha ha.
But here comes the problem. These 2 people are simply incompatible. One, Lu Xingchen, is notorious, has made great contributions, has the skill of pinching peach blossoms, hangs around in the training ground all day, and is a thorn in the side that no one can afford to offend. The higher-ups are worried about his major life events. His parents are desperate. They will never be able to hold a chubby granddaughter in their lives. 1. Jiang Wang treats a steel gun as his wife. The more you urge him, the more he becomes naughty. I'm afraid that out of 100 pounds, he will have a rebellious bone of 99 pounds, and people who are angry want to punch him. The future of the 2 is bright. As long as they perform better, they will have a great chance to reach the regimental level in the next few years. After all, their strength is there. Liang Zhirong patted his chest and calmed down. While the 2 were present, Instructor Liang Zhirong began to mention the performance of the art troupe in the military region in 2 days. Although the 2 really didn't want to hear it. Isn't there a female comrade named Chi Miao in the art troupe? I heard that she is looking for someone to introduce her to Lao Lu. Jiang Wang immediately turned into a bystander and laughed. Brother, are you being urged to get married? Lu Xingchen still looked indifferent and uttered 2 words. Reject. I don't know him. I'm not interested. I firmly refuse. Rejected again. Instructor Liang Zhirong sighed again. No wonder the higher-ups are so worried. Who knows which girl will be able to control our troublemaker in the future? Liang Zhirong tried to find a balance in his mind and said, I am not the only one who is worried. In personal matters, the higher-ups pay special attention to you and are very strict. So, Lao Lu, you should worry more about yourself. Liang Zhirong saw that Lao Lu's road was blocked, turned around and stared at Jiang Wang with a smile, and asked, Lao Jiang, since we're talking about this topic today, why don't you just tell me what kind of girl you like? Jiang Wang blinked and laughed. I like steel guns. I like training. There is no answer to this question. He still has a lot of things to do, and he is also worried about his parents and sister at home, so he is no mood to do these things. Moreover, Jiang Wang is deeply influenced by his parents' feelings. He thinks that it is best to be a couple for life. If he can't meet the girl he wants, likes, is moved by, and cherishes, then he should stay honestly. Don't harm others. Instead of wasting time on these things, it is better to drag Lao Lu to the training ground to fight a few times. The man in front of him had a I was wrong. I will dare to do it again next time attitude. Instructor Liang Zhirong gritted his teeth and almost elbowed Lao Jiang. Go to Hades. Urge marriage? Not easy to deal with. Lu Xingchen and Jiang Wang thought that if they could deal with Instructor Liang Zhirong, they would at least be able to have peace for a while. Who knew that the next day, the leader above actually blocked them on the road? Didn't they hide when they saw this leader for a week in a row before, so why squat here to wait for them? Leader, please let him go. If Liang Zhirong was present, he would definitely say to the 2 of them, it seems that you don't have a clear understanding of the marriage urging group. Chen Yueming smiled brightly. Lying, Jiangying, what a coincidence. You can meet here. Don't mention it. Chen Yueming is a political commissar. He is eloquent and has a famous good temper. As the old saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. I have to say that Chen Yueming played this hand beautifully, successfully blocking Lu Xingchen and Jiang Wang. After all, every time he appears, these 2 little rascals run faster than anyone else. Isn't this a summary of experience? Who made the problem of these 2 people so difficult? Chen Yueming thought so in his heart, hoping that the good seedlings he saw could smoothly start a family and establish a career. If you want to ask why, publicly speaking, Chen Yueming would answer that because men have started a family, a wife, and children, they have concerns and are not easily shaken by other factors. This can also be regarded as a way to retain talents. Good seedlings Lu Xingchen and Jiang Wang are 23 years old this year, and it's time. Privately speaking, Chen Yueming also hopes that Lu Xingchen and Jiang Wang can smoothly find their own happiness. If this person has a weak point in the future, it will be easy for others to take advantage of him. How can he be so stubborn now? He is looking forward to it. What expression did the two little rascals have on their faces when they saw Chen Yueming? Is there any need to ask this? He is just short of putting the word resistance on his face. Adhering to the principle of brothers come to help when there is trouble, Lu Xing remained silent and took a step back, which made Jiang Wang stand out. Jiang Wang, standing in the center, bared his big white teeth at Lu Xingchen. Okay, old Lu, you are such a dog, right? Don't you have any shame at all? I'm not afraid of anything. Jiang Wang faced the burning gaze of political commissar Chen and was not afraid. Who would have thought that Jiang Wang turned sideways, looked at Lu Xingchen with a teasing look and said, Old Lu, I advise you to know what is good for you. Don't let down the kindness of political commissar Chen Yueming. Political commissar Chen, I personally think that this kind of good thing should fall on Captain Lu, and it would be better to have more. After all, you said this is a major event in life. Lu Xingchen. Are you sure you are serious? Instead of pushing him out as a target? This dog is so wicked. Fork out. Chen Yueming. Is this okay? You said such things so blatantly. Aren't you afraid that Lao Lu will punish you later? Jiang Wang looked like, oh, I've already said it. I know I said it wrong again. Sorry, I won't change. I will dare to do it next time. In fact, the two of them also understood that Chen Yueming and Liang Zhirong cared about them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have wasted time to block them. But knowing is one thing, and not wanting is another. Chen Yueming said with a smile, Don't find me annoying. I have a younger brother named Chen Jianye at home. If he is not in his early 20s, I think it will be his turn soon. Besides, since I can come to you, can you give me some face? Jiang Wang suddenly asked vigilantly. Chen Jianye you are talking about? Aren't you the Chen family who lives in the staff quarters of S Province? Chen Yueming nodded very strongly. Yes, they live there. How do you know them? Jiang Wang rubbed his head. His family lived in this place. Chen Jianye and Hu Hua were his childhood playmates. His little kid should have no intersection with these two people, right? No, absolutely not. His little kid is still young. How can he date so casually? At most, he will beat up one if there is one, and he will beat up a pair if there are two. Then, Lu Xingchen saw Jiang Wang's anxious, angry, and worried expression, thinking in his heart that good brothers protect their cubs. In the afternoon, Jiang Wang finished all the training and could not wait to rush to the office to call home, followed by another big-tailed wolf. We are as close as brothers, so I should also say hello to our parents. Lu Xing said with a thick face. Jiang Wang sneered. You are so attentive. The relationship is so good that even if the brother is not joking, he can still say it in front of his parents. Forget it, just listen. Jiang Wang had a smile in his eyes, picked up the receiver, and dialed the number to go home skillfully. This time point was agreed with his family, so the other side quickly answered the phone. Lin Ting's eyes lit up, and he asked a few questions about Jiang Wang's situation in the camp. Jiang Wang replied, I'm fine, Mom. You and Dad can rest assured. It's okay, everything is fine at home. You have to take good care of yourself in the army, okay? Of course, I have my good brother Lao Lu here. The two chatted for a while, and Lu Xingchen took the phone to say hello to Lin Ting. When Lu Xingchen was mentioned, Lin Ting smiled and kept praising him as a good kid. Jiang Wang immediately stood up. He shouted, biased. Just because I perform better than him here, you have to praise me. Almost the whole office could hear this guy's boastful voice. Lu Xingchen handed the receiver to Jiang Wang, gave him a thumbs up, and said silently, You are awesome. After a while of commotion, Jiang Wang immediately got to the point of today. Mom, isn't that Chen Jianye very familiar with the little girl? Lin Ting suddenly heard Chen Jianye's name from her son's mouth, and she didn't react for a while. It's strange. The sun is far away in the north. How does he know that Chen Jianye has talked to the little girl recently? Jiang Wang couldn't wait for his mother to say anything, and his heart sank in an instant. No way. It's over. Lin Ting came back to his senses and said with a smile, "What are you thinking about? Your sister hasn't figured it out yet. You and your dad are really something, worrying about nothing every day." Jiang Wang immediately breathed a sigh of relief, who told Mom to suddenly stop talking. "You were just trying to scare me. The little one is so delicate, and you and Dad spoil her and pamper her. If she gets deceived by someone, where can I cry?" "Mom, it's time for you to let the little one experience something. Otherwise, what can she do with her little arms and legs? Are you waiting to starve to death?" In his opinion, his sister Jiang Jiji is a spoiled child who is not good at anything except eating and sleeping. If she doesn't experience some things, she will be easily deceived, and if she really goes to the countryside, she will suffer a lot. At worst, when he gets his salary in the future, he can secretly divide the money into 3 parts, one for his parents, one for his sister, and finally keep some money for himself. And his sister is dating? Who? Wouldn't it be nice to stay at home all the time? At worst, he will support his sister for the rest of her life. When he thinks about which rascal has coaxed his sister away, he wants to kill him. How can Dad be so easy to let his sister go on a blind date? Dad is confused. Lin Ting didn't quite believe his son's hypocrisy. This man obviously cares about Gigi. After all, his son is soft-hearted and a little bit mean. Lin Ting immediately protected his son. Gigi has become sensible during this period of time and has helped the family a lot. How can you, as a brother, say that your sister is waiting to starve to death? When your dad and I were busy at work, didn't Gigi cook the meals herself? And this time when the Kai family got into trouble, it was also thanks to Gigi, this clever little girl. Jiang Wang's first reaction was to retort, well. Has your sensible and clever daughter fattened herself up? His second reaction was to ask what happened at home. Lin Ting simply told her briefly about what happened in the past few days. After all, if she didn't tell him, with Jiang Wang's personality, he would definitely go to his connections to investigate. It would be better to tell him directly. Why go through so much trouble? Jiang Wang was dumbfounded. Did he hear it wrong? The little one is so fierce? Is it true? Sure enough, his own mother was exaggerating, and it was too outrageous. Jiang Ziji happened to come back from a stroll outside, and Lin Ting called her over to listen to her brother's call. Suddenly, there was an extra brother, and Jiang Ziji actually cared about him. As soon as she picked up the receiver, the first sentence she heard was, "Hey, little one." Jiang Ziji twitched the corner of his mouth. "Were you sure he didn't hear it wrong?" "Oh, big guy?" Jiang Ziji whispered. "It's incredible." On the other side of the phone, Lu Xingchen laughed unkindly and slowly imitated. "Big guy." Indeed, Jiang Wang's height and figure are very superior, like a mountain. Jiang Wang glared at the dog man several times, and then accepted the nickname happily. "It's rare for a little guy like you to praise my good figure. Not bad. I will accept it reluctantly. Wait until you meet Brother Dashin in the future. That's what a big guy is." These words successfully aroused Jiang Ziji's interest. It turned out that there were 3 sons in her uncle's family, the eldest Jiang Yuanshan, the second Jiang Yuanfeng, and the third Jiang Yuanyang. If she and Jiang Wang are included, Jiang Yuanshan is the first, Jiang Yuanfeng is the second, Jiang Wang is the third, Jiang Yuanyang is the fourth, and she is the 5th in terms of age. But her parents said that when we go there, we can just call them the eldest brother, the second brother, and the third brother, and we don't have to follow this ranking. Jiang Ziji couldn't tell what she felt, but she didn't reject it and smiled and replied, "I've got it down. I will get along well with them when I go there." Jiang Wang was angry and amused and relaxed his back in the chair. "Don't be afraid. If the 3 of them bully you, when I apply for leave, I will fly back immediately to help you deal with them. They can't beat me. If you don't believe me, ask Lao Lu." Jiang Ziji smiled and said, "Okay." Lu Xingchen didn't expect that his sister on the other end of the phone would suddenly mention him, and the corners of his mouth curled up. "I don't know anything else. I just know that Lao Jiang can't beat me." The smile on Jiang Wang's face broke, and he yelled, "You Lu Xingchen, don't you care about your brother's face? Why do you, a big-tailed wolf, come here to join in the fun?" As expected, there is no limit to shamelessness. This was also the first time that Lu Xingchen heard Jiang Ziji's voice, and he had to sigh that her voice was so beautiful. No wonder Lao Jiang was so protective. Jiang Ziji was happily eating melons, and she loved to watch others laugh. It's just that when the man's laughter came through the phone, it was inexplicably a little deeper and Lu Xingchen was laughing? But the tone of his voice was still very calm and natural, right? As if knowing his sister's voice, Jiang Wang snorted and said, he laughed, and his smile was so bright. Lao Lu, brother, can you please close the corners of your mouth? Look at how cheap you are. You must not have a sister. I tell you, my sister is mine. It's useless for you to envy. Before Jiang Ziji hung up the phone, can you still play like this? Haha, brother, you understand double standards. In the evening, Jiang Xiangxing returned home and learned that his son had called back today and that Lu Xingchen had helped a lot. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. At this critical juncture, not only did the younger generations help, but the Lu family also helped. Xingchen is a good child. Lin heard her husband sigh, silently stretched out her hand to cover the back of his hand, patted it gently and comforted. It's good to be alive. There will always be a chance to pay it back in the future. Let's not worry, don't scare yourself, and make our son and little girl more worried about us as parents. And I believe there will always be a way, promise me? Jiang Xiangxing cheered up, shook Lin Ting's hand back, nodded heavily, and silently said in his heart that it was fortunate that he had such a good wife like Lin Ting to accompany him. The relationship between the couple is really good, and they still stick together even in this situation. And I don't know why, I always feel that the water has been very sweet these days. Xiangxing, you try it. Since his wife said so, Jiang Xiangxing tasted it very carefully and smiled like an idiot. The water you poured yourself is delicious. Lin Ting glared at her husband. You are not serious again. It will be embarrassing for the little girl to see it. Go away. Jiang Ziji saw this scene and turned around neatly, leaving this time to her parents. The spiritual spring water produced in the space is sweet and delicious, and it has the effect of eliminating fatigue and refreshing the brain. She found that her parents looked a little better in the past few days, especially her father, who was much better than before. Jiang Ziji remembered the relationship between Lu Xingchen and the Lu family. In this era, materials are scarce. After she settles down in the countryside, she will send things to her parents and also send something to her brother and Lu Xingchen. To this day, she still has a hidden danger that has not been solved, and she will be very unhappy if she doesn't solve it. The plot of the original book is Chiron was stuck in the difficulty of promotion and wanted to use Jiang Xiangxing's connections and relationships to see if he could take the opportunity to make a contribution. However, Jiang Xiangxing only had research in his mind and didn't care about the outside world at all, so he had no way to start. Chiron's good plan was disrupted by Jiang Xiangxing, a scientific research madman. He cursed Jiang Xiangxing for being a waste who didn't know how to climb up, but who knew that he would scold himself first. Because of the mistake of losing experimental materials, he was put in solitary confinement by his superiors, which shattered his dream of promotion and wealth. Chiron was so angry that he almost had a myocardial infarction. Only a fool would endure it. Being put in solitary confinement became a stain on his life. Jiang Xiangxing became his archenemy. He really wanted to kill him. Chiron still had his eyes on the Jiang family, so he took advantage of the troubles of Jiang Xiangxing and Lin Ting to smash the Jiang family, plundered a lot of benefits, and enriched the small treasury hidden in private. Not satisfied with doing all this, he also made trouble to speed up the time for Jiang Xiangxing and Lin Ting to leave the compound. Later, in the place where Jiang Xiangxing and Lin Ting went, he bribed the locals and frantically made things difficult for the couple. Jiang Ziji put this account on the Kai family. Jiang Ziji is not a softie who allows others to bully her. She wants the Kai family to pay a heavy price. She is determined to protect the Jiang family. It was the middle of the night. Jiang Ziji first went into the space to find food to replenish her energy. After eating, she went to the third floor of the house, tied her shiny black medium-length hair into a bun, took out a set of black combat uniforms from the cabinet, changed into them, went to the shoe cabinet to choose a pair of combat boots, and took 2 sacks by the way. It was dark at night, and Jiang Ziji walked towards the Kai family according to the route she had memorized in the past few days. Although it was pitch black around her, her eyesight was excellent and did not affect her actions at all. 10 minutes later, Jiang Ziji climbed over the wall and sneaked into the Kai family quietly. Jiang Ziji was agile, and no one could find her along the way. At this moment, she took out a steel wire from the space and opened the door of the Kai family in a few seconds. The house that Chiron applied for was not a floor house. It was said that he could not get a number at that time, so he could only apply for a separate house with a living room, 2 bedrooms, and a small courtyard. The layout of the room was very simple, and Jiang Ziji could find people more easily. Jiang Ziji decided that the first person to be dealt with was Kai Fong. This mama's boy is Liang Meixin's beloved son. After all, it hurts Liang Meixin when Kai Fong is beaten. Liang Meixin, that old woman, is so narrow-minded. She will definitely make a fuss when she sees Kai Fong in trouble. Jiang Ziji is waiting for this family to make a fuss. The Jiang family will not suffer this loss from the Kai family. Assuming that she had not come here, according to the development of the original book, the original owner is so beautiful, but she is useless. Then will the original owner's father Jiang Xiangxing and the original owner's mother Lin Ting be bullied? Or will they be injured accidentally? What will happen after that? Will the whole family, including Jiang Wang, have a bad end? Besides, Jiang Ziji will not allow such a big hidden danger to hide in the dark corner, always staring at everyone in the Jiang family for revenge. Jiang Ziji locked the room on the left, unlocked it neatly, and flashed into the room. Kai Fong on the bed was unaware of the danger at all. He was snoring and drooling, with his legs spread out like a toad. 不知道梦到了什么，这人突然咧嘴一笑，阴森森的，嘴里喃喃着娶回家。要不是他胆子大，换做其他胆子小的，恐怕误以为自己闯了鬼屋。江芝芝，下一秒，蔡芳跟烙大饼似的翻了个身，继续喃喃道：“搞死江家。”江芝芝闻言，眸子里仿佛久寒天的一片冰霜。他快速用臭抹布塞住蔡芳的嘴巴，又找了一条烂布捂住蔡芳的眼睛，准备就绪，直接二话不说，举起拳头开揍。这玩意儿不配用银针典雅学。砰！邦邦2拳，拳头抡得快要冒烟了。嘶！沉睡中的蔡芳在一瞬间痛得身体直发抖，唰的一下睁开眼睛，见鬼了！眼前一片乌漆嘛黑，啥都看不见。蔡芳慌的心头砰砰直跳，张大嘴巴想要喊救命，要死了。He actually found that his vocal cords could not make any sound. It hurts. Help. It hurts so much. Who will save him? Kai Fong felt that his whole body was torn in half, and he didn't know who was the ruthless one, punching him again and again, and it hurt so much, but he couldn't die. After a while, he fainted. Jiang Ziji cursed noob. If time was not limited, Jiang Ziji would have given him a few more blows. Jiang Ziji took back the rag and rag with his mind, and threw them directly into the space garbage station for garbage disposal. After confirming that there were no traces left at the scene, he left the room. The second thing to be solved tonight is the small treasury hidden by Kai Fong's father Chiron. Here I have to thank the plot of the original book. Otherwise, she really didn't know that Chiron had hidden such a big secret. Jiang Ziji was thoughtful and came to the small courtyard with a move in his heart. After finding the right direction, he took out a shovel from the space with his mind and then began to dig a hole with a grunt. There is no other way. I am here to dig your treasure on behalf of the moon. When they dug about 3 meters deep, an iron box appeared in the pit. Jiang Ziji carefully scanned the surroundings to confirm that there was no one, and then lowered his head. He touched the iron box with a shovel in his hand, and habitually checked back and forth to see if it was a dangerous item. It is better to be careful. Who knows if this old rascal will come to do something bad? Jiang Ziji was a little worried based on just a few lines of description in the original book. After Jiang Ziji confirmed that there was no problem with the iron box, he took out a pair of gloves from the space, and without hesitation, he pulled the iron box and lifted it up. Wearing gloves is to ensure that fingerprints will not stick to the iron box. In this regard, Jiang Ziji is very cautious. Jiang Ziji opened the iron box easily and cursed inwardly. This old rascal. These days, wages are basically fixed. Where did Chiron get so much money? There are more than a bunch of big unity inside. If a bundle of 10 pieces is 100 yuan, there are at least 9,000 yuan in the iron box. He is almost a millionaire in the 1970s. Jiang Ziji took out bundles of big unity, looked at the iron box that she had turned to the bottom, and found a layer of plywood inside, and then an idea came to her mind. The little goldfish in the book should be in here, right? Jiang Ziji took apart the plywood and said, "Is this wave of wool thick?" Except for herself, who would have thought that she would find so many treasures after a stroll in Kai's house? Jiang Ziji took a look at these treasures and buried them back, without hesitation. After cleaning up the traces around, Jiang Ziji turned around and left. 10 minutes later, Jiang Ziji returned home. His mind flashed into the space. He took a bath in the master bedroom happily and drank some source of life. He felt full of energy and had no problem fighting again. Jiang Ziji sniffed and yawned, walked to the desk, and casually pulled out a piece of paper. This kind of paper is also particular, and you must not reveal your identity. If you don't take action, how can these people know that she has carried a gun, chased cattle, released sheep, and caught people, and is both civil and military? Oh no, I have to work overtime tonight. Jiang Ziji's writing skills are very good, especially this kind of characters: chicken claws, flying dragons and phoenixes, dog crawling, ghost crawling. The teacher is so angry that he wants to hang himself. He has all kinds of characters he wants. The key is that you may not understand them. But if you want a beautiful font, Jiang Ziji can do it. There are so many tricks. But Jiang Ziji didn't want to expose himself, so he randomly picked a font to write a letter. The next morning, seeing that her son Kai Feng's face was swollen like a pig's head and his expression was extremely aggrieved, Liang Meixin's heart seemed to be pulled out and whipped hard. Which rascal beat my son? I only have this one son. Don't let that witch kill him. It's all Jiang Ziji's fault. Ever since we met her, our Kai family has been unlucky. The witch didn't marry into the Kai family, thinking that going to the countryside would be a blessing. When the winter comes in the north, she will cry and suffer. Liang Meixin immediately went to the kitchen to boil 5 or 6 eggs and kept rolling the eggs on Kai Feng's face. What a rascal! He's so cruel. I'm so heartbroken. Liang Meixin was in a very bad mood. Her well-raised son was beaten like this. Liang Meixin really made Chiron unable to calm down. His right eye kept twitching, and he was angry. No way. Nothing should happen, right? Chiron gritted his teeth and held back his anger. His mind was in a mess. At this time, seeing Chiron acting like a coward again, Liang Meixin's temper was instantly ignited, and the whole person was very irritable.
Chiron,
are you a man?
our son was beaten.
He was beaten so badly that his parents couldn't recognize him. Why didn't you say anything? Now you start to dislike us, mother and son? Speak up. Chiron was slapped by Liang Meixin without warning. In such a tense atmosphere, Chiron stood up almost in a second, raised his hand, and slammed Liang Meixin hard. At that moment, 2 voices suddenly rang in his ears. One was so frightened that he sang a high-pitched voice. Mom and Dad, stop beating. Stop beating. Outside. There are people everywhere. The other voice was full of anger. Now. Immediately.
Right now. Check.
The couple in the room were all stunned. They held their breath. They couldn't believe the scene in front of them. Why were there so many people in his house? Something happened to the Kai family. The higher-ups sent people to investigate. The neighbors in the family compound ran around to tell each other. Really? What's going on? Time goes back to 6 o'clock this morning. The person in charge came to the office this morning and found an anonymous letter of complaint on the desk. The content of the letter was that Comrade Chiron abused his power for personal gain and obtained a large amount of gold and silver property. He hoped that the organization could conduct a thorough investigation and that all the stolen money was buried under a big tree in the southeast of the yard. The person in charge was shocked. After others went to work, he quickly convened a large meeting. This anonymous letter was passed around by everyone. But I have to mention this word. It's ridiculously ugly. It's horrible. As they watched, everyone's expressions became strange. As the righteous party, we have the obligation to investigate. Some people in the masses choose to pass on information anonymously. In order to calm everyone's hearts, we should investigate even more. Agree. Arrange it immediately.
So there is this scene now.
Kai Ren, who was standing in the house, felt his heart pounding. He pushed Liang Meixin away and walked up to ask what happened. The latter waved his fist viciously. The captain in the lead frowned. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he really didn't know that Captain Kai's family was a mess and they fought every day. Moreover, with this letter, when he looked at the two people again today, they were a little different. We are also doing a routine inspection. I hope Captain Kai will cooperate. According to the content of the letter, the people who came quickly found the location where the small treasury was hidden. The group quickly took out shovels from their backs and dug a hole skillfully.
Chiron saw the scene.
What else did he not understand? Did he get exposed? He was going to die. If he continued like this, nothing would be saved. Who betrayed him behind his back? Only he, Liang Meixin, and his son Kai Fong knew the secret. He dug the pit and buried the iron box himself. There would be no fourth person who knew it. So, the traitor was Liang Meixin? Or Kai Van? Kai Ren's lips were pale, and his angry and cruel eyes were fixed on Liang Meixin, wishing to skin her alive. Liang Meixin retorted reflexively. Why are you looking at me? Are you doubting me? Kai Ren, you are mentally ill. You have done all this wrong, okay? You still have the nerve to blame me? This is their family's greatest support. She would have to be crazy to betray her own family. Kai Fong, the mama's boy, swallowed hard. Dad, how can you be so mean to my mom and hit her? You always say that you are doing this for my own good, but when something happens you just hit people. I can't understand, am I your son, or just a punching bag for you to hit casually? At the critical moment, these two idiots failed miserably, which made Kai Ren very angry. He slapped Kai Fong in the face and cursed, "You evil creature. I told you to be careful with your words and actions, but you thought I was talking nonsense, didn't you? Say one more word." Liang Meixin screamed loudly and quickly protected Kai Fong. "Why did you hit my son?" "I'll fight you." Kai Ren pointed at Kai Fong and cursed back. "You asked for it, and now you deserve it. I let you spoil Kai Fong all day long. What's the use of this thing? You can't do anything right, you have no ambition at all, and now you learn to stab me? Kai Ren, shut up." A loud slap rang out. Liang Meixin's eyes were bloodshot. She couldn't believe that Kai Ren actually hit her in public. It's ridiculous, too ridiculous. She, Liang Meixin, calculated so many things for the future of the Kai family, offended so many people, and in the end, what did she get? After getting 2 slaps from her husband, she was insulted by everyone. The situation got out of control, and the leading captain could not stand it anymore and hurriedly shouted, "Stop." But no one in the Kai family took him seriously and treated him as if he were air. The more they tried to stop him, the more they fought. The leading captain took out his weapon and said intimidatingly, "You can continue to fight, just lock the two of you up together. At least you have company." Kai Ren and Liang Meixin widened their eyes, stopped at the same time, looked at each other, and turned their heads and snorted. The team members in charge of the search acted very quickly, divided into 3 groups, and searched the Kai family from inside to outside. The leaders who received the news also rushed to the scene. Everyone held their breath and waited to see what was about to happen next. Under the curious eyes of everyone, the leading captain opened the iron box and revealed the true appearance of the box. The onlookers gasped in shock and were reluctant to take their eyes away from the gold, silver, and jewelry. "Oh my God, that's a little goldfish. An emerald bracelet. That's not all. Kai Ren's family actually has a sewing machine and a radio. They bought so much fabric, cotton, plastic shoes, cloth shoes, winter woolen coats, and corduroy pants. In the corner of the kitchen, there are coal stoves, honeycomb coal, 6 large bags of rice and flour weighing dozens of kilograms, 3 barrels of peanut oil, 2 bags of brown sugar, 3 pieces of bacon, and a basket of eggs. The tables, chairs, and benches in the house are all made of good wood, and there are several thermos bottles and military kettles.
What kind of family is this?
The people around them all looked angry.
Great.
When everyone was having a hard time, this family was eating and drinking delicious food. Each one is more valuable than the other. My dear, the little goldfish must be real, right? If you don't believe me, go take a bite. Where did it come from? How much money and tickets do you need to buy it? Did you use improper means to get it? The Kai family is not a good family. Other families are so poor that they can't even afford to eat, but his family is so good that they eat fish and meat every day. He is greedy for so much. Is he still a human being? Chiron has made a big mistake before, and now he is doing it again? It's really a sin. The wicked people do wicked things, and finally someone can't stand it and report it. It turns out that the couple in the Kai family are really nothing. No wonder Kai Fong always says that he is a young master. How can he not live like a master? At first, everyone just listened to Kai Fong's words. After all, the conditions of each family are there. But Kai Fong always popped up and said that he was a young master, and his mother Liang Meixin was the best and loved him the most. Over time, everyone got used to it and thought that Kai Fong just loved face, but in fact he was just bragging. Today, when everyone saw it with their own eyes, they realized how honest Kai Fong was. He was telling the truth. With so many valuable things at home, he was really fearless. Chiron was anxious and decided to ignore the mother and son. He turned around and explained to the leaders that he was wronged. He didn't know that these things were hidden in this yard. Someone wanted to harm him, so everyone believed him. But people's hearts are complicated. When others believe that you are guilty, then you are definitely not free from responsibility. What kind of rotten person is this? He wants to run away after doing bad things? Everyone looked at Chiron with anger. Bah, Chiron, the weather is not high now. Why are you talking nonsense? You are the richest in the whole family compound, and you are poor? Look at what new clothes your wife and son are wearing, and what poor ghosts like us are wearing. Oh, cry, cry, go home crying. Do you have the face to do that? Liang Meixin, what are you pretending to be? Jiang Ziji, a melon-eating crowd in the crowd, was eating deliciously. Look at the Kai family members who were laughing so proudly a few days ago. Has their smile disappeared now? No, no, no. The smile just shifted to Jiang Ziji's face. If looks could kill, Jiang Ziji would have been killed thousands of times by Liang Meixin. Wonderful. Too wonderful. Jiang Ziji laughed even more happily. Liang Meixin, you can only call on your family members to smash my house, attack Zhang's father and Zhang's mother, and cause them trouble. You don't allow me to fight back? And this Chiron, who wants to be promoted without any ability and framed Zhang's father and Zhang's mother at all costs. You 2 crazy parents have been arrested. I want to see what you can do and how you can continue to harm good people. Jiang Ziji is not greedy for these ill-gotten gains, and even thinks it is a good thing for the organization to take over the Kai family's property. At least the higher-ups will use it reasonably, and put it to practical use. Anyway, Jiang Ziji has no burden in his heart. Liang Meixin did not give up. She insisted that it was Jiang Ziji who did it, and that their Kai family and Jiang family had a grudge. This witch is responsible for all this. It's so aggrieved. Leader, we are innocent. Someone from the Jiang family must have sneaked in last night and beat up my child. Who else would be so wicked? Every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt has its creditor. Leader, you have to handle this fairly. When the others heard this, they all burst out laughing and tacitly defended the Jiang family. Jiang Xiangxing's daughter has skinny arms and legs. Do you think she can beat up your Kai Fong? I think the 2 families failed to get together. The Kai family is resentful of the Jiang family, and now they find the opportunity to throw dirty water on them. Look at what you said. You are exaggerating, right? You said Kai Fong was beaten last night. Could it be that Kai Ren and Liang Meixing couldn't hear the screams? They were sleeping so soundly that they didn't notice anyone coming in? It shouldn't be like this. Logically speaking, if the person under suspicion really has such good skills, he should be able to join the army, right? The leader made the final decision. Shut up. Take all the Kai family members away. Confiscate their properties. It seems that we still have a lot of enthusiastic people who have submitted correct information to the organization. Kyron felt dizzy. He had been put in solitary confinement before, and he was able to stay because he begged for a chance to reform. Now, everything is over. Liang Meixin's hands and feet are no longer under his control. I must have offended some gods in my previous life, so I encountered these bad things in this life. Kai Fong was so scared that his neck shrank again, and his legs became weak. The good days of young master are gone forever. The leaders looked around, then sighed, and left this place of trouble. The enthusiastic uncles and aunts gathered here comforted Jiang Zhiji, fearing that the little girl would be scared by the bad guys. The Kai family is so vicious and immoral. They are about to squat on the fence, and they are still throwing dirty water on the Jiang family. What the Hades? Jiang Zhiji nodded obediently and accepted everyone's kindness. Hu Hua pursed his lips to hold back his laughter and waved his fist at Kai Fong. Today's incident is really gratifying. This kind of cancer must be eradicated. Chen Jianye really doesn't want Jiang Zhiji to be confused. Now that the bad guys in the Kai family have been punished, Jiang Zhiji doesn't have to always be on guard against the revenge of the Kai family. Fortunately, the result is good. But what if Jiang Zhiji really has to go to the countryside?
Can she
do it? Chen Jianye began to worry. Jiang Xiangxing and Lin Ting were mentally prepared, so they did not panic when they were taken away. Jiang Zhiji had been sent to the train station by someone arranged by her parents and got on carriage number 9 smoothly. At this time, there were many people at the train station. Many places have only one train station, which is divided into slow trains and fast trains. Slow trains basically stop at every station. For fast trains, they do not stop at county-level stations and generally stop at city-level stations. The train attendants will remind the children not to run around or stick their heads out of the window for fear that they will fall. The person arranged by Jiang Xiangxing was a young officer named Zhou Dawei. It happened that Zhou Dawei applied for leave to visit his relatives in the countryside. With this suitable opportunity, Jiang Xiangxing and Lin Ting asked him to help look after Jiang Zhiji on the train. A mother worries when her son is away from home. Zhou Dawei carried the luggage of the two and put it under the seat. This kind of hard seat is very torturous for a tall man to sit for a long time because his legs and feet cannot be moved. Jiang Zhiji frowned. The smell on the green train was really strong and stinky. Various smells mixed together made people's scalps numb. If it was for people who get carsick, it would be very unfriendly. Fortunately, she was not carsick. In fact, it was not that they couldn't afford the sleeper berth, but Jiang Xiangxing and Lin Ting chose to book a hard seat for their little girl after careful consideration. But to be honest, sleeper berths are really hard to buy. You need a letter of introduction from your unit or a person with a working status to buy it on a business trip. And even if you are eligible to buy it, you have to have money in your pocket. The price of a sleeper berth is equivalent to a month's salary for an ordinary worker. Who can afford it? But Jiang Xiangxing did not buy a sleeper berth for Jiang Zhiji. On the contrary, Jiang Xiangxing has been talking about keeping a low profile when traveling. This trip was not simple, and it was a good thing to be low-key. Jiang Zhiji was here, so she made the best of it. After finding a seat, she sat down, opened the window, and watched the people coming and going outside the window. Little did he know that many people were looking at Jiang Zhiji as if they were staring at something. At 8:30 in the morning, the attendant began to check tickets. Zhiji, I've put your things away. If you need any help, just tell me. Your brother Dawei is still strong. By the way, there are many people on the train, so we still have to be careful. After all, you can't go to the toilet often on the train. If he lets Jiang Zhiji stay alone, there are all kinds of people on this train. How can he feel at ease without him to help? Zhou Dawei looked at the hustle and bustle around from a distance and saw that Jiang Ziji was really handsome and he was ready to protect him. Jiang Ziji raised a kind smile and replied, "Thank you, Dawei." In fact, before leaving, her parents had already told her in advance what to pay attention to when taking the train. The love of her parents has warmed her heart. In Jiang Ziji's opinion, no matter what era you are in, it is not a good thing to have a conspicuous bag, which is easy to make people jealous. Of course, it was most obvious in the 1970s. At around 4 o'clock this morning, her parents had already gotten up, and her father was busy packing his luggage. Her mother never stopped talking, all of which was concerned and told her about her long journey. Her mother filled a cowhide water bag with water and prepared a lot of dry food in the luggage bag. Of course, there was also Zhou Dawei as share. Her father asked her several times if she had brought enough clothes. He was afraid that she would freeze to death in the Northeast. This time, her luggage was openly 3 sets of clothes and pants, 3 pairs of socks, 2 pairs of cloth shoes, and some toiletries. All the important things were placed in the space, and Jiang Ziji felt full of security. Moreover, before leaving, Jiang Ziji secretly gave her parents 200 yuan, 2 thick coats, thick pants, and 4 pairs of thick socks. She didn't dare to give more openly because she couldn't keep it even if she gave it. The train blew a sharp whistle, rumbled forward, and gradually drove out of the train station. Jiang Ziji looked up at the blue sky. She was leaving the city after all. Who knows if the next life in the countryside will be exciting? Jiang Ziji felt a little uneasy. What if the 3 brothers in the countryside are thin-skinned? It doesn't matter. She just needs to be thick-skinned. Getting along shouldn't be a problem. Zhou Dawei next to her leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. Jiang Ziji leaned back in the chair and began to let her thoughts fly, isolating herself from the outside world as if she was in a vacuum. The current situation is that she has come to live with her uncle and aunt. Even if she is thick-skinned, she is embarrassed to eat and drink for free. Jiang Ziji began to think about ways to make money. Before she traveled through time, she was either on a special mission or on the way to save lives as a military doctor, busy like a spinning top. Only when she was on vacation could she happily pick up her phone to watch videos and read novels. After traveling through time, Jiang Ziji thought about winning without doing anything.
Playing badly.
Enjoying a good life. Isn't it good to be a cute millet bug to your parents? After making a fortune by using the resources of the space, wouldn't it be nice to buy a courtyard house in Beijing and wait for it to appreciate in value? Or buy more houses and wait for demolition, wait for renting, and collect rent every month? Wouldn't it be nice to be a happy little rich woman? Jiang Ziji raised the corners of her lips, mainly because she liked it. Hee. The days of getting something for nothing are beautiful just to think about. At present, she's going to Dajing village in El province in northeast China. If she wants to make money, she will inevitably find an opportunity to explore the county town. Jiang Ziji blinked her eyes. Her little head turned very quickly, and she tried to think of more ways to make money.
First of all, she has space.
Fruits produced in space? With the spiritual spring water and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, Jiang Ziji is confident that the fruits grown in the space will be big and sweet, and the juice will attract people. These days, fruits are very expensive, even more expensive than meat, and there is a shortage of supplies. What good fruits can there be? All the fruits in the market are in great demand. I heard from my father that someone used to work in the railway bureau. Because he felt that everything in the county was limited, there was not enough to eat, especially the fruits and vegetables in the countryside were very expensive. He quit his job and went home to farm. In addition, the original book with a fictional background mentioned that in the past few years, many bold and careful people have started to do business secretly. In short, it is playing a borderline ball. Isn't the black market a typical existence? The streets in the 1970s were not equipped with cameras like in later generations. As long as she has a way to block the mouths of the people, other sources of goods are generally easier to cover up, leaving it to those curious people to use their imagination. But Jiang Ziji doesn't have this idea at the moment, because she doesn't know what the situation is in Dajing village and the county. Planting Chinese medicinal materials in space is also a good way. Especially wild mountain ginseng, there is no need to worry about not being able to sell it. It just depends on what price it can be sold at. After all, life-saving medicinal materials will always be bought no matter how expensive they are. In later generations, the price of Chinese medicine is generally very expensive. Jiang Ziji studied Chinese medicine and had many rare ancient prescriptions. The medicinal materials he prepared were not only priceless, but also hard to find. However, in later generations, Jiang Ziji brought these ancient prescriptions to the military region to benefit the soldiers and serve the motherland. The original owner received high school education. Although she didn't like to read medical books, she loved to read all kinds of novels. Jiang Ziji guessed that the original owner's writing skills should be okay. With her writing skills, it would not be difficult to submit articles to newspapers. It happened that she was proficient in 10 languages before she crossed over. If she went to newspapers and publishing houses to take some translation work, it would not be a problem to support herself. In addition to being able to write, Jiang Ziji can also draw. He once went on a special mission. At that time, mobile phones and cameras were not allowed. Any communication tools had the chance to expose their tracks, although they successfully sneaked into the enemy's position. But with so many people in the enemy's position, how could they easily and accurately find the target person? It is not enough to just see what the prisoner looks like with your own eyes. Jiang Ziji took out a pen and paper from his pocket and drew the enemy's appearance with just a few strokes. It looked lifelike at first glance. If there is no shooting tool, then draw it yourself. In just a few minutes, more than 20 pictures were drawn and sent to the brothers. That arrest was a great victory. The brothers could not calm down for a long time because Jiang Ziji's performance was really unexpected. The Soldier King is certainly terrible, and there are also many Soldier Kings in the Wolf Fong Special Operations team. But the all-round Soldier King is the most terrible. In the minds of the above, Jiang Ziji's value far exceeds that of others. Besides, Jiang Ziji is doing very well in the Wolf Fong Special Operations team. Not only can she get along well with her brothers, but she can also research various special medicines for the soldiers and promote the culture of traditional Chinese medicine for the country. Moreover, Jiang Ziji is both civil and military. She will not starve to death if she is thrown into the wild. She can go up the mountain to catch prey, go down to the sea to catch big fish, and tease large wild animals from time to time. Her life is also very happy. Isn't there still the old profession of traditional Chinese medicine? Jiang Ziji is very happy. Anyway, what is she afraid of as an ordinary little genius? If she encounters something she doesn't know, she will learn it to death. She can always do it. At mealtime, the lunch announcement sounded again and again, and people in the entire carriage began to eat. Jiang Ziji found that everyone brought their own dry food, and they ate 2-piece steamed buns, mixed grain and wild vegetable steamed buns, cornmeal steamed buns, eggs, green vegetable pancakes, etc. The food on the train was very expensive. Most of the rice was polished rice, and the dishes included shredded pork with green peppers, braised pork, fried rice with tomatoes, and fried shredded pork with green vegetables. In addition, to buy meals on the train, you need to buy a meal ticket and then line up at the door of the dining car. The price is expensive, the portion is small, and everyone is not a worker with a salary, so how can they afford it? Jiang Ziji had learned about it before. In fact, it is not easy to run a dining car business on the train. The sanitary conditions are limited, the train is not stable, the car body is shaking, and the chef sometimes cuts his hands when cutting vegetables. In summer, he steams in the sauna, and in winter, he has a headache due to the strong wind. It's so sour. Jiang Ziji really experienced life in the 1970s for the first time. The main character is flexible. Jiang Ziji knew what to do, and took out the white flour meat buns and side dishes that were packed in an aluminum lunchbox from her luggage bag. She smiled. It was her first time to go far away, and she had her mother's loving lunchbox. She was so happy. Then she handed a large portion to Zhou Dawei, enough for him to eat. Brother Dawei, would you like to try my mother's cooking? Especially this stir-fried side dish. It's so delicious when eaten with the buns. Facing Jiang Ziji's boastful eyes, Zhou Dawei was stunned for a while, and before he could react, an aluminum lunchbox was stuffed into his hand. I brought cornmeal buns myself, which can fill me up. These grains are too precious. You keep them for yourself. Jiang Ziji smiled and didn't reply. Zhou Dawei no longer hesitated and said thank you. There were a lot of voices talking around. Jiang Ziji poured some water out of the cowhide bag, wet a towel, and wiped his hands, then opened the lunchbox, took out a meat bun, and put it in his mouth. It was delicious. The skin is thin, and the meat filling is rich. It is fragrant and makes people happy. Zhou Dawei ate up the meat buns, steamed buns, and side dishes in a few minutes. After eating, he closed his eyes and slowly savored the delicious taste. Afternoon. Zhou Dawei packed his luggage, chatted with Jiang Ziji for a while, and fell asleep unknowingly. Jiang Ziji sat in his seat to rest on the surface, but his mind actually entered the space and got busy. Reminded by the space barrage, Jiang Ziji understood the gameplay. First, as long as you earn enough contribution points in the space, you can use the contribution points to upgrade the space and light up the functions of the space. Second, there are many ways to earn contribution points, including planting farmland, orchards, Chinese medicinal materials, pastures, developing minerals, seafood, etc. Then sell the good things you harvest to the space, and then send them to other time and space by the space. Both parties have mutually beneficial cooperation. Third, the contribution points earned can activate Talmol, where you can turn the purchased things into entities and take them out. This is too tempting for Jiang Ziji. In this way, if she needs anything, she can place an order in Talmol and then it will be delivered to her hands.
Cool.
Jiang Ziji rolled up her sleeves and got to work. Transplant fruit trees, soak the seeds in spiritual spring water, and sow them in the fields. In addition to planting fields, Jiang Ziji used the points earned in the first wave to activate the ranch. Because there were not many points left, she bought a few male and female rabbits, pigs, and hens to put on the ranch. The little rabbits will quickly lay eggs, and the eggs will hatch chicks. The chicks will lay eggs when they grow up. As for cows and sheep, they can only be bought when the points are harvested next time. Jiang Ziji was mentally prepared for the cold in the north, so she planned to grow some cotton. Cotton quilts, cotton coats, cotton pants, and cotton boots are essential in winter. There are too many things I want, and I have to work hard to earn points. Because I got up early in the morning to catch the bus, and I kept yawning after I was full and drunk. Jiang Ziji also closed her eyes and slept for more than an hour. When she was half asleep, she heard Zhou Dawei chatting with others. The aunt and the old lady sitting next to them greeted Zhou Dawei and Jiang Ziji enthusiastically, with a bit of curiosity in their eyes. "Young man, is this your wife? She is so pretty. Seeing you carrying so many bags, are you educated youths who went to the countryside? Where are you going to the countryside?" The train was moving slowly and everyone basically spent time chatting. Facing everyone's teasing, Zhou Dawei shook his head, but his face was stuffy and hot, and explained, "This is my sister." She got a letter of introduction and went back to the countryside to visit relatives. Speak 2 points and keep 8 points. Zhou Dawei is not so easy to trust strangers, but now he is very uncomfortable. It feels like the aunts and old ladies want to catch him to see each other. So it turns out that she is a relative. We misunderstood. The aunt smiled and was very approachable. Jiang Ziji had been sitting for too long, so he got up and walked towards the hot water. "I still have so much time to sit. If I don't get up and walk, my waist will probably break. There are many things piled on both sides of this aisle, and I will bump into them if I am not careful." Jiang Ziji looked down and suddenly heard hurried footsteps coming from the front. A middle-aged woman holding a child bumped into me unexpectedly. The woman was about 40 years old, about 1.58 meters tall, of medium build, with white hair on her temples, swollen bags under her eyes, flat lips, and worn clothes. The child in her arms was wrapped tightly in a swaddling cloth. It was just autumn now. Was it that cold? Isn't this a coincidence? Jiang Ziji couldn't help but feel a little suspicious and vigilant, but he still looked harmless on the surface. Originally, Jiang Jiji would not meddle in other people's business on this train, but someone bumped into me. This middle-aged woman is definitely problematic. I avoided eye contact with her many times, and the baby in the swaddling cloth seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep and had no reaction. Jiang Jiji, who studied medicine, could not help but be more suspicious. Moreover, Jiang Jiji was sharp-eyed and found that the fabric of the baby in the cradle was very different from the fabric of the middle-aged woman. This kind of fabric was sold at least in big cities. Everyone was on guard against kidnapping, and she was no exception. If she left it alone, how many families would be broken up because of the loss of their children? In later generations, the internet was so developed that it was very difficult to find a child who was lost or kidnapped. Not to mention that it was the 1970s. If you let the traffickers escape, the kidnapped children would be sold to who knows where, and how much suffering they would suffer. Be careful. Jiang Jiji quickly reached out to support the middle-aged woman and the child in her arms, and asked with concern, "Annie, are you okay?" The middle-aged woman frowned, and hurriedly looked down at the child in her arms. Seeing that the child was still sleeping soundly, her heart was relieved. "Why don't you have eyes? Are you blind? Can't you see I'm holding a child?" The middle-aged woman cursed in a low voice, then hugged the child tightly in her arms and turned sideways to leave this place quickly. At this moment, the green train made a clang-clang sound, and the whole carriage swayed back and forth. Jiang Jiji accidentally fell on the middle-aged woman, and his fingertips accidentally brushed the baby's breath and gently stroked the baby's philtrum with fingertips. Not only that, the cowhide water bag in Jiang Jiji's hand seemed to have consciousness, and all the water in it splashed on the face and body of the middle-aged woman. It was so unexpected. If there was only one human trafficker, Jiang Jiji would kill him in minutes. But with so many people on the train, it is impossible that only the female trafficker was wandering around. She must have accomplices to support her. But how many accomplices of the female trafficker were there? Which carriage were they hiding in? How many children did this train kidnap? These are all unknown, but the known condition is that if Jiang Jiji makes a rash move, other human traffickers will definitely get wind of it and jump out of the train and run away. So Jiang Jiji doesn't mind playing such a scene with the woman traffickers. Am I a sucker?
I'm pretending.
The middle-aged woman was furious and wanted to abandon Jiang Jiji so much that she could leave with the stolen child. But she didn't expect that the baby would suddenly wake up and cry loudly, gasping for breath. This scared the middle-aged woman. What on earth did I do to meet such a rascal? There were so many people on the train that it attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked over enthusiastically, and several ants were already walking in this direction. Good people are thinking that when they go out, they should lend a hand if they can. The middle-aged woman's eyes flickered, and she was extremely anxious. She kept saying, No, my child is shy. He will stop crying after I comfort him for a while." Although many people present were used to children crying on the train, it was rare to see children crying so miserably. Jiang Ziji's harmless face instantly showed a trace of apology, and she said softly, "I'm sorry, Auntie. It's all my fault for not standing firmly. If you don't mind, my brother has some white rabbit milk candies in his bag. Can we melt them in hot water and give them to the child? I think the child is probably hungry. Otherwise, crying all the time is not a solution." And I splashed water on her face.
It's not hot or cold that day.
How painful it would be if she catches a cold. There are clean towels and coats in my luggage bag. Auntie, come with me to wipe my seat. Jiang Ziji blinked her eyes, her face full of kindness. There was no other way. For the sake of her character, she spoke in a well-behaved and considerate way. People around her thought that this girl was kind. The middle-aged woman held the baby's head with one hand and patted his back with the other hand, swaying her body from side to side. "No, I'll just go back to my own seat. Today's incident was originally your fault. If the child hadn't cried so hard, I would have made you pay for it." The emphasis was on the word compensation, which was spoken heavily and angrily. Jiang Jiji nodded seriously and said in a very polite manner, "Indeed. Okay, how about I go to my brother to get the money to compensate you?" The middle-aged woman remembered something and asked suspiciously, "You and your brother, Are there only two people? Jiang Ziji said puzzledly. Indeed, there are only two people. My brother and I went back to the countryside to visit relatives. What happened to you, auntie? The middle-aged woman relaxed her guard and shamefully fell in love. She followed Jiang Ziji with her crying baby, cursing as she walked. What a fool with lots of money. So stupid. Since the money is delivered to your doorstep, it would be a waste not to take it. The two quickly returned to the 9th carriage. Brother, I'm back. Zhou Dawei widened his eyes, suddenly a little overwhelmed. The first time he saw Jiang Ziji, he knew something was wrong. Because before getting on the train, Jiang Ziji had agreed with him that the signal for danger was to blink 3 times quickly. One dares to, the other dares to follow. And the one who dared to follow took the bait? Zhou Dawei was shocked. His voice rose several degrees. Sister, are you in trouble again? Tell me, what happened this time? The kind-hearted aunts gathered around and said with concern, Do and be fierce. I see your sister is scared. Why are you so angry? Let's talk it over. Are you okay? I don't think the girl did it on purpose. Zhou Dawei looked as if he had a very clear understanding of his sister and sighed. I can't do anything. I can only help her clean up the mess. A group of aunts in the carriage. They couldn't get over this. How capable can the little girl be? The middle-aged woman saw that the people around her were chatting with the brother and sister, and guessed that the brother and sister were not from the police, so she felt relieved. Jiang Ziji had tears in his eyes and asked anxiously, Brother, where did you put my white rabbit milk candy and clean clothes? Why can't I find them? And I accidentally soiled my aunt's clothes just now. I did something wrong. Don't I have to compensate them? Zhou Dawei had no choice but to follow Jiang Ziji's words. There are people taking up space to rest under the windows, corridors, luggage racks, and under the seats here. I saw that there was no place to put it. So, I put it in the place where large goods are placed in the carriage. It's because you steal white rabbit milk candy every day and damage your teeth. Otherwise, would I hide it? At this point, the middle-aged woman was unwilling to stay here any longer. She was even more unwilling to go anywhere else. She only wanted money now. If she wasn't afraid of losing face, she would have just grabbed it. What white rabbit milk candy? Does it need to be so good to be fed to the kidnapped child? Anyway, it's okay as long as it can be sold. But the child in the cradle was not as she wished, and kept crying. Was he really hungry? Aren't these medicines too weak? It was obvious that the children before would sleep for 3 or 4 days after drinking them. Jiang Ziji chatted with the middle-aged woman for a while, and finally led them to the place where the large objects were placed. Zhou Dawei walked in front. The middle-aged woman held the child and walked with Jiang Ziji one after the other. The distance between the two was very close. The further they walked, the fewer people there were. The middle-aged woman's heart was pounding, and her first reaction was not happiness, but a little panic. I'm not going. My husband must be worried to death if he doesn't see me come back. Jiang Ziji subconsciously listened to the surrounding environment.
Now, this is the time.
Without any time to think, she kicked the middle-aged woman in the knee, destroying her center of gravity and falling forward. At this moment, she hugged the baby in the middle-aged woman's arms with both hands and quickly snatched it away. Catch her. Don't let her run away. Zhou Dawei responded. Got it. Leave it to me. Almost at the same time, Zhou Dawei, who was standing in front of the middle-aged woman, turned around quickly, following the force of Jiang Ziji's kick, grabbed the middle-aged woman's wrists with both hands, and pressed down hard. The middle-aged woman resisted desperately, and Zhou Dawei quickly gave her an elbow. The middle-aged woman collapsed on the ground in pain, and her lips were bitten and bleeding. The tall police officer nearby found something wrong, ran over in a hurry, and asked seriously, What are you doing? Zhou Dawei replied coldly, This woman is a human trafficker. The tall police officer was shocked. I'll call someone over right away. While she was drinking a glass of water, 4 more police officers came. They tied the middle-aged woman's feet with ropes to ensure that she could not escape, and then they cursed loudly. Why don't you be a good person and become a human trafficker? Just to make a few dozen dollars, you are so immoral. Kidnapping is equivalent to murder. People who steal other people's children must not die well. This woman has no conscience and can only do unscrupulous things? I really don't know who has encouraged the momentum of these human traffickers. Buying and selling are of the same crime. At the same time, the baby in the cradle stopped crying instantly when it came into Jiang Ziji's arms. His two little hands were clenched into fists, and he whimpered in Jiang Ziji's arms. Zhou Dawei exclaimed in amazement. It's amazing that this child can tell who is a good person and who is a bad person. The tall police officer was really scared. Fortunately, two comrades took action. Otherwise, the human traffickers would have succeeded. As soon as the voice fell, the other flight attendants rushed over, understood the current situation clearly, and immediately rushed to call the police. Jiang Ziji checked the baby's eyes, nose, mouth, tongue, hands, and feet, and gently patted the baby's back with his left hand. Don't make a big noise when you go out, and pay attention, this woman has accomplices. Zhou Dawei glanced at the middle-aged woman on the ground and asked, Tell the truth, where are your accomplices? At the same time, in the military region of H province, Lu Xingchen finished the training, and just as he led the team out of the training ground, he heard the vigorous voice of Teacher Zhao. Pass my order. The 1st and 2nd regiments assemble. Jiang Wang changed his clothes and met up with Lu Xingchen at the assembly point. The other soldiers all lined up and stood in line, waiting for the order from above. Seeing that this assembly was because the grandson of Teacher Zhao was lost, Lu Xingchen and Jiang Wang were very surprised. Who on earth could take Teacher Zhao's grandson out of the family compound? He is also capable. Since so many people have been dispatched, we must finally down on the human trafficking group, give an explanation to the victims, and give an explanation to the people. Lu Xingchen's 1st Battalion and Jiang Wang's 2nd Battalion were responsible for searching the railway station in H province. The others were divided into small teams and went out to various locations to search. Teacher Zhao sighed heavily, unable to control himself from thinking of the worst result. The middle-aged woman pursed her lips at the people present and refused to say anything. Time waits for no one. If the police come, the human traffickers in the car may have received the news and fled with the abducted children one by one. Jiang Ziji couldn't help but sigh. The middle-aged woman is an old hand and is used to controlling the hearts of the police. Now that you've been caught, who would tolerate you? No one can match the courage of a wicked person, but I have a way to deal with people like you. Jiang Ziji handed the baby to Zhou Dawei. The baby was immediately unhappy, sniffed, and prepared to cry. Jiang Ziji obviously ignored him. If you dare to cry, I won't hold you next. The baby was stunned and forgot to cry next. Sure enough, magic can defeat magic. Zhou Dawei successfully held the baby. He was so uncomfortable. The kid either kicked him a few times with his feet or punched him several times with his fists. He was very tough. Time was running out. The tall conductor discussed with the conductor and other conductors on the train and decided to trust Jiang Ziji. The others went out to avoid it. Only Jiang Ziji and the middle-aged woman were left in the restroom. Jiang Ziji took out the silver needles and pierced the acupuncture points on the middle-aged woman's body. I want to see, is your mouth hard or my silver needle hurts? At first, the middle-aged woman only felt itchy and numb all over her body, as if hundreds of ants were crawling on her body. As time passed, bursts of sharp pain broke out of her body, as if she was electrocuted several times. The middle-aged woman felt that she had never experienced such pain in her life.
I said
it's okay. Jiang Ziji breathed a sigh of relief. He made the right bet. The sallow face of the middle-aged man in carriage number 3 is full of wrinkles and pits. It is estimated that he had chickenpox before. An old lady is wearing red clothes and has freckles on her face. They are together. There are 2 boys in total. The short, lame man with a hairy face in carriage number 5 is very easy to recognize. There is a little boy with him. In carriage number 8, there is an old man wearing a washed-out Zhongshan suit, a mustache on his face, and holding a little girl in his arms. That one is also a human trafficker. Zhou Dawei never expected that Jiang Ziji would be so capable? If these children can be successfully rescued, Gigi will have made an indispensable contribution. He just felt happy, and he was extremely proud of Jiang Gigi. Soon, the police arrived, and based on the confession of the middle-aged woman, they quickly jumped out to start the arrest. The police comrades who stayed behind handcuffed the middle-aged woman, and their eyes lit up instantly. "Hello, comrades. You really helped a lot this time. I sincerely want to thank you on behalf of the children's parents. We have been promoting the slogan of everyone preventing abduction and letting love return home, hoping that everyone can be more vigilant and prevent human traffickers. But now these human traffickers are taking advantage of the kindness of adults and even children to defraud and abduct. Every one of us hopes that every child can grow up healthy and happy, and I wish there is no abduction in the world. Yes, I wish there is no abduction in the world." Jiang Ziji had a little baby in her arms. As long as the public security comrade stretched out his hand, the baby would make a fuss. The public security comrade had no choice. "If you don't need me to hold the baby, then don't let me hold it." Zhou Dawei showed his ID and Jiang Ziji showed his letter of introduction. The public security comrade was even more grateful to the two. "They are all our heroes. Righteous.
Brave.
Good people will have a peaceful life." Jiang Ziji suggested, "Comrade public security, the child can't be left alone right now. Shall I take him back to carriage number 9 and give him some water?" The comrade public security nodded. "We don't know whose baby is lost. Please rest assured, and leave the rest to us." The two of them walked back to carriage no. 9. There was a lot of noise all around them. The kind-hearted aunt finally saw the two of them return to their seats and couldn't wait to tell them everything that had just happened. "Fortunately, our police arrived in time and caught the people." Yes, fortunately, there are many kind-hearted people who helped. Everyone worked together and saved one family after another. How can those parents who lost their children survive? My child was playing at the doorstep before. He ran away without paying attention. My hands and feet were numb at that time, my mind stopped thinking, and my body was weak and about to fall down. I was so anxious and crazy that I couldn't hear any sound. I just shouted my child's name. Fortunately, the child just ran to the village entrance to play. Otherwise, I really don't know if I can survive. May there be no kidnapping in the world." 3 hours later, a group of people came to the number 9 carriage. The soldier in military uniform walked in front. The local public security chief followed closely behind. "Hello, comrade. I am Lei Daoyan, the commander of the 1st Regiment of the 3rd Garrison Division of the L Province Military Region. After receiving a call from the local public security, we rushed here as quickly as possible. First, to assist the public security comrades in their work, and second, to take the child in your arms back to his relatives. The child's name is Zhao Zimu. Zimu's family is very grateful for your bravery and life-saving grace. It's just that Zimu's grandfather works in H province, Zimu's mother is ill, and Zimu's father is taking care of her, so they can't rush over to thank you in person at the first time. They sincerely hope that you can leave your name and contact information." Jiang Ziji handed the sleeping baby to Lei Daoyan and declined. "No." The baby drank the spiritual spring water and slept soundly. She did a good thing and felt very good about herself. If she wanted to make a contribution, it would definitely not be because she saved the grandson of a big shot. The other party dispatched so many people, and Jiang Ziji didn't need to guess, knowing that the other party was in a high position and had power. She has the ability, and she will fight for what she wants. There is no need to compromise yourself to please someone. Lei Daoyan glanced at Jiang Ziji unexpectedly. Before he met the young comrade, he already knew her identity. With such a great favor, the young comrade did not ask for anything. At least in the matter of the young comrade's parents, Teacher Zhao would never stand idly by. An hour later, Lei Daoyan called back the H Province Military Region at the Public Security Bureau. She is brave and resourceful and has a good character. Teacher Zhao praised. She is a good comrade.
H Province.
All teams received the news and quickly returned to the team, and the mission was completed. Jiang Wang and Lu Xingchen each led their teams back. In fact, Only a few senior officials knew about the news about Jiang Jiji today. Instructor Liang Zhirong happened to be in the office at that time and heard it. Liang Zhirong couldn't describe his mood. He was stunned at the time. Lei Daoyan also gave him a look. Really, no one made him worry-free. Liang Zhirong waited for Lu Xingchen and Jiang Wang to come back, and the three of them had dinner at the speed of light. Liang Zhirong was not a person who would hesitate, so he asked, "Old Jiang, old Lu, do you know who saved Mr. Zhao's grandson?" Jiang Wang stood there, stretched his shoulders and neck, and said unhappily, "Old Liang, I just came back. I don't have clairvoyance and hearing, so how would I know who saved him?" Instructor Liang Zhirong almost laughed out loud and tried frantically, "Where's old Lu?" In order to attract their attention, old Liang really tried hard. Lu Xingchen frowned slightly and said naturally, "It can't be a female comrade, right?" Instructor Liang Zhirong laughed. "If you tell me, I'm afraid you can't bear it." The two just didn't believe it. They are famous for their big hearts. Is there anyone they can't bear? I guess it's either someone from the military camp or a martial artist from outside. Jiang Wang's eyes fell on Liang Zhirong. Perhaps because of his desire to win, he suggested, "Old Liang, you are such a bad mouth. How about running 10 laps outside if you lose?"
Run.
Whoever doesn't run is a grandson. Instructor Liang Zhirong was fearless. He immediately nodded and agreed, turned around and dragged Lu Xingchen into the water again. He, it's better to share happiness with others than to enjoy it alone. Sooner or later, there will be a minute when you will know how wrong you are in this matter. Lu Xingchen had a vague answer in his heart. Just when Liang Zhirong announced the answer, the pen in Lu Xingchen's hand fell to the ground with a click. Jiang Wang was dumbfounded and almost choked to death by his saliva. Is this something I dare to think about? Are you sure that the name of this brave comrade is Jiang Jiji? Out of disbelief, Jiang Wang chose to struggle to ask again. Liang Zhirong didn't care about Lao Zhang's face. Don't believe it? Ask the leader tomorrow. He looked like your sister is so powerful, you don't even know it. That night, the soldiers came out to relieve themselves. When walking on the road, they suddenly saw the two most difficult troublemakers in the camp running in circles. Then the soldiers who were watching the fun and not minding the trouble began to stir up trouble. I'm afraid this night will be difficult to get through. Lu Xingchen, you're flirting? Wait until I deal with you tomorrow. Jiang Wang, I'm confused. Please don't disturb me.
Bang, bang, bang.
The green train arrived safely, and the radio on the train repeated the arrival reminder over and over again. The passengers on the train rushed to the door with large and small bags of luggage in a hurry. The attendants shouted to maintain order, but people had been on the train for so long, who wouldn't want to escape from this smelly and crowded carriage as soon as possible. After many people squeezed out, they supported their knees with their hands and gasped for breath and yelled with anger in their dantian, I'm finally out. Help! I'm smelling of the smoke. The guys were noisy and sprinted out one after another. The scene was extremely chaotic for a while. But the most eye-catching were the middle-aged man and 3 young men with amazing bodies standing in front of the train station. I don't know who they are here to pick up. Why is there such a big scene? Are you sure you saw your sister? There were too many people. I only saw a large number of black heads. Xiang Sheng specifically explained on the phone that day that Gigi was wearing a sky blue long-sleeve top, black pants, and cloth shoes today. By the way, she also had a small shoulder bag with the words "Serve the People" embroidered on it. It should be easy to recognize her. Look more carefully, little rascal. Of course I looked very carefully, but I still didn't see anyone. Dad, don't you believe me? I'm so pitiful. I'm more anxious than you. Okay, third brother. You unreliable thing. Wait for me. Zhang Yuanshan pushed his younger brother away with a smile and stood on a high place next to him. As he was tall, he instantly became the focus of the whole place. He had to praise that this method was really useful. At least he was the first person in the family to discover Jiang Jiji. Jiang Jiji. Jiji. This way. Come to Big Brother. As for why Zhang Yuanshan was so confident that the man was Jiang Jiji, because Jiang Ziji's face combined all the advantages of Jiang Xiangxing and Lin Ting, which were the advantages of their Jiang family. How could he not recognize him? On the other side, Jiang Ziji finally ended her 2-day and 2-night train journey and was finally able to escape from the poison gas in the carriage. Facts have proved that it is not easy to go on a long journey. If the country develops faster and becomes stronger, it will be more convenient for everyone to travel. Jiang Ziji took a breath, but before she finished sighing, she suddenly heard someone calling her. When she looked back, she exclaimed, "Wow!" The tall and mighty young man in front of her. Is he sure he's not the moving mountain? Zhou Dawei beside him was carrying the luggage of the two in both hands, and he was carrying a large and bulging backpack on his back. When he heard someone calling Gigi's name, he quickly locked onto Jiang Yuanshan's figure in the crowd. "Here he comes," Zhou Dawei explained. "Before I went out, Uncle Jiang told me how to identify the Jiang family, and if you look closely, the Jiang family and your family actually look quite similar." Jiang Ziji took a serious look for several times, and it was true. They all have excellent genes. Jiang Ziji was a little surprised. She originally thought that the uncle's family would only call one brother to the train station to pick someone up. Who would have thought that except for the aunt, everyone else would come? Jiang Yuanshan has been using his fists to let others know who is the eldest brother since he was a child. There is always a group of younger brothers who call him brother obediently behind him, walking sideways in the surrounding area. Jiang Ziji nodded. He is a good material for joining the army. Jiang Yuanfeng looks very gentle on the surface, but no one knows what he'll do in the next second. Jiang Ziji's eyes lit up. So that's how it is. No wonder he became a crazy cannon fodder in the original book. The third brother Jiang Yuanyang, 19 years old, 182 centimeters tall, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, sunny and natural, a look that can kill men, women, old and young. Jiang Yuanyang is like a little sun, with a simple mind and easily led astray. Jiang Ziji stared at Jiang Yuanyang, and the other party immediately gave her a big bright smile in return. Sure enough, these three people were nicknamed Dajiang Village Mountain Crazy Sheep, but they are the villains in the book, and their lives are determined by the author's few words, and their endings are not happy. Jiang Ziji sighed in his heart. Yes, when Jiang Ziji really met the people from his uncle's family and sorted out the memories in his mind, Jiang Ziji knew that he had traveled to the era of a novel with his eldest brother Jiang Wang as the male protagonist. The name is The Rise of the Unparalleled Soldier King in the 1970s. The story told by this book is that the relatives around the male protagonist died one by one, so the family-loving male protagonist experienced separation and death again and again, and he was the only one left in the Jiang family to survive alone in the world. However, the male protagonist who experienced so much pain and sadness did not give up. He grew up in hardships, his state of mind became stronger, and he adhered to his original intention. In the end, he became the unparalleled soldier king to defend the country. At the same time, he gained love and friendship on the road to growth and brought happiness to the people around him. Jiang Ziji is the poor sister of the male protagonist Jiang Wang, who died young. She died before she even appeared in the first chapter. The original author is 666, very good. He is very good at arranging a miserable life for the original owner. However, the original owner's ability to withstand pressure is not good. This is a fact, and we have to admit it. As for the ending of the brothers, Jiang Ziji plans to sort out the plot of the original book after he is done. I hope they can live well. Jiang Ziji, who came back to his senses, found himself surrounded by his brothers, and his ears were full of excited and caring words. At this time, Jiang Ziji thanked the sky, the earth, and the author of the original book, at least letting her stay away from the extreme family. Jiang Xiangliang tried to make himself look a little kinder and said, "Ziji, you can call me uncle or grandpa." "Hello, uncle." In the north, uncles are usually called grandpas and aunts are called aunts, but Jiang Ziji is still used to the way of calling in the south. "Are you tired of taking the train? Have you been wronged?" Jiang Xiangliang smiled and said, "Your aunt is preparing meals at home. She has been thinking about you and waiting for you to go back." Jiang Ziji smiled obediently and replied, "Hello, uncle, I'm not wronged. Really, believe me, the ones who are wronged are the bad guys." Jiang Xiangliang smiled generously. His niece only reports good news and not bad news. It makes sense that his younger brother and sister-in-law are worried. Fortunately, they arranged all the links in advance. If something went wrong, it would really be the end of the Jiang family. Jiang Xiangliang shook off the bad thoughts in his mind and said repeatedly, Okay, let's talk about it when we get home. David, you also come to our house to eat and rest. Thanks for taking care of Gigi along the way, otherwise we can't rest assured. Zhou Dawei felt embarrassed. In fact, he had a little secret in his heart, which made him feel uncomfortable. He wanted to tell the Jiang family loudly that the little girl in front of you is very powerful. I am not the one taking care of her, but she is taking care of me. Take the human trafficker incident as an example. His contribution has been recorded by the higher-ups. Zhou Dawei didn't dare to think too far. At least he would be praised by his own leaders, right? Little did he know that he was not the only one whose jaw almost dropped. Jiang Wang and Lu Xingchen, who were far away in H province, were also going crazy, being watched running in circles in the middle of the night. The brothers counted the days every day, looking forward to the arrival of their sister. They were so happy. Now that they finally saw someone, they would not let their sister take the luggage no matter what. Jiang Yuanshan, take the heaviest luggage on your own initiative. Jiang Yuanfeng glanced around and unconsciously slowed down his pace by 2 steps behind Jiang Zhiji and stood behind her. Jiang Yuanyang walked happily side by side with Jiang Zhiji, chattering about the surrounding environment. Jiang Zhiji was curious, blinking her eyes and listening with her ears perked up. This was the first time they had seen Jiang Zhiji after growing up. For some reason, they always felt that their sister was different from other sisters. Their own sister is always so different. Zhou Dawei was a little worried about whether Jiang Zhiji could integrate into the new family. But now he saw the surprised looks of Gigi's uncle and 3 cousins, and he was simply amazed. Jiang Zhiji thanked her sweetly and walked gracefully with her small shoulder bag on her back. Goddess or tomboy. It doesn't matter. It's good to be spoiled by someone. It took 3 hours for everyone to take a bus from the train station back to the city. Then it took another 2.5 hours to get back to the county town from the city. After finally returning to the county town, Jiang Zhiji just breathed a sigh of relief, but when he knew that it would take more than an hour to get back to Dajiang village, he almost choked. When he arrived at Dajiang village, Jiang Zhiji once again experienced the excitement of the so-called aunts and uncles eating melons. Is this Jiang Xiangxing's daughter? She is so beautiful. She is definitely the best in our 10 miles and 8 miles. No matter how beautiful she is, it has nothing to do with you. Look at the clothes and shoes worn by Xiangxing's daughter and the small shoulder bag she carries. Which of them looks like us rural people? You can tell at a glance that she is from the city. Could it be that, as the rumors say, Jiang Xiangxing has made a fortune in the big city? What's going on? Suddenly so many unmarried young men came, and you, who were born in the year of the dog, came here just because you smelled the smell? Jiang Zhiji was really surprised, no way? There were so many people watching the fun, it was out of control. Jiang Yuanyang thought to himself, Zhiji, let's run. Although she didn't understand why she came to Dajiang village and encountered such a large crowd watching her, Jiang Zhiji insisted on listening to advice. Jiang Yuanshan and Jiang Yuanfeng behind them looked at each other instantly.
Run.
Run as fast as you can. Staying where you are, the noise of so many chirping voices makes your head hurt. The onlookers suddenly feel a gust of wind hitting their faces, and they feel like something has swooshed away. Where are the people? Disappeared out of thin air? Xiang Liang, what happened? Why are you the only one left? Jiang Xiangliang was left alone, cursing inwardly, stinky boy. The old Jiang family's house is built at the end of Dajiang village. According to the 3rd brother, it's good to live at the end of the village. At least during festivals, you can eat delicious food, and no matter how far the fragrance floats, it's not easy for anyone to smell it. Jiang Zhiji nodded in agreement and walked into the old Jiang family under the guidance of his brothers. Jiang Zhiji seemed to have opened the door to a new world and admired the homes of his uncle, aunt, and 3 brothers. The house of his uncle faces north and south, and the front consists of 5 rooms, 3 on the east side, and 2 on the west side. The walls of these houses are all painted white. Because the houses are high, wooden boards can be laid on the beams. This is called a suspended ceiling. The advantage of building houses in this way is that they are warm in winter and cool in summer. In the middle is a large courtyard with a cement floor. Even on rainy days, there is no need to worry about mud. Usually, this open space is convenient for drying peanuts, corn, and quilts. The open space next to it is surrounded by blue bricks and used as a private plot to grow vegetables, tomatoes, beans. There are many flowers planted in the yard, and there is also a peach tree. A well was dug a little in front of the private plot. This well is very large. As for how deep it is, Zhang Zhiji did not ask. It is said that having a well at home is super convenient. You don't have to carry a wooden bucket to the public well in the village before dawn to line up to fetch water. If you use a little more water, you will be gossiped. One of the rooms in the front is used as a main room. It is clean and bright inside, and things are basically neatly arranged. In the north, it can be said that there is almost no kitchen. Usually, cooking is done in the living room in the middle. When eating, either a table is set up in the main hall or directly on the kong. In the south, almost every household has a small kitchen. The fumes from cooking are too heavy. If you don't make it, there will be oil everywhere. Jiang Xiangliang built a mud house in the back room specifically for cooking. Jiang Zhiji walked in and saw a very traditional wood stove. There was a chimney on the wall extending to the roof and draining out. A large iron pot was placed in the middle of the wood stove. On the left, there were 2 small pots, one in front and one in the back, generally called the front and back pots. The front pot is generally used to boil water, and the back pot is used to boil soup or porridge. There are 2 drains in the kitchen, which makes it convenient to drain the wastewater from the drain when cooking, so there is no need to run around to dump the dirty water. In addition to surviving in the wild, Zhang Ziji's daily rice is steamed in an electric rice cooker with a wood rice function, which has a soft taste. But now she has the opportunity to try the rice cooked in a real wood stove, and she is quite looking forward to it. Next to the wood stove were some chopped dry firewood, baskets, shovels, hose, dustpans, pine leaves, and dry branches. Ding Xianglan, who was busy in the kitchen, heard the noise at the door and immediately threw away the rag in her hand and rushed out. When Ding Xianglan saw the soft and sticky Zhang Zhiji for the first time, she fell in love with this child. There was no way. Who made us have no daughters? From Jiang Xiangxing and Jiang Xiangliang's generation, there was only one daughter, Zhang Zhiji, 3 generations ago. So Jiang Xiangliang and Ding Xianglan were happy about Jiang Ziji's arrival from the bottom of their hearts.
Come.
Let your aunt take a good look and see if you have lost weight. Ding Xianglan touched Jiang Ziji's little head and laughed heartily. Today, your aunt has made a lot of delicious food. You have to eat more. Look at your little arms and legs. You should take good care of them. I will guarantee that you will raise a plump and fair daughter. Originally, their family ate at home and rarely cooked a few dishes, especially when they were busy at work. They would just cook a big pot of food for the whole family. But it's different now. The little niece came from the south, so it's better to cook a few dishes according to her usual taste. Jiang Ziji was surprised that her aunt had actually started to think about raising a daughter. What she lacked was muscle, not soft fat. The second brother Jiang Yuanfeng's eyes lit up. He didn't even need his mother to call him. He came by smelling the food. He consciously washed his hands and waited for dinner. Mom, let's eat quickly. My sister must be starving. The eldest brother Jiang Yuanshan shook his head with amusement and put Jiang Ziji's luggage on the other side to avoid being touched by his younger brothers. Jiang Ziji stood by the table with a smile on her face, watching her eldest brother put her luggage gently, as if protecting something precious. The third brother Jiang Yuanyang was very tactful and brought all the dishes to the main room. He took the initiative to take out the dishes and chopsticks from the cupboard to wash them. After washing them, he served a bowl of steamed rice to Jiang Zhiji.
Eat.
Jiang Zhiji's eyes widened. Really? She didn't believe it. Is this the legendary northern portion? Third brother, are you serious? Who knew that when Jiang Yuanyang heard this, he suddenly felt that his sense of responsibility as a brother was overflowing. Jiang Yuanyang looked firm and nodded seriously. I have taken a train before. To be honest, it is not something that ordinary people can endure. You must have not eaten enough and slept well on the way, and you must be very tired. Why don't you eat more to make up for it? Zhou Dawei, who had already sat down, couldn't help laughing. Fortunately, he once again understood what it meant to be a sister-loving maniac. Jiang Xiangliang greeted Zhou Dawei warmly. Dawei, this matter has already troubled you a lot, and you don't have much vacation time. We have wasted a lot of your time. Now you can treat this place as your own home. Don't be polite to us. Ding Xianglan nodded in agreement, and also scooped a bowl of rice in front of Zhou Dawei, and even took the initiative to suggest sleeping in the West Room tonight. Gigi's room and David's resting room, I have prepared them long ago. The pillows, quilts, and mats are all clean. Jiang Gigi saw that there were potato ribs stewed with beans, pork stewed with sweet potato vermicelli, peanuts, hot and sour potato shreds, a large plate of stir-fried vegetables, and rice on the table. How can such a meal be easily eaten except during festivals?
No.
Some families can't even eat such good meals during the Chinese New Year. She didn't need to think to know that the old Jiang family was showing the best sincerity to welcome her arrival. Jiang Zhiji was suddenly a little at a loss. What a treasure family this is. The uncle's family is so enthusiastic. How can she have the nerve to eat and drink here every day? Everyone sat down and enthusiastically picked up food for Jiang Zhiji. Even the aunt saw that she was embarrassed to let go and eat, so she simply picked up another spoon and fed it to her mouth. Jiang Zhiji was stunned for a moment, opened her mouth, and bit off the fragrant ribs with the help of her aunt's hand. Her face was so hot that she could fry an egg. Jiang Zhiji's right cheek was bulging. She swallowed the ribs and said with a smile, "Such a large portion, I can't finish it by myself. It's more delicious if we eat together." She picked up the public chopsticks specially prepared for her on the table, picked up several pieces of stewed soft and glutinous pork from the pointed bowl, and put them in the bowl of her aunt. "Thank you for your hard work, Aunt, you eat." Ding Xianglan's heart was soothed, as if it was warmed by the sun. Okay, our Gigi is caring. Then she smiled proudly at Jiang Xiangliang, and her eyes seemed to say, "See, I said that girls are really caring." Jiang Xiangliang laughed. "Gigi is right. Eat them all. Eat to your heart's content today." The atmosphere in the whole hall was super warm. Ding Xianglan smiled and watched her 4 children eating. They were particularly appetizing and ate so deliciously. Watching Ding Xianglan was so rare. They're so cute. There is an inexplicable sense of pride in fattening up one's own piglets. Jiang Yuanyang, who was treated as a pig, made a note in his little account book about his sister. She likes meat but not vegetables. After dinner, as for the question of who will wash the dishes, the 3 brothers directly chose rock, paper, scissors. The eldest brother Jiang Yuanshan was very calm. Rock. The second brother Jiang Yuanfeng smiled slightly. Rock. The third brother Jiang Yuanyang stared at his own scissors hand in amazement. Me again? Jiang Ziji laughed happily on the side. Ha ha, the third brother, this fool, hasn't discovered that the eldest and second brothers have colluded this time. Jiang Yuanfeng was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth and secretly winked at Jiang Ziji. Show little secret the younger brother is there to be tricked. Jiang Ziji chuckled and made an okay gesture. Because the country people don't have any new and interesting activities except doing farm work and chatting. So everyone goes to bed early at night. The toilet of the old Jiang family was built behind the main hall, and Ding Xianglan took Jiang Zhiji to the toilet to take a bath. No matter what Jiang Zhiji said, Ding Xianglan thought from the bottom of her heart that her little niece was just shy. It was the first time for Gigi to take a bath in such a place in the countryside, and she was worried that she would not be used to it. Ding Xianglan simply stood not far away, guarding Jiang Gigi outside, giving her a full sense of security. After Jiang Gigi finished washing, the 2 returned to the room together. Ding Xianglan said distressfully, "This is the environment at home. If Gigi is not used to it, tell your aunt, I will come and sleep with you." Jiang Ziji shook his head frantically, like a rattle. "No need. I'm not afraid of the dark." Lilac knew that her niece was shy and exhausted from the long journey, so she turned back to her room. Jiang Ziji closed the door and breathed a sigh of relief. She had been used to sleeping alone since she was a child. There was a kind of love that made her think you were afraid. She was afraid that she couldn't adapt to the local customs, worried that she was shy and couldn't integrate into the Jiang family, and even more worried that she couldn't get used to the life in the countryside. But it didn't matter. Jiang Ziji was in a good mood. Her almond eyes were black and shiny, and she rolled around on the bed. The bed was not a bed, but her paradise. Isn't it good to have a bed to sleep on? When she was on a mission, she used the sky as a quilt and the ground as a bed. The sounds of various small animals in the forest were lullabies, and the wind blowing at night was a lullaby. In comparison, it's good now. I don't know how my parents are now. If only my parents could be put closer to her. Jiang Ziji was really tired after a day. As soon as her little head touched the pillow, she fell asleep a few seconds later. East Room. Jiang Xiangliang couldn't help laughing when he saw his wife tossing and turning for the 15th time. Xianglan, are you making pancakes? Ding Xianglan turned over and faced Jiang Xiangliang. She hit him unhappily and said worriedly, "Go to Hades." I'm just worried that Gigi can't sleep. Look, she is a little girl who came all the way from the south to our north. Not only is the living environment different, but the habits and customs of the north and south are also different. She even has to spend time getting along with the people around her. A good girl suddenly goes to the countryside, and she will feel more or less disappointed. During the day, we can still do our best to accompany her and enlighten her. At night, the child may not be able to hide her longing for her parents, and she will cry secretly in the quilt. Jiang Xiangliang patted his wife's back comfortingly. It's hard to say about my brother and his wife. Today I heard from the village chief that several nearby villages will have a group of people coming down in the next few days. I will go and check to see if Xiangxing and Linting are among them.
God bless.
Ding Xianglan was so excited. Xiangliang, you should keep an eye on the situation. We treat Gigi as our own daughter, so we naturally don't want her to be wronged or sad. God bless my second brother and his wife to be safe all the way. It would be best if they can be assigned to our village or near our village smoothly. On the other side, Jiang Weimin, the old villager of Dajiang village, finally finished his day's work. After returning home, his wife Li Hong had already cooked the meal. When Li Hong thought of what happened today, she couldn't help laughing. It seems that our Dajiang village will be lively for a while. Jiang Weimin couldn't help laughing. That's the case. To be honest, I envy the old Jiang family. Suddenly there is a daughter. Don't mention how rare it is. Although this girl doesn't seem to be able to do much work. The eldest son Jiang Fengdeng buried his head in his meal, while the eldest daughter-in-law Wang Yezi curled her lips. She said these were all nonsense. How could someone not care about their son but care about a daughter instead? And she's just a niece. She wasn't born from their own belly. What's the point of pampering her? She's still someone else's? Wang Yezi successfully squeezed into the front row today. When she saw Jiang Ziji's appearance, her first thought was that she was good-looking but useless. She didn't know whether the Jiang family wanted her to work in the fields. How could such a delicate and weak person stand it? Jiang Fengshou, who was sitting opposite the dinner table, rolled his eyes. What's there to envy? I just want you to have another daughter. Jiang Fengshou was so angry that his teeth were itching. Today he had wanted to wait for the third brother of the Jiang family at the intersection, who the Hades knew that he couldn't even see a shadow. They ran so fast. Jiang Fengshou and Jiang Yuanyang disliked each other since they were young, and their relationship was completely incompatible. Even the two felt disgusted when they met. Jiang Fengshou liked to compare everything with Jiang Yuanyang. That shameless Jiang third brother was a little taller than him, and he immediately became unhappy and unwilling to accept it.
Why?
Was Jiang Yuanyang forced to grow too fast? We are also from Dajiang village, where people are nourished by mountains and rivers, so why are you so tall? So Jiang Fengshou learned from the three brothers of the Jiang family to get up early and run in the morning. His legs were shaking on the first day, and he kept complaining of soreness after returning home. Who would have thought that the next day, his father came back with a dark face, holding a fire stick without saying a word, and shouted, "Rebellious son."
Rebellious.
Is this something a human would do? Jiang Fengshou was so confused that he didn't even have time to put on his shoes. He ran for his life. Dad, can you please be reasonable? Who would come to greet you so kindly so early in the morning? You want to scare your son to death, don't you? Jiang Weimin raised the fire stick high, chased Jiang Fengshou, and cursed, "Smelly boy. Don't run if you can. I'll break your dog legs. You're still talking stubbornly at this time? I'm going to beat you to death, you unfilial son." The news has spread outside that no one knows whose bed you crawled out of so early in the morning, with a pair of dark circles under your eyes, and a sour and satisfied look on your face. It can be as ugly as it can be. You have lost the face of our family. Jiang Fengshou's eyes were about to pop out. While dodging his father's stick, he roared, "I didn't do it. Which rascal is making up stories about me?" I'll grab my weapons and rush to his house. When Li Hong heard the noise and ran out to see, the father and son were running around like a cat and mouse, and their roars were getting louder and louder. Li Hong didn't know which one to please first. After this incident, Jiang Fengshou no longer wanted to learn from Jiang Yuanyang and the others to get up early and run. Jiang Fengshou even selfishly suspected that the three brothers of the Jiang family were behind it. They just didn't like him. A few days later, after Jiang Fengshou caught who was framing him, he grabbed his weapons and rushed to Lizzie's house and beat the man to the ground. What kind of trash dares to jump over my head? Although he couldn't beat the three brothers of the Jiang family, he was not someone who could be bullied by any nobody. The past was too painful to recall. Jiang Fengshou covered his forehead with his hands, his lips almost turned up. He took a mouthful of rice fiercely. What was wrong with his parents? Why didn't they just stop? Are they still talking about the people of the Jiang family? Anyway, Jiang Fengshou didn't think there was anyone prettier than Wen Xiang, the educated youth. Wen Xiang was not only good-looking, but also had a good personality. She spoke softly, which made people feel distressed. Anyway, the girls of the Jiang family could not compare to Wen Xiang. When Jiang Fengshou thought of Wen Xiang, his mouth had its own ideas and couldn't help but rise. Forget it. He would go to block Jiang Yuanyang again tomorrow and would definitely avenge the old and new grudges. By the way, he also had to find his group of little followers. Then he would bring more people. The next morning, Jiang Zhizhi woke up and stayed in bed for a while before getting up to wash. I heard from my third brother that almost every household here has a Kong. It seems that people can really freeze to death in the north. Today, my brothers went to the fields to grab the autumn harvest. After earning enough work points, they planned to go up the mountain to collect firewood. Jiang Zhizhi was so excited that she quickly said that she wanted to go too. No matter what era, there are the most treasures in the mountains. Of course, her way of making money includes going up the mountain. If she can collect medicinal herbs, that would be the best. Jiang Zhizhi came to the kitchen obediently and took the initiative to help her aunt and do what she could. Anyway, the original owner also made enough food and clothing when she was at home. Don't worry about being exposed. Ding Shuanglan's smile froze on her face, and she stared at Jiang Zhizhi cutting vegetables with wide eyes in surprise. Oh my goodness, Zhizhi, your knife skills are better than mine? Two little red clouds appeared on Jiang Zhizhi's face. My parents are busy with work and have no time to come back for dinner. I'm alone at home with nothing to do, so I make these meals by myself. When I find something good on the mountain, I'll make it for my aunt first. What? You want to go up the mountain? Lilac Lawn's voice rose several degrees. It was okay for the brats to go up the mountain casually. After all, they were thick-skinned. But Zhizhi was different. Look at your white and tender skin. It would be strange if you didn't get scratched by the branches. Your legs are so thin and straight. It feels like one hand can break them. Is it okay to let her go up the mountain? The reaction of the aunt was expected. Jiang Zhizhi didn't have any psychological burden at all. You have to listen to the words of the head of the family, but some words are just for listening. You have to have your own thoughts and judgments. Otherwise, you keep saying that it's for your own good, But not only have you not experienced the ups and downs, you will also be trapped in various emotions and unable to extricate yourself. As long as you have enough judgment and strive to live the life you want, that's the best. Jiang Ziji smiled. Aren't there still my brothers? I also want to do something for this family. Look at this house. There are more than 50 kilograms of rice, more than 20 kilograms of flour, and more than 400 kilograms of sweet potatoes and corn. These coarse grains are indeed filling, but people cannot go without meat for a long time. Not only will the body become thinner, but the body's immunity will also decrease. In severe cases, anemia and osteoporosis in middle-aged and elderly people may occur. I'll go up the mountain to see if there are any good medicinal herbs that I can pick and bring back. I'll keep them for safety. Otherwise, when winter comes, the road will be blocked by heavy snow and I won't be able to go up the mountain. It's better to take advantage of the cool weather now and go up the mountain to find some good things to stock up. Besides, going up the mountain will be fun and interesting. Everyone in the Jiang family went wild. This. Didn't Gigi's parents say that she was incompetent at everything and was the best at eating and sleeping? It's different from what they said on the phone. This is definitely not interesting. This is a shock. But when everyone saw Jiang Gigi's expectant little face, as if a happy little fish was excited to see the water, they couldn't bear to refuse. Forget it. Since Gigi wanted to go, they just let her go. Ding Xianglan took a deep breath, worried to death, and rubbed Jiang Ziji's little head lovingly. Okay, the 3 guys at home are going with you anyway. If you encounter any problems outside, just ask your brother to solve it, okay? Just order them around. Ding Xianglan rolled up her sleeves and said proudly, if all else fails, I'm still here. Don't you see which woman in Dajeng village can do better than me? Lilac Xianglan finished explaining to Jiang Ziji with a smile on her face, then turned around and glared at Jiang Yuanshan, Jiang Yuanfeng and Jiang Yuanyang, and said fiercely, listen up, you little rascals, take good care of your sister. If your sister loses a hair, you'll be slaughtered. At the same time, she raised the kitchen knife in her hand. The little rascals shuddered. Jiang Yuanyang could hardly control the sourness in his heart. Mom really likes her daughter. From childhood to adulthood, she has never been so worried about me and my elder brother going out. But since Jiang Ziji came home, Mom seems to be happier. Dad goes to work every day with his hands behind his back, smiling. During this time, when someone asked about Jiang Ziji, he always answered, although she is a niece, she is my daughter in my heart. Jiang Yuanshan specially found a small backpack for Jiang Ziji, not because he looked down on her for not being able to work. It's just that the others are too big for Jiang Ziji to carry. The 4 brothers and sisters went out happily with the bamboo baskets on their backs. Ding Xianglan stretched her neck to watch them go away, shook her head and smiled, and continued to work on the things at hand. She still had to feed the 2 pigs at home, as well as chickens, ducks, and sheep. Jiang Ziji was very happy and felt fresh about the surrounding environment. Little did she know that Jiang Fengshou on the other side was also very happy. He had already begun to imagine the scene of Jiang Yuanyang being beaten down by him. Anyway, we have more people. Who are we afraid of? The most outrageous thing was that Jiang Fengshou glanced back and forth at his little followers several times, laughing very arrogantly. Listen to my orders later. Those of us who can fight, just rush forward. Don't be scared. Those of you who can't fight, don't just stand by and shout encouragement. Come on. Go up and tickle them. Jiang Fengshou thought, in the eyes of others, they are just a bunch of idle hooligans who do not do any serious work. There are so many people who hate them, so who is the Jiang family? The little followers shouted, charge, charge. Brother Fengshou finally grew up with the brain. Everyone is included. Arrange each of them. Time passed by, and this group of people finally waited for Jiang Yuanyang and the others. Finally, I caught you. It's worth it that I've been squatting here. Jiang Fengshou put his hands on his hips and laughed up to the sky. Who is this person? The mental state is so beautiful. When the girl's eyes fell on Jiang Fengshou, someone's heart trembled, and he uttered a dozen classic Chinese quintessence in his heart. This girl was carrying a small military green shoulder bag with the words "Serve the people" on it. She was simply the most beautiful kid in the village. I was a little envious, just a little bit. Thinking back to the past, he also wanted such a small backpack, but his father took off his shoes and chased him for several streets. Jiang Fengshou, who is 18 years old this year, was suddenly sad. The difference in the number of people on both sides was a bit large, and the atmosphere on the scene was very anxious. Jiang Yuanshan had a dark face and was full of momentum. Looking for a fight? Jiang Fengshou snorted disdainfully. Are you afraid of you? Hit me again if you have the guts.
Come on, hit me again?
Jiang Yuanfeng rubbed his eyebrows, and his dark eyes observed the traces on the ground and the things around him that could be used. I was thinking about whether I could use these vines to do something. Hearing this, Jiang Yuanyang almost knew what Jiang Fengshou meant and almost laughed out of anger. Are these people possessed? And what the Hades is this? Standing in the front row opposite were a group of tall teenagers. There were several skinny teenagers standing in the back, their hands opened and closed, repeating this action back and forth. Like tickling the armpit? The three brothers of the old Jiang family. The little followers. Something bad is going to happen. We haven't even moved yet, and the plan has been guessed by the enemy? Jiang Fengshou's scalp exploded, and his heart was stabbed again. He yelled, "Don't tell me. I have to tell you." The brothers and Jiang Ziji's happiness of going out is gone.
Wait.
Jiang Fengshou, this name. Jiang Ziji stood behind his brothers and suddenly thought of a plot in the original book. Jiang Fengshou is the mortal enemy of the third brother. The two have always quarreled when they met since they were young, and they don't get along with each other in everything. The two sides have always been mortal enemies. Once, the three brothers of the old Jiang family went up the mountain to collect firewood, and by the way, they saw if they could catch some prey to take back for a feast. As a result, they met Jiang Fengshou and his little followers halfway up the mountain. Jiang Fengshou deliberately waited here to provoke the three brothers of the old Jiang family, and the little followers fanned the flames and made all kinds of noise. The three brothers of the old Jiang family were not afraid of fighting, and they didn't take anything seriously. They punched a kid. The two sides fought after a disagreement. Jiang Fengshou is certainly not the opponent of Jiang Yuanshan, Jiang Yuanfeng, and Jiang Yuanyang. He was beaten and screamed, and his whole body was covered with bruises. It was really embarrassing. He had to retreat with his little followers cursing. As a result, no one knew what happened on the way down the mountain. When the three brothers came back home, the house was surrounded by people. The old village chief Jiang Weiman's eyes were bloodshot, and every word he said was tearful. "Give me back my son. If you didn't fight on the mountain at that time, how could my son Fengshou be injured so badly? If there was no fight, he would come back. He would come back safe and sound." Jiang Fengshou's motherly Hong cried heartbreakingly, her voice getting louder and louder. "How did Fengshou offend you? He is just an uneducated scoundrel. He didn't do anything to harm the world. Why didn't God let him go and took his life? Why don't you go down the mountain? My Fengshou." However, the original book did not describe in detail how Jiang Fengshou died. It only said the poison took effect and there was no medicine. He died in pain. As a mortal enemy, Jiang Yuanyang thought of this incident from time to time, like a thorn in his heart. Yes, why did he fight so impulsively? In fact, everyone knows that Jiang Fengshou died in an accident. But the old village chief and his wife put a large part of the responsibility on the three brothers of the old Jiang family. In their opinion, if there was no fight, Fengshou would not be seriously injured. When going down the mountain, he would look at the road and avoid danger. Then there would be no accidents. In the final analysis, is it all a fight today? Jiang Ziji was thoughtful. No matter what the reason was that the person died, this fight today cannot be fought. Jiang Ziji pursed his lips. "Jiang Fengshou, we met the old village chief when we went up the mountain.
He was looking for you."
Jiang Yuanshan, Jiang Yuanfeng, Jiang Yuanyang. What nonsense is my sister talking about? They didn't even see the shadow of the old village chief, so why would they call for help? They just wanted to slap the arrogant Jiang Fengshou to death. The little followers were so anxious. Should they fight or not? Jiang Fengshou's eyes glowed green, and he rubbed his hands, standing at the front of the team. Don't panic, don't panic. This is their way of deceiving us. Brothers, stay calm. Listen to my orders. The first one to calm down was Jiang Yuanfeng. He smiled lightly. Oh no, your father is looking for you. You didn't listen? Jiang Yuanshan followed closely behind. Although he didn't know what his sister was thinking, he immediately followed the main force to avoid ruining his sister's business. Don't believe it? Then don't go back. Jiang Yuanyang clapped his hands. Forget it, it's boring. Let's just accompany our sister up the mountain. Jiang Fengshou shuddered violently. What if his father really was looking for him? If he didn't go back, I'm afraid there wouldn't be enough firewood sticks at home to break. You are lucky today, let's go. Jiang Fengshou led people to squat in a hurry and then ran away with them in a hurry. Jiang Yuanshan sighed. With his posture, I can slap him away with a slap. Jiang Yuanyang nodded. Yes, Big Brother hasn't used his fist yet. He runs fast. Only Jiang Yuanfeng's eyes flashed, and he smiled and said nothing. The four brothers and sisters shook their heads and walked up the mountain happily again. Jiang Zhizhi dug a lot of wild astragalus and wild angelica along the way, and then seemed to think of something. Big brother, second brother, third brother, do you want to make money? Jiang Yuanshan was stunned, and then a serious look appeared on his face. Yes. He definitely wants to make money to support his family. He is already 24 years old this year, but he is not yet married. One is that he has not met the right one. The second is that now the family can have enough food, which is already the best. He doesn't have much money saved for a wife. Would he let the girl he likes marry into the family and suffer? He had no ability to make the family better, to make his parents suffer less, and even less ability to let the girl he liked live a good life. Not only was the eldest brother shocked, Jiang Yuanfeng also looked at Jiang Zhizhi in surprise and said with a smile, just a joke, if you have money, who would still hang out with people like Jiang Fengshou in the village? We have only heard about how wonderful the world outside is, but we have no chance to see it. As the second brother, I want to see the world myself. Jiang Yuanfeng's eyes brightened, and he continued, and the villagers are not stupid. On the contrary, many of them are very smart and have their own plans. They know that the mountains are full of treasures, but in addition to treasures, there are wolves, leopards, black bears, snakes, poisonous insects, tigers, and all kinds of animals. Who dares to risk their lives? Some people think that money is nothing compared to life, so it is better to work honestly and earn work points. Many people have gone up the mountain to dig Chinese medicine, but in fact many medicinal herbs and weeds look very similar and many people can't tell them apart. As a result, they dug 3 large baskets and secretly took them to the county town to sell. When the people on the black market saw them, they were all weeds. These people worked hard all day, but in the end they worked in vain. Not only that, some grasses in the mountains look ordinary, but they are poisonous. What if they kill people? Jiang Yuanfeng said earnestly, wishing he could pull his sister down from the dangerous place. He just didn't want Jiang Zhizhi to get hurt in the mountains from the bottom of his heart, not because he was worried that Jiang Zhizhi wouldn't know how to do it. Is he always very accurate in judging people? Is his sister just a weak little girl who knows a little about Chinese medicine? After all, she used to live in the city, where were there so many mountains for her to climb. Alas, my sister is good in every way, but she is disobedient. Jiang Yuanshan added. Some people pick up thunder god roots to sell, and they only sell a large basket of dried ones for a few cents. Hearing about making money, Jiang Yuanyang almost laughed like a fool. Who can't get along with money? I'm just an ordinary person. Of course I want to. Jiang Zhizhi patted his third brother's shoulder in agreement and sighed. Life is not easy. But it's right to want to make money. I can teach you how to identify medicinal herbs in the mountains. When it comes to money, Jiang Zhizhi's heart beat faster. There are so many treasures in the mountains. Wouldn't it be a waste if you don't take the treasures? I can pick a sack of this kind of expensive medicinal herbs in minutes. Hee, don't miss it. The 3 brothers' eyes lit up and suddenly felt funny. The sister suddenly turned into a little money grubber in an instant, and her look was so funny. Jiang Yuanyang exclaimed, his face full of curiosity. Little teacher Jiang, can we start teaching now? Jiang Yuanfeng. The younger brother is still the same, the king of support. It must be said that Jiang Ziji always has a kind of magic that makes people around her have mysterious confidence in her. Jiang Yuanshan wiped his face with his hand and pretended to be calm. Little teacher Jiang? Jiang Yuanyang deliberately approached Jiang Yuanshan, his smile almost reaching his ears. Ha ha ha, brother. Don't be embarrassed. Our sisters are about to show their unique skills, and we, as brothers, must have a studious heart. Be polite and call Teacher Jiang. We can't let Teacher Jiang teach the three of us in vain. Jiang Yuanshan's face turned red, and Jiang Yuanyang laughed loudly. He just loved to see the embarrassed look of the elder brother. There is no way. What kind of person is the elder brother? He is cruel, and his fists are even more cruel. Others commented on his elder brother that fighting is not scary, but what is scary is fighting like he is risking his life. But now the elder brother is a little embarrassed.
Oh.
It's really fun. Jiang Yuanyang patted his eldest brother's shoulder in a sly way and said with mysterious confidence, "Trust our sister once, and you will benefit for a lifetime." Jiang Yuanfeng was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Even the third brother followed suit and was obsessed with money? Forget it. No matter whether this thing can be successful in the end, at most he will just treat it as playing with his sister. So Teacher Jiang led the brothers into the small Chinese medicine classroom and adopted the method of on-site teaching. Jiang Ziji's eyes were bright, and he said excitedly, "This is wild astragalus. You can see that it has bloomed. Look here, such a thick astragalus has grown for at least 20 years. Be careful when digging it, big brother, second brother, and third brother, don't break it." Jiang Ziji felt a little sorry that she couldn't take out the special tools for digging astragalus from the space. She said, "After we dig it back, we will put it on the roof or in the yard to dry. The dried astragalus can be sliced. The effect of astragalus is particularly good. Have you heard a saying? Amateurs eat ginseng, experts eat astragalus." The three brothers nodded repeatedly, imitated their sister's actions, and began to dig. Jiang Ziji smiled silently and suddenly felt that the scene in front of him had a sense of cuteness. After digging for more than an hour, they harvested 3 sacks of astragalus. Not bad. The 4 brothers and sisters continued to move their positions and dug a lot of hemostatic and stasis-removing herbs along the way. Jiang Ziji was not sure how Jiang Fengshou's business would go in the future, but it is always good to pick more medicinal herbs. Angelica dehurica dispels wind and sweats. Cough grass is very effective for coughs. Platycodon grandiflorum treats colds and sore throats. The brothers absorbed knowledge while picking. Of course, Jiang Ziji will keep some of the collected Chinese medicinal herbs and send them to the space for planting, so as to earn more contribution points. Seeing that the brothers supported her with actions, Jiang Ziji couldn't hide the smile in her eyes, and her heart was warm. Jiang Yuanyang put down the shovel, rubbed his waist, and asked with a grin, "I don't know if these medicinal herbs can be sold?" Jiang Yuanfeng replied, "I do know a lot of connections in the black market. I'll go ask when I have time." Jiang Ziji gave his second brother a thumbs up. "It still has to be you, at the critical moment." Jiang Yuanfeng, "Everything depends on human effort. If you go, it may work, but if you don't go, it will definitely not work. Besides, these Chinese medicinal herbs are good for the body, and we can keep them at home, so they won't be wasted." After all, in Jiang Yuanfeng's mind, if he doesn't go, will he let his sister go?
No.
Jiang Yuanshan's voice trembled a little. "It feels like a dream." A smile bloomed on Jiang Ziji's face, and now they have just arrived. With hope, the 4 brothers and sisters walked and talked, especially when they talked about the specialty of Northeast China ginseng. Everyone was very interested. Jiang Ziji thought, "It would be great if I could meet ginseng." At this moment, Jiang Yuanyang suddenly stepped on a pit, fell down with a thump, and sat on his buttocks on the ground. Hiss, hiss, hiss. "It hurts." Jiang Yuanyang took 2 deep breaths, stretched out his hand to rub his ace, and asked in confusion, "Why do I always feel that something is particularly prickly?" Jiang Ziji exclaimed. Jiang Yuanshan widened his eyes in surprise. Jiang Yuanfeng was shocked on the spot. "Third brother, your ace has done a great job." That's wild ginseng, you sat on ginseng. Jiang Yuanfeng was furious when he heard it. Little ancestor Jiang Yuanyang, don't move your ace. Jiang Yuanshan's face changed drastically. Good guy, don't move. Jiang Ziji instructed the third brother to move a little. He used his hands to pick at the position of the ginseng and dug it out several times. Jiang Ziji explained, ginseng is valuable because of its age. Look at these skull bowls and the pearl nodules underneath. This ginseng is at least 100 years old. Third brother, take it easy. When Jiang Yuanyang heard this, he wanted to jump up with joy. Jiang Yuanshan and Jiang Yuanfeng beside him suddenly moved. They held the third brother's arms on the left and right and pulled him up from the ground. Before Jiang Yuanyang could react, the two of them let go immediately, surrounded Jiang Ziji without saying a word, and admired the ginseng at close range. The more they looked at it, the more pleasing it was. It was simply golden and shining. Jiang Yuanyang wanted to control the expression on his face, but he really couldn't help it. His smile was almost stretched to his ears. If you come a few more times, wouldn't we be rich? Jiang Ziji excitedly reached out and patted the third brother's head, muttering, good luck. Jiang Yuanyang was extremely excited, but lowered his head and let his sister pat him. You are lucky. No one would believe it if I said it out loud, but the name he was chanting in his heart just now was Jiang Ziji's. He was crazy about trusting his sister once and benefiting her for a lifetime. Then he risked everything and kept chanting Ziji's name, hoping that it would work. The next second, he sat on the ginseng with his ace. Jiang Ziji was so happy in his heart. Jiang Yuanyang stood up straight, put his hands on his hips, and laughed. The laughter could be heard from far away. Dig? Jiang Yuanshan chuckled, and because of his great excitement, beads of sweat soon covered his forehead and face. Let's leave the professional matters to Ziji. People of our level should still respect the life and death of the ginseng. Jiang Yuanfeng once again fell into doubt about life. Isn't it said that wild ginseng is hard to come by? As a result, his sister is really lucky. Did she really let them come across ginseng? And his third brother sat on it with a thud? Jiang Yuanfeng was not sure whether the previous Chinese medicinal materials could be sold at a high price. But he was 100% sure that ginseng would definitely work. His sister was simply amazing. He wanted to go home and tell his father and mother about it immediately. He couldn't let him bear such a big shock alone. Jiang Ziji excitedly took a small shovel to dig wild ginseng. The digging method at this time was very particular. It happened that when she was on a mission, she learned how to dig ginseng, and she could guarantee that the roots of ginseng would not be broken by 99.9%. Jiang Ziji always sighed that the mysterious special forces gave her various tasks, and it felt like she was learning skills. She would point out where she didn't know. An hour later, Jiang Ziji wiped the small beads of sweat on his forehead, packed the wild ginseng, and handed it to Jiang Yuanyang the next second. Third brother, I give it to you for safekeeping. Jiang Yuanyang pointed at his nose in disbelief. His expression was stiff for a moment, and he asked in a trembling voice, Are you sure? Is my sister crazy, or am I crazy? This thing is very valuable. He was afraid that he would be clumsy and break the ginseng. Then he would become the sinner of the Jiang family and be beaten up by his father, mother, eldest brother, and second brother in turn. He might not even be able to enter the house.
No. I'm scared.
Third brother, you are worthy of it. Your PP has done a great job, and you have a great fate with this wild ginseng. Who else should I give it to if not you? Jiang Ziji didn't care about Jiang Yuanyang's life or death, and threw the wrapped ginseng to him. It vividly interprets what it means to be a hands-off boss. Jiang Yuanfeng touched his chin and said with a smile, Ziji gave it to you, just take it. Why are you hesitating? Who made your PP inlaid with gold? Every time third brother encounters good things, doesn't he always happily agree? Why is he scared this time? You just laugh at me. Don't you know that this thing emits golden light? How can I be the same as usual? Then why don't you help your younger brothers and sisters to share the burden, second brother? I really need your help, second brother. Jiang Yuanfeng. Jiang Yuanyang sniffed and insisted. My sister dug the ginseng, and I am just a tool, responsible for transportation. Jiang Yuanfeng's teasing eyes fell on Jiang Yuanyang. I don't remember who caught a cold before. I serve him for 2 days and 2 nights, and now you are blaming me. Jiang Yuanyang shrank his neck. Let's put it this way. The second brother has worked hard. Jiang Yuanshan's heart was lifted up, and he laughed and scolded. Xiaoyang, take it, don't be impatient. Among the people present, only Jiang Zhizhi was the calmest. The 4 siblings continued to go up the mountain. On the way, Jiang Zhizhi found traces of pheasants. She led her brothers to the north. Sure enough, they saw 2 pheasants flapping their wings and walking back and forth, looking majestic. The eyes of the 4 siblings lit up. Being majestic has its advantages, and the meat of walking pheasants is firm. Who else should we catch if not you? After all, Jiang Yuanyang was carrying wild ginseng. The 4 siblings looked at each other. Jiang Yuanshan and Jiang Yuanfeng rushed out in a flash.
Chase.
Cuckoo. He and his wife went out for a walk, but they met 2 killers who ran faster than rabbits. The pheasant made a tragic cry, and the wings of fate were caught in someone's hand. It was over. There are still good things like pie in the sky. Jiang Yuanyang tied the wings and feet of the pheasant with straw ropes and grinned happily. We are so awesome. Awesome. I have been craving for chicken stewed with mushrooms for a long time. The 2 pheasants struggled even harder. Go, eat the mushrooms. What does it have to do with me, the chickens? Jiang Zhizhi walked around with a smile on her face. After a while, she even found a pheasant nest. There were at least 8 wild eggs in it. She skillfully put the pheasant eggs into a small basket and sighed. We are really lucky. We will have more food tonight when we go back. At this point, Jiang Zhizhi was actually a little tired. Her body was still a little weak. But Jiang Zhizhi planned to hold on a little longer and take this opportunity to exercise her body and practice her boxing and kicking. My brothers always said that they could always hear the howling of wolves in these mountains at night. When going up the mountain, we must not only be careful of wolves, but also beware of blind bears. At least if our physical fitness improves, we can still bump into large wild animals and get some benefits. There are many Chinese medicinal materials harvested today. Among them, wild ginseng, astragalus, angelica, poria, and wild black wolfberry can all be transplanted to the farmland in the space for planting. It would be best if we can find good mountain products later. Jiang Zhizhi guessed that her space could be connected to the spaces of other planes to achieve plane transactions in different eras. For example, traveling from ancient times to the present, traveling through the past, traveling through the stars. According to this idea, there will be people who like things from the 1970s, right? Especially the mountain products grown in the original ecology. Hazelnuts, red pines, chestnuts. Give me a chance, let me get you, right? Jiang Zhizhi wants to earn contribution points, activate Tao Mall, and realize the freedom of shopping as soon as possible. Seeing that Jiang Zhizhi was tired, the brothers took the initiative to ask for a half-time break. Jiang Zhizhi took out a cowhide bag filled with spiritual spring water and drank half a bag. He took out the egg pancake given by his aunt and fed it into his mouth, crunching and eating it. The brothers also took out the vegetable pancake to eat. This is too sad. The sister is the egg, and they are the vegetables. After eating the pancake, they rested on the spot for 15 minutes. The 4 brothers and sisters carried the backpacks on their backs and walked forward, holding shovels in their hands and poking into the grass from time to time, for fear that something would suddenly jump out and be hard to defend. After all, they're going deeper and deeper now. Jiang Yuanshan, do you want to continue? Jiang Yuanfeng, this place is the farthest we have walked before. If we continue to walk forward, I don't know what will be waiting for us. Jiang Yuanyang blinked and immediately turned to look at Jiang Zhizhi. He, I listen to my sister. Jiang Zhizhi didn't even blink. Okay, let's walk for another half an hour. If we can find something good, everyone will be happy. If we don't find anything, we will go home. As soon as this was said, Jiang Yuanshan and Jiang Yuanyang raised their hands to agree. Jiang Yuanfeng, who was left alone, shuddered unconsciously. What's going on? Is he the only one awake at home? How did the eldest brother join the sister control team? After walking for about 20 minutes, they suddenly broke into a natural pine forest. Everyone would have to sigh. These red pine trees are about 20–30 meters high. The four brothers and sisters looked up, staring at the pine cones above with sparkling eyes. Oh my God, my heart is pounding. The surprise came too suddenly. The number of pine cones is amazing. Jiang Yuanyang almost fainted with excitement. So much happiness today. Jiang Ziji quickly reached out to support the third brother, his voice clear. Hold steady, we will need your help later. Jiang Yuanyang's eyebrows almost flew off with excitement. Ziji, do you know? Since I brought you to the mountain, good things have happened one after another. You are simply the treasure of our Jiang family. Jiang Ziji. No way. You do not want to mention that you just ran into your mortal enemy? Jiang Yuanfeng patted his face, trying to stay sober and rational, but the harder he tried, the more uncontrollably the corners of his mouth rose. So many pine cones? I'm rich. Ha 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 ha, I said. Trust your sister once, and you will benefit for a lifetime. Jiang Yuanyang smiled so brightly. He felt like he was here to win without doing anything. Jiang Ziji also laughed out loud. Thank you for the compliment, brother. Our good fortune is still to come. Brother, please take good care of me when the time comes. In fact, Jiang Ziji was also very happy. Whatever she wanted came true. Thank you for the gift of nature. Thank you for the brothers who are there to deliver the delicacies of nature. We are nature's porters. What makes Jiang Ziji even happier is how many pine nuts can be produced from so many pine cones. She can sell them to the space to earn contribution points. In the future, red pine nuts are really expensive, especially the red pine nuts from Changbai Mountain, which cost 70 or 80 yuan per caddy. Today, Jiang Ziji can finally achieve pine nut freedom. She said that she would transplant a few pine trees into the space and then cultivate them. Jiang Ziji hopes to have a pine forest in the space. In the future, when she wants to eat pine nuts, she can take them from the space. How convenient it is. The four brothers and sisters happily picked up mountain products. These are all small snacks. I am so happy just thinking about it. After his brother's popular science, Jiang Ziji learned that the Masan pine has no pine nuts, only the Korean pine has them. Jiang Yuanshan clenched and unclenched his fists, and when he heard Jiang Ziji's words, he was immediately relieved. It's okay. The four siblings played for a while, and then rolled up their sleeves to work hard. It must be said that the little squirrel's food supply is gone. It is now the middle of September, the ripening period of pine nuts. Jiang Yuanshan, there is no suitable pole nearby. Why don't I climb up? These pine trees are so tall that they don't have a long enough pole in their hands to hit the pine cones. Ordinary poles have no way to knock down the pine cones. Jiang Ziji nodded, and she couldn't take out a special pole from the space openly. Of course, without a pole, she would just climb up by herself. Jiang Ziji walked to the bottom of the pine tree with great interest, and just as she was about to kick her feet hard to climb the tree, her collar was grabbed by her eldest brother. Ziji. Jiang Yuanfeng naturally stood on the side of his elder brother and said with a fierce face, "It's enough to have the three of us here. You be a good boy." Jiang Yuanyang said that he would not let Jiang Ziji climb such a high and thick tree. How dangerous it is. Looking at the whole Dajeng village, it is really hard to find a girl who dares to be so fierce. He thought, oh, there is one in front of me today. That is Jiang Ziji, the little tiger girl who just joined Dajeng village on the second day. Jiang Yuanshan, we don't have bamboo poles or footrests, so we have to be very careful when climbing trees. Jiang Ziji's eyebrows and eyes bloomed like flowers in an instant, and she shouted to her brothers, "Don't worry, don't underestimate me. I'm very good at climbing trees." She usually climbed up a tree of only 20 to 30 meters in a flash. But this body has not yet recovered to its best condition, which limits her performance a little. She must be very careful. Jiang Ziji found a few 6-meter-long poles nearby and used them as tower poles. "Brother, I'll go first." Jiang Ziji held the pole in one hand and climbed up the tree without hesitation, showing off his skills in front of his brothers. It is said that an expert can tell whether the other party has it or not with just one move. Looking at his sister's posture, Gigi must have been a little monkey in her previous life, right? The posture of climbing up the pole is so familiar and smooth that the brothers are stunned. I didn't expect Gigi to be a little foodie. In order to eat this little snack, she fought hard. I don't know whether the little squirrel is faster in climbing the tree or our sister. Go, go, go. Stay away, or you will get hit on the head. The three brothers climbed up the tree quickly and knocked down the pine cones. Generally speaking, it is best to have no one below when knocking down pine cones. In case it hits your head, it will bloom. Jiang Yuanyang knocked down 2 pine trees and got down from the tree excitedly, like a victorious rooster. He began to consciously become a cone picker. There's so much grease here, it feels sticky to the touch. Jiang Yuanyang started picking up the pine nuts with his hands, as he didn't have any gloves. Jiang Gigi glanced at his brother and said, "It seems we need to prepare a few more pairs of gloves, and we also need to get a few pairs of non-slip shoes." The eldest brother Jiang Yuanshan laughed. "Our 3 big bags of pine cones should be able to produce more than 30 kilograms of pine nuts. When we saw pine cones before, we wished they would fall off by themselves. Those little squirrels have dismantled these pine cones, so it will be easier for us to pick up the pine nuts." Jiang Ziji, "The little squirrels have endured too much." The second brother Jiang Yuanfeng was in a better mood. "The little squirrels' homes are almost cleaned out, and now I don't know where they are hiding to cry." Third brother Jiang Yuanyang is always thinking about delicious food. "When the time comes, let's go back and throw the pine cones into the stove. The fragrance will waft out immediately." Wow, I'm almost drooling just talking about it. Eldest brother Jiang Yuanshan, "Okay, let's pick this much for today. It will be too heavy to carry down the mountain later."
Okay.
The workers continued to pick up pine cones on the ground with bright smiles. Just by looking at Jiang Yuanshan's tall and mighty body, you can tell that he is very strong. Jiang Yuanshan filled 3 large bags of pine cones with sacks, each weighing about 100 pounds. He tied the mouth of the sack with a rope and carried it on his shoulders. Jiang Yuanfeng is tall and slender. He is not as strong as his eldest brother and younger brother, but at least he is not a drag. Jiang Ziji marked the tree with a small shovel. "We will definitely not be able to move it all today. We will come up tomorrow." Jiang Yuanfeng, "Okay," called Dad when the time comes. It was the first time for Jiang Ziji to see pine cones in person, and they looked like pineapples. The basket on Jiang Yuanyang's back was filled with more than 100 kilograms of Chinese medicinal materials, and he was carrying pine cones on his shoulders and 2 sacks in his hands. Although he was very tired, he was very happy. I feel this is the highlight moment for our Jiang family. Jiang Ziji was very happy to hear this and said to his brothers, "Then stay closer to me in the future. Maybe you can take advantage of my good luck, and our family will have more and more highlight moments." Jiang Yuanshan, Jiang Yuanfeng, and Jiang Yuanyang laughed and scolded, "You shameless little stinky boy." Jiang Ziji didn't hesitate to be polite with his brothers and carried sacks in both hands and said with a smile, "By the way, don't suffocate our pheasants. Don't worry, they are fine." Jiang Yuanyang waved his hand and laughed. "It seems that my sister is craving for meat. But my sister had a lot of fun going up the mountain today. Is my sister going to integrate into the rural life?" Today's trip to the mountain was fruitful. The 4 brothers and sisters happily hummed songs as they went down the mountain. People are in high spirits when they are happy, and their happiness value is soaring up, and they can't stop at all. Half an hour later, the 4 brothers and sisters were walking, and suddenly they heard a noisy sound coming from the front. One of the voices was very familiar. "It's Jiang Fengshou." Jiang Ziji suddenly thought of the plot of the original book and thought to himself that it was not good. Something must have happened ahead. We brought so many things down from the mountain, and we must not let others know. "Brother, second brother, third brother, you guys transport the things back first. I'll go over and take a look." The happiness on Jiang Ziji's little face gradually faded. Jiang Yuanshan was about to speak. Jiang Yuanfeng shook his head and stopped him. "Let's go back. Let us walk faster and come right over later. My sister is so well behaved. She probably didn't act impulsively this time." Jiang Yuanyang closed his mouth and took the sack from Jiang Zhizhi. As for the small backpack, Jiang Zhizhi said it was useful, so he didn't take it back to his brother. Although the three brothers didn't know what happened, they chose to believe Jiang Zhizhi. If Jiang Fengshou bullied Jiang Zhizhi, they probably didn't know what they would do. Jiang Zhizhi carried the small bamboo basket on his back and leaned towards Jiang Fengshou. "Kill this snake. It dared to bite me." Jiang Fengshou sat under the tree, one leg bent and the other leg straight, with a trace of panic in his eyes. The followers held back their fear, their hands shaking like a sieve, and they finally killed the snake. Feng. "Brother Fengshou, kill."
Kill it.
Jiang Fengshou was angry and embarrassed. "Can you talk? Who are you going to kill?" "I'll just kill you." He was so unlucky. As he was walking, a long worm suddenly flew out from the bushes and bit his ankle. His whole body was numb, instantly. If this snake had not been non-venomous, he would have died on this hill today. In fact, other people didn't know that Jiang Fengshou seemed fearless, but he was actually scared to death. Just when his mortal enemy and his followers fell into silence, Jiang Zhizhi appeared in front of everyone with a small basket on her back. She was naturally not idle just now. She found the nest of the king cobra nearby and drugged the other snakes to knock them out. After that, she caught these poisonous snakes, threw them into the space, and locked them in a cage. This kind of poisonous snake is a treasure from head to toe, and she kept it for use. Jiang Zhizhi pointed to the beaten poisonous snake on the ground and said calmly, "Jiang Fengshou, you're done." "Who?" "Jiang Zhizhi. You walk without making any sound? Don't you know that scaring people can kill them? Why are you here? Where are Jiang Yuanyang and others?" Yesterday, he protected Jiang Zhizhi like the apple of his eye. Today, he just left her alone on the mountain? It seems that Jiang Yuanyang is not a good guy. But what does Jiang Zhizhi mean by this? Are you kidding? Jiang Fengshou rolled his eyes and laughed disdainfully. "I think you are very brave. Do you dare to bet with me? I bet that I'm fine. If I'm in trouble, I will call you Dad."
If you lie to me.
Jiang Fengshou thought for a while and continued, "Call Jiang Yuanyang and give me a few beatings to vent my anger." Although he didn't know why Jiang Zhizhi came here alone, he still had to be on guard. He had great confidence in his strong body. Even if Jiang Zhizhi was a girl, she was still a member of the Jiang family. He couldn't be caught by the Jiang family anyway. He was not the one who made a fool of himself this time. He was so face-conscious at ordinary times. How could he suddenly become incompetent at this time? Jiang Fengshou stood up deliberately and jumped around without hesitation to prove that he was fine. Little did he know that Jiang Fengshou's jump could be said to have touched the heartbeats of his followers. "I don't know what's going on. I always feel my nose is sour, and it feels like Jiang Fengshou is really going to die in the next second." "Jiang Zhizhi, I don't have a grandson as old as you." "Jiang Fengshou, the snake that bit you is highly poisonous. If you don't get treatment within half an hour, you will die." Jiang Fengshou said angrily, "I don't believe your nonsense. You're not a doctor." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Jiang Zhizhi smiled. "It turns out that even if the sky falls, there is still your hard mouth to hold it up. This person's mental state is so beautiful, and the only thing on his body that is hard-mouthed." Hearing the word hard-mouthed, the other little followers immediately looked over, as if they had found a soulmate. Jiang Zhizhi shrugged. "If you are really poisoned by this kind of snake, you will lose a layer of skin if you don't die. It's not a problem. Human life is at stake. I will advise you one last time out of humanity, whether you want to listen or not. Anyway, you only have 25 minutes left to live." After Jiang Zhizhi finished speaking, he walked down the mountain with a small basket on his back. If others don't appreciate it, Jiang Zhizhi will never force it. Don't blame me for not reminding you. The decision of life and death is left to Jiang Fengshou himself. In short, this matter has nothing to do with the brothers. There was no dispute or fight in this life like in the previous life. It has nothing to do with it. As for her, she was just passing by. Little Green Tea Zhizhi said, "You kindly remind others and don't take it seriously. You asked for your own death. You can't blame others." Jiang Zhizhi walked away coldly, without any hesitation. "Everyone. Fengshou, let's put it this way, between life and face face means nothing. It's over, it's over. Jiang Zhiji just said there are 25 minutes left, and we don't have a watch. How many minutes are left now? Jiang Fengshou stared at the little followers who were running around like headless flies, shaking with anger. Do you really believe her? Do you think he is a fool? Believe everything he says? There must be something fishy here. The 3 crazy mountain sheep of the old Jiang family are definitely trying to backfire on him. Believe it or not, just don't believe it. After 10 minutes, snake venom taught Jiang Fengshou a lesson. Jiang Fengshou's face turned frighteningly pale. He felt like he saw his grandfather and grandmother. It was over.
Go.
Find Jiang Zhiji. Aunt Ding Xianglan was waiting for the 4 siblings to come back at home, but it was already afternoon. There was no sign of them. Ding Xianglan anxiously found Jiang Xiangliang, and they both planned to go up the mountain to look for them. They never expected that as soon as they stepped out of the door, they saw 3 moving hills suddenly rushing towards them. Ding Xianglan's eyes almost popped out, and the broom in her hand fell to the ground with a clatter. Xiangliang, is your good son here to scare people? Where's our Zhiji? Jiang Xiangliang trembled for a moment and shouted, You little rascals! Where is Zhiji? Jiang Yuanyang was running in the front and couldn't care less now. Mom and Dad, keep your voices down and don't call anyone over. These are all the good things Zhiji helped us find. We treasure them. Mom and Dad, come and give us a hand. We brothers have to go pick up Zhiji. Ding Xianglan had just taken 2 steps out and stopped immediately. She took the first thing her son handed over with both hands and asked anxiously, What's going on? You left Zhiji alone on the mountain. You little rascal. Are you itching for trouble? You ignored my words? I asked you to take Zhiji with you, but you brought Gigi's things back and left her on the mountain. You're a heartless little rascal. Jiang Xiangliang, the little rascal's father. Wife, please be gentle when you scold us. Don't get involved in the scolding. Jiang Yuanshan followed closely and explained quickly. Mom, it was Zhiji who asked us to come back first. She seemed to have something to deal with. To be honest, I feel that Zhiji didn't want us to be there. But we got a lot of things on this trip to the mountain. It would be embarrassing to carry them down the mountain directly, so we just took a shortcut back. Jiang Xiangliang and Ding Xianglan were stunned. This matter is related to Jiang Fengshou. Jiang Yuanfeng finally added, Not only did my sister trick us into leaving just now, but also this morning when she quarreled with Jiang Fengshou. Jiang Xiangliang and Ding Xianglan were confused and looked at their sons in confusion. Come into the house first. Ding Xianglan just noticed the thing in her hand and said in surprise, What is this? Jiang Yuanyang smiled and gave the answer, The 100-year-old wild ginseng dug by my sister. The next moment, Jiang Xiangliang and Ding Xianglan were petrified. But seeing Jiang Yuanyang's smug little expression, they felt that he deserved a beating. Little rascal. Jiang Yuanfeng suddenly had an idea. Why don't we move all these things to the cellar, except for the Chinese medicinal materials? By the way, the ginseng should be hidden well. Everyone looked puzzled, and Jiang Yuanfeng explained, I'm afraid someone will come to the house later. Having said that, everyone immediately took action. Ding Xianglan knew that wild ginseng was Gigi's treasure, so she took it back to her room and hid it in a wooden box under the bed. Gigi's things must be well preserved. No one can steal them. On the other side, the little followers took turns carrying Jiang Fengshou down the mountain and rushed straight to the old Zhang's house, shouting for help while rushing. Not to mention anything else, their voices were hoarse, and they summoned the old village chief and the village chief's wife. The little followers scratched their heads and turned around anxiously. Jiang Zhiji, please save brother Fengshou. He lost, he admitted defeat. You are his living father. Unfortunately, the old village chief Jiang Weimin and the village chief's wife Li Hong, who had just arrived, changed their faces and stared at their unconscious son in surprise. For a moment, they were angry and anxious. Time was running out, and Tian Binbin, one of the little followers, shook his head frantically and shouted in a trembling voice, No time. Everyone saw that something was wrong. If the time is delayed any longer, Jiang Fengshou will really die. The old village chief Jiang Weimin was frightened and rushed into the old Zhang's house, shouting, Xiang Liang, Xiang Lan, where is your little niece? Gigi, old man, please save my son. Li Hong was so scared that her legs went limp, and the eldest son Jiang Fengdang hurriedly stabilized his mother's body. The eldest daughter-in-law Wang Yezi reached out to feel Jiang Fengshuo's breath and shouted in panic, "Fengshuo is almost dead."
No. Dead?
Everyone present gasped when they heard it. Li Hong burst into tears and said, although Fengshuo is a bit unruly, he has never done anything harmful to others. How could God be so cruel as to take his life? Others sighed and said, he is only hanging on by his last breath. We might as well take him back and prepare for his funeral. Look at Fengshuo's ankle. Black blood is coming out of his two tooth sockets. He is in great danger this time. But didn't the children say that Jiang Jiji from the Jiang family can save people? Where is she? Do you believe that? She is so young. Can she be reliable? Anyway, I don't believe it. You have been fooled. The old village chief Jiang Weimin could no longer bear it, especially when he heard someone asking him to go back and prepare for his funeral. He roared directly, "Shut up. My son will not die. My Fengshuo will never die." Li Hong, the village chief's wife, was trembling all over. When she saw Jiang Jiji, she stared at her tightly, as if she had grasped the last straw. "Niece, I beg you." Jiang Weimin's eyes were red, and he said in a trembling voice, "Jiji, can you save him?" The village chief and his wife even wanted to kneel down and beg her, but were stopped by Jiang Jiji. The old village chief looked like a man in his 60s, but he was actually only in his 50s. Li Hong looked to be in her 50s, but she was actually just in her early 40s. Putting aside the grievances between the two families in the original book, from a public perspective, in fact, the couple has always paid a lot for Dazheng village. Otherwise, they would not have aged so fast, and there would not be uncle and aunt often sighing that the old village chief was a good person. Besides, Jiang Fengshuo let the little followers carry him to the old Jiang family, and I am afraid that his face would be slapped in the end. Jiang Jiji looked at the time and the space, and there were still 8 minutes left. The last 8 minutes, I can save him, but I can't save him in vain. The favors owed to me must be recorded. As soon as the words fell, the voices of the people around him emerged like mushrooms after rain.
Wait.
How many minutes did the girl say? 8 minutes to save him? What a joke. Is this a shaman dance? Old Zhang's little girl. Don't mess around. He's going to die so soon. Even the god of Hades can be laid off. What if he's still dead in the end? Won't you be in trouble? Old village chief, don't listen to the little girl's nonsense. Take Fengshuo home quickly and prepare everything when you go back. At least it's in time. Jiang Ziji shrugged and laughed. The choice is left to Uncle Weimin and Aunt Li. I never force anyone. The village chief and his wife didn't dare to gamble with Jiang Fengshuo's life. It would take at least an hour to get to the hospital in the county town by harnessing a bullock cart from the village. In addition, Jiang Fengshuo was almost dead, so it was better to try his luck. The scene was shocked, and everyone's eyes were fixed on Jiang Jiji. They knew with their toes that it was impossible to save Jiang Fengshuo. Jiang Weimin was a stubborn man. He wanted to torture his son when he was only breathing his last breath. Wouldn't it be better to let Jiang Fengshuo go on his way? Jiang Fengding's wife, Wang Yezi, looked unhappy. What the Hades? How can you joke about this? What kind of medical skills does a little girl know? Are you kidding me? Wang Yezi shook off Jiang Fengding's hand and walked forward with a sullen face. Don't listen to Jiang Jiji's nonsense. She is only a few years old. What can she treat? The facts are in front of us. Even if we send my brother-in-law to the county hospital, there is no medicine that can cure this snake venom. There is only a little time left. My brother-in-law is like this. Let's let him go smoothly. Jiang Fengdang pulled Wang Yezi over again and glared at her. Say less. What do you want to do at this time? Leave it to you, Jiji. The old village chief Jiang Weimin seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant, and his broad back suddenly hunched. Ding Xianglan had been getting along well with Li Hong. Now seeing that Li Hong was about to faint in pain, Ding Xianglan hurried to Li Hong's side, stretched out her hand to hold her arm, and comforted her emotions. There were 5 minutes left. Jiang Ziji nodded. Old village chief. Clear the area. There are so many people making noise here. What if I get scared and the medicine gets ruined by a trembling hand? With so many people around, how can the serum that Jiang Jiji put in the space medical room be used? Oh, and I'm saving people, and I don't want to hear anyone spreading rumors about my relationship with Jiang Fingshou. Don't worry, niece. If anyone dares to slander your innocence, I, Jiang Weimin, will be the first one to not let him off. Even if we have a falling out, I will send the rumormonger to the Public Security Bureau. The old village chief Jiang Weimin promised. Afterwards, he understood that Jiang Jiji needed a quiet environment, so he quickly led everyone out of the Jiang family's yard and waited outside the door. Jiang Yuanshan was very strong, and he easily pushed the cart where Jiang Fingshou was lying and pushed both the man and the cart into the main hall. After parking it, he brought in a basket of herbs and said in a particularly safe voice, "Brothers, go out and guard it, so that no one can break in." Jiang Yuanfeng and Jiang Yuanyang moved without any hesitation, closed the door, and walked out. The doctor Jiang Jiji and the patient Jiang Fingshou were the only ones left in the whole hall. There were 2 minutes left. Jiang Jiji quickly took out serum, alcohol cotton, disinfectant, and sterilized gloves from the space medical room. After putting on gloves and making preparations, she skillfully disinfected Jiang Fingshou's arm, vented the needle, and injected. These medical wastes were thrown into the space for garbage disposal. This batch of serum is her latest research serum protein antibody, which has super good therapeutic effects on many kinds of snake venom, especially the king cobra that bit Jiang Fingshou. It is not currently on the market and is only supplied to the military region. Now it is cheaper for Jiang Fingshou. But no one knows that Jiang Jiji used serum, then she must do something openly. Jiang Jiji looked at Jiang Fingshou's ankle. The wound was obviously black around and spread upwards. She took out a scalpel from the space, cut 1 centimeter above the wound, and squeezed the blood from top to bottom until the blood was red. After that, she went to fiddle with the herbs, crushed them, and applied them to Jiang Fingshou's ankle. After finishing, she cleaned up the things at the scene. Jiang Jiji opened the door and walked out. The brothers standing outside immediately surrounded her, looked left and right, and were relieved to see that Jiang Jiji was fine. After all, the most poisonous snake, the toxin should not be underestimated. She was afraid that her sister would be in there saving people, and she would accidentally touch the poison. Jiang Jiji turned around mischievously and smiled. "Have you seen enough?"
I'm fine.
After a while, someone finally remembered Jiang Fingshou, who was still lying on the cart. What happened to him? Jiang Yuanyang's eyes suddenly widened, and it was his turn to circle Jiang Jiji twice, and asked in disbelief, "Really? Oh my god. Is he really a great god? I have never heard of anyone who can cure the poison of a king cobra, and in just a few minutes." Jiang Yuanyang breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how much he hated Jiang Fingshou, he didn't want Jiang Fingshou to lose his life. To be honest, Jiang Fingshou was really strong. He held on from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain until Jiang Jiji took action. "Is it cured?" Jiang Yuanshan asked in amazement. The words sounded like a thunder in his ears. Especially for this level of snake venom, there is no medicine that can cure it in the county. Unless you go to a hospital in the city, there is still some hope. Jiang Yuanfeng has a conscience, but not much. He went in to take a look at Jiang Fingshou and came out again. "The person is not awake yet. Let's push him out. Let's solve this matter early, and have dinner early." If he hadn't clenched his fists tightly, the other 3 would have thought that he was as calm as he appeared. One wave of things happened after another, and today was really exciting. When Jiang Yuanshan heard the word dinner, he went into the house without saying a word, grasped the handrail of the cart with both hands, and pushed Jiang Fingshou directly to the door. 1 more second would affect their meal. Jiang Yuanyang followed behind and mentioned with a smile, "I heard that Jiang Fingshou felt that he was very capable after being bitten. He felt that he was brave and had never died, so he deliberately made a bet with Jiji, saying that if he was really poisoned, he would admit defeat and call Jiji his living father? Then wouldn't my seniority in front of Jiang Fingshou be raised?" Ha ha ha, I really look forward to him calling me uncle when he wakes up. I like Jiang Fengshou very much now. How can he not like it? How can he not be happy when his mortal enemy comes to him and calls him uncle? Jiang Zhiji. You idiot. Jiang Yuanfeng. S eyes fell on Jiang Fengshou on the cart. He rarely showed a harmless smile in front of his mortal enemy and said, Just him? He is not even qualified to carry shoes for our Zhiji. Don't try to scam me. Jiang Zhiji laughed angrily. Until Jiang Fengshou showed up, the people waiting outside went crazy. Jiang Yuanshan said to the old village chief and Aunt Li, Zhiji said that he can be taken back. Taken back? The old village chief Jiang Weiman's heart sank. Is it really that he can't be saved? He stretched out his hand to feel Jiang Fengshou's breath, and his body froze in an instant. Li Hong burst into tears. My poor son. How can your mother live? Li Hong, our son is still breathing. Li Hong cried. Did she hear it wrong? Was it true? Her eyes were hazy. She stretched out her hand to feel her son's breath. She laughed and cried, muttering, He's still alive. He's still alive. This means Jiang Ziji's medical skills are amazing. Everyone rushed to feel Jiang Fengshou's breath. The man who was on his last breath before, now his breathing is stable? Only then did they believe that Jiang Fengshou survived.
He was saved.
Everyone felt incredible. It's only been a few minutes? Oh my God. How did the little girl from the Jiang family do it? What medicine did she use? Is she creating a myth? Oh my God. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never believe it. This is really a medical skill, not a scam. Did we make a mistake? This little girl is a talent. It's so discouraging. He is so capable at a young age. While my group of crazy sons and crazy girls only know how to eat, and they have eaten up all the rice jars in my mother's house.
Who did you look down on just now?
Now, I don't know if she will remember it or not. If she needs help from Jiang Zhiji in the future, you will know what to do.
It really could be.
Jiang Fengding's wife Wang Yezi's face turned pale, and she felt extremely regretful. She had taken advantage of any advantage and scolded anyone in her first half of her life, but why did she fall into trouble with this little girl? This kind of person should not be offended. But she offended him. Thinking of how she had just argued with a little girl like a stubborn donkey, Wang Yezi regretted it and wanted to bang her head against the wall. When her brother-in-law knew that she was going to send him off today, Wang Yezi shuddered all over. The old village chief Jiang Weiman looked at Jiang Zhiji with eyes full of gratitude and awe and thanked him. Our family owes Zhiji a favor, a huge favor. Jiang Zhiji, it's on the account. With so many people present to witness the old village chief's words, she is not afraid of people going back on their word. Jiang Weiman couldn't help but twitch his eyelids, feeling a little touched and a little amused. He is obviously a kind-hearted child, but he looks like he is not helping for nothing. Li Hong thanked Jiang Zhiji profusely and held Jiang Ziji's hands tightly with both hands. Auntie, I will always remember your kindness. When Fengshou wakes up, I will lead him to kowtow to you to express my gratitude. Jiang Zhiji nodded, retracted her hands unnoticeably, and said, He woke up soon. You don't have to worry. Just pay attention to the wound and don't let it get infected. The Jiang family sent away the villagers who came to watch the fun, and then went home, closed the door, and locked it. Okay, I'll go cook first. Our Zhiji is tired all day today, you little rascals. Don't bother your sister. Lilac Xianglan was still thinking about her sons. She asked them to take care of Zhiji, but they ended up taking care of him deep in the mountains. The three brothers were so scared that they immediately scattered. The eldest went to the vegetable garden to pick 4 or 5 tomatoes and a basket of vegetables. The second and third brothers helped Zhiji deal with the herbs they had picked. Jiang Xiangliang took a hammer, stared at several sacks of pine cones, and gasped. There are so many pine cones, I don't know where to start. He sounded helpless, but his tone was so proud and happy. Jiang Yuanyang laughed and said, Dad, don't worry, I'll come after I have eaten. After that, he couldn't help but lean towards Jiang Zhiji and whispered, Sister, do you like fried pine nuts? Brother can fry them. How about I show you my skill and peel the pine nuts for you? Jiang Ziji immediately gave Jiang Yuanyang a thumbs up. Brother, peel pine nuts for me. You are a little angel on earth. Jiang Yuanfeng chuckled and moved closer to his younger brother and sister. Everyone who listens gets a share. I want one too. Jiang Yuanyang pushed his second brother away and refused. Do it yourself and have enough food and clothing. I'm still your younger brother. Why don't you have any sense of being a brother? Jiang Yuanfeng turned around and called Jiang Yuanshan, signaling him to deal with the third brother. Brother, it seems that we don't take good care of the third brother. Jiang Yuanshan stretched out his hand to push the second and third brothers away. If he didn't give up his seat, how could he have a chance to show off? The three brothers simply wrestled together, going back and forth, all the way to the main hall. Ding Xianglan was very disappointed. I've never seen you so childish. That's right. Especially the third brother. You are very childish. Jiang Ziji laughed. Fortunately, the third brother and the others had gone far away. Otherwise, he would have to row her to ask where the boat of friendship had capsized. The third brother was the same age as her and was the one she could play with the most. Ding Xianglan counted the wild eggs today and decided to fry 3 tonight and leave the rest for Gigi. Xiang Liang, is the water ready? It's ready. If a pheasant flies away, it will be impossible to keep it. Ding Xianglan simply killed another pheasant, marinated it with salt, and saved it for next time. Jiang Ziji was particularly looking forward to the chicken stewed in a large iron pot with some hazel mushrooms in it. It was said to be particularly fragrant. I have to admit that the aunt was very efficient at work. She even drove her and her brothers out of the kitchen, as she thought they were in the way. Jiang Ziji actually gave herself a 9-point score for her cooking skills, and the remaining 1 point was because she was afraid that she was too proud. But there is still a long time to go, and she can still show off again in the future. Soon the meal was cooked, and the fragrance hit her face. Jiang Ziji couldn't wait to take a bite of the chicken stewed with hazel mushrooms. It's delicious. The chicken was very tasty and went really well with rice. Even a little juice from the hazel mushrooms flowed out, bringing with it a unique aroma. The 4 siblings ate happily again with a snorkel. This time Jiang Xiangliang had to admit that the 4 little things really looked like pigs in a pigsty. After dinner, everyone in the Jiang family began to collect pine cones. The pine needles and pine leaves they brought back could be used as firewood, and the pine cones could also be burned because of the oil in them. Jiang Xiangliang asked, Are we going to the mountain to pick pine cones tomorrow? The 4 siblings nodded, with the same smug look on their faces. Let's go. Look how smug you are, you're almost going crazy. Jiang Xiangliang and Ding Xianglan said they would go too, and having 2 more people to help pick pine cones would save a lot of time. Except for Jiang Ziji, the rest of the family gathered at the back of the mountain after work. Jiang Ziji would dry the herbs at home first, and then go to the back of the mountain at a later time. At night, Jiang Ziji came back from taking a bath and entered the space with her mind. She planted wild Poria cocos, astragalus, Angelica dihurica, wild wolfberry, cough grass, Atractylodes macrocephala, Gentiana scabra, burdock, and Codonopsis palacula in the medicinal field of the space. After obtaining points, she immediately activated the Tao Mall. The operation of Tao Mall is very simple. Click where you need it. If you need it, place an order, submit, pay, and wait for delivery. The problem is that the unlocked icons are dark gray with a lock symbol on them. This means that Jiang Ziji has to earn more contribution points to unlock unknown functions. There are many things to sell on the agricultural product page: seeds, farm tools, crops, pesticides. There are more types in the food area: rice, oil, noodles, flour, eggs, sugar, fruits, vegetables, beans, milk and dairy products, frozen drinks, meat and meat products, condiments, aquatic products, various snacks. Daily necessities: detergents, paper products, disinfection supplies, family planning supplies. What surprised Jiang Ziji the most was that there were all kinds of weapons for sale. Cold weapons. Hot weapons.
Wow.
Jiang Ziji was very excited. A barrage flashed in the space. Master, you can enter the product you want in the search box. Tao Mall can connect different time and space planes. You can place an order, for anything you can find. How can it be so good? Jiang Ziji asked. Then can I sell things on the shelf? Space. Xiaogong is at your service. Of course, you can have your own exclusive store by paying the store opening fee. Query contribution points. 1,888 points. Store opening fee. 1,500 points. Jiang Ziji, who was not rich to begin with, was afraid of poverty again. Can't you give me a discount? Unscrupulous master. Xiaogong also wants to participate in the ranking of major spaces. How can he have no income at all? Dead escape, goodbye. Jiang Ziji was almost angry to death. Talking about money hurts feelings. No wonder Xiaogong, who has been lurking, ran so fast. The poor and arrogant Jiang Ziji endured the pain and clicked the function of opening a store with his fingertips. Query contribution points. 388 points. Jiang Ziji. As for the decoration style of the store, the ordinary little genius will of course choose the simplest and plain initial state. The name? It's called The Poor Head Wants to Eat. Jiang Ziji put today's pine cones and Chinese medicinal materials for a total of 100 kilograms on the transaction page. In the blink of an eye. It's gone in seconds. Query contribution points. 8,888 points. That's out of the ordinary. Too fast, right? Which plane needs medicinal herbs so much? Jiang Ziji's eyes were almost blinded by the light, and she hurried out of her shabby little shop and went shopping in Tao Mall. She bought a lot of cotton seeds and cattle, sheep, pigs, and chickens, and focused her mind on the farmland and pastures. After all, you need cotton coupons to buy cotton at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, and she only has 4 pounds of cotton coupons, which is not enough. It's already autumn, and she hasn't found out where her parents are now. Uncle and aunt have spent a lot of time to inquire, but no one has come from several nearby villages yet. So the whole family is still waiting for news. But the supplies can be prepared in advance, and when the people are found, they will be sent to Dad and Mom immediately. Her parents' bodies can't withstand the severe winter in the north, so she can't just sit there and wait for death. After planting cotton, Jiang Ziji thought of the main crops here, such as rice, soybeans, corn, and sorghum. These food is life. No one can live without food. So I bought the seeds of these crops, and then bought some potatoes, sweet potatoes, tomatoes, lettuce, water spinach, broccoli. I spread the seeds of these crops on the farmland with my mind, hoping that they would grow into seedlings soon, and then each crop would thrive. One thing that Jiang Ziji was very satisfied with was that she didn't have to really take to the land for farming. Otherwise, this place is so big, how long will it take to plant? Jiang Ziji smiled, and her little tiger teeth were looming. Anyway, the space has the function of automatic harvesting when it is ripe, so there's no need to worry about not having time to harvest the crops when they are ripe. And the space doesn't come out very often, and sometimes it's mysterious. But it is undeniable that the space is usually very humane, quietly helping to take care of everything in the space and trying to help the owner make more money. Strive to be a little rich woman. It is worthy of being a sparkling, cute little baby. It is the most beautiful cub in the space world. The next day, Jiang Ziji had planned to get up early to dry the astragalus. But he stayed in bed this morning after browsing the Tao Mall too late last night. He couldn't get up. He couldn't get up at all. The brothers helped to move the astragalus to the yard before going to work, and poured all the astragalus out to dry. They were a great help. Jiang Ziji was so touched. It was not an excuse for his laziness. He glanced at the time. It was almost noon. He couldn't be lazy anymore. Jiang Ziji quickly finished a 2-piece steamed bun and a boiled egg. Then he walked to the yard and started working. Jiang Ziji put on gloves to handle the remaining Chinese medicinal materials. The first thing people look at when they come to collect the medicinal materials is the appearance. She checked carefully. The brothers were very careful and attentive when digging Chinese medicinal materials. Many Chinese medicinal materials were dug out intact. The original good appearance of Chinese medicinal materials was preserved. I have to say that the brothers who work seriously are the most handsome. Some people are afraid to walk around the mountains because there are many beasts in the mountains and poisonous snakes and insects are running all over the mountains. If they are not careful, they will be bitten by them and serious ones will be cut off. But Jiang Zhiji doesn't want to do that. There are so many treasures in the mountains. She just wants to live by the mountains and live by the water. Jiang Zhiji continued to work and found a few unused jars in the kitchen. She took them to the well to wash them and then poured some white wine into them for disinfection. She cut some medicinal materials with a knife, then took out a scale from the medical room in the space, weighed the weight, and continued to prepare Chinese medicinal materials with sterilized gloves. In traditional Chinese medicine, there are 4 levels, namely engineering medicine, prescription medicine, Ming medicine, and national medicine. Before Jiang Zhiji traveled through time, the old men in the medical school called her national medicine. I have to say that I am quite happy. Jiang Zhiji is a little cocky. Forget it, the compliment is very good. Don't compliment me next time, otherwise someone will become even more cocky. Jiang Zhiji has many extinct ancient prescriptions left by her predecessors. With her craftsmanship, the Chinese medicinal materials she prepares can be said to be hard to find. After all, her seemingly unreliable master is Old Man Mo, one of the 5 great masters of traditional Chinese medicine of the older generation. Old Man Mo has devoted his life to the development of traditional Chinese medicine. His prescriptions, traditional Chinese medicine, acupuncture, diet therapy, massage, and herbal treatments are all top-notch. But he has never been able to find a talented apprentice who is compatible with him. You can imagine how crazy he was after meeting Jiang Zhiji. He showed off in front of other old guys every day. What do you mean I have accumulated 8 lifetimes of virtue to meet my little apprentice? What do you mean my little apprentice succeeded again today? What about yours? The old guys were so angry that their faces turned red and their necks were thick. Shameless. Shameless. The 2 sides had a childish quarrel. Let's get back to the point. The master couldn't watch the talent of traditional Chinese medicine directly break, and he didn't want to see the common people think that traditional Chinese medicine is troublesome and complicated, and it is superstitious metaphysics. So, he taught her everything he learned in his life, hoping that she could shine in traditional Chinese medicine. Jiang Zhiji knew that she had been able to read 10 lines at a glance since she was a child, and she had a strong talent for learning, and was not afraid of hardship. To put it bluntly, she would either not do it or do it to the extreme. Jiang Zhiji mainly studied Chinese medicine, but she also learned Western medicine. Her master was angry and laughed, and called her a rolling meat. Before she crossed into the book, she combined Chinese medicine and Western medicine to research many medicines that benefited the country and the people. Created her own glory. She shined in the position of captain and military doctor of the mysterious special forces in the military region. After she crossed into the book, she wanted to use Chinese medicinal materials to make her first pot of gold. She wanted to make money, then buy things. Besides, everyone in the old Jiang family is very good, and everyone is doing their best to work together to improve the family's life. Jiang Zhiji has a little more motivation. However, after Jiang Fengshe was bitten by a snake, she still wanted to live more safely, worried that a snake would get in and scare the family. Jiang Zhiji took some wormwood from the basket, burned a little, and fumigated the house. After a while, the faint scent of wormwood floated in the main hall and the rooms. When it was time to gather, Jiang Zhiji closed the door, locked it, and went to the back mountain with a bamboo basket on his back. With the experience of the first time, this time the brothers tied ropes around their bodies, put foot clips on their feet, and carried poles to climb the tree. Ding Xianglan was terrified watching from below. Jiang Xiangliang's face did not change. This era is much better than the famine era before them. The brave will die of overeating, and the timid will die of starvation. After 2 days of hunting pine cones in a row, Jiang Zhiji had a little kindness and left half of the food for the little squirrels. Thank you to nature. Jiang Zhiji picked some herbs on the way back. These herbs are heat-clearing, detoxifying, and diuretic, which is just useful. After returning home, boil water for the family to drink to improve their physical fitness. After returning home, everyone had a simple dinner, and the family sat on small stools to peel pine cones and take out pine nuts. Raw pine nuts are not peeled, so the brothers used hammers to manually peel them before frying for Gigi's convenience. Ding Xianglan washed the big iron pot and began to pour the pine nuts into it and stir-fry them. Although this work was tiring, she was looking forward to it. Jiang Yuanyang had always been thinking about peeling pine nuts for his sister. His eyes lit up and he waited for the first one. Jiang Gigi. Okay, as long as you're happy. Jiang Yuanyang peeled the pine nuts smoothly, and Jiang Ziji enjoyed it happily, boasting, "Brother, you are really an angel on earth. It's so happy to be your sister." Jiang Yuanyang was so proud, and he felt so happy in his heart. The other two. How shameless. They couldn't stand it anymore, so 2 new members joined the pine nut peeling team. Jiang Gigi discussed with her family that she would go to the county town to explore the way to sell medicinal materials. Only when they really made money, everyone would feel at ease. Jiang Yuanfeng's eyes lit up. "I'll take you there, as agreed before." Jiang Yuanyang's eyes lit up too, and he raised his hand happily. "I'm strong. I can help push the cart." Jiang Yuanshan smiled. "I'm strong in force. I'll protect you." The 4 brothers and sisters high-fived each other and happily decided. Jiang Xiangliang and Ding Xianglan, who had no chance to speak at all.
Oh.
You should just go through the motions, right? What does it have to do with us? Are you an audience? Ding Xianglan stared at the little rascals fiercely. Look at how you have led Gigi astray. Really, she's getting more and more daring. She felt a little sorry for Lin Ting, raising someone's precious daughter, so wild. The 3 brothers were not ashamed of it, but proud of it. In short, they were shameless. What does this show? It shows that they have a good relationship between brothers and sisters. Everyone's goal is to rush forward, to make money. The next day before dawn, Jiang Yuanshan came back from outside. He went to his friend's house in the next village and borrowed a yellow bull cart. These days, cows are so precious. If they are not close friends, they will not be willing to lend them out. After loading all the Chinese medicinal materials into the car, Jiang Ziji waved to his brothers. "We have to disguise ourselves, and it would be best if others can't recognize us."
How?
"Leave it to me." Jiang Ziji had already prepared eyebrow pencils, dark liquid foundation, shadow cream, and loose powder, and painted and smeared them on his brothers' faces with smooth movements. Anyway, they thought these things were brought by her from the city, so they would not ask any more questions. In this regard, we have to praise the brothers for really respecting her privacy. Jiang Ziji painted all the exposed skin black, including her white hands. The 4 brothers and sisters took their dry food and went out excitedly. An hour and a half later, they arrived at the black market in the county. The 4 brothers and sisters pretended to be timid and acted very well. At first glance, others knew that the 4 of them had never seen the world. The 2 people who were on guard looked at the 4 people who were wrapped tightly and as black as coal, and their mouths twitched wildly. If someone didn't know, they would think you came back from digging coal somewhere. It's so black that it almost reflects light. And what's wrong with this cow? It's black and yellow. I don't even know what breed you are. If Jiang Ziji knew what these people were thinking, she would definitely laugh out loud. And she didn't even look at what color she used. It's almost the same color as chocolate. At this time, Jiang Ziji, who had transformed into the dark-skinned old sister-in-law, seemed timid on the surface, just like the little followers of the brothers who were wearing the vests of dark-skinned old brothers. The 2 second-rate guys who were responsible for keeping watch at the entrance of the alley chuckled, put their hands in their pockets, and continued to wander around. The dark-skinned coal foursome walked in smoothly. Jiang Yuanfeng smiled and walked to the entrance of one of the alleys. He took out 90 cents from his pocket and handed it to the strong man squatting at the door. At the same time, he asked, "Brother, is Mr. Feng free today? Someone in the countryside is having a wedding, and they specifically asked us to come and call him to attend the wedding. Mr. Feng is the boss of this black market." The black market transactions under his jurisdiction almost monopolize the entire county, and he is very famous among his peers. However, Mr. Feng is very ambitious. Looking at the current situation, you can see that Mr. Feng wants to expand. Make more money. The head fee is 30 cents per person and 90 cents for 3 people. The strong man's frown loosened a little and replied, I'm free. Mr. Foam likes the hustle and bustle the most, and he will arrive on time. The meaning of the words is, agree to meet, and there is room for negotiation on this business. The strong man took out 3 small pieces of paper from his trouser pocket, stuffed them into Jiang Yuanfeng's hand, and explained, This is Mr. Feng's contact information, you keep it. By the way, tell your relatives happy wedding. The strong man meant, the things are handed over to you, and the rest will be negotiated by yourself. I hope the cooperation can be negotiated happily. Jiang Yuanfeng took the 3 small pieces of paper, walked back to the ox cart, and whispered to Jiang Zhiji and the others, Wait for me for a few minutes, I'll leave the ox to a friend to help look after it. The eldest and the younger brothers were very considerate and quickly unloaded the 6 baskets and 2 sacks from the ox cart and placed them on the ground. Jiang Yuanfeng was obviously good at this, and he led the ox to the street ahead. 10 minutes later, he came back by himself. Jiang Zhiji was full of curiosity and was simply amazed. The black market was so mysterious. There was even a secret code, and the second brother seemed very experienced. The sturdy man at the door winked at the dark and thin man who was keeping watch not far away. The dark and thin man came over and led them to another alley. The second and third brothers carried heavy baskets on a shoulder pole. The eldest brother not only carried a basket, but also held 2 sacks in his hands. He quickened his pace and followed. Jiang Zhiji was not carrying a small shoulder bag that said serve the people. It was an ordinary black canvas bag bought at Tao Mall, which contained a little treasure. The dark and thin man led them around the alleys for several times. Many people were keeping watch on the way, with clear alert in their eyes, always on guard against someone taking the opportunity to cause trouble. After all, once the hat of speculation and profiteering is put on, everyone will be finished. Jiang Zhiji nodded secretly. It seems that this black market boss is quite capable. The more cautious you act, the smaller the risk you will take. She guessed that the note the sturdy man had just given to her second brother was a number plate. In this county town, you have to pay to get a number before you can enter the black market. I'm afraid that the second brother left for a few minutes, just now to put away the oxen and carts. At the same time, he also had to pay the parking fee. In fact, Jiang Zhiji heard from Master Mo Laotu that the inspection in the small county town of Ji province in the south was not strict. At that time, many people dared to take things to the black market for trading. At that time, Master was treating patients in Ji province and saw with his own eyes that an old man took 2 gold earrings to the black market to exchange for rice. Some people took small goldfish to sell, some people bought grain directly in the black market, and some people took the risk to buy high-priced grain, and they were never caught once. After all, the emperor is far away, and no matter how much they manage, they can't control it for the time being. If they don't go, they will starve, so they might as well go with the fat guts. However, this varies from place to place, and it cannot be generalized. Jiang Zhiji just listened and passed it. Jiang Zhiji heard the voice and came back to his senses. As a door opened, a strong man with a beard walked out. Jiang Yuanfeng handed him 3 small notes cleverly and asked, There is a happy event in our village, and we are looking for Mr. Feng to drink. Meaning, we have a big business coming to our door. It depends on whether Mr. Feng will show his favor. The bearded man checked the number plate and confirmed that it was the number of the 3 people, then smiled and said, Happy event is good. We wish we could attend more such happy events and get more of the joy. Meaning, big business? Then we must get it. It's better to come more times. Everyone will benefit each other, which is a good thing for cooperation. Besides, there is nothing in this black market that Mr. Feng can't eat. Walking, Jiang Zhiji saw a lot of people squatting on both sides of the alley. All of them were selling things. Everyone wrapped their faces tightly, walked around with baskets in their hands, and asked people who came in a low voice whether they wanted to buy anything. Jiang Zhiji noticed that someone was selling a whole piece of hard brown sugar, which felt like it needed to be cracked with a hammer before it could be eaten. The woman was selling eggs, and the middle-aged man was selling pork, which was 3 times more expensive than the market price. After a general understanding, Jiang Zhiji decided to sell the herbs first, and then see what was on sale in the black market. There were good things in her space, but she had to go through a clear path to get them out. After going around and around, the group finally came to a house, and Jiang Jiji finally saw the so-called fourth Master Feng. He was a man between 35 and 40 years old, with a beard on his face that almost covered his lips, and a cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth. Behind him stood a number of younger brothers. Each of them looked ferocious and could scare ordinary people. After all, in the black market, if it was not a big deal, you would not be qualified to see fourth Master Feng. Jiang Jiji. There is something. Fourth Master Feng raised his chin. What good stuff. Jiang Jiji put down the sack in his hand, and at the same time Jiang Yuanfeng signaled his elder brother and younger brother to put down the shoulder pole and sack, and lift the canvas on the basket, revealing a basket of grass inside. Grass? It was actually grass. Are you kidding? Fourth Master Feng snorted, and said in a voice that was not angry, You are so brave to fool me with this thing. The younger brothers behind fourth Master Feng surrounded the four brothers and sisters in an instant, as if they would take action immediately as long as fourth Master Feng gave an order. The atmosphere at the scene was anxious and uneasy. Jiang Yuanyang swallowed his saliva and took a step forward unconsciously. On the contrary, Jiang Yuanshan was not afraid. He clenched his fists and took a step forward. Jiang Yuanfeng was calm on the surface, but his mind was turning quickly, thinking about how to deal with it. The dark-skinned old sister-in-law Jiang Jiji, who was blocked behind by the brothers, was a little touched. Fourth Master Feng and others suddenly saw the dark-skinned old sister-in-law behind dark-skin number 1, dark-skin number 2, and dark-skin number 3 moved. She was so mean that she unzipped the small canvas bag, revealing the wild ginseng inside. Jiang Jiji is good at changing her voice. At this moment, her voice is the kind of old-age voice that sounds a bit rough and hoarse, and her tone is full of regret. Oh, what a pity. I originally wanted to use this thing to make friends with fourth Master Feng. Since fourth Master Feng is so busy, I won't disturb you. Big brother, second brother, third brother, let's go back. Jiang Jiji took a step and walked towards the door. Fourth Master Feng snorted and instantly put on a bright smile. He quickly stood up and chased after her. Old sister-in-law, you are so polite. Come on, come and sit down. I'm free, super free. What are you guys doing standing there? Serve tea, the best tea. He didn't serve tea, but dared to serve boiled water? He dared to scare this old ancestor away. Fourth Master Feng finally stopped the man and said enthusiastically, Come on, old man, please come this way. Old sister-in-law. Then, as if he remembered something, fourth Master Feng rubbed his hands excitedly, walked to the basket curiously, and asked, Old sister-in-law, what are these? Aren't they all ginseng? Fourth Master Feng is such a man who dares to think. So Jiang Jiji smiled and said, These are wild Chinese medicinal herbs. I wonder if fourth Master Feng is interested? Jiang Yuanfeng's eyes turned. Now his identity is a dark-skinned old man. His hands are very thoughtful. He trembled and took away the weeds piled on the Chinese medicinal herbs. There were 6 large baskets of Chinese medicinal herbs and 2 sacks of Chinese medicinal herbs. It was estimated that there were about 4 or 500 kilograms. Fourth Master Feng's eyes were almost blinded. No problem. There is nothing in this black market that fourth Master Feng can't eat. In this era, materials were scarce. Not only was there a shortage of food and clothing, but also a shortage of medicinal herbs that could be used as medicine. The mountain is very dangerous, and not many people are willing to go up the mountain to collect herbs. Even if someone dares to go, they may not necessarily collect them. If the herbs are not handled properly, the efficacy will be greatly reduced by half. For such damaged herbs, the black market in the big city will immediately lower the price. How much money can they get after tossing back and forth? So Feng Sai knew that there were people in the black market in the big city who were willing to pay high prices for herbs, and he couldn't get them here. Feng Sai didn't have any hope, and still focused on collecting food and industrial products. But today is different. He met the black-skinned ancestor.
Of course he wanted it.
If these herbs are sold, plus the rice, rain boots, and Dacron cloth collected from other places before, then his worth will definitely double. Ha 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 ha. God really helps me. Feng Sai looked at these Chinese medicinal herbs with a smile, and then called a man in his early 30s to inspect the goods. Of course, what Feng Sai cares about most is the wild ginseng in the black-skinned old sister-in-law's bag. But the old sister-in-law didn't say anything, as if she was waiting for something. The man in his early 30s saw that the medicinal materials in the 6 large baskets were of good quality and fragrant, and the Chinese medicinal materials in the other 2 sacks were processed very well. He immediately nodded to Master Feng Si, obviously very satisfied with this batch of medicinal materials. Master Feng Si understood what the man meant. If there are more Chinese medicinal materials in the future, he can find these 4 people to continue to cooperate in business. Master Feng Si was very happy, and at the same time nodded to the man to start weighing, and said straightforwardly, "I want all these medicinal materials. If you have more next time, just send them to me. But the quality should not be too bad. Remember that we don't accept medicinal materials that have been fumigated with sulfur." Old sister-in-law, look at the ginseng in your bag. Jiang Zhiji saw the man in his early 30s directing his younger brothers to move the Chinese medicinal materials and weigh them, and she felt a little happy in her heart, and she also took out the wild ginseng straightforwardly. She used a box to pack the ginseng along the way, and just now she put the box into the space with her mind. Otherwise, how could the wild ginseng withstand the tossing? Isn't it going to be damaged? No, it can't be damaged. Mr. Foam couldn't wait to call someone to inspect the goods. The man carefully took the ginseng and carefully checked the ginseng stem, body, whiskers, veins, and skin. After a while, the man excitedly said, "Good stuff. It's really good stuff. This ginseng is at least 120 years old." Jiang Zhiji nodded. Fortunately, these 2 people didn't intend to cheat her. It seems that they can develop long-term cooperation in selling medicinal materials. Otherwise, cheat me? What are you thinking? The man began to settle the price of this batch of Chinese medicinal materials. For 120-year-old ginseng, our black market purchase price is 465 yuan. If it is 100-year-old ginseng, our purchase price here is about 370 yuan. The wild astragalus is of very good quality, and it is obviously old. And it is well dug without breaking, and the basket of slices is also very good. I can give you 6 yuan per caddy. This price is equivalent to making friends. If you send it to other places, it will definitely not be as high as the price we give. And we speak based on quality, refuse sulfur fumigation, refuse insect infestation, and it is best to dry it naturally. Jiang Zhiji, don't worry about this. I sell medicinal materials, not to harm people. Of course, I will guarantee the quality of the medicinal materials so that the people who buy medicine can use it with peace of mind. And the quality of the medicinal materials I brought is visible. Mr. Feng Si and the man who inspected the goods nodded at the same time, very satisfied with this batch of medicinal materials. They naturally hope that the partners will continue to maintain it, but don't bring good ones this time and fill in the numbers next time. Besides, Mr. Feng Si had already planned to use this batch of medicinal materials to make a living in the black market in the big cities. He couldn't let his reputation be ruined. The man who was inspecting the goods continued to quote, "Poria cocos is 1.8 yuan per caddy, while black wolfberry of grade 1 is 1.5 yuan per caddy, white peony root is 2.5 yuan per caddy, and Polygonum multiflorum is 2.6 yuan per caddy. The astragalus you brought is 100 caddies, for a total of 600 yuan. Poria cocos is 100 caddies, for a total of 180 yuan. Wild black wolfberry is 80 caddies, for a total of 120 yuan. White peony root is 100 caddies, for a total of 250 yuan. Polygonum multiflorum is 103 caddies, for a total of 267.80 yuan. Including the 465 yuan for wild ginseng, the total is 1,882. 80 yuan. The man who was inspecting the goods used an abacus and repeated the calculation twice on the weight list and unit price list of the medicinal materials before confirming that there was nothing wrong. Jiang Ziji calculated in his mind that the price was right, so he agreed to the deal. I want cash. Tickets are fine too. Feng Sai asked them to wait here for a while, and he went to the house to get the cash and tickets himself. Soon Feng Sai came out, smiling. Old sister-in-law, old brothers, you've been waiting for a long time. Here is a total of 1,890 yuan. The extra part will be rounded up to an integer and counted as mine, so that it will be convenient for us to count it in person. Here are 2 5-chi cloth tickets. I give them to my sister-in-law as a gift. I hope we can cooperate again next time. Jiang Ziji had to give Feng Sai a thumbs up. The extra money and tickets are equivalent to making friends and establishing a good image. Only in this way can there be a chance for cooperation next time. Clever. The little man in Jiang Ziji's heart danced proudly. The first pot of gold was in hand. Finally, he could realize the freedom to buy. How much more? Jiang Yuanshan. Jiang Yuanfeng. Jiang Yuanyang. The expressions of the three brothers could no longer be covered up, and their heads were stuck. It's over, as if the relationship he knew was only a little useful when he got the ticket at the door. The rest was all controlled by my sister. Jiang Ziji touched the sleeves of his brothers and said with a smile, Brothers, count the money. The three brothers walked forward stiffly like robots, completing the instructions set by their masters. It was the first time in my life that I picked up so many big unity notes. This feeling, it was really great. A bundle of big unity was 10 yuan notes. The brothers divided the work and patiently counted them twice to confirm the number. Jiang Yuanyang came over happily and whispered to his sister. That's right. Fourth Master Feng was eagerly waiting for the reply from his dark-skinned sister-in-law Jiang Ziji, wishing to take over all the medicinal materials business in one bite. At first, the younger brothers behind him thought that Fourth Master was not a good businessman. Now they are totally wrong. Just a few 100 kilograms of medicinal herbs can be sold at such a high price. I, the younger brother, have learned a lot. Jiang Ziji smiled and said that he got back to the point, no problem. The next time the medicinal materials are delivered, it will be in 7 days, and the location is in the abandoned grove near the river in the suburbs. The eldest brother Jiang Yuanshan and the second brother Jiang Yuanfeng were shocked. My God, can the sister be more awesome? She is really getting more and more awesome. This time is not over yet, and the next time has been scheduled. The third brother Jiang Yuanyang's legs suddenly became a little weak. The sister is really amazing. Fourth Master Feng stared with green eyes, wondering where the grove in the suburbs is. Then the inspector next to him whispered a reminder, and then I thought of that place. Why didn't I know there was such a suitable place for trading? Who is this old sister-in-law? Why does she seem to know a lot about black market things? But there is an unwritten rule in the black market. Don't ask the source. Fourth Master Feng waved his hand and didn't care so much. Anyway, the old sister-in-law agreed to cooperate with him next time. Fat water should not flow to outsiders. Don't offend anyone. Don't offend this kind of god of wealth. After the transaction between the two parties, Jiang Ziji walked out of the house with his dizzy brothers. Of course, from the moment they entered the door to now when they walked out of the door, the four brothers and sisters did not drink a sip of the tea served by Fourth Master Feng. Out of precaution, everyone must learn to protect themselves and don't touch strangers' things. The brothers unanimously agreed that the power of money originally belonged to Ziji. So 1,890 yuan and 2 cloth coupons were all given to Ziji for safekeeping. They didn't dare to carry so much money on them. The black canvas bag that Jiang Ziji brought this time was very big. On the surface, he put all the money into the bag in front of his brothers. In fact, in the next second, he had transferred all the money into the space, and the canvas bag was flat in an instant. The next second, Jiang Ziji took out some cardboard from the space and put it back into the canvas bag, and the canvas bag was bulging again. Safe. The sturdy man was still leading the way, but now this sturdy man was in a state of turmoil. These 4 people were so cowardly. How could they make a deal? After finishing all this, Jiang Ziji looked at his brothers and shook his head, leaving the stunned brothers behind, and walked straight towards the group of people selling things. Jiang Yuanfeng, who reacted, was the first to catch up. "I'm coming too." Jiang Yuanshan hurriedly caught up with the little god of wealth, still carrying a shoulder pole on his shoulder, but this time the basket was empty. Just like his current mood, very relaxed and happy.
No.
"Wait for me. Take me with you." Jiang Zhiji learned about the prices on the black market and found that they were indeed much more expensive. She still wanted to go to the supply and marketing cooperative and the meat processing plant, and didn't want to waste money on the black market. Jiang Zhiji glanced at the time and the space. It was 9:45 in the morning, so she should be able to catch up. Besides, Jiang Zhiji had tickets on her, so it was more cost-effective to go to the supply and marketing cooperative. Jiang Yuanshan, Jiang Yuanfeng, and Jiang Yuanyang said that it was no problem, and their sister would make the decision. Seeing that the Cole quartet had nothing to buy, the strong man simply asked, "Going out?" "Okay." The strong man walked in front to lead the way, and the four siblings followed behind, pretending to be timid, because they were addicted to acting anyway. Suddenly, Jiang Zhiji stopped, and the brothers didn't know what was wrong with their sister, so they simply stopped tacitly. The strong man in front couldn't hear the footsteps and turned back smartly. "What's wrong?" But his footsteps slowly stopped. Everyone's eyes looked forward in the direction of Jiang Zhiji. Everyone only saw a woman selling eggs there, and not far from her there was an old man wearing a straw hat and a rag on his face. It was hard to see what he looked like, only a pair of vicissitudes of life. The old man sat on the steps dejectedly, holding a gray handkerchief tightly in his hands, and no one knew what was in it. Jiang Zhiji saw it with her sharp eyes. It was in the shape of a bracelet. She was a little curious, and her intuition told her that this thing should be a good product. Anyway, Jiang Zhiji always believed in her sixth sense, and it was often this feeling that helped her escape many dangers. "Take a gamble," Jiang Zhiji said to the strong man. "Wait for me." The strong man nodded, thinking that the dark-skinned old lady was going to buy eggs, so he simply walked forward 30 meters, took out a cigarette and bit it in his mouth, then put his hands in his pockets and stared at the surroundings. Jiang Zhiji walked quickly to the old man and asked in a low voice, "Old man, can you let me see what you have in your hand?" Jiang Yuanfeng, who was worried sick, sighed quietly. His elder brother and younger brother have joined his sister's team. His elder brother, younger brother, and sister are full of energy all day long. Never mind, he's used to it. His sister doesn't play by the rules. Jiang Yuanyang came over with a basket. He and Jiang Zhiji squatted neatly in front of the old man, their eyes brighter than each other. Jiang Yuanshan hesitated for a while, took a deep breath, and squatted down as well. However, Jiang Yuanshan was too tall, like a moving mountain, giving people a strong sense of oppression. The old man was startled, and just when he wanted to look up, he found that his body was shrouded in a shadow. My goodness, this man is so scary. Jiang Zhiji still has the appearance of a dark-skinned old lady. Fearing that the old man opposite would scare himself, he hurriedly said, "Old man, what are you selling? Can I see it? Anyway, the purpose of coming to the black market is to sell and buy things. Otherwise, why are you here to get some fresh air?" So Jiang Zhiji asked directly. The old man saw that the old woman opposite was trembling, as if a strong wind blew, and she immediately set sail and flew confidently. It seemed that this old woman was really here to buy something. The old man tried to hold back, but couldn't help it, and hurriedly said, "I have something I want to sell. Do you think it's suitable?" The brothers breathed a sigh of relief, and almost forgot that they had been transformed by their sister before coming here. Even though their faces were covered tightly and looked old, their aura was still revealed inadvertently. It seems that they have made money, and they are so excited that they are silly. So the four brothers and sisters shuddered, and the dog started to act timidly again to lower other people's guard. The old man looked around, then loosened his hands, lifted the handkerchief to reveal the bracelet inside. Jiang Zhiji stared. Wow. It turned out to be the king of bracelets, Imperial Green. What a fate. Exciting. This level of treasure actually appeared on the black market. Jiang Zhiji then thought of the current environment, where many treasures were damaged or lost. The most important thing in everyone's mind was food. In many people's minds, these jewels were worthless. There was no place to sell them, and basically no one would spend money to buy them. This imperial green bracelet was a very clear green color with good color and water quality, and it was a fat round bar. The counterfeiting technology was not yet in place, so Jiang Ziji was not very worried about buying a fake. Moreover, in the future, it is no exaggeration to say that an imperial green bracelet with excellent water quality can buy half a house in Kyoto. I want 150 yuan and 200 kilograms of food coupons for this bracelet. 200 kilograms of food coupons plus 150 yuan. The old man took a deep look at the bracelet in his hand and sighed. Sister, to be honest, I really opened my mouth like a lion today. After all, if I take out this kind of thing, I will lose a layer of skin if I don't die. No one who comes here is willing to accept it. I really have no other choice. My wife suddenly fell seriously ill before the new year. She was almost dead, and her body was almost drained out. All the remaining money in the family was used for medical treatment. The food supply is running out day by day. If this continues, they will have no food to eat. Sooner or later, they will starve to death. He and his wife have a pair of children. The son and daughter-in-law work in the county town, and the daughter married in another provincial capital and has not returned for several years. The old man went to his son's house alone in the middle of the night, hoping to borrow some food from his son to tide over the difficulties. When he had food and money in the future, he would return it to his son and daughter-in-law. But his son turned his face and refused to recognize him. He sent the old man away for various reasons and let his daughter-in-law hold a broom and scold him and his wife for being old and immortal. She complained that the two old and immortal people would implicate them after something happened, and they had sinned in their previous life. There is no filial son in front of a long-term sick bed. The old man's heart for his son is dead, and he will never recognize the son again. Today is not the first time the old man has come to the black market to sell bracelets, but every time he comes to the black market, he has to pay to buy a number and no one buys his bracelets after coming in. He has already lost a lot, and his wife is still waiting for him to go back at home. She is afraid that he will get into trouble in the black market. If this continues, people will starve to death. The old man decided to take a risk for the last time and come out to see if he can meet someone who is willing to use food coupons to buy the imperial green bracelet. Jiang Ziji smiled and said, "Okay." The old man widened his eyes and spoke incoherently with excitement. "Sister, do you really agree?" Even if he could exchange it for food stamps and cash in his dreams, the old man didn't want to wake up. But his wife was still waiting for him outside the dream, so he had better wake up. It's rare to meet a straightforward person. This deal must be done. The brothers were shocked. This thing is not a valuable thing at this time. It's not the same environment as before. Jiang Yuanfeng was not very reassured, but the words on his lips were forced back. First of all, the money is earned by my sister. Secondly, my sister has the final say with her own money. Finally, my sister is smart, and she must have her reasons for doing this. In summary, my sister is not alone. Even if the sky falls, they can carry it together, so let my sister run faster.
Don't ask.
It's just the girl's little secret, don't guess. Does my sister like bracelets? The eldest and the younger brother were puzzled, but they kept it in mind. Jiang Ziji used his mind to take out a bundle of 150 yuan of Great Unity and 200 kilograms of food coupons from the space and put them into a black canvas bag. Then he lowered his head to unzip the canvas bag, took out the cash and food coupons, and handed them to the old man. At this time, Jiang Ziji had his own principles. He would buy if the price was right, and he would not bargain to lower the price of the old man at this juncture. People set this price for survival. 150 yuan, this amount of money is almost 3 months' salary for a senior worker in the county. It was indeed ridiculously expensive. The two exchanged the money and the goods. The old man took a deep look at Jiang Ziji, who was wearing a black leather vest, and then turned and left. However, his trembling heart was beating very fast, and he said thank you in his heart. Food is the most important thing these days. Food is life. Originally, These jewels could not be sold at a high price. Today, he was lucky and met a kind person. These days, no one is willing to buy his bracelets. They are not willing to pay a dime, and they are disgusted when they look at them for more than 1 second. In addition, it is very expensive to buy this now. Some jewelry will cause trouble, and people are even more reluctant to touch these things. So the old man said thank you 3 times in a row, and he was very grateful to Jiang Zhiji in his heart. Now he is going to buy food, and his wife can finally eat and finally don't have to worry about starving to death during this period. Jiang Zhiji put away the imperial green bracelet, although the food coupons she brought were suddenly reduced by 1/4. But Jiang Zhiji felt it was worth it, and it felt great to have money to spend. The 4 brothers and sisters continued to follow the strong man around, and finally walked out of the black market. Jiang Yuanfeng asked them to wait for him at the entrance of the alley, while he went to bring the ox cart back. After returning, Jiang Zhiji confirmed that they really had to pay the parking fee. After the 4 siblings came out, they did not rush to change their clothes. They circled around the area several times and made sure that no one was following them before hiding in an alley. Jiang Zhiji took 2 bottles of unlabeled makeup remover oil and handed them to her brothers to remove all the foundation on their faces and hands. She quickly removed her makeup and tidied herself up. Soon, the 4 siblings finally got rid of the coal-black ball vest and continued their journey refreshed. At 10:20, the 4 siblings rushed to the stall selling pork. They didn't know what good luck they had today, but there were still a lot of pork belly, lean meat, and ribs. Jiang Yuanshan looked at his younger brothers and sisters and coughed. Are you craving for meat? Jiang Zhiji and Jiang Yuanfeng had golden light in their eyes and said in unison, yes. The tone was as sincere as it could be. How comfortable it was to think about eating meat. Meat is popular. Jiang Yuanfeng laughed and watched Jiang Zhiji buy. Uncle, I want 10 pounds of pork belly, 10 pounds of lean meat, 5 pounds of large ribs, and 2 pig's trotters. The uncle was very happy because the little girl opposite was a big customer. But what's interesting is that this family can actually be headed by a little girl. The uncle's knife fell, and the pork belly he cut was just enough to weigh. In Jiang Zhiji's opinion, the uncle was really strong. The uncle asked enthusiastically, Girl, do you think this is enough? Jiang Zhiji smiled with eyes like crescent moons. Enough. The texture of the pork is very good, and you can tell at first glance that it is local pork. Jiang Zhiji's little head has already started imagining how to make meat dishes. Braised pork. Pork stewed with vermicelli.
Pan-fried pork tenderloin.
Steamed meat patties. Stuffed green peppers with meat. Ah, I'm so greedy. The uncle who bought the meat was very efficient. He put the packed pork in Jiang Yuanshan's backpack with swift movements. He looked very kind with a smile on his face. Pork belly is 86 cents per pound, and lean meat is 65 cents per pound. 2 pig's trotters, a total of 3.5 pounds, are sold at 84 cents per pound. 5 pounds of large bones, I'll only charge you 1 cent. The total is 19 yuan and 4 cents, and you need a meat ticket. Jiang Zhiji gave the money and the meat ticket promptly. Any delay would be disrespectful to Ruru. With a clear path today, Jiang Zhiji decided to take out the pork from the space and put it in the backpack to carry it back together. He felt happy just thinking about it. Jiang Zhiji had used up another 1/4 of his meat ticket, but it was not a big deal. He would work hard to earn it back. Jiang Yuanshan put some weeds in the backpack in advance to prevent the blood from flowing everywhere. Jiang Yuanfeng had a way to buy eggs without a ticket, so Jiang Zhiji went to buy local eggs. The old lady selling eggs saw that she was sweet-mouthed, so she bought and gave her a bamboo basket. These eggs weighed about 6 pounds. While the brothers were walking in front and talking and laughing, Jiang Zhiji walked behind and quietly put 2 more pounds of eggs in the basket. Jiang Yuanshan knew that his sister had other things to buy, so he simply suggested, Do you want to go to the supply and marketing cooperative? Jiang Zhiji looked at the time and shook his head. Let's go to the state-owned restaurant to eat first. Today is our first pot of gold. Your hard work has paid off, so you should at least reward yourself, right? Jiang Yuanyang was the first to raise his hand to agree. Jiang Yuanfeng added with a smile, Since third brother is so enthusiastic, why not let him treat us? Jiang Yuanyang put his hand down in a flash, shamelessly hugged his second brother's hand, and rubbed his shoulders and back with a chuckle. I don't want to. I don't have money. I'm so poor. Second brother, can you let me take advantage of you? Promise me. Jiang Yuanfeng corrected his third brother. I'm treating eldest brother and Gigi. There's no share for you. Jiang Yuanyang. Regardless, he just acted like a bootlicker. I'm going to follow you. Jiang Yuanshan silently looked away and finally concluded. Are you ashamed? Jiang Yuanyang felt very good about himself. Rarely, Jiang Ziji joined the forces of his eldest and second brothers and agreed with his eldest brother. Ha 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 ha, third brother, you little dog leg. The four brothers and sisters laughed and joked and happily came to the state-owned restaurant. The state-owned restaurant has the characteristics of a Times. Above the Vermilion Gate, there is a plaque with the word state-owned restaurant in red font. There is a red 5-pointed star just above the plaque. On the left is self-reliance, and on the right is a red couplet of hard struggle. Looking around, there are 6 red flags on the roof, fluttering in the wind. Jiang Ziji walked into the state-owned restaurant and saw the small blackboard of today's dishes at first glance. Braised pork 43 cents, pickled cabbage 1 cent, garlic fried pork liver 30 cents, half a caddy of mutton 50 cents, braised short ribs 30 cents, wontons 50 cents, pork and cabbage dumplings 50 cents, rice 10 cents. Pork and sauerkraut noodles 18 cents, chicken stewed with mushrooms 18 cents, stir-fried potato shreds 5 cents. The second glance was, the slogan of the restaurant was, no beating or scolding of customers. Existence is reasonable. In the 1970s, eating out was a very luxurious thing, and you couldn't have a meal without food coupons. State-owned restaurants collected food coupons according to the weight of the grain. For example, if you bought 2 fried dough sticks, you would be charged 2 taels of coupons and given additional 5 cents. But you don't need meat coupons to eat at the state-owned restaurant in this small county. Jiang Ziji saw someone ordering rice at the window, and the rice was really good. Another thing is that state-owned restaurants have time regulations. Those who come early will have no food, and those who come late will have nothing to eat. Even if you have money, the chefs will ignore you, and they have to get off work on time. There are not many people today. Jiang Ziji patted the black canvas bag and said with a smile, order. Plenty of food coupons. Of course, we have enough money. The 4 siblings chose the big square table on the right. The 4 of them could just fit at one table without having to share it with others. Jiang Ziji waited for her brothers to order with a smile on her face, but her brothers only wanted to order the cheapest steamed buns, which cost only 5 cents each. Her brothers really wanted to save money for her. Jiang Ziji laughed out loud. Although she usually loved to tease her brothers contributed a lot when it came to collecting herbs. It would be so exhausting to carry such heavy herbs. Moreover, they provided enthusiastic emotional value throughout the whole process and supported her in everything. In Jiang Ziji's heart, they were very good brothers. Jiang Ziji stood up and went to the window to order food. Jiang Yuanyang, the little tail behind him, ran over happily. Gigi, don't order so much. If Mom finds out, I'm afraid your third brother's life will be in danger. The eldest and second brothers were worried that they couldn't persuade their sister, so they sent him over. Sure enough, among the 4 siblings, he was the one Jiang Ziji loved the most. There was no way, she is so popular. Jiang Yuanyang started to show off, his eyes sparkling. Jiang Ziji was too familiar with the look from her third brother, so she simply turned her head away from him, letting him laugh secretly beside her. Jiang Ziji understood what her brothers meant, so she didn't order so many dishes, just enough for 4 people. She ordered braised pork, half a caddy of mutton, and 4 servings of pork and cabbage dumplings. When the waitress of our state-owned restaurant saw Jiang Ziji, her smile was so bright, I'll charge you $2.93. The waitress was indeed in a better mood when she saw a beautiful and polite beauty at work. Jiang Ziji paid promptly, and the waitress told her to come and serve it after it was cooked. Jiang Ziji and Jiang Yuanyang walked back and sat down, looking around with interest. When the waitress saw the dishes coming out, She shouted to the guests, "Whose fried tofu is it?" "Our table." "Which table is the twice-cooked pork?" "This way. Come and serve the dishes." Another 5 minutes passed. The waitress called out in the direction of Jiang Jiji. "The braised pork, dumplings, and mutton are all ready. You can come and serve them." Jiang Jiji didn't need to go. Jiang Yuanfeng and Jiang Yuanyang stood up quickly and went to the window to serve the dishes. Jiang Yuanyang turned around and asked, "Sister, do you want some chopped green onions?" "Yes." Jiang Jiji was drooling. Before she even started eating, the aroma of the dumplings rushed straight to her nose, whetting her appetite. Jiang Yuanyang placed the first bowl of dumplings in front of Jiang Jiji and said with a happy smile, "Let's eat. We have a high level of consciousness, so we can have meat to eat with our sister." Jiang Yuanfeng chuckled. "My younger brother is very conscious. The three of us brothers have indeed benefited from our sister." Jiang Yuanshan nodded vigorously. It seems that this meal at the state-owned restaurant was rare. Jiang Ziji was originally a protective person. At the most critical moment, it was the uncle's family who helped their family. According to Jiang's father and mother, they would feel relieved to have the uncle's family take care of their little girl. Then the uncle's family was very good, and there was family affection. Jiang Ziji accepted the old Jiang family and divided them into his own area. Jiang Ziji looked proud. "There is no need to say so much in front of food. Just do it. Ha ha ha, listen to my sister." The fragrant dishes were placed on the table, and they were all greedy. The plump dumplings looked very pleasing, with thin skin and large fillings and real ingredients. If you want it to be delicious, you have to make it with your heart. Jiang Ziji couldn't wait to pick up a big dumpling, blew it gently, and took a bite. Wow, I was surprised. The dumplings were really delicious, the meat was very fresh, and the taste was just right, not salty or bland. Every bite hit Jiang Ziji's taste buds. If Jiang Ziji were to make the meat filling, she would be confident that it would be better and more fragrant than that of state-owned restaurants. But Jiang Ziji felt that the difference was in the ingredients. In the future, many things are made of technology and hard work. You don't even know whether the food you eat has been added with various technologies. Take the pork in the 1970s and the pork in the future. The taste of domestic pigs and feed pigs is really different. Domestic pigs in rural areas are fed with wheat bran and pig grass, and the pigs raised are almost all lean meat, with very little fat. A pig is raised for a year before it is slaughtered, and the meat quality is the best. However, feed pigs are raised for a short time and eat feed. Some pigs eat too much feed, and the pork has a fishy smell. Even if you put more slices and cooking wine to remove the fishy smell, the pork still has a fishy smell. The pork and cabbage dumplings we eat in the north now are made of real ingredients, full of meat, and taste delicious and addictive. Jiang Yuanshan, Jiang Yuanfeng, and Jiang Yuanyang are also immersed in the joy of eating meat. The four of them have the best understanding of eating rice. After all, if you are not active in eating, you have a problem with your thinking. Jiang Yuanyang added with a smile, "You can give up your face, but you can't not eat." The other three agreed very much. "Our consciousness is high." Jiang Ziji picked up another piece of braised pork. Sure enough, braised pork is a staple food wherever it goes. The taste is different in different places. After eating, the four brothers and sisters sat for a while, touching their round stomachs, feeling particularly satisfied. After a good rest, the four brothers and sisters led the ox cart to the door of the supply and marketing cooperative. Jiang Yuanshan, "I won't go in. I'll watch the things outside." He offered to watch the ox and the pork and eggs he bought outside, for fear that someone would steal them. After all, some people have no food to eat these days. If this continues, people will starve to death, and they will do anything. Jiang Ziji nodded. "Okay, big brother, go wait for us under the tree over there. The tree over there can provide shade. These days, everyone is suffering." The three brothers deliberately told Jiang Ziji a lot. Jiang Ziji also understood. To be honest, everyone lived a very difficult and hard life in the 1970s. All materials were in short supply. You needed tickets to buy anything. You couldn't move without a visa and a letter of introduction. When buying things, it was still a unified purchase and sale. Department stores and supply and marketing cooperatives were sales points. Take people living in the county town, for example. People in the county town have a fixed supply. Every household has a grain and oil book. The monthly supply of oil is only 4 taels, and each person is supplied with 1 pound of pork per month. Other vegetables, cloth, and rice are also limited. Even if you have food coupons and money on hand, but the grain station has no grain, what can you do? There were no wild vegetables in many places in the county, so the people in the county could only find ways to buy some grains to cope with the situation. Not to mention rice, there was not even a shadow of rice. When corn flour ran out, sorghum rice was supplied. When sorghum rice ran out, dried sweet potatoes were supplied. Many people could only buy dried sweet potatoes to make up for their food rations. Dried sweet potatoes are generally about 2 kilograms, which is equivalent to 1 kilogram of food rations. Then corn cores and cabbage roots are ground into starch, which is also eaten as a staple food. About 4 kilograms of starch is equivalent to 1 kilogram of food. Farmers living in rural areas are even more miserable. Each person is allocated 2 mu of land. After harvesting the grain, public grain must be paid, and the annual public grain task is large. The remaining grain after paying the public grain is not enough to eat. Almost many families are not full, especially families with many children who have less food to share and are even more hungry. So farmers eat dried sweet potato rice when they are rushing to harvest and doing heavy work. Some families didn't have that much food, so they looked for elm seeds, corn husks, sweet potato vines, wild vegetables, or ground corn cores into powder, which were their staple foods. If they did light work or didn't work, they would eat porridge. Life was hard, and many families heard quarrels and crying every day. After Jiang Yuanshan told Jiang Zhizhi all this, he smiled and rubbed Jiang Zhizhi's little head. Well, Zhizhi is amazing. To be able to earn the first pot of gold in such an environment. Jiang Zhizhi smiled proudly, and she had to stand up. The supply and marketing cooperative in this place was a row of bungalows. There was a red 5-pointed star just above the name of the store. A red flag fluttering in the wind was planted on the roof. At least at first glance, Jiang Zhizhi felt that the decoration style was similar to that of a state-owned restaurant. Jiang Zhizhi walked in with his second brother Jiang Yuanfeng and third brother Jiang Yuanyang. The eldest brother Jiang Yuanshan was looking at things under a big tree. He felt that with him around, ordinary people would not dare to approach him and try to steal his things. After all, his height and stature were there. Jiang Zhizhi was as excited as a bird flapping its wings. There were rows of cabinets in the supply and marketing cooperative. Each cabinet was divided into categories, and there were many kinds of goods on it. On the walls on both sides were posted slogans: "Welcome new and old customers. Remember the mission and serve the people. No beating of customers." There were also many people in the supply and marketing cooperative at this point. Several children stood on tiptoe and looked at the fruit candies and egg cakes on the counter. Their saliva was almost flowing down, and their eyes were shining. The air was filled with the aroma of soy sauce, vinegar, and coarse salt mixed together. It was hard to describe what it felt like, but Jiang Zhizhi thought it was quite fragrant. The cabinet in the middle of the entrance has a tin kettle, which has 3 colors to choose from: red, white, and blue. There are 5 people buying things in the food area on the left. After weighing the weight, the salesperson will wrap it in paper, and it will be a small square. Then tie it with a rope and let the customer carry it in his hand. Jiang Zhizhi felt like she had opened the door to a new world. It was her first time to visit this kind of supply and marketing cooperative. It was so novel. This feeling was different from the feeling of visiting supermarkets in the future. Jiang Zhizhi walked around excitedly, and by the way, she was concerned about the current prices. Soybeans are 1.6 cents per pound, fuqiang flour is 1.5 cents per pound, cornmeal is 8 cents per pound, polished rice is 1.4 cents per pound, and ordinary flour is 1.7 cents per pound. Zhonghua brand toothpaste is 3.6 cents per tube, soap is 3.8 cents per tube, and a kettle is 5.2 yuan. Woolen yarn is 18 yuan per pound, cotton cloth is 1.8 yuan per meter, cotton wool shirts and trousers are 4.3 yuan per piece, and coarse cloth is 2.3 cents per foot. Maodai costs 7 yuan a bottle, Dimension costs 35 yuan a box, Double Happiness costs 7 yuan a bag, and an 800-gram can of malted milk costs 35 yuan. A live chicken costs 88 cents a pound, top-quality pig fat costs $1.20 a pound, and salt costs 15 cents a pound. White sugar costs 78 cents a pound, and you need a sugar ticket, and cooking oil costs 88 cents a pound, and you need an oil ticket. Jiang Jiji decided to buy. She had food tickets, meat tickets, cloth tickets, industrial tickets, sugar tickets, soap tickets, wine purchase vouchers, and shoe tickets on her body, all of which were national tickets that her parents had stuffed into her before she left. So she didn't have to worry about not having tickets. And the main purpose of coming to the supply and marketing cooperative this time was to buy things to cross the road so that she could take things out of the space. In this way, she could easily explain where the things she took out came from. Besides, this time she and her brothers came to the county town together with a bullock cart, so when she bought things and went back, she could put them on the bullock cart and transport them back together. In this way, her brothers didn't have to carry poles and baskets to walk back. It was simply the benefit of saving my brother. There was a row of shelves with floral fabrics, with peony prints, red, gray, green, and white patterns on a blue background. The second shelf was for autumn johns, in pink, yellow, and red, with several rolls of white cotton fabric stacked on the right. Jiang Jiji saw that his aunt's family used this kind of coarse earthen fabric, and the sheets at home were also made of this gray coarse earthen fabric. It felt rough to the touch and was heavy to lift. Jiang Jiji looked at the blue and white and red and white fabrics for several times. Jiang Yuanfeng stood by and explained, "This kind of cloth is also good for making mattresses. It's quite cool to lie on it in the summer." Jiang Jiji nodded. "I think this kind of coarse cloth is suitable for wearing at work. The color is stain-resistant. I wonder if it will become softer after washing." Suehua, the saleswoman in front of the glass cabinet, was calculating on an abacus. When she heard Jiang Jiji's words, she looked up and said calmly, "It will." Zhang Ping, the saleswoman at the counter, was so scared that she screamed. She looked at the cute little girl in front of her with a smile and said, "Hello, do you need to buy cloth? You are lucky today. Our supply and marketing cooperative has just received a batch of hot-selling goods. There are many things that people usually wait in line to buy. If you need it, you can take this opportunity to buy it. As the old saying goes, opportunity never comes again." The little girl and her brother came in a group. The three of them talked and laughed. At first glance, they were full of youth and vigor. Saleswoman Zhang Ping was envious. Thinking that she had such a beautiful time of youth back then, she really missed it. With an extra layer of beautiful filter, Zhang Ping is more enthusiastic in recommending products. Jiang Ziji blinked his eyes, and the big sister in front of him smiled naturally and brightly, giving people a very friendly feeling. "Didn't you say that the salesperson's attitude was not good? Isn't this good?" Zhang Ping seems to be very familiar with every product. She is very detailed when introducing the products to customers and weighs them accurately. Jiang Jiji praised, "You have the potential to be an excellent salesperson. People who can work in the supply and marketing cooperative these days should have a good family environment. After all, this is an enviable job. It is an iron rice bowl in the eyes of everyone. Don't worry about the benefits. As long as you don't make a fool, you can almost work comfortably. By the way, enjoy some oil and water inside. Many things in the supply and marketing cooperative can be digested internally. Especially the defective cloth of the supply and marketing cooperative. You can't buy it without connections, and they are all divided by their internal staff. People outside can't buy things even if they line up early in the morning. People who work here can buy them easily. So why is there so many people vying for the position of a salesperson in a supply and marketing cooperative?" Jiang Jiji learned. At that time, the staff of the grain station were absolutely awesome. They were more popular than the salesmen of the supply and marketing cooperatives because they could buy grain without tickets. How many people envied this alone? As long as they had money in their pockets, they would basically have no shortage of rice and flour. Zhang Ping introduced. The cloth sold by our supply and marketing cooperative is all hand-woven. You see, these colors are very popular. They are all dyed by us. They are old coarse cloth with paste. We can use a lighter to burn some scraps. There will be no residue when they are burned. If you rub them with your fingers, they will become powdery. If you are a little girl, these old coarse cloths will be a little prickly on your body. After all, your skin is white and tender. If you buy them to wear clothes and pants for your family to wear when they work, then they're just right. This kind of old cloth is resistant to dirt. Jiang Ziji smiled and said, Okay, I will choose the color again. 1 piece is 20 meters and 1 meter is 3 feet. Jiang Ziji's head turned quickly, calculating how much cloth he wanted. I heard from my mother before that a quilt uses 15 feet of white cotton cloth. And silk cloth is used as the quilt cover, which is just right. She has 2 cloth coupons of 50 feet each, which she got on the black market. In addition, there are cloth coupons given by her parents before, which are enough to make clothes and pants for several people. Someone happened to be buying enamel plates nearby, and Zhang Ping said to Jiang Ziji and the other 2, You guys look at it for a while, I'll be busy over there and come back later. Okay. Jiang Yuanfeng saw Jiang Ziji staring at the floral cloth with shining eyes and asked with a smile, Ziji, do you want to buy cloth? To make clothes or quilt covers? We sew our own quilt covers. If they get dirty, we take them down and wash them. When the sun is good in winter, my mother takes them to the stream to wash them and then takes them back to the yard to dry them. I still remember that many aunts in the village liked to go to the drying field at that time, chatting while sewing quilt covers. Jiang Ziji said softly, I want to make it for my father and mother. Whether it's clothes and pants for work or sheets for winter, Jiang Ziji plans to buy cloth and make them herself. At least make them in public first. Then take out the rest from the space. And it's too expensive to buy ready-made clothes in the supply and marketing cooperative, which is not cost-effective at all. Even if she needs to buy ready-made clothes, Tao Mall is the first choice. Besides, the winter here is long, and everyone has nothing to do and hides at home for the winter. Every household has a Kong, which makes it warm and comfortable at home. But the place where Dad and Mom go will definitely not have such good living conditions. They probably live in a cowshed. In winter, not only is it drafty everywhere. If it rains or snows, it will be wet everywhere, which is even worse. In this case, winter cotton padded clothes, cotton jackets, cotton pants, and cotton shoes must be arranged. Jiang Ziji bought cotton and cloth first. Go back then ask my aunt to teach her. At least her eyes should learn first. If the needle and thread are similar to the fabric, no one should notice it. At most, you can sew some broken cloth on the cotton coat and cotton pants. At that time, my parents will wear cotton coats and cotton pants inside, and wear old clothes outside. The more torn the outer clothes are, the better, so that others will not easily find out. By the way, Jiang Ziji thought of the overalls again and made a few more overalls. See if my parents can use them and put them away if not. As for shoes, I wonder if my aunt has shoe samples of various sizes? If not, then use a ruler. In addition to preparing cotton shoes, Jiang Ziji also plans to get a few more pairs of liberation shoes. 1 pair for each family member. Woolen socks are also indispensable. It's so painful to have cold feet in the winter. This time, I have to buy wool yarn. In fact, Jiang Ziji will knitting a sweater. Before she traveled through time, her master, Old Man Mo, had his birthday. Jiang Ziji took advantage of her free time to personally knit a sweater for Old Man Mo, which moved him to tears. In the winter, she wore it out every day to show off, making other old men envious. These will be arranged temporarily today. Other things will be added later. You can't become a fat man in one breath. These things should also be sent to her brother and Lu Xingchen in H province. Jiang Ziji will knit sweaters for her parents first, and if there is time later, she will also knit a sweater for her brother and Lu Xingchen. Although the army also distributes cotton padded clothes, Jiang Ziji can send sweaters over. She will call her brother secretly in a few days to get their height and size. I don't know if her brother and Lu Xingchen like to eat dried meat and pine nuts. Send some local specialties as well. Jiang Ziji didn't forget that it was Lu Xingqian and the old man of the Lu family who helped Jiang Xiangxing and Lin Ting behind the scenes. If they hadn't helped, the place where Dad and Mom went would have been even more difficult. Jiang Ziji was worried that Dad and Mom were too far away from her and she couldn't take care of them if something happened. Today, there is only one goal. Buy what's suitable. Buy what's needed. Anyway, there is such a good opportunity now. On the way back, she quietly put some supplies into the basket and covered it with other things. If she bought more things, her brothers wouldn't notice what was extra. The plan after that was for her to go to the county town by herself. See if she can find someone to take the blame. Someone who can let her throw the blame on the source of the things. Jiang Yuanfeng understood immediately that his sister had planned to make clothes for his second uncle and second aunt. Yes, winter is coming, and he has to prepare. After finishing the work over there, Zhang Ping came over and introduced with a smile. We have velvet cloth with magpies climbing plum trees here, which is very warm when used to make quilt covers. The colors are festive and the styles are the latest. If you hadn't been lucky enough to come today, you wouldn't have been able to queue up to buy it. Jiang Yuanyang nodded. After the autumn harvest, every brigade will distribute money tickets and grain. If some places pay the public grain earlier, they will be distributed earlier. When everyone has money, they will definitely come to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy things. I'm afraid that the counter will be crowded by then. Zhang Ping nodded. That will be our busiest time, and there will not be enough things to sell. In addition to a large number of farmers going to the city to buy things. Some residents with some money in their pockets will also come to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy supplies from time to time. Better cloth is also not available at ordinary times. People in the county are supplied with 15 feet of cloth coupons per person per year. Have you heard of a saying? Is it enough? 16 feet. Everyone wants to make new clothes and new pants to wear before the new year, and all come to the supply and marketing cooperative to grab cloth. Jiang Ziji listened to this information with a smile. Zhang Ping saw that the brothers and sisters liked to listen. She continued without any ulterior motives. Besides, the rice in our supply and marketing cooperative is far from enough. After all, rice and noodles are best-selling products. Our supply and marketing cooperative also has the business of collecting agricultural products. For example, we will hang a sign outside saying that we are collecting duck eggs, chicken eggs, straw hats, straw mats, chickens, ducks, pigs, etc., but the eggs have been sold out. If everyone has surplus food on hand, it would be even better. Our supply and marketing cooperative would like to purchase it and sell it back. But the reality is too difficult. Many families do not have enough food. Everyone can't even get enough to eat. Where can there be extra food to sell? Some people even have to spend money to buy food at the grain station. Zhang Ping pointed to the place where the egg price tag was hung, but there was not a single egg on it. Jiang Ziji. Then, why put the tag out? Jiang Ziji couldn't help but smile at the second brother. Fortunately, the second brother knew the old lady outside. Otherwise, how could he buy so many eggs? Jiang Ziji almost praised the second brother like a flower. The smile on Jiang Yuanfeng's mouth deepened, and his heart was very happy. It was also a coincidence that he had a way to buy the eggs that his sister didn't buy. Oh, no wonder the third brother likes to show off all the time. It turns out that the feeling of showing off in front of your sister is really great. Zhang Ping said so much in one breath, and it was quite satisfying. Little girl, you can call me Sister Ping. I see that you have a good impression of me, so I told you more about these things today. Okay, Sister Ping, next time I come to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy things, I will ask you more if I don't know.
Could not get a word in.
Originally, he wanted to bring his sister to the county town for a stroll, but his sister was very slippery. They didn't have to worry about her at all. With a smile on his face, Jiang Ziji took out 2 eggs from the black canvas bag and handed them to Zhang Ping, saying softly, Sister Ping, these are eggs from my own home. You can try them. Winter is coming soon, and it's not easy for my brother and I to come to the county town. Today, I met a salesperson like you who warmly welcomes customers at the supply and marketing cooperative and serves the people with a smile on your face. I feel the joy and happiness of buying things in the supply and marketing cooperative. If someone above asks me what I think of the supply and marketing cooperative, then I definitely think you are an excellent salesperson in the supply and marketing cooperative. Jiang Ziji's little face was as sincere as it could be, and her little mouth was as sweet as honey. Since Sister Ping said that we came at the right time today, I'd better buy some things I need and take them back, especially cloth. I'm afraid they will be sold out next time I come. Zhang Ping became even more enthusiastic, and now she didn't call her little girl anymore, but sister directly. Sister, has your little mouth eaten candy? Zhang Ping reached out to take the eggs handed over by Jiang Ziji. It is true that they work in the supply and marketing cooperative, especially with the identity of salespersons in the supply and marketing cooperative. They are looked up to wherever they go. Besides, who doesn't like to hear compliments? It feels so good to be praised. Anyway, Zhang Ping likes to hear it. She likes to hear others praise her for her diligence and enthusiasm in her job and for serving the people. Jiang Ziji began to order the things to buy, especially the towels for the family. The three brothers all share one towel, and the towels of the eldest uncle and aunt are already tattered. If they buy Hong Shuangxi, it will be convenient for the eldest uncle to use it when he goes to other villages to inquire about news. Nowadays, men like to put cigarettes behind their ears, and they are not in a hurry to smoke. They walk around like this, looking very arrogant. I want 5 caddies of flour, 5 caddies of fuqiang flour, a pack of double happiness, a box of Deepening, a bottle of mitai, a caddy of sugar, 5 towels, 2 thermoses, 5 meters of coarse cloth, 5 meters of white cotton cloth, 5 meters of velvet cloth, and a caddy of wool. Zhang Ping gasped, a little bit unable to believe what she heard. How cruel. The little girl actually bought so much cloth. How long did she save up the cloth coupons? Zhang Ping slapped her face and quickly dialed the abacus to quote the price. 5 caddies of flour is 85 cents. 5 caddies of fuqiang flour is 75 cents. Double happiness is 7 yuan. Deepening is 35 cents. Maotai is 7 yuan. 5 towels are 6 yuan. White sugar is 78 cents. Iron kettle is 10. For yuan. Old coarse cloth is 3.45 yuan. White cotton cloth is 9 yuan. Velvet cloth is 8 yuan. Woolen yarn is 18 yuan. The total is 71.58 yuan, which requires a total of 6 industrial coupons. If you buy a cloth coupon of 5 feet, you need 3. In addition, woolen yarn, thermos, and towels require industrial coupons. If you buy Maotai liquor in fixed quantity, you don't need a coupon. Seeing that Jiang Ziji needed a lot of things, Zhang Ping's smile became even brighter. Okay, I'll pack them all for you. Zhang Ping quickly took out the things Jiang Ziji wanted. When she was weighing them, a little more flour spilled on the scale pan, but she didn't say anything. When cutting the cloth, there was a scale engraved next to the counter where Zhang Ping stood, which made it convenient for them to cut the cloth when selling it. Zhang Ping was also a very honest person. When cutting the cloth for Jiang Ziji and his sisters, she added a little more size. Jiang Yuanfeng took a basket to carry the things he bought, especially the conspicuous ones, which were directly put into the sack. Jiang Yuanyang yelled and rushed up to hold the bought cloth, especially the white cotton cloth, which was so rare. If it got dirty, it would be a disaster. Jiang Ziji counted the cloth tickets, wine tickets, and industrial tickets, and then handed the tickets and money to Zhang Ping. Jiang Yuanyang was blinded by Jiang Ziji's arrogant look. Too rich. So awesome. Zhang Ping counted the money and bills, put them in the drawer, and said with a smile, "Sister, you are really a straightforward person. It seems that I have to tell you in advance next time when there is something good." Jiang Ziji saw that the time was ripe and immediately came up. "Then I thank Sister Ping in advance. I especially need cloth and cotton during this period. Please keep an eye out for me." Wow, a pillow is sent when I am sleepy. Jiang Ziji is waiting for this kind of relationship to be exposed. In the future, she will buy, and when her family asks her, she will push all to Sister Ping, the salesperson at the supply and marketing cooperative. Anyway, it's okay as long as her family believes it. Zhang Ping nodded, with a smile on her face, and whispered, "Cotton is a hot commodity. I may not be able to keep it for you. but if someone wants to sell it outside, I will keep an eye out for you. After that, Jiang Zhiji went to the food area to buy some snacks. It seems that many people have a special liking for canned yellow peaches, but unfortunately the supply and marketing cooperative is out of stock now. Then she bought 2 kilograms of glutinous rice sticks, 2 kilograms of cakes, and 1 kilogram of fruit candy. Jiang Zhiji asked, "Sister Ping, does the supply and marketing cooperative have white rabbit milk candy for sale? I want 2 kilograms. Zhang Ping looked around and whispered, "Didn't I say that? There are hot-selling goods coming back today, so there must be some." Before, it was only available in the provincial capital, and even foreigners bought white rabbit milk candy from big cities. In everyone's eyes, it is the top-notch candy. People say that 7 white rabbit milk candies are equal to a cup of milk, but this stuff is expensive. Our supply and marketing cooperative only got 10 kilograms, so I can give you 2 kilograms? Jiang Zhiji flattered with a smile. Okay, thank you, Sister Ping. It's so happy to buy things with you. At the same time, he picked up 2 fruit candies and stuffed them into Zhang Ping's hands. Zhang Ping quoted the price excitedly. White rabbit milk candy is 5 yuan, cake is 1 yuan and 34 cents, rice sticks are 1 yuan and 80 cents, fruit candy is 1 yuan and 50 cents, and all of them need candy tickets, a total of 9 yuan and 64 cents. This girl spent 3 months' salary of an ordinary worker in 1 day. My goodness, how can she be so capable? Except for buying big things, no matter how much you spend, you can't reach this level of this girl. Jiang Zhiji also praised Zhang Ping for her quick hands and feet, fast and accurate abacus, and the things she gave were of sufficient weight. Zhang Ping felt that she was being praised and coaxed sincerely today, and she was floating. Do you want defective cloth? I have some stock here, and I don't need your ticket. But you can't buy too much, as we need some for ourselves. I'm not picky about the color, all gray-blue. Zhang Ping really thought that Jiang Zhiji bought a lot of things, and he was a very considerate and sweet talker. Only then did she agree to sell the defective cloth to Jiang Zhiji. Jiang Zhiji was very happy and nodded quickly, yes, yes, yes. There's a surprise for a compliment? Jiang Zhiji also bought 5 meters of defective cloth and spent another $3.45.
His mood was soaring.
Unfortunately, time was limited, and his brothers looked scared. Jiang Zhiji decided to stop while he was ahead and let the rest wait for next time. The 2 baskets and 2 sacks brought in were all full. Jiang Yuanfeng was at a loss for words. Buying a little makes his sister happy, buying a basket of things makes her face blush, and her little mouth chatters so hard. Jiang Yuanfeng didn't want to know what others thought. He only knew that his sister was so happy. Jiang Yuanyang was numb. Others were so jealous. At the same time, in Dajiang village, Jiang Fengshou opened his eyes in a daze, his voice hoarse. Water. Fengshou, you finally woke up? You want to drink water, right? Mom will bring it to you right away. Li Hong, who had been guarding him, quickly brought a bowl of water and handed it to her son. Jiang Fengshou gulped down a large bowl of water in just a few sips, as if he hadn't had water for 800 years. Li Hong anxiously asked, "How do you feel now?" Jiang Fengshou's mind was confused, and he made a series of inhalation sounds. Hiss, hiss, hiss. This scared Li Hong, and she quickly asked her grandson Taidan to call Jiang Weimin back. Taidan widened his eyes, ran out in a hurry with shaking legs, and shouted, it's over, my second uncle is stupid." Wang Yizi, who was weeding in the private plot, counted the time his brother-in-law had been unconscious on his fingers. No way? Isn't it said that Jiang Zhiji is a great doctor? What's going on now? Wang Yizi rushed into the house immediately. Before he saw anyone, he heard a series of hissing sounds. It sounded creepy. Until Wang Yizi walked in, he suddenly bumped into a pair of eerie black eyes with a cold light, especially like the eyes of a snake. Wang Yizi felt cold all over in an instant and screamed in fear. Jiang Weimin was working in the fields with everyone else. Suddenly, he heard his little grandson yelling frantically, "Grandpa, go home quickly. My second uncle is awake, but he doesn't recognize me." Jiang Weimin's face changed drastically. After saying something to the people around him, He immediately rushed home. The onlookers in the field were once again shocked by Jiang Fengshuo's news. His life was saved, but he was not normal? The poison of this snake was too scary. Yes, that's it. When Jiang Weimin rushed home, he finally heard his son's voice. Mom, I'm really okay. I thought the snake was not dead at that time. I fought with it for hundreds of rounds in my dream. Jiang Weimin's nose was sour, his eyes were red, and he cursed. Smelly boy. You want to scare your father to death, right? How many times have I told you not to go into the mountains? You always turned a deaf ear to me, right? Look, you almost lost your life in the mountains. I wonder if you've learned your lesson this time? Jiang Fengshuo shrank his neck and saw that his father's nose was almost crooked with anger, but his eyes were red. His mother has lost a lot of weight. She is usually so energetic, but now she has dark circles under her eyes and pale lips. Jiang Fengshuo understood deeply that he really scared his father and mother this time. Jiang Fengshuo scratched his head and stammered. I will be more careful next time. This time, I'm not the only one who didn't notice the snake. The others were also useless. They didn't even see it. Next time? Jiang Fengshuo, you rascal, there will be a next time? You didn't even see a snake and you can't beat the king cobra, and you still have the nerve to say that others are useless? Jiang Weimin was angry and laughed. You little rascal, just wait for me. When you get better, I will beat you to death. Li Hong quickly came out to act as a peacemaker, patting Jiang Fengshuo on the back. All right, stop talking. Didn't Gigi tell you? When Fengshuo wakes up, remind him to get some rest and not run around. Don't get angry, lest you get angry too much. When Jiang Fengshuo heard Jiang Ziji's name, his face got so hot that it was about to smoke. He was actually saved by the sister of his mortal enemy, and Jiang Ziji was willing to save him. What bad intentions could she have? Would he be Jiang Ziji's younger brother in the future? Jiang Fengshuo tried hard to forget the bet on the mountain about calling the other party his living daddy if he lost. Which idiot came up with this bet? I really want to kill him. Jiang Weimin. Isn't his son a fool? Jiang Weimin was afraid that Jiang Fengshuo would get into trouble again, so he reminded him again. Don't be too aggressive, do you hear me? Jiang Fengshuo thought for a while and said, I know. Jiang Ziji saved me, and even told me. Jiang Weimin laughed angrily. So what I've said to you is not as good as one word from your savior. Okay, I'm going back to the fields to work. Don't cause trouble for me. Don't worry, am I that kind of person? Jiang Weimin glanced at Jiang Fengshuo, then turned and left. Wang Yezi didn't want to stay here either. What if his brother-in-law would settle the score later? Taidan, Mother will take you to feed the pigs. Haven't we already fed them? Then Mother will take you to see the gossip. Wang Yezi said to Taidan while quickening her pace and fleeing from the room. Jiang Fengshuo looked puzzled. Mom, why does my sister-in-law look at me like a ghost? Am I so scary? Li Hong rolled her eyes when she mentioned this matter. She was almost mad at her daughter-in-law. Don't worry about her. She can't figure it out. Jiang Fengshuo felt uncomfortable lying down. He was going crazy if he continued lying down. So, he begged Li Hong for a long time before she let him go out for a walk. As he was walking, Jiang Fengshuo came to the river. As soon as he sat down and was in a daze, he heard someone calling him. Little did he know that his little followers were also catching fish here. They were very happy to see Brother Fengshuo, but suddenly they saw Wenxiang, an educated youth not far away. They also thought that Brother Fengshuo seemed to like Wenxiang, an educated youth, so the little followers made a bold decision. That was to hide and watch the show. Wenxiang happened to pass by and hesitated for a while before coming up to greet Jiang Fengshuo. Jiang Fengshuo, you're awake? That's great. When Xiang came over tenderly, the concern on her face seemed genuine. I know everything about you being bitten by a snake that day, but the situation was too dangerous at that time. I could only stand outside the crowd and could not help at all. But later I heard that you made a bet with Jiang Ziji on the mountain. If you lost, you would call her dad? This is too much. Saving people is obviously a good thing. Why does she want to be your dad? At that time, you were lying on the cart, with only your last breath left, but Jiang Ziji stood at the door and did not choose to save you immediately. Instead, She said in front of everyone that she could save you, but she would keep this life-saving grace in her account and ask your family to pay it back in the future. Wen Xiang looked righteous. We should unite and help each other, and do what is right. Something is wrong. She said so many words of concern for Jiang Fengshou, but she didn't get the point. Was he really bitten by a snake and became stupid? The point is that Jiang Ziji's purpose of saving you at this critical moment is not pure. How did your family get controlled by someone? In fact, Wen Xiang doesn't think highly of Jiang Fengshou at all. He does nothing in the village, is not serious at all, and is a real second-rate person. If Jiang Fengshou was not the beloved son of the old village chief, she would not say a word to Jiang Fengshou. Wen Xiang was born in a family that favors boys over girls. Her family wanted to keep her brother in the city, so they sacrificed her and signed her up to go to the countryside. The educated youth went to the countryside to build the motherland, but in fact they were not welcomed by the villagers. Wen Xiang was really exhausted after going to the countryside. She was not used to anything and her body was not right at all. Wen Xiang was desperate. She couldn't hold on for just a few days. When she encountered the double harvest in the future, wouldn't she be exhausted to death in the field? Other female educated youths in the educated youth point were also complaining and crying. Some tried to pretend to be sick, while others even said that they would just marry a local peasant. At least they would not have to live such a hard life. Wen Xiang was a little tempted. She was not bad-looking and as delicate as a white lotus. She would suffer if no one protected her. Anyway, there was no place for her in that family in the city. Then she had to plan for her future. She could either marry someone in the county or find someone with better conditions in the village. Wen Xiang observed for a while and found that there were two families that met the requirements. One was Jiang Fengshou, the beloved son of the old village chief. The other was Jiang Yuanshan, the eldest son of the old Jiang family. The eldest son of the old Jiang family was tall and mighty, with clear muscle lines, and he looked very powerful. Especially when he was working, he could do more than 10 or 20 people. His face was masculine and handsome, and he was not comparable to Jiang Fengshou, a fool. Moreover, the old Jiang family had no daughters, only sons. If the new daughter-in-law married into the old Jiang family, she would not have to suffer from the anger of her sister-in-law.
文香打定主意后，尝试装柔弱接近江远山，反正男人都爱这一口，他就不信江远山不心动。可是当他第一次看见江远山抡起拳头揍人时的那股狠辣劲，他害怕了，根本不敢再多看一眼。这么凶，以后会不会家暴啊？曾经以为江远山很有力量的身体，现在却感觉到高大身影带来的压迫力实在太强大了。文香强压住自己对江远山的喜欢，转而去接近江丰收。明明他之前在江丰收面前装柔弱都是有用的，为什么这一次江丰收变得跟神经病一样？如今江芝芝去到老江家得到那么多的宠爱，连江远山都对江芝芝那么好，文香心里不平衡了。躲在暗处的小跟班们，不是吧？咱们丰收哥是真性情。
When Xiang took a deep breath, a trace of grievance emerged on her face. Jiang Fengshou, are you angry? Originally, I wanted to come to see you earlier, but there were too many things to do at the educated youth site, and I was too busy to handle it. I also have to go to work and earn work points, so I really can't leave. Jiang Fengshou, I treat you as a friend, and I came to care about you as soon as I finished my own things. You don't know, when I came here just now, the dog in the village chased me and barked several times. Can you imagine how scared I was when I ran all the way here? When Xiang deliberately acted pitiful in front of the man. Jiang Fengshou's eyes lit up and he asked, is it the dog? When Xiang nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, it's the dog. Do you think it's very fierce? Jiang Fengshou smiled and showed his 8 neat teeth and scolded, so you were talking about Dahe. That's the one my dad raised in the village. Dahe doesn't make much noise at ordinary times. But sometimes when he sees bad guys, Dahe barks very fiercely. We brothers call him the fierce dog. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known that Dahe is so naughty in private and even has 2 faces. Wen Xiang. Jiang Fengshou, you rascal. I want you to feel sorry for me. Listen to what you're scolding. Scolding a black dog? The little followers. Brother Fengshou, you're done. You're on the verge of death. Is this a sign of love? Wen Xiang's mouth was a little forced, and she pinched her palm with her nails. Her voice was a little tearful. Forget it. You have to take good care of your injuries. It's not bad to go out and relax. By the way, I saw the male educated youth and a few old men at the entrance of the village playing chess. If you're interested, you can go and have a look. Jiang Fengshou grinned and laughed. Haha, I know. Those old men are terrible at playing chess. They are either playing tricks or playing hindsight. Really, how can you play hindsight? The little followers rolled their eyes collectively. Who is spreading the rumor that Brother Fengshou likes the educated youth Wen Xiang? Is this liking? Is this a compliment? Isn't it obvious that he is scolding the educated youth Wen Xiang for playing hindsight? Brother Fengshou is too mean. Wen Xiang no longer wants to talk to Jiang Fengshou. She stamped her feet in anger, looking like she was bullied by Jiang Fengshou. Jiang Fengshou, I think you are really annoying. Do you want to ignite my temper? I tell you, I'm almost mad now. Ignite Wen Xiang? How could it be? Jiang Fengshou was a little confused as to why Wen Xiang, the educated youth, looked so bad. However, Jiang Fengshou did not forget what he promised his father before leaving. He wanted to speak calmly and not get angry. This time it was Jiang Fengshou's turn to feel aggrieved. Wen Xiang, the educated youth, you are wronging me. Didn't I speak in a friendly manner? Wen Xiang cursed madly in her heart. You are as unlucky as me. It happened that the eldest aunt Ding Xianglan passed by the stream and heard the female educated youth mention Gigi's name once, but she didn't hear the specific content. If she said something good, she would be happy to listen. If she said something bad, she would rush up and tear Wen Xiang's mouth. Bullying their baby. Are you tired of living? Ding Xianglan said aggressively. What are you doing? The little followers hiding in the dark scattered. Jiang Fengshou. So many people. Jiang Fengshou scratched his head, a little nervous. Aunt Lan, where are Jiang Yuanyang and Jiang Zhizhi? Why haven't I seen them all day? My dad said that I should thank Jiang Zhizhi after I wake up. The eldest aunt Ding Xianglan said with a smile. They went to the mountains to pick wild vegetables. This is an excuse. Actually, the little rascals at home went to the county town to make a big fortune. I don't know how the rascals are doing in the county town. Her husband also went to other villages to inquire about the news. I hope there will be good news. Jiang Fengshou was a little disappointed. It must be said that this was the first time that he was so eager to meet his mortal enemy's sister. At the same time, on the other side, after his children set off, Jiang Xiangliang ate 2 two-piece steamed buns and completed the work points assigned by the production team leader. After that, he walked to the nearby Hongsher village, Dalu village, Daluo village, and Gaojia village and found buddies with good relationships to inquire about the news. These buddies are village cadres, and some of them are very well informed. Jiang Xiangliang took out a half-pack of cigarettes from his pocket, handed 2 cigarettes to his good buddies, and said with a smile, Any news? Lu Daqing, the village chief of Dalu village, took the cigarette and put it behind his ear. We received news here that a group of people will be delivered to Dalu village in 8 days. I will see if Xiangxing and his wife are there at that time. Okay, thanks buddy, I'll go back first. Why are you in such a hurry? Come to my house for a couple of drinks? No, my little cotton-padded jacket is coming back soon. I have to go back to see her. Oh, what a behavior. The 4 siblings deliberately took a shortcut and came back from the back mountain with the yellow cart and ox. At this point, the ants in the village gathered in the drying field to pick peanuts. If they passed by in a large group, a group of people would definitely come to watch the fun. There were so many things on the cart that it would be too conspicuous. Ding Xianglan went to the mountain to pick wild vegetables today, and then went to the drying field to pick and dry peanuts with everyone. After picking the peanuts, they beat the peanuts, dried them, and then weighed them and moved them into the warehouse. Everyone worked hard because after this work was done, the autumn harvest would almost be over. What remained was to pay the public grain and settle everyone's work points. The distribution of grain and money that everyone was most looking forward to was coming. Ding Xianglan brought back some peanut seedlings from the drying field, and these peanut seedlings were used to feed the 2 pigs at home. This time Jiang Xiangliang came back from outside, looked at the 2 pigs at home, and smiled. Haha, our pigs are really well raised, and we're just waiting to be slaughtered. Lilac. Of course I have. I've spent so much time and effort taking care of these 2 pigs. Are we just waiting for the pigs to grow up quickly, then slaughter them and share the pork, and then make dumplings for Gigi? Jiang Xiangliang. Gigi and the 3 brats haven't come back yet? Lilac. They should be soon. The couple had just finished speaking when they heard their son's laughter and voice outside. The sound of an ox cart rolling over the land was heard again. Such a loud noise naturally attracted the couple's attention. They were so anxious that they finally came back. In fact, Jiang Xiangliang and Lilac didn't hold out much hope today, nor did they care much about the results of the transaction. The little rascals are going out to do something big, and as parents, they should give them more encouragement and support. It's not easy to find ways to collect medicinal materials outside, and the couple thought it was okay, and they could just forget about those that couldn't be sold. We'll keep them for ourselves, it's no big deal. Weary back. The 4 siblings walked in with their heads held high. At first glance, the couple saw that Jiang Gigi was full of energy, so nothing must have happened. At second glance, the baskets on the car seemed full, almost the same as before they set out. The couple thought that they should comfort the lost hearts of the little rascals. Before the couple could say any words of concern, they saw their youngest son Jiang Yuanyang grinning and ran to close the door mysteriously, locking it. The couple was dumbfounded. What was going on? Do they still need to close the door? The smiles on the faces of the little rascals were inexplicably familiar, as if they would smile like this every time they got something good. Under the surprised gaze of Jiang Xiangliang and Ding Xianglan, the 4 siblings began to unload the goods and move things into the house. How is it? Are you satisfied with what you see? Everything here is earned by my sister. The couple's heads buzzed, and they were completely stunned. All? Are they really sold? Jiang Yuanyang and Jiang Yuanfeng bumped each other's shoulders and asked the other to explain to their parents. You go. Second brother is good at speaking, so you go. Jiang Yuanshan saw Gigi blinking at him and gently raised the corners of his mouth. In the end, Jiang Yuanyang came out to explain to his parents what happened in the county today. This morning. The Chinese medicinal materials we brought out sold at a good price. Today is really an eye-opener. Then we will experience what the happiness of rich people is. The couple widened their eyes. The more they listened, the more they couldn't believe that this was true. Go to the black market for a big adventure. Go to eat delicious food, buy meat when you are craving for meat, and have a happy shopping trip? Ding Xianglan pinched Jiang Ziji and Jiang Yuanyang's cheeks. No wonder she always felt that the 2 little things were particularly meaty today. It turns out that you are never satisfied with what you eat, and you can buy everything. Jiang Yuanyang groaned, with clear stupidity in his eyes. No, we are still full. Anyway, today is really unforgettable. Jiang Ziji's little face was chubby, and his eyes were filled with bright little stars. Uncle, Aunt, we are rich. As long as the family members are united, the family will prosper. Jiang Yuanyang echoed. Yes, sister is right. Jiang Yuanfeng chuckled. Yes, our Gigi is rich. Jiang Yuanshan nodded, clearly standing on the side of his brother and sister. Ding Xianglan's heart was pounding. You bunch of little rascals, really, don't show off outside, okay? Remember, don't show off your wealth. Especially the 3rd child. Don't avoid my eyes, I'm talking about you. Anyway, if someone outside wants to trick you, you have to pay attention. If you dare to talk about Ziji's affairs, you rascal will be roasted. Ding Xianglan specifically mentioned Jiang Yuanyang. This child is simple-minded, not cunning and easily tricked. The 4 brothers and sisters nodded in unison. Seeing so many good things up close really makes people feel very happy. I am lucky to have you. Ding Xianglan was happy and disappointed. She didn't have great skills like Gigi, who could catch pheasants and find pheasant eggs in mountains. dig Chinese medicinal materials, and use medical skills to save people. She only found some wild vegetables in the mountains. Suddenly, someone patted her shoulder gently, and Ding Xianglan turned her head to look back. Jiang Ziji raised a fan of small ribs with bright eyes, and Jiang Yuanyang grinned and laughed, holding 2 pig's trotters in both hands. The two smiled widely. Let's have delicious food tonight. At this moment, Ding Xianglan's eyes were red. Jiang Ziji decided to cook by herself tonight, and she was craving for many dishes. Anyway, today is a day worth celebrating, so let's be extravagant. It would be great if Dad, Mom, and brother were also at home. But except for the eldest aunt, everyone in the Jiang family is known to be a bad cook. If they were asked to cook, pig food would taste better than what they make. When the whole family knew that Jiang Ziji was going to cook by herself, the expressions on everyone's faces were quite wonderful. What if the kitchen was burned down? Jiang Yuanshan. Family members, can we let Gigi in? Jiang Yuanfeng. If Mom didn't think that we are wasting food by cooking, it would never be Mom and Gigi's turn to do such heavy work. Jiang Yuanyang. Brother, I think I'm crazy. I'm crazy to want to eat all the food you make. The brothers acted as if their sister was more important than the kitchen. Jiang Xiangliang. How about you go and take a look? Ding Xianglan. There is water in the water tank in the kitchen. We should be smart later. First, save people, and second, put out the fire. Don't undermine Gigi's confidence, okay? The 4 men in the family nodded very seriously, understood. Jiang Ziji, who was alone in the kitchen preparing to show off her skills, didn't know that her family members outside were already ready. Firefighting. Jiang Ziji cleaned the hair on the pig's trotters, cut the pork belly into small pieces, cut the ribs into cubes, and prepared onion, garlic, and various seasonings. As for the stove fire, her brothers sneaked in to help her, so she didn't have to light the fire herself. Let's fry. The braised pork eaten in the state-owned restaurant is indeed delicious, but Jiang Ziji has her own way of making braised pork, and she really wants her family to have a taste. Tonight, Jiang Ziji made braised pork, spicy chicken, braised pig's trotters, sweet and sour spare ribs, stir-fried vegetables, and rice. They are all hard dishes. How can they not be paired with rice? More delicious. Sure enough, the things these days are pure, and they only need the simplest cooking method to taste very fragrant. The people who were preparing outside were very worried, but after smelling the fragrance wafting out, the surprise doubled. Jiang Ziji's face was filled with happiness, and she smiled and said, "All the ingredients tonight are cooked in the style of Southern cuisine. Let's try them and see if they are delicious." The spicy chicken smells numbing and crispy. The peppers are red, and the chicken pieces are fried golden. The combination of these 2 colors is very eye-catching. It is a real plate of meat. The braised pork is very good just by its appearance. Why do people like it so much? The green vegetables look green and taste crispy. It is the first time they have seen sweet and sour spare ribs. They drool at the sight. The aroma of braised pig's trotters keeps coming, and everyone is greedy. The appetite can't wait at all, and everyone starts to scramble to eat. Jiang Yuanfeng. You have a good appetite. Don't scramble. Leave some for me. Jiang Yuanyang. I'm going all out today. Anyway, I can't get the braised pork. Don't bother me. I'm going to get the pig's trotter meat. Jiang Ziji. Enough, my bowl is overflowing. Brother, stop it. Jiang Yuanshan nodded with satisfaction when he saw his sister's bowl was full, and then he started eating. He couldn't stop after one bite. The little rascals ate in silence. Jiang Yuanyang shouted happily, "This is southern food, so delicious." Jiang Yuanfeng snorted, "Are you so greedy that you don't even let go of the chili peppers?" The couple smiled from ear to ear. They really loved every flavor. Such a scale was unimaginable before. The 3 brothers were completely conquered by their sister's cooking skills. It seems that they have to work hard to make more money in the future so that they can eat more delicious food. All the dishes were cleaned tonight, and after dinner, the brothers were willing to take care of all the housework. The well-fed family members sat in the main room and chatted. Jiang Ziji patted the empty seat next to him and motioned for his eldest brother to sit down. Brother, when you go to return the yellow cow tomorrow, bring 2 eggs with you. We can't use other people's cows for nothing. Eggs are hard currency, no one will dislike them. The eldest brother Jiang Yuanshan's expression eased a little. Okay, they will definitely be happy. Ding Xianglan smiled and said, That's true. Favors can't just come in and not go out. Even if Gigi didn't mention it tonight, Ding Xianglan would go to her private plot tomorrow to cut a cabbage and a few tomatoes and let Yuanshan take them to his brother. Next, there will be happier things. Jiang Ziji opened the black canvas bag in front of the whole family and took out the big unity inside. Let us divide the money we made today. Everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Ziji, and they were all stunned. Ding Xianglan was shocked. After the shock, she said seriously, Ziji, you must keep this money yourself, and remember not to show off your money. Besides, Yuan Shan, Yuan Feng, and Yuan Yang are all your brothers. What's wrong with a brother helping his sister with some work? That's right. As a mother, she hasn't even felt sorry for her son yet, but people outside have opinions? Why bother so much? They have nothing to do. Jiang Xiangliang felt warm in his heart and sighed that Xiangsheng and Lin Ting really gave birth to a good daughter. Family members should not say 2 things. Our family has indeed benefited from Gigi. We can eat meat and have new towels during this period. Do you know how rare meat coupons, cloth coupons, and industrial coupons are? Gigi bought so many things for the family at once. We should be content and should not be greedy. Everyone in the Jiang family must remember that good days are earned by their own efforts, and they must also remember Gigi's kindness. However, the fact that their niece Jiang Gigi had this intention made the couple feel so relieved. This was enough. The family has gained so much, and it is all thanks to my sister. The 3 brothers don't want to share the money, although they did feel a little proud in the county today. After all, this is the first time they have seen so much unity. Anyone would be excited for a while, right? It's human nature. Jiang Ziji naturally believes in everyone in the Jiang family at the moment, and a warm feeling rises in his heart. I'm a member of the family, so of course I believe in my family. It is because of the word believe that it hits everyone in the Jiang family's heart. In fact, when they first took their sister back, they really just thought that their sister was so rare and so well behaved. But as they spent more and more time together, they cherished Jiang Ziji, their sister, from the bottom of their hearts. They also loved Jiang Ziji from the bottom of their hearts. And Jiang Ziji is also sincere to the Jiang family. How can we not feel distress for her when she is so well behaved and hardworking at such a young age? Everyone gets along with each other sincerely. What's more, they all have the blood of the Jiang family and are the closest relatives in the world. They are not interested in how other families get along, but in their Jiang family, the most important thing is family affection. Jiang Ziji looked at the family members with red eyes. Her eyes were filled with soft light and continued, I made 1,030 yuan today. The 2 5-chi cloth coupons given by the black market boss have been used. After deducting the part spent today, there are 907 yuan left. First, without the help of my brothers, I would definitely not be able to collect nearly 500 kilograms of medicinal materials in one day. Second, the good news is that we will have another business selling medicinal herbs next week. We can take this opportunity to save more money and stock up on goods for the winter. My brothers should also save money for their wives, marry the girls they like in the future, and let them live a good life. Third, my uncle and aunt have to spend money to build relationships and run around for my parents' affairs. I know all this, and I naturally remember it in my heart, so it is only right that we share the money. Jiang Ziji believes in her own vision, her own intuition, and her belief in sincerity for sincerity. She can make more money and will not lose her original intention because of this little money. Family affection? Because I had never experienced it before I traveled through the book, it is quite rare now. Jiang Xiangliang spit out a mouthful of boiled water. How much? More? Earned so much? It's a number that the Jiang family dare not even think about. Ding Xianglan was almost scared. Today's surprises came one after another. It was really too exciting and too exciting. After hearing Jiang Ziji's words, the family was moved. but they insisted that Jiang Zhiji take the lion's share. The tickets and other things were all paid by Zhiji, so it would be 70% and 30%. After all, they were just doing some physical work, and she was the one who really knew Chinese medicine. Jiang Zhiji said no more and nodded in agreement. He, she is the poor head of the family who needs to eat. Jiang Zhiji gave uncle and aunt another 20 yuan and a red double happiness ribbon so that they could ask about Jiang Xiangxing and Lin Ting's situation. Uncle, aunt, you are so good to me. These are all my filial piety to you. This moved uncle and aunt so much. Are the Jiang family's ancestral tombs smoking like crazy? Otherwise, how could their daughter be so well-behaved and considerate? 20 yuan is almost a worker's monthly salary in the county, which is a lot in everyone's mind. Moreover, the money the brothers got is more than the monthly salary of a senior worker in the county. Everyone is very happy and remembers to do more work, just a little more, so that Zhiji can have an easier time. The family lives in unity and beauty. Jiang Yuanyang was very moved. Brother, second brother, please accept it. Otherwise, I will be embarrassed to order you around next time. We are not fools. When we learn skills in the future, we will treat Zhiji 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times better. Of course, I don't have the ability now. Jiang Yuanshan and Jiang Yuanfeng suddenly felt that they were not as clear-headed as their younger brother. Jiang Zhiji. As expected, the third brother still understands me. This time, the brothers will not accept their rewards. Next time, I will feel guilty to order them around. Jiang Yuanyang stared at Ding Xianglan eagerly. Mom, is the financial power still the same as before? In the old Jiang family, the financial power is all controlled by Ding Xianglan. She is afraid that the little rascals will spend the money everywhere. We must spend every penny on the blade, and we cannot spend what we shouldn't spend. Ding Xianglan relaxed a little bit at this time. The big head should be given to her, and the rest should be put in the pockets of the little rascals. Ding Xianglan repeatedly explained, don't learn bad things when you have money. Especially don't learn from those second-rate guys to play mahjong and cards and gamble every day. Otherwise, I will beat you to death. The word gambling has ruined so many families. Jiang Zhiji said with a smile, a man who doesn't love himself is like cabbage. At night, Jiang Xiangliang and Ding Xianglan both suffered from insomnia, tossing and turning like pancakes. Xiangliang, how come our little cotton-padded jacket is so well-behaved? Those three little rascals are simply incomparable. It's true that having a daughter is caring. I envy my second brother and his wife so much. Jiang Xiangliang was also envious. Who says it's not true? Jiang Zhiji and his brothers encouraged and flattered each other. When it was time to go to bed, they returned to their rooms happily. Put all the big unity in the black canvas bag into the space. Jiang Ziji's small treasury has shrunk, so of course he has to continue to make money to eat. The owner of Tao Mall named the poor boss needs to eat finally came online and checked the account balance as soon as possible. Check contribution points. 6,666 points with contribution points in hand. Jiang Zhiji exited the balance page with great interest, clicked on the home page, and selected the weapon area. After running around in the mountains for a while, her physical fitness is much better than when she first entered the book. In addition, Jiang Zhiji has been insisting on drinking spiritual spring water every day, and her physical fitness has been greatly improved. Everything is developing in a good direction. But Jiang Zhiji still needs a handy weapon to deal with wild beasts at critical moments. That's right. Jiang Zhiji plans to go hunting in the mountains tomorrow to prepare winter meals for her parents and her brother, who is nearby in H province. In close combat, she cuts a bloody path with a submachine gun in one hand and takes her brothers to destroy the enemy's lair. She hasn't experienced this kind of refreshing feeling after blowing up the enemy for a long time. If we are not stronger, how can we be worthy of our ancestors who fought bloody battles? Comrade Jiang Zhiji can't just take out hot weapons to scare people casually. Isn't this a matter of seeking death? Jiang Zhiji was overjoyed when he saw all kinds of famous swords and swords when his fingertips touched the cold weapons. And there are bows and arrows for hunting in the mountains. She is also good at it. After buying the equipment and washing up happily, Jiang Ziji fell asleep. The next day, Ding Xianglan got up very early, washed up, and went to the kitchen. She kneaded the dough, chopped the meat filling, seasoned it, and made meat buns with swift hands and feet. Then she lit the firewood, and when the water in the pot boiled, she put the meat buns in the steamer. After thinking about it, she prepared an egg for the 3 brothers and 2 eggs for Gigi. Anyway, they couldn't stay idle at home, so they just let them accompany Gigi to the mountain. Our Dazheng village is a brigade in the commune. According to statistics, there are 368 households in the whole village, with a population of more than 1,300 people. At least 2/3 of these more than 1,300 people are surnamed Jiang. The rest are people from other surnames who moved to Dazheng village to live and settled in Dazheng village. Because the population is too large, it is difficult to manage Dazheng village with only one brigade, so it is divided into 20 production teams. The list of production teams was divided by the old village chief Jiang Weimin and the village party secretary Jiang Jianxi according to the address. Each production team has a task field and a production team leader. The production team leader will assign work points to everyone according to the actual situation every day. Jiang Xiangliang and Ding Xianglan are well-known backbones of the 7th Brigade. Not only do they do farm work beautifully, but they also have good popularity in the village. The 3 sons in the family are all good at earning full work points. Who doesn't envy the old Jiang family? Now is the end of the autumn harvest. Jiang Yuanshan, Jiang Yuanfeng, and Jiang Yuanyang go to work before dawn. After finishing the work in the field and earning 10 work points, they are full of energy to accompany their sister to the mountains to learn about herbs and collect Chinese medicinal materials. Life-saving medicinal materials? Do they want them? Of course they want them. Today Jiang Ziji wants to go up the mountain to find food for the winter, and the 3 brothers agreed so straightforwardly. The 4 brothers and sisters carried bamboo baskets, took sickles and shovels, and walked straight to the back mountain. Jiang Yuanyang said excitedly, "Today we will not go to the little squirrel's home, nor disturb the cobra's nest, nor go to the legendary bear's territory. How about we go to the hill in the north? I hope we have the chance to meet hares and pheasants, but we must not have the chance to meet other large wild animals. Please, please, God bless us." Jiang Yuanshan and Jiang Yuanfeng were relieved to see their sister smiling. They were afraid that their sister would be upset and want to challenge difficult things. Jiang Ziji smiled and said, "Let's go." The 4 brothers and sisters set off happily and arrived at another hill 40 minutes later. Jiang Yuanshan repeatedly told his brother and sister to be careful, otherwise Jiang Fengshe was bitten by a snake, as an example. It was the first time for Jiang Ziji to come to this mountain. The most challenging thing in the wild is eyesight. Once you find something, there is a high probability that there will be a large amount of goods nearby. The journey was smooth. Jiang Ziji walked and found wild astragalus. Astragalus can be sold for 6 yuan per pound on the black market. There are so many wild astragalus in this field. We are rich. Jiang Ziji excitedly called his brothers to come over. Jiang Yuanfeng arrived first, and his eyes lit up immediately. "Our sister is amazing. Your eyesight is better than many people." Jiang Yuanyang exclaimed happily, "Yes. Yes. This is astragalus. What is this for us? We are the darlings of God." Jiang Ziji patted Jiang Yuanyang on the shoulder and chuckled. "Third brother, don't give us so many buffs." Jiang Yuanyang's head was a big question mark. What is the dominance? Jiang Ziji blinked and explained, "This is an English word, which means enhancement in Chinese. You praise us so much. What if our enhancement suddenly disappears?" The original owner had learned Russian and English, so Jiang Ziji would not be exposed if he said a word. Jiang Yuanyang immediately covered Jiang Ziji's mouth and shook his head frantically. "Nothing will happen." "Bah, bah, bah, don't be so rude." Jiang Yuanshan was not polite either. He picked up the shovel and started digging astragalus, and said with great interest, "Since God has given us food, then we will accept it." Jiang Yuanfeng didn't have time to deal with this pair of funny people. Astragalus is very useful. Our current small wallet depends on it to fill up. Come on, come to work. Here we go. The four brothers and sisters grunted and dug astragalus, while talking and laughing, filling up all the baskets they brought, and were about to take out the sacks. Suddenly, something came from the front and hit the trees hard, and then there was a sound of the trees collapsing. Then they heard the rumbling sound of some kind of beast's limbs stepping on the ground, so loud that even the birds on the big trees flapped their wings and ran away. With such a big noise, Jiang Jiji, Jiang Yuanshan, and Jiang Yuanfeng's eyes fell on Jiang Yuanyang. They all thought at the same time, this guy's mouth is really effective. It must have been blessed. Jiang Yuanyang was panicked for a moment. No way? The good ones don't work, but the bad ones do? The sound was getting closer and closer. 100 meters. 80 meters. 50 meters. Jiang Ziji immediately shouted, "Hide all the astragalus behind the big tree. Don't let this guy crush it." The three brothers immediately moved 4 baskets at a very fast speed. Jiang Yuanshan snorted, his face gloomy, and quickly took the sickle. "Be careful, there is a giant coming. I'm afraid we have encountered a wild boar. If necessary, I will lead it away. You take Zhizhi and run." How could Jiang Yuanfeng and Jiang Yuanyang not worry about their eldest brother? But the younger sister is a flower that needs protection, as weak as a little chicken. She needs their protection. Boom, boom, boom. A wild boar weighing about 300 to 400 kilograms and covered with black hair, with its fangs raised, rushed towards Jiang Jiji at a high speed, without regard for its life. Its limbs stepped heavily on the ground, and the land in the entire area trembled, raising pieces of dust. Roar, roar, roar. A loud roar came, which was the wild animal's warning of danger. "Sister, run back. Hide behind the tree. This wild boar is looking for death. I don't believe that the 3 of us brothers can't beat you. If you want to hit my sister, go through me first." The brothers' hearts skipped a beat, and they shouted with a slightly trembling voice. Boom, boom, boom. Jiang Ziji's eyes quickly flashed with a dark light, and he took out a famous knife from his backpack and slid to the right very quickly to avoid the wild boar's violent collision. The wild boar's eyes were red as it ran wildly. It crashed into a towering tree unexpectedly. The huge impact force made the wild boar extremely painful, and the roar became louder and louder. With a click, the towering tree collapsed. The wild boar opened its bloody mouth, gasped, and its huge body swayed from side to side. Now, don't give the wild boar any chance to breathe. Take your life while you are dizzy. Jiang Ziji's feet rushed wildly, and the speed was as fast as a motor. He raised his famous sword and chopped it quickly and accurately on the wild boar's aorta. This time he used 80% of his strength. The wild boar's skin was rough and hard, but it couldn't stand the famous sword in Jiang Ziji's hand, which was forged by a master of refining from other planes with rare materials. It was extremely sharp. The wild boar fell down with a loud bang, and there was a huge collision sound between its flesh and the ground. It twitched a few times and died. The sun shone on Jiang Jiji, and she smiled triumphantly. "It's a wild boar that came to our doorstep. We have meat to eat. We have a big harvest today. Third brother, you are really lucky. You are so good at bragging. I am very satisfied." Jiang Jiji was so happy. She successfully captured a mere 400 gene wild boar. With so much meat to eat, she couldn't believe how lively and cheerful she would become from today. The good news is that she has been focusing on physical exercise during this period, and her speed has caught up. She finally has the strength to fight against large beasts. So before she crossed into the book, she learned so many skills, and it is always better to have more skills. It would be even better if she encountered a wolf pack, and the wolf skin would be very useful to her. If her brothers knew that she had begun to think about the more difficult wolf pack, they would probably go crazy in front of her. "You are dreaming." The 3 brothers caught up with her. Their eyes widened in disbelief, and their stunned expressions were almost welded on their faces. "I am completely convinced." Jiang Yuanshan. Jiang Yuanfeng. Jiang Yuanyang. Jiang Yuanyang shouted at Jiang Jiji, "Sister, you are not a flower that needs protection, nor are you as weak as a little chicken. You are simply the king of the wild boar in the forest." Jiang Yuanfeng still had a worried look on his face. It would take some time for the three of them to deal with the wild boar. How could it be so easy? Emotionally, he felt that his sister was not a fierce warrior. But when she stepped on the wild boar's backbone with one foot, held a knife in one hand and laughed, and a bunch of dishes burst out of her little mouth, Jiang Yuanfeng's rational nerves collapsed. God knows, Jiang Yuanshan was thinking about fighting the wild boar by himself just now. Who knew that this wild boar was only chasing his sister? Fortunately, his sister cleverly ran under the thick towering tree and dodged the attack with a flash. The wild boar had nowhere to hide and hit the tree trunk hard. "Just play around." Jiang Yuanshan's expression became more complicated. He saw that his sister's skills were not a little bit strong, especially that move was too fierce. It felt like it could only be used by people who had seen blood. He couldn't even do it with his own strength. But when Jiang Yuanshan thought of Jiang Ziji's uncle sending him to learn military boxing before, his doubts were reduced a little. Jiang Yuanyang, who simply worshipped his sister, was very excited. Pig, pig, pig tyrant. My sister was responsible for rushing forward and quacking and killing, and I was so excited that I quacked like a duck beside me. If Jiang Ziji knew what his brothers were thinking, he would probably laugh to death. The four brothers and sisters didn't dare to delay for too long. The smell of blood could stimulate other behemoths. What if two more crazy ones came? Jiang Yuanshan quickly covered Jiang Yuanyang's mouth. Originally, he was the most stable of the three brothers. But after seeing the pig tyrant— No, it was my sister's real ability. He couldn't keep calm now. "Sister, look at this wild boar. It's quite sensible. It came to my door on its own. Carry it down the mountain." Jiang Ziji curled his lips and said confidently, "There is no time to lose. We have to get down the mountain quickly. Otherwise, if others see it, they will directly insist that it is a public thing. They will directly take your pig out and divide it up. Where can you go to cry then?" Jiang Yuanshan nodded. Indeed, there is an unwritten rule in the village. Any small prey you hunt in the mountains belongs to you. If you hunt big prey, you must take it to the village to divide it up, and the village chief will distribute it. Jiang Yuanfeng shrugged. Besides, it's up to others to decide which part of the pork you get. Maybe they will give you more than 10 pounds of meat and send you away. The remaining pork will be distributed per person. Basically, everyone can get it, and in the end there will be some left, and those who want it can exchange it for work points. Everyone hasn't eaten meat for a long time, and no one can stay calm when they hear the 4 words "there is pork to be distributed." Why not take advantage of what you can? Jiang Yuanyang rarely caught up with his elder brother, second brother, and younger sister and said unhappily, "I don't want it. This wild boar was obviously killed by my sister. Why should she share it? The so-called sharing is all nonsense. The wild boar was killed by force, and there was no one else present. Why should it be shared with others?" This time, the 4 brothers and sisters swallowed the wild boar decisively. The key is that this kind of wild boar is not often caught. They made a fortune. Get moving, go home, and eat meat. Jiang Yuanshan and Jiang Yuanyang carried the tied wild boar on a shoulder pole with all their strength and walked down the mountain with wind-like steps. Along the way, Jiang Ziji made marks on the trees, so they went down the mountain faster than going up the mountain. Jiang Yuanfeng and Jiang Ziji did not forget the astragalus hidden behind the big tree. Without saying a word, they put the baskets of astragalus on their backs and walked behind. Jiang Yuanyang sighed. Why didn't we encounter any good things when we went up the mountain before? Jiang Yuanfeng chuckled, glanced at Jiang Ziji, who was following behind, and replied, "Because I didn't bring Ziji up the mountain at that time. When you meet good things, you are not only happy, but also doubt your life." The beautiful day of the old Jiang family began, and everyone was in an extremely comfortable mood. Fortunately, the old Jiang family lived at the end of the village, and there were no neighbors living nearby. Otherwise, the 4 brothers and sisters would be covered in wild boar blood, and they would carry a wild boar weighing more than 400 kilograms back in the dust. It's simply out of the ordinary. When Ding Xianglan heard the word wild boar, her blood ran cold, and she shouted at the top of her voice, "You little rascals, What scary operation are you doing again? Actually going to kill wild boars.
How dare you?
I think you are so annoying that you will tear off the roof if you don't beat me for 3 days.
Where is my stick?
Xiangliang, come out and take care of your precious sons.
Isn't this nonsense?
They had only a few people, and yet they dared to fight with the wild boar, although they finally got rid of it. After teaching her troublesome son a lesson, Ding Xianglan carefully checked whether Jiang Jiji was injured. Seeing that she was not injured, she breathed a sigh of relief. I was scared to death. Jiji, if this wild boar had bumped into you without any eyes, how could your delicate skin and flesh withstand it? The wild boar is so heavy and it rushes with great force. If you don't die, you will be half crippled. Aunt, I am afraid of dead wild boars. How can you not be afraid? Jiang Yuanyang laughed secretly, seeing that his father and mother looked like they had never seen the world. If you were there and saw the true strength of your sister chopping wild boars with a famous knife, wouldn't you faint from fear? Jiang Ziji willingly listened to the aunt's caring nagging, nodding her head from time to time as a response. Jiang Yuanyang came over and explained in a low voice, Jiji, Mom has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Don't take what she says to heart. In fact, she cares about you very much and only scolds you because she cares about you very much. Jiang Yuanshan and Jiang Yuanfeng were as quiet as chickens in an instant. They were not afraid of the living wild boar, so why would they be afraid of the one that had been killed? Jiang Xiangliang had just come back from work not long ago and was sitting in the main hall to rest. When he heard Ding Xianglan's voice, he ran out immediately. When he saw the wild boar lying directly in the yard, his eyes widened. After a long pause, he said, Did you kill this? You decide. The meaning was very clear. The 4 brothers and sisters cheered and started discussing how to eat it before they even dealt with the pig. Jiang Xiangliang was very happy. There was nothing more gratifying than his own children being promising and capable. The family was happy. The pork was enough for Jiang Xiangxing, Lin Ting, and Jiang Wang, who was an officer in H province. Jiang Xiangliang was curious. You are thinking whatever you want. How about you tell me how you killed the wild boar? Who doesn't have a gossipy heart? Even Ding Xianglan pricked up her ears. Jiang Yuanyang was extremely proud at this moment. He pointed at Jiang Ziji's innocent little face and laughed. The couple didn't understand why. They thought about everything they could think of. They never expected that the pig-killing expert would be the cute and soft little cotton-padded jacket in front of them. That was a wild boar. He just chopped it to death? Is this world crazy? Jiang Yuanfeng strode to the kitchen, sat in front of the stove, and lit the fire. Jiang Yuanyang cleverly poured a bucket of water into the iron pot. Boil the water first, then take it out to kill the pig. Jiang Yuanyang saw that the kitchen didn't need him, so he ran out happily. When he ran to the yard, he remembered that the astragalus had not been processed yet. So he ran over and picked up the basket on the ground, walked to the other side of the yard, and skillfully took out the astragalus and placed it on the ground to bask in the sun. After finishing these things, he ran to Jiang Ziji and asked for praise. Jiang Ziji gave him enough emotional value, and he felt happy after being praised. On the other side of the yard, Jiang Yuanshan was looking at the wild boar with a knife in his hand to see where to start. Because there were no special tools for killing pigs at home, the speed would be slower. Jiang Ziji glanced at his eldest brother, walked over with a smile, and offered his famous knife, saying with a smile, "Brother, take this knife. After all, we always go up the mountain. How can we do without some weapons for self-defense? Fortunately, I brought the knife up the mountain today. Otherwise, this wild boar would not be so easy to deal with." This explains why Jiang Ziji went up the mountain with a knife. It turned out to be for self-defense. Jiang Yuanshan breathed a sigh of relief, took the knife without any hesitation, and gestured with it for a few times, saying with satisfaction, "Good knife. It feels very handy."
Yes.
Jiang Yuanshan peeled off the wild boar's skin first. Because this layer of skin is very hard, it is difficult to cut pork if it is not peeled off. Ding Xianglan sighed as she sharpened her knife. This wild boar has had a good meal in the deep mountains and forests, and it has grown to 300-400 kilograms. This piece of pig fat is just right for making lard. But there is a big difference between wild boar meat and domestic pork. If we cook it directly, wild boar meat will not taste good. But we're satisfied, and it is better to have it than not. Jiang Ziji's eyes lit up. I am here, and I bought a lot of seasonings, casings, and cans in the county. Since it is sent to my brother, we might as well make bacon, sausage, and barbecued meat. If they want to eat meat, they can just take out the meat and eat it, which is convenient and saves trouble. If there is any mincemeat left, I will make some mushroom meat sauce, which is delicious with rice, steamed bread, cakes, and buns. Jiang Ziji has been craving for bacon for a long time. Hearing so many delicious things, the Jiang family couldn't help swallowing their saliva and were full of energy. Jiang Ziji did what she said and turned into a hardworking and capable little cook. Just prepare the salt, fennel, bay leaves, chili powder, pepper powder, sesame, dark soy sauce, and high-proof liquor. Of course, add some spiritual spring water to supplement the nutrition. Brother, you will cut the wild boar meat into thin strips later. This is used to make bacon. Then choose the leg meat with patterns and cut it into thin strips as long as the index finger along the patterns. I will use it to roast meat jerky. Okay, leave it to me. Jiang Yuanshan cut the thin strips. Jiang Xiangliang took it to rinse it, and then put it in a basin and brought it to Jiang Ziji. Jiang Ziji pierced a hole at the top of the thin strips, and then strung it with a rope, put the wild boar meat back into the basin, and then sprinkled the prepared salt evenly on the wild boar meat, and then poured in white sugar, soy sauce, dark soy sauce, and high-proof liquor according to the proportion and stirred evenly. The fragrance gradually floated out, and it was turned over 7 or 8 times during the period. After marinating, it was placed in the sun to dry. Jiang Ziji marinated the other 50 kilograms of thin strips of pork with the spices prepared above. These were used for grilling jerky, so they were also taken out to air dry, and then grilled over the fire. This would test the firepower of the grill. It was okay, her brothers were very happy to grill jerky. They were greedy. Next, chop the wild boar meat into pieces, add seasonings to marinate it, and then start stuffing the sausages. The casings were ready, and each time a section of meat was stuffed, a string was put forward so that the meat would be firmer and then knotted in sections, and small holes were pricked with toothpicks. Jiang Yuanfeng and Jiang Yuanyang ran over to help stuff the sausages and said with a smile, "There is strength in numbers." After stuffing, they were taken out to dry. For the remaining mincemeat, Jiang Ziji cut a pot of mushrooms and made mushroom meat sauce. Because it was prepared for her brother and Lu Xingchen, she deliberately added more cooked oil so that it would be easier to preserve, and the portion for her own consumption did not need to be added. Ding Xianglan sharpened the knife, cut the remaining wild boar meat into small pieces, and simply made a potato stew with pork ribs and steamed some meat buns left over from this morning. After everyone had eaten, they continued to work. Jiang Yuanshan finally finished dealing with a wild boar, and Ding Xianglan took all the pigs to wash with wood ash. The main force of the family was busy all day and was very tired. Jiang Ziji personally cooked in the evening. There were all kinds of ingredients in the space, and he made a delicious meal for everyone to nourish their bodies. Braised pork trotters, stir-fried pork intestines with sauerkraut, pot-wrapped pork, stir-fried vegetables, and cold shredded potatoes. American ginseng and dendrobium pork rib soup. This soup replenishes qi and clears the liver, eliminates fatigue throughout the body, can calm the mind, and sleep more soundly at night. Jiang Ziji smiled and said, "Uncle and Aunt have worked hard. These are all for your health." Uncle Jiang and Aunt Jiang smiled with wrinkles on their faces, and they were so happy that they couldn't close their mouths. Their little cotton-padded jackets know how to love them. They are just happy, and they are extremely relieved in their hearts. Then Jiang Ziji picked up braised pork trotters for his brothers and held a bowl of water with a smile. Ding Xianglan picked up the pork rib soup and lowered her head to take a sip. This was the best soup she had ever tasted in her life, and suddenly, she had an indescribable feeling. She was reluctant to drink the bowl. Jiang Xiangliang couldn't help but sigh that his brother and sister-in-law were so good at giving birth, and it was good to have a daughter. The 3 brothers buried their heads in eating, and the moment the deliciousness bloomed in their mouths, people couldn't help but smile happily.
Seeing is eating. So satisfying.
After full meal at night, everyone couldn't sleep because they were too full. Just find something to do. So everyone put the cloth and wool that Jiang Zhiji bought on the Kong and started cutting the size. Jiang Zhiji knew the size of Jiang Xiangxing and Lin Ting as soon as he saw their figures, so he wrote down the size of his parents. He also wrote down the size of each person in the old Jiang family, and the cloth he bought was enough to make clothes for several people. It's not that everyone in the Jiang family is not calm, it's Jiang Ziji's actions that make them calm. Oh, kid, these cloths are for you to make clothes. We don't need new clothes. Their clothes have been mended for 3 years, and it is inevitable that the clothes will be dirty and torn when working every day. Wash them when they are dirty, and mend them when they are torn. Whereas the spare money to buy new clothes, and they are reluctant to wear new clothes when working. Big brother, second brother, and third brother follow me to discuss business. They must have a decent set of clothes. As for the clothes of uncle and aunt, I am filial to you. Can you bear to refuse me? Jiang Ziji smiled. My parents and brothers are also indispensable, but I haven't seen my brother for a long time. Tomorrow, at the appointed time, I will go to the village chief's office to call him. The little cotton-padded jacket smiled, and it felt that the whole world was brighter. The chubby cheeks pouted slightly, and the little face was very sweet. The couple's eyes were filled with tears, and their hearts seemed to be warmed by the sunshine. What blessings did we accumulate to have such a filial little girl? Good child. Good child. Listen carefully, you little rascals. You must treat your sister Gigi well in the future, and don't do ungrateful things. Jiang Yuanyang jumped up excitedly to protest. He was not an ungrateful person. He was a man of his word. When he has the ability to make money in the future, he will definitely repay his sister. But before he could finish his words, Ding Xianglan slapped him back. What are you jumping for? It's blocking her view of Gigi. The family was lively and bustling. Uncle and Jiang Zhiji were sewing quilt covers, and the smiles on their faces never faded. The men in the old Jiang family helped to cut the fabric, and proudly competed to see who cut the better. Jiang Zhiji decided to knit a sweater after getting the size tomorrow, and send it to her brother and Lu Xingchen before winter. She was looking forward to talking to Jiang Wang tomorrow. The next morning at 9 o'clock, Jiang Yuanyang accompanied Jiang Zhiji to the village chief's office to make a phone call. Jiang Zhiji dialed the number skillfully, and the call was answered. She said happily, "Brother?
I'm Zhiji."
The next second, a very nice man's voice rang in Jiang Zhiji's ears.
"Hello, Zhiji. I'm Lu Xingchen."
Jiang Zhiji's eyelashes trembled slightly, and he was stunned on the spot. It's over. Being controlled by the other party's top voice for 3 seconds.
What's going on?
Where did Jiang Wang, the rascal brother, fly to? Didn't they already agree on a time? Did he make her so happy that she just shouted that her brother was there? Who would have thought that the person on the other end was Lu Xingchen? He really was. Little did she know that on the other side of the phone, Lu Xingchen was slightly stunned, and also stunned for 3 seconds. This was the second time they called each other. I didn't expect that there would be such a big shock this time. Lu Xingchen reacted first and chuckled. Your brother just went out for a while. Is there anything you want to find him for? Jiang Zhiji smiled with curved eyes. No big deal. I just want to ask my brother's address in the military district. I will send a package to him in a few days. At this moment, Lu Xingchen couldn't deny that he envied Jiang Wang. No wonder Lao Jiang always showed off the goodness of having a sister in front of him. By the way, thank you,
Jiang Zhiji said softly.
With a word of thank you, both of them understood what they were thanking for. It's okay, uncle and aunt will be there soon. In a place where Jiang Zhiji couldn't see, his eyes were filled with smiles. As luck would have it, Jiang Wang suddenly rushed back, braked hard and stopped in front of Lu Xingchen and asked excitedly, Who's calling? Is it my little one? Lu Xingchen sat on the chair, handed the receiver to Jiang Wang in a very good mood, and said with a smile, Yes. Jiang Wang was confused. When did Lu Xingchen become so easy to talk to? What's the matter? It's obvious that Lao Lu is in a good mood. It's strange. But there is no time to pay attention to Lao Lu now. Jiang Wang looked anxious to talk to Jiang Zhiji, picked up the receiver and put it to his ear, and said excitedly, "Little one, yes, I'm late. I just went out for something."
Epsilon no, hey, don't be angry.
Jiang Zhiji did not hide his smile and went straight to the point. "I've seen my eldest, second, and third brothers here. They are in really good shape, like a mountain. My uncle and aunt are very good to me, and my brothers are also very good to me and take good care of me. I also bought wool at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative and plan to knit a sweater for you. Province H and Province L are not far away, so it should be in time to send it over before winter." Jiang Wang was so scared that his heart almost jumped out of his chest, and he asked in disbelief, "Did you knit this sweater yourself? By the way, little one, are you good enough? Is the wool in your hands okay?" Jiang Wang's tone was a little smiling. Can it be restored to its original state? Their baby sister can knit a sweater? Are you kidding? It's harder than a sow climbing a tree, right? Forget it. Since it's the little one's heart, he will definitely wear it. No matter how ugly the style is, how uneven the stitches are, or how pilling the wool is, he will wear it on his body, and no one can touch it. Lu Xingchen couldn't help but complain, "You show off, get out." "I haven't received it yet, but I'm already so fond of it. If I really receive it later, I'm afraid Jiang Wang will wear the sweater out every day to show off." Jiang Zhiji and Jiang Yuanyang looked at each other and were amused. Jiang Wang was still used to teasing his sister. Jiang Yuanyang whispered, "Brother Wang, you don't want it? Give it to me." He really loves the sweater knitted by his sister. He is so happy to have one, and he will be invincible with one more. Jiang Wang laughed and scolded, "Xiaoyang, do you want my fist?" Jiang Yuanyang left the group chat. Jiang Zhiji imitated Jiang Wang's previous teasing with curved eyebrows and asked, "Then do you want it, brother?" Jiang Wang coughed, his face a little hot, and smiled softly. No, his tone was obviously very arrogant, but he could still feel the urgency of wanting it. Jiang Wang shouted frantically in his heart, "I must have it. When will it be sent over? I can't wait to receive the package. I want to try it on as soon as possible. I want to be the first to be happy in front of Lu Xingchen. Who makes them good brothers? Good things should be shared together, and happiness should be shared together too." Jiang Zhiji smiled and replied, "I know. The man said no, but he wanted it. A brother who said he hated it but acted honestly. Brother, tell me your size, I'll write it down." Jiang Wang immediately revealed his height, weight, and the size of the clothes he usually wore. Before he knew it, Jiang Zhiji got his shoe size. Even Lu Xingchen's size was revealed. Jiang Wang smiled proudly and said in a sly voice, "He, buddy, don't even think about fighting with me. Whether it's his figure or his looks, he's the best. It's probably the desire to win in a man's bones that's at work." Lu Xingchen, who was sitting on the chair. "Old Jiang, you're really a dog." Jiang Zhiji got the answer he wanted and laughed happily. His voice came through the receiver, soft and pleasant. The two people present softened their hearts unconsciously. The rascal Jiang Wang snorted, "You just take advantage of my indulgence and do whatever you want. I haven't settled the score with you for catching the human traffickers last time." Jiang Zhiji replied innocently, "Brother, what are you doing?" Jiang Wang laughed angrily. "What are you doing?" "Settling the score." Jiang Zhiji suddenly said, "Brother, we won't talk anymore. The village chief needs to use the phone. But remember to pick up the package when the time comes." Beep, beep, beep. The phone was hung up. Jiang Zhiji put his hands on his hips and laughed, and went home happily with Jiang Yuanyang. Jiang Wang. Lu Xingchen even raised his eyebrows slightly and clapped his hands. "Brother, everyone has glorious moments. Don't take a temporary moment as permanent. See, your sister is hanging up the phone herself. See, showing off will backfire. And I was the first one to know that Gigi sent you a package. Of course, he wouldn't tell Jiang Wang that Gigi called out brother the first time, didn't she? Haha, this is his and Jiang Ziji's little secret." Jiang Wang looked at his dog brother with a smile on his face and said in a boastful tone, "My sister knitted a sweater for me. Do you have one?" Lu Xingchen.
"Oh.
Really not." Jiang Wang looked at Lu Xingchen's choked expression, and the conscience that liked to run away from home went out to visit again. Old Lu, our good brother, I promise to open the package as soon as I receive it. Then can you help me see if I look good in this sweater knitted by my sister? I don't know what my little one likes. She gave me a sweater knitted by herself, so I should go to the department store to buy her flowered cotton jacket? Lu Xingchen stood up, turned around and walked out. You can be a human being. Why do you have to be a dog? Enough. Jiang Wang's eyes lit up instantly, and he chased after him. Lu Xingchen, don't run. Why are you struggling? Tell me quickly. What did you just say to my sister? Why are you laughing so happily? I see. You must have borrowed my light. Sure enough, he is very smart, this is the fact. That's right. That's it. Lu Xingchen couldn't stand Jiang Wang's nagging, so he rushed to the training ground. Jiang Wang said he would not let Lu Xingchen go no matter what, and ran after him. Teacher Zhao and Political Commissar Chen Yuming on the road felt two strong winds coming, and saw the two rascals swooped away. Teacher Zhao put his hands behind his back, his eyes flashed with relief, and laughed. Xiao Lu and Xiao Jiang are becoming more and more lively, and their comradeship is getting better and better. Ha ha ha, look at young people, that's good. Political Commissar Chen Yueming. Those two rascals are enough. They were brothers 1 second, and turned against each other faster than turning the pages of a book the next. Little did they know that Lu Xingchen and Jiang Wang, who were being missed, started practicing martial arts in the training ground, and they were having a great time. Zhao's house. After a day's work, Teacher Zhao returned to the family compound exhausted. Guard Xiao Xiao escorted Teacher Zhao into the house and saluted Captain Zhao. Zhao Gingxin, who was sitting in the living room, stood up, strode forward, and asked, Xiao Xiao, has that man been caught? Xiao Xiao shook his head. The person who can take the child away from the compound is not simple. There is a force behind him. Teacher Zhao walked in, sat on the chair, and said seriously, it cannot be ruled out that he is an enemy spy. Using the child's life to attack our Zhao family and force me to go down, what a good method. Zhao Gingxin frowned, and several lists popped up in his mind. Dad, I suspect. Teacher Zhao's eyes were dark, and he interrupted his son. Don't make this matter public for now. No one can guarantee that the identities of the people on the list are good. Suppose the enemy's purpose is just to get promoted, or to be more serious. Other forces are setting up a trap for us old men. Just to make us disappear from this place, what will be the consequences then? Zhao Gingxin's face changed drastically. The consequences were disastrous. Xia Caixia came out holding the baby, smiling, and said, Let Zimu come and see who's back. It's your grandpa who's back. The little baby Zhao Zimu waved his little hands, blinked his big eyes, and kept blowing bubbles with his little mouth. Teacher Zhao's heart melted, and he took Zhao Zimu with a smile. Grandpa, see if our Zimu is naughty again today? Zimu's mother Xia Caixia laughed. Today, Gingxin and I are still worried, so we took Zimu to the hospital for a checkup. The doctor said that there is nothing wrong with the child and told us not to worry but to spend more time with the child and pay more attention to his mental state. Teacher Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. Our Zhao family owes a huge favor to comrade Jiang Zhiji. If it weren't for her help, I'm afraid Zimu. Zhao Gingxin sighed, as if he had thought of something. That's true. Caixia and I have prepared a big red envelope for comrade Jiang. As for her parents, we'll see if we can help. Teacher Xiao looked down at his fat grandson's cheerful face and smiled. Grandpa Lu took action in this matter. Zhao Gingxin was surprised. How come even Grandpa Lu is involved? Teacher Zhao smiled but said nothing. Zhao Gingxin thought for a while before he thought of Lu Xingchen. How did Lu Xingchen become the battalion commander at the age of 23? It was because he fought hard and shed blood with real guns. And another key figure was Professor Jiang Xiangxing's son Jiang Wang. Lu Xingchen and Jiang Wang are good brothers who have been through life and death together. Zhao Gingxin figured out the key point and couldn't help but sigh. At this time, Lu Xingchen actually chose to help the Jiang family. It seems that he really regards Jiang Wang as a good brother. If it were someone else, they would want to stay away from people with bad family backgrounds. Especially when it comes to promotion, these relationships are definitely roadblocks. One relationship may lead to missed promotion opportunities. I'm afraid that if Lu Xingchen wants to move up, he has to make another great contribution. Teacher Zhao is very optimistic about Lu Xingchen and Jiang Wang and believes that they will go higher and further. In fact, the two have not let him down over the years. At a young age, they have secured the positions of battalion commanders of the 1st and 2nd battalions with their strength. Teacher Zhao thought of Comrade Jiang Ziji again and said with a smile, "Take out all the national tickets in our family. We have to prepare a gift to thank Comrade Jiang Ziji." Zhao Gingxin and Xia Caisha nodded at the same time. "Jiang Ziji is our son's savior. We must thank the girl well." At the same time, Lu's house. When Lu Xingwa returned home, Su Mingzhu immediately came up to him and asked curiously, "Will our son come back this month?" Lu Xingwa smiled and said, "He ran away when he saw me. He ran faster than a rabbit. It seems that he will not come back." Grandpa Lu was unhappy and sat on the sofa angrily. "If he has the guts, he will never come back. Even if the brat comes back, I won't open the door for him. Look at your precious son. He is notorious, hanging around in the training ground all day long, and his superiors come to me every few days to complain. He is a thorn in the side, and he can't be controlled at all. Not only is he the most untamable thorn in the side, but he is also the battalion commander who will make great contributions, the leader of the army, and people love and hate him." It is impossible for Su Mingzhu not to be anxious about her son's marriage. But if you push her son one more step, her son will move away from you in the next second and hide far away. Usually, he will pinch peach blossoms by himself and doesn't care about other people's lives. Lu Xingwa and Su Mingzhu looked at each other. They are desperate. They will never be able to hold their chubby granddaughter in their arms in this life. Grandpa Lu continued angrily, "How lovable is old Zhao's fat grandson. It was this time that he was kidnapped by human traffickers, and the little guy suffered a lot along the way. I'm so envious. He also wants a good and fat great-granddaughter, like Nono. It's a pity that his own grandson Lu Xingchen is not up to the standard." Su Mingzhu sighed quietly. "Fortunately, a kind-hearted person saved Zimu. I heard that she is a beautiful and kind-hearted girl." Old man Lu looked like, "I know. Just ask me," which made Lu Xingwa and Su Mingzhu laugh and cry, and coaxed the old man to announce the answer quickly. "She is Jiang Wang's sister, Jiang Ziji." Look at the tone of the old man's voice, how proud he is. Those weather-beaten eyes are sparkling. It seems that he admires this little girl very much. Su Mingzhu widened her eyes and said in disbelief, "So powerful? So majestic? She is brave and resourceful, and she stands up at the critical moment. She is beautiful and kind-hearted. What a good girl." I heard from the old man that when the girl heard that her superiors wanted to praise her, she actually refused, saying that she wanted to rely on her own strength to move up. I wonder if such a good girl has a partner? But that pig in my family is so stupid. Old man Lu asked with a smile. Of course, their Jiang family is really talented. Su Mingzhu was so excited. She liked this kind of energetic girl. Maybe she would have a chance to meet her in the future. The two of them could get along very well with each other. Lu Xingwa glanced at his wife, smiled, and shook his head. No matter how good she is still someone else's little girl. Grandpa Lu and Su Mingzhu glared at Lu Xingwa at the same time. Why tell the truth? Is it not okay to be envious? At the same time, after hanging up Jiang Wang's phone, Jiang Ziji was in a good mood for the whole day. He ran to take a look at the bacon and sausages hanging outside and took out the iron net he had tinkered with, put it on the stove, and started roasting the meat jerky. "Brother, second brother, third brother, did you see what I did? Be sure to turn them over, otherwise they will be easily burnt." Jiang Yuanshan, understood. Jiang Yuanfeng, leave it to me. I will make sure they are roasted deliciously. Jiang Yuanyang, my eyes understand, and my mouth says I want to try it. Jiang Ziji was also very greedy and murmured, "I really want to eat charcoal grilled meat strips, original flavor, black pepper flavor, and spicy flavor." In order to eat a bite of meat jerky, Jiang Yuanyang's smile was shoulder to shoulder with the sun. "Me too." Jiang Yuanshan nodded, and his hands moved faster. Jiang Yuanfeng had already learned the true teachings of Jiang Ziji. The roasted dried meat was colorful, fragrant, and delicious. Just one look at it would make one's appetite grow. The 4 brothers and sisters were not polite at all. They immediately tasted the dried meat, which was so delicious. The eyes of the 4 brothers and sisters were as bright as stars, and they couldn't help showing off several of them. After roasting all the dried meat, Jiang Zhizhi put the dried meat into a food bag and said, "These are for Uncle and Aunt.
Here's 6 bags for you."
Isn't that nice? 5 pounds of the remaining food were left for my parents. The rest were all sent to my brother and Lu Xingchen. Jiang Wang and Lu Xingchen would definitely not eat alone in the army. They would take out some to share with their comrades. They were all comrades fighting side by side, and no one knew what would happen in the next second. They cherished the comradeship very much, so they would share any delicious food. Jiang Zhizhi understood these feelings very well, so he deliberately put more dried meat. The 3 brothers were no longer polite to their sister when it came to food. They each took 2 bags and showed off another one happily. They couldn't stop at all. It turns out that people with sisters are happy. At this time, Uncle Jiang Xiangliang walked in with a smile on his face and said excitedly, "Zhizhi, there is news about your parents." Jiang Zhizhi asked happily, "Where are they now? Are they far from us?" Jiang Xiangliang, "They haven't arrived in Daluo village yet, but Lu Daqing, the village chief of Daluo village, is my buddy, and he has been helping me keep an eye on the news. Dalu village is not far from our Dajiang village. It takes about half an hour to walk there according to our walking speed." Jiang Zhizhi was so happy that she could finally take care of her parents in the same place. It seems that winter clothes, pants, and quilts should be prepared as soon as possible. She is very clear that she wants to help her parents tide over the difficulties. They will definitely wait for hope, and they will definitely wait for the bright day. By then, the country is in great need of talents. No matter in which field, a large number of talents are needed to build the country. By then, Mom and Dad will shine in their own positions, overcome difficulties, and carry out independent research and development. Isn't it for the motherland to be stronger? With the good news, Jiang Zhizhi is full of energy. She will see Mom and Dad in 7 days. Ding Xianglan's hanging heart was finally put down, and she kept saying God bless her. After dinner, the 4 brothers and sisters continued to go up the mountain to dig Chinese medicinal materials. As soon as they reached the foot of the mountain, they saw Jiang Fingshou squatting there. This guy is weird. He wants to say hello but doesn't dare. He wants to squeak but is shy. Jiang Yuanyang is so tired for him. Are you here to admit defeat? Really? How can you be called a man if you are so timid? Jiang Yuanfeng said faintly. He is anxious. He is anxious. Jiang Zhizhi found it very novel and immediately eager to try, and took a step forward. Jiang Fingshou, who was standing opposite, shook his head and ran away in fear. The little follower Tian Binbin was left standing there stunned. Is Brother Fingshou being pretentious? If you want to go up and talk to him, just go ahead. Why don't you dare anymore? Anyway, the embarrassing thing was seen that day, so why not just throw the jar into the air? A man's heart is like a needle in the sea. Jiang Zhizhi shrugged and continued to walk into the mountains with his brothers, not caring about his brother's mortal enemy. Speaking of which, who in Dajiang village now doesn't give a thumbs up when seeing Jiang Zhizhi from the old Jiang family? The girl has good medical skills and a good personality. Hey, there really is one. That's the person from the educated youth point. In the evening of that day, 3 female educated youth were talking in the house, but their words and deeds could not be separated from one person. Wenxiang is too much. She didn't hand over the food to Brother Wei today. She just eats and drinks from others all day long. How can she have the nerve to do that? If it weren't for the kindness of Brother Wei, who took out his own food to make up for the loss, Wenxiang would have starved to death. Qiuhua, you should open your eyes and don't always let her lead you by the nose. You don't even know that you've suffered a great loss. You better take good care of your food. I don't have much food left. She wants it, but I can't afford it. Wenxiang has high standards. She doesn't like the big brother Weishi at the educated youth point. He has found another target. Ha, it's so funny. The village chief's son doesn't like Wenxiang and doesn't even pay attention to her. She doesn't even want you even if you give her money. Do you really think you are a treasure? She had her eyes on Jiang Yuanshan before. Now that the Jiang family has a little baby, she is the one who holds it in her heart. What can Wen Xiang compare with others? That's right. Don't you know your own weight? Haha, let's ignore her. It's unlucky to walk with her. Jiang Zhizhi doesn't have to work. She has 3 cousins who spoil her. Her uncle and aunt are the backbone of the 7th Brigade and have a say in the village. Who wouldn't envy such conditions? When Xiang felt even more jealous and uncomfortable, she just couldn't bear to see Jiang Zhizhi live better than her. In addition, Jiang Fengshou had become inexplicably strange during this period, and he would ridicule her from time to time, which made Wen Xiang very angry. She had no place to vent. Everyone thought that she, Wen Xiang, was not good enough, and she was about to suffocate. Okay, you are all looking down on me today. Then I will go crazy for you to see. Wen Xiang rushed in and overturned the dining table, and everything on the table was scattered on the ground. It was enough to see how much strength Wen Xiang had used. She picked up the bucket and poured all the water in it on Lin Xiaofeng, Qiu Hua, and He Dongmei. The faces of the 3 were covered with water. Wen Xiang cursed. Shut your dog mouths. How can you stay calm when someone splashes water on you? They were so angry that they were about to smoke. One by one, they stood up and wanted to grab Wen Xiang's hair. Wen Xiang rushed outside with a bad face, shouting for help. Wei Shi, the elder brother of the educated youth point, didn't care about the work at hand and rushed out to persuade them to stop fighting. What's the matter? If you have something to say, just say it nicely and stop arguing, Qiu Hua said in a sarcastic tone. Wen Xiang Yuich, if you have the guts, come out and don't hide behind a man and only know how to scold. Wen Xiang's eyes showed a hint of ill intention, her face turned pale, and she shrank behind Wei Shi. I have no guts. Qiu Hua's face turned red with anger. Wen Xiang, you are shameless. You owe me so much food and you haven't paid it back. I asked you to pay it back, but you just pretend to be pitiful every day. Now you, a conscienceless person, have the nerve to scold me and throw dirty water on me? The educated youth's point was noisy, and the voices from the countryside could be heard from far away, which instantly attracted the gossip troops in the village to come and watch. Oh my God, what are the female educated youths in the educated youth's point thinking? Why are they fighting for no reason, either for food or for men? I finally understand, this group of educated youths are just idle. The educated youths can't do any work, and they are fighting with us for food. I really don't know what the point of them coming to the countryside is. The veins on the forehead of the old village chief Jiang Weimin were throbbing. This group of troublesome educated youths. What trouble are they causing again? Why do they have to mention Jiang Zhizhi from the old Jiang family? First of all, the little girl is his family's savior. Secondly, don't they know the fighting power of the old Jiang family? Jiang Weimin shouted loudly. Stop it all. What do you think Dajiang village is? If you don't want to stay here, then get out of here. The village chief, S. wife Li Hong, became more aggressive. What are you doing? Can't you behave yourself when you come to Dajiang village? She is not so active at work every day, but she is full of energy when quarreling. Jiang Zhizhi, who had just come down the mountain, was pulled over by her aunt to watch the fun. After all, we are now adapting to the local customs. Wherever there is excitement and gossip, there are our figures. Of course, the brothers followed their sister to watch the fun. Jiang Fengshou looked at Wen Xiang in front of him and frowned. The little follower Tian Binbin saw Jiang Zhizhi in the crowd and greeted him excitedly. After all, he is our brother Fengshou's living father. Ahem, he is a lifesaver. We should be polite. The little follower Tian Binbin took a peek at Jiang Fengshou and saw that he was a little embarrassed. He wanted to say hello but didn't dare to. So he thought of a way to bring them closer. That is to tell gossip. Tian Binbin ran up happily to introduce the little story between Wen Xiang and Jiang Fengshou. It was a story that was so infuriating that it would kill people. The 4 brothers and sisters listened with relish, and Jiang Fengshou was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks. Save some face for me. Wen Xiang had seen Jiang Zhiji coming a long time ago. Did they come to laugh at her? But her two target people were both circling around Jiang Zhiji. Why did everyone like to play with Jiang Zhiji? Wen Xiang's jealousy and hatred kept churning in her heart, and she spoke with confidence. I have worked for 7 hours today, and I just want to come back and have a quiet meal. What's wrong? I am like a captive, and there is no end to the farm work. The task when I wake up every day is so simple. Just get up and work. But some people enjoy life at home like a wealthy lady and never have to work in the fields after coming to Dajeng village. Some are loved, and some work until now. Why are there so many differences between people, and why can't I report her? Wen Xiang just can't stand the fact that Jiang Zhiji lives a better life than her. She has lived in a family that favors boys over girls since she was a child. Her parents would only ask her to help her brother with work endlessly and to give in to him in everything. The good things in the house always belong to him. Otherwise, why would they raise her so big? Her parents always think that sons are the treasures that carry on the family line, the roots of the family, and the ones who will take care of them in their old age. In the eyes of her mother, is having a daughter a lifelong stain? No matter how cowardly, useless, or unpromising her brother is, he is a treasure in the eyes of her parents. No matter how big a mess her brother makes outside, her parents will always scold the outsiders first, and will never think that her brother is wrong. For her as a daughter, there is only one sentence: you deserve it. You are an outsider. But as a girl, Jiang Zhiji lives in a happy and complete old Jiang family, even though that is just her relative's home. Even her relatives treat her so well. The villagers were stunned when they heard this. Why is there so much resentment in this young, educated youth? Someone continued to ask. Wen Xiang, the educated youth, the person you want to report is not Jiang Zhiji, the little niece of the old Jiang family, right? Wen Xiang looked at Jiang Zhiji, her face twisted, and said, otherwise, who else in our village lives more comfortably than her? I don't know what charm she has. That makes people around her listen to her. The surrounding villagers immediately took a breath of cold air. The pot exploded instantly. This is incredible. Jiang Yuanshan was the first to stand up. I never hate women, but if you dare to touch my sister, I will beat you so hard that your parents won't recognize you. Jiang Yuanfeng's eyes were dark, and he smiled. It's so pitiful. Someone is madly jealous. She will never admit that when she is jealous of others, she is already inferior. Jiang Yuanyang smiled. Wen Xiang, has your brain been kicked by the donkey of the production team? Ding Xianglan rushed forward and slapped Wen Xiang twice, shouting, who is so bold as to make up stories about my little cotton padded jacket? What nonsense are you talking about?
Ba.
A few slaps went by, and the slaps became more and more fierce. Who in the village didn't know about Ding Xiangla's reputation? She treated Jiang Zhiji as her own daughter and protected her like the apple of her eye. If she found out that someone was making up stories about her little girl behind her back, Ding Xianglan would come over immediately, slapping the person and scolding him so hard that he would feel ashamed. Jiang Xiangliang stood beside his family with a gloomy face. The members of the 7th Brigade, where he was, were even more supportive of the old Jiang family. Listen to this article. Is Xiang Jiqing speaking human language? This is clearly a provocation. Now the villagers once again feel that the Jiang family is definitely not easy to mess with. Jiang Zhiji was upset because Wen Xiang attacked her family. Jiang Ziji's figure flashed forward and kicked out quickly. Everyone saw Wen Xiang flying out like a kite with a broken string. With a bang, she fell heavily to the ground again, and her face unfortunately landed first. Ding Xianglan was so angry that she turned her whole body over and cursed. Why are you hiding? Are you too ashamed to see people? There is such a thing as a turnaround? This wave of operations stunned everyone else. The little flame in Jiang Ziji's heart suddenly burned, and he rushed up to beat Wen Xiang wildly. Wen Xiang got so many people to make such a big noise today. Her heart is despicable, and her intentions are sinister. Wen Xiang just wanted the villagers to see clearly that Jiang Zhiji is a person who enjoys life. She wanted Jiang Yuanshan to see Jiang Ziji's lazy nature, completely disgusted, and stay away from the so-called cousin, and at the same time wanted to pretend to be pitiful in front of Jiang Fengshou. Jiang Ziji's eyes fell on Wen Xiang's distorted face, and he said in public, "Wen Xiang, the educated youth, I am a kind-hearted person. I reluctantly accepted your gift. You reported me for enjoying life? I don't have to work at home, which I of yours saw it. What should I do at home? Why should I tell you? I take care of my family at home, reduce the burden on my family, let them not worry, and let them work in the fields with peace of mind. Isn't this a contribution? You come out to make a fuss over trivial matters, and you always want to report. Do you think that our management as the village chief is just for show? You say you envy my life, and you are happy for me. Don't worry, I will make you happier." When Xiang, lying on the ground, felt pain all over her body. She couldn't believe that Jiang Ziji really hit her. She really didn't expect Jiang Ziji to be so fearless. He used his big move in front of the villagers? Jiang Ziji continued, "For the reputation of Dazheng village, and for our village to be rated as an advanced brigade, under the leadership of the villager Jiang Weimin, our village is united. Everyone goes out early and comes back late, works hard in the fields, strives to earn work points, insists on completing tasks, and contributes their own strength to the motherland. You dare to say such things at this time? Don't you want our Dazheng village to be rated as an advanced brigade? You really think that the people of our Dazheng village are soft persimmons that are easy to bully, right?" Just as Jiang Ziji finished speaking, the dog raised by Jiang Weimin kept barking beside him, as if he agreed with Jiang Ziji's words. "Jiang Fengshou. Dahe, you are so good at taking sides." Ding Xianglan was so angry that her face turned black. "If you don't give our Jiang family an explanation today, don't even think about letting this matter go. Wen Xiang, you are lazy and don't want to work. Who can you blame? What's the difference between you just talking and not doing anything and farting?" The villagers of Dazheng village gradually lost themselves in Jiang Ziji's praise. The calculations and suspicions in their hearts disappeared in an instant. The villagers suddenly thought that Wen Xiang was making random accusations. Isn't this damaging the reputation of Dazheng village? Well, so harmful, right? You're so right, who said that women don't have to work at home. Washing vegetables and cooking, watering and weeding, planting vegetables, taking care of children, feeding children, sewing clothes, washing clothes for the whole family, sewing quilts. Aren't these jobs? Don't say that you are enjoying life at home, and you still say that you are educated youth. This is an outdated idea. You really are chasing others like dogs every day. Can't you use this time to work? The other educated youths at the educated youth point blushed. How embarrassing. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of firecrackers exploding at the entrance of the village. Everyone was surprised. What was going on? Everyone, look, what is that? Oh my God, such a big scene? Strings of firecrackers were lit, crackling non-stop. Gongs and drums were beating, and red flags were waving. The lively atmosphere immediately ignited the entire Dazheng village, and the villagers rushed forward. In the thick smoke, they finally saw the red banner in the front. The banner read, "To young comrade Jiang Ziji, who is brave and righteous, and a role model for our generation." Behind the team was a military jeep, and behind it were several bicycles. Jiang Jianxi, the village party secretary of Dazheng village, widened his eyes and his voice trembled unbearably. This is to give Jiang Ziji a banner. He couldn't contain his excitement and wanted to shout out loud, "Our Dazheng village has become famous." Everyone was stunned. What good thing did the little niece of the old Jiang family do? She actually alarmed so many big shots to come to our small village? The children in the village jumped around happily, shouting, "Green box. Wow, such a big box. And there is someone inside. Wow, this green box can move by itself. It's amazing. Here it comes. My goodness, Jiang Ziji is a capable girl. Look, there are people in front carrying something on a pole. That's pork." Village Lord Jiang Weimin's eyes were filled with tears. He took a deep breath, straightened his back, and walked out of the crowd. Isn't it true that people should have ambitions in life? He now represents the face of Dajung village and must not embarrass our Gigi. Gigi, Uncle Wayman knew you were a good person. Jiang Gigi smiled. This wave of sending banners is really better to come at the right time than to come early. Uncle Jiang Xiangliang's hands were shaking and his back was straight. He really wanted to smoke a Dakiaman to calm down at this time. Is he really dreaming? Even if the sky falls, there is still this honor above his head. Who the Hades will use Gigi's bad family background to make trouble in the future?
You.
If Xiangxing and Lin Ting were also there, how proud they would be. The members of the 7th Brigade behind him were stunned. Oh my god, this is a silk banner. He is like a living Lei Feng. Ding Xianglan rushed over, and then her eyes turned red, and her face was so proud. Did you see it? That's the name of our Gigi. That's the reward our Gigi got for doing good things. Our Gigi has made it. Who says girls are not as good as boys? Who says girls can't do great things? Ding Xianglan walked with the wind, dancing with her hands vigorously, and she let out a sigh of relief in front of the educated youth. Jiang Yuanshan, Jiang Yuanfeng, and Jiang Yuanyang all gave a thumbs up at the same time. Jiang Ziji smiled happily and also gave a thumbs up. The 4 brothers and sisters exclaimed at the same time, "Awesome!" The gong and drum team finally came in front of the crowd. They beat the gongs and drums very hard, igniting the lively atmosphere on the scene. The door of the military jeep was pushed open, and an old man in his 50s walked down, with a righteous spirit and an indestructible power. A couple got out of the car door, on the other side. The wife was holding a baby and smiled gently at everyone. Behind them stood a valiant team, truly armed with live ammunition. The provincial leaders were beaming with joy. Village Chief Jiang Weiman and Village Party Secretary Jiang Jianxi only recognized the county and commune leaders at the end of the team. The others were not people that small people like them could see. Jiang Ziji noticed that this jeep was unusual, with bulletproof glass installed on it, and there were guards following the old man. It seemed that this person was a big shot. Suddenly, the baby in the gentlewoman's arms seemed to sense something and babbled in the direction of Jiang Ziji, with its little hands shaking excitedly, and you could tell at a glance that it was happy. Xia Caixia and Zhao Gingxin walked up to Jiang Ziji, their eyes filled with tears, and they knelt down to the little girl to repay their gratitude. Xia Caixia choked up with tears and said, "Comrade Jiang Ziji, our family is very grateful to you for saving our Zimu. Thank you for standing up and rescuing my child from the human traffickers. If it weren't for you, I would have lost my child in this life. My child would have been tortured, sold, or even killed by human traffickers. It was you who gave my child a second life. Comrade Jiang Ziji, you are Zima's reborn parent. The little girl is also the child that her parents love, and her life is also very precious. But the little girl risked her life to catch the human traffickers on the train and successfully rescued so many abducted children. She is really great." Zhao Gingxin said sincerely, "Comrade Jiang Ziji, Zhao Gingxin, and my wife Xia Caixia are very grateful for your life-saving grace. The little girl is a good person." Jiang Ziji bent down to help the couple up, with a gentle look in his eyes, and took out a clean tissue from his pocket and handed it to Xia Caixia. "You're welcome." To be honest, Jiang Ziji has been serving in the special forces, shouldering the responsibility of defending the country. As long as the motherland is strong and safe, as long as she is ordered, she will go to the front line without hesitation. The belief of defending the motherland and protecting the people is deeply engraved in her bones. As long as the motherland needs her, she is always ready. So when she saw human traffickers harming the little flowers of our motherland on the train, Jiang Ziji would not sit idly by and even eradicate these scourges. She hopes that the mountains and rivers of the motherland she loves will be safe and the country will be peaceful and the people will be safe. It's so pure. The old man walked towards Jiang Ziji step by step, his eyes full of satisfaction. "Good child. Good child." Teacher Xiao held the bright red silk banner in his weathered hands and handed it to Jiang Ziji seriously and solemnly. Comrade Jiang Ziji bravely did what others dared not do on the train. In the dangerous moment, She rushed forward without hesitation to rescue the abducted child and cooperated with the public security comrades to catch the traffickers and successfully protected the child. Comrade Jiang Zhiji is worthy of being a role model for our generation and the hope of the motherland's future. I hope you can continue to contribute to the motherland. Teacher Zhao sighed again. Little girl, you stretch out your hands to do great things, and it becomes instinctive. You are our hero. At this time, the provincial leaders stood up excitedly. Their fiery eyes fell on Jiang Zhiji, and they shouted with full energy, Comrade Jiang Zhiji is our role model. Her bravery is worthy of praise. This is the spirit that we Chinese should have. We applaud the kind hero. Some of those present widened their eyes, some were moved with red eyes, and some pinched their thighs. It hurts. It's true. A great hero has emerged from our Dazheng village. A heroine who caught human traffickers. Everyone clapped their hands, their faces full of pride. At this time, everyone's sense of community was overwhelming. Village Chief Jiang Weimin clapped his hands vigorously, and Village Party Secretary Jiang Jianxi felt his legs were weak and pinched his palms hard to keep himself steady. The little girl from the Jiang family is capable. Saving the child is real. Good people are rewarded. It's right to get so many rewards. It turns out that only capable people can have enough food. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Our children in Dazheng village are great. Jiang Shengliang was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Fighting human traffickers and saving children is a meritorious service. This is a walking achievement. In the future, those who talk about us should also think twice. Ding Shenglan's face was full of smiles, and she shouted happily, I know that our little cotton-padded jacket has a promising future. Who dares to say that girls can't make progress? The air was full of joy, and the brothers felt proud and proud. The surrounding villagers ran to praise Jiang Zhiji with a smile. As long as a person is famous, everyone wants to get close to you. It's human nature. The Commendation meeting ended successfully. Jiang Zhiji personally sent the leaders out of the village. God bless him with his thick skin. His words were all about serving the motherland and going through fire and water. The leaders were very perceptive. They knew that the two families would have to get together. They went back first. And then listened to the gossip. Anyway, the hero is in Dazheng village and the honor is also in our province. I didn't expect that the young comrade had such a high level of ideological awareness.
He is really a good comrade.
Oh, it feels like a shot of chicken blood after coming here. I feel that the air is particularly fresh when I ride my bicycle back, and my heart is even hotter. Jiang Zhiji invited Mr. Zhao, Zhao Gingxin, Xia Caixia, and Zhao Zimu to his home. At the same time, he invited the village chief Jiang Weimin and the village party secretary Jiang Jianxi to accompany Mr. Zhao and the others. The village chief Jiang Weimin suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. The village party secretary Jiang Jianxi began to rack his brains to think of what topic to talk about. Talk about the beautiful scenery of our Dazheng village? The local customs? All kinds of gossip. But with Jiang Yuanyang and Jiang Zhiji, how could it be boring? Zhao Gingxin was originally the head of a regiment. Although he didn't know everything, he had at least experienced many ups and downs outside. He could tell the young men some passionate stories. Jiang Yuanshan was excited to hear this, and Jiang Yuanfeng began to yearn for the outside world again. Jiang Yuanyang was simply curious and couldn't hide his thoughts at all. Zhao Gingxin got more and more excited as he talked. Oh my God, aren't these good men more obedient than the soldiers in the regiment? Jiang Zhiji knew clearly that what happened today was a very happy thing, but it would also make people jealous after becoming famous. But today, such an honorable banner was delivered to the door, and there was such a big backer like the Zhao family sitting in the old Jiang family. Those who were blind and came to find fault, should they also consider who was backing them up? Jiang Zhiji quickly figured out the intention of Mr. Zhao to come to the door in person to express his gratitude, and his heart could not help but warm. Ding Shenglan's eyes could not hide the pride, and she immediately went to the kitchen to light a fire and prepare dinner for the evening. But besides her happiness and pride, she also had a little worry. She was afraid that after today's incident, many people would want to come to see her. Ding Xianglan immediately shook her head. Our little cotton-padded jacket is still young. There is no hurry at all. Originally, Ding Xianglan's heart was biased, and even the status of the three sons in the family had to be ranked behind Jiang Zhizhi. Now she is even more precious. She has to guard their precious daughter for Jiang Xiangxing and Lin Ting, and she must not be pushed by the pig outside. Jiang Weimin took out the white wine that he had treasured for many years from the cupboard and said in high spirits, "Old chief, we are all native rural people, and we will not talk much about those big principles. But we know that as soldiers, you have been defending our country and have been doing your best to protect us ordinary people. We are grateful and have always wanted to say to the soldiers, thank you. Fortunately, you are here. Old chief, Captain Zhao, Comrade Xia, you should treat this place as your own home. Let's eat and drink to your heart's content tonight." Teacher Zhao couldn't resist the enthusiasm of the Jiang family and said with a smile, "Our two families are destined to meet. When I saw Zhizhi today, I felt kind to her. She is a good person like her brother." Jiang Zhizhi was surprised. It turned out that Teacher Zhao was his brother's immediate superior. What a coincidence! The baby in Xia Caishia's arms excitedly touched Jiang Zhizhi's hand and smiled widely, which melted people's hearts. Jiang Zhizhi asked with a smile, "Sister Caixia, how is Zimu's mental state recently? Has he been suddenly awakened at night?" Xia Caixia asked in surprise, "Zhizhi, do you know medical skills? Otherwise, how could what he said be almost the same as that of a doctor?" Now, even Teacher Zhao and Zhao Gingxin looked over with astonishment. How many abilities does the little girl have? Even in his dreams, he never thought that such a young girl would know medical skills. However, Teacher Zhao was relieved when he thought of Jiang Zhizhi's mother Lin Ting, who was originally a doctor. Jiang Zhizhi nodded and said a little arrogantly, "My mother taught me." Teacher Zhao laughed out loud. Looking at the little guy's expression of "my mother" is the best in the world. Jiang Zhizhi personally took Zhao Zimu's pulse. Fortunately, he gave the child some spiritual spring water on the train. Otherwise, the child would not be so lively now. Baby Zhao Zimu really liked Jiang Zhizhi's embrace. He was so happy to be held in Jiang Zhizhi's arms that he didn't want to move. Jiang Zhizhi tapped the little kid's nose and said with a smile, "Let go. I'm going to make delicious food for everyone. Be good, or I won't hold you." The little baby blinked his big eyes, blew bubbles from his little mouth, and after his little hands pulled Jiang Zhizhi, he turned to his biological mother. Xia Caishia's smile was almost to the back of her ears. This child usually doesn't listen to anyone except his grandfather. "Zhizhi, you are amazing." Zhao Gingxin's eyes almost popped out. "Brat, your ability to change your face is really extraordinary." Jiang Zhizhi was the chef, and Ding Xianglan helped. Today's rewards are not small: a big and thick red envelope, various national meat coupons, cloth coupons, industrial coupons, sugar coupons, and more than 50 kilograms of pork. When it comes to food, Jiang Zhizhi has always spared no effort. Braised pork with preserved vegetables, braised pork ribs, five-fingered peach and yam rib soup, stir-fried Chinese cabbage, pickled cabbage vermicelli, bouncy egg custard. A combination of meat and vegetables. Jiang Zhizhi considered Mr. Zhao's health and Xia Caishia's complexion, so he cooked a medicinal soup. This is the top specification of the old Jiang family. Although Jiang Zhizhi has other ingredients in his space, it is not easy to take them out, so it can only be pork. Let's eat. The 4 members of the Zhao family were almost dumbfounded. Isn't the little girl too capable? This. How can I resist? Jiang Zhizhi smiled and said, "Family, don't move your chopsticks. I'll eat first to show my respect." Jiang Yuanyang laughed, and the happy laughter instantly mobilized the atmosphere of the scene. "I'll come too." Jiang Yuanshan and Jiang Yuanfeng were already eager to move, and Jiang Xiangliang laughed and poured wine for Mr. Zhao and Zhao Gingxin. Ding Xianglan shook her head helplessly. "Little rascals, eat. Who can eat more than you?" Then she turned to explain to Xia Caixia, "They're like this. Let's try Zhizhi's cooking. It's really delicious. Don't be polite, come on." The Zhao family was naturally happy, The old Jiang family was lively, and they didn't treat them as outsiders at all. Jiang Ziji invited the guard Xiaoxiu to take a seat, and everyone enjoyed the food happily. It was really delicious, unexpectedly delicious. Just take a bite and immediately feel an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. When you eat deliciously, you will feel a sense of happiness, and people will unconsciously be filled with smiles. Teacher Zhao saw that everyone was eating so deliciously, his appetite was aroused, and he picked up a piece of pork with preserved vegetables, and he was looking forward to what it would taste like. When he took the first bite, the taste was soft and glutinous, the kind of taste that was both chewy and glutinous. Teacher Zhao widened his eyes. This taste. It turned out to be this taste. It has been a long time since he had eaten this kind of pork with preserved vegetables. It reminded him of an old comrade in arms, and suddenly his eyes were filled with tears. Everyone present immediately stopped eating, and they were all very surprised. No way? Is it really so delicious that you want to cry? Especially Zhao Gingxin was very nervous, and he quickly shouted, "Dad." Teacher Zhao ate this piece of pork with preserved vegetables with tears in his eyes. It is this method of making pork with preserved vegetables in the South, and it is this taste that reminds me of my old comrade in arms. At this time, everyone saw Teacher Zhao, a man of iron bones, crying. His voice was so nostalgic and sad, and he slowly told the story of the past. At that time, I was still a regiment commander, and my old comrade in arms was called Zhu Deong.
Boom boom. Bang bang bang.
Zhao Lihua carried a steel gun and led the team of only more than 100 people left to brave the enemy's artillery fire and rushed out of the enemy's encirclement. Quickly moved to a village. In just one day, only more than 100 people were left in the 3 divisions. Zhao Lihua felt that he had let down the villagers here. They failed to defend the front line, and they failed to save more people. His eyes were full of self-blame and regret. But he and his comrades were determined and thought of many ways, but never thought of retreating or surrendering. Many houses here were destroyed by the war, but the villagers here still had light in their eyes. The villagers here saw that this team was our soldiers who defended the motherland. Everyone's eyes were a little hot, and they excitedly welcomed the soldiers into the village to replenish supplies. "Come on, children, I still have food here. Children, thank you for your hard work. If we have needles and thread, please take out and mend your clothes. It's okay, it's okay. You haven't let us down. You have tried your best. My child was given to the country. His life or death is unknown now. But as a mother, I am proud of him because my child is protecting the motherland he loves and our home. It's okay. Our soldiers are home. Come and have a rest." Zhu Deong, this tough guy who stands tall and upright, wiped the tears from his face, strode forward, knelt in front of a white-haired old lady and choked up, "Mom, I'm back." The old lady's eyes were blurred with tears. She knelt down with weak legs, hugged her son with trembling hands, and cried, "Deong, it's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Let mother see if you have lost weight." Seeing his mother sobbing, Zhu Deong held her hand and placed it on his face with several scars and comforted her. "Mom, look, I haven't lost weight. Your son, can fight 10 enemies alone. I am so brave. Look, I am back safe and sound. We have been fearless of hardships and difficulties along the way. We swear to defend the motherland and our people. If we have to use our blood to exchange for victory, then I am not afraid. If my son comes back alive, I will be filial to you. If my son dies heroically on the battlefield, don't be sad. Mother, I have no regrets." The old lady cried breathlessly and hugged her last child tightly. Mom knows. In the family of 7, only she and Deong were left. People around saw this scene and burst into tears. Many people's children also fought on the front line. Perhaps their parents were waiting for only a handful of ashes, or perhaps their children were buried on the battlefield and would never come back. But there are thousands of Chinese who stood up in the war and fought to the death in places they didn't know. We are Chinese. We are one family. The villagers felt bad when they saw our soldiers wearing thin clothes and straw sandals in the winter, and their clothes and pants were tattered. The women took up needles and threads to mend clothes for the soldiers. Some of them were holding babies in their arms, coaxing their children in a low voice while mending. Some were over 50 years old, with white hair, squinting their eyes and lowering their heads to sew pants. The children are wearing straw sandals and their clothes are so thin. What should they do in the winter? We are in good health and can bear it. That's right. We are young and not afraid of the cold. But the soldiers thought to themselves that they did not plan to survive the winter, and they were determined to die with the enemy. The soldiers' hearts were burning, and they couldn't sit still, and used their rest time to work for the elderly, weak, women, and children in the village. The old people in the village decided to slaughter the only skinny pig in the village. Each household brought out pickled mustard greens, salt, and soy sauce. The old lady personally made pork with pickled mustard greens and stewed meat in an iron pot for the soldiers. When Zhao Lihua rushed to stop them, the meat in the pot was almost cooked. Zhao Lihua's determined eyes suddenly turned red, and he said with gratitude, "Auntie, uncle, keep it for yourselves." Zhu Daiyong's mother's voice was so gentle and kind. "My son Daiyong is also a soldier. We are just doing what we can do. Hurry up and eat. We are so happy watching you eat, just like watching our own children." The other villagers took out their remaining food and clothes and stuffed them into the soldiers without any hesitation. Zhu Daiyong's eyes were red, and he saluted Zhao Lihua and said, "Captain, this is the kindness of the villagers. Let's accept it." Zhao Lihua sighed lightly and left all the money on him to the villagers. "Sorry, this is not much money. We will always remember the kindness of the villagers to us. Dare not forget. Can't forget." The pork with preserved vegetables and dried mustard was ready, but Zhao Lihua couldn't bear to eat it. He left his pork to the children in the village. The children in the village stared at the fragrant pork and swallowed frantically. But they shook their heads one by one, with a childish and strong face, and said, "Leave the pork to the soldiers. We won't eat it." The soldiers beat the bad guys and drove them away. "My mother said you worked hard." Zhao Lihua's heart tightened for a moment, but he still distributed the meat to the children, stroked their heads with a smile, and said, "Okay, Uncle promises you, I will drive away the bad guys. I will protect you." Zhu Daiyong strode over, divided his piece of braised pork into 2 halves, raised a smile, and said, "Brother, give it to us. Let's eat it together." Zhao Lihua patted Zhu Daiyong on the shoulder with his big hand. In a place where Zhu Daiyong could not see, he choked up and ate half of the braised pork. Everyone thought that the day would pass peacefully, but at night, the enemy's artillery fire caught up. "Gather, the enemy is coming. Follow me. For the children, I have to go." Zhao Lihua and Zhu Daiyong gathered everyone, shouldered their weapons, and carried supplies to rush in the direction of the enemy. "Behind them are our people." The villagers cried with red eyes and shouted, "You must come back safely. We will wait for you to come back. We will win. We will definitely win. Kill those rascals. Let's go forward. We can't let the soldiers fight alone in the front. Come on, pick up your weapons and follow me. Protect the children in the village. The children are our last hope." At the most dangerous moment, everyone shouted, "Get up! Get up! Get up! We will win." This team shoulders the trust of the villagers in them, fighting bloody battles in the forefront, and swearing to defend this line of defense to the death.
Boom boom. Bang bang bang. Charge. Kill.
The enemy's artillery fire hit the soldiers cruelly, and the whistling wind made their bones ache. Zhao Lihua rushed to the front, and when he ran out of bullets, he took out the knife on his body and slashed the enemy fiercely. Zhu Daiyong was hit by several bullets. He gritted his teeth and fought desperately, determined to drag a few enemies away, even if he died.
Charge.
I'll fight you.
Kill.
In the end, the team still completed the task of defending the line with difficulty. But there were heavy casualties.
Daiyong.
Zhao Lihua's eyes were full of bloodshot, tears welled up in his eyes, and he shouted tragically. Zhu Daiyong was blown beyond recognition by the artillery fire. His face and body were covered with blood. At the last moment of his sacrifice, he choked and said, "Captain, I have completed the mission. We will still be brothers in the next life, and I will share the meat with you. Our country will be fine. I'm sorry for my mother." When everyone heard this, they couldn't hold it anymore. They felt sorry for our soldiers, and the more they thought about it, the more distress they felt. Zhao Gingxin clenched his fists. Our soldiers have an average of 4 people per gun, and only 6 bullets. The enemy has a huge amount of ammunition, and the strength gap is too big. Our soldiers knew they were defeated, but they went to the battlefield without hesitation. Because of their backward weapons, the soldiers could only fight with their lives and could only fill it with their lives. These are the soldiers of our China who are not afraid of sacrifice. Teacher Zhao Lihua, peace is hard won. I believe that sooner or later there will be a day when our weapons will be better than those of foreign countries. Our China will get better and better. Jiang Ziji's eyes were a little warm. He never expected that a southern specialty dish would evoke memories of Teacher Zhao. The ancestors who sacrificed for China, I have never met them, but I have received their grace. The Green Mountains are fortunate to bury their loyal bones. Forefathers, don't worry, China will become stronger and stronger. The two families chatted until late at night. Ding Xianglan asked Teacher Zhao and others to stay at home overnight, but the old leader didn't want to trouble the Jiang family, who were busy running around. Zhao Gingxin hesitated for a while, walked up and asked, "Little girl, can you take the pulse of my father and my wife?" Ever since his son Zhao Zimu was kidnapped by human traffickers, his father Zhao Lihua's health has been getting worse. Moreover, this is a conspiracy against the Zhao family. People hiding in the dark are eyeing them covetously and are determined to bring down the Zhao family, even if they die. His father is in the military region and has a heavy burden on his shoulders. Zhao Gingxin will always remember what his biological father Zhao Lihua said, "I can't fall down. The country needs me. I still have a mission." On the day the child was lost, his wife cried so hard that she almost couldn't breathe and fainted several times out of anxiety. Fortunately, Zimu came back safely. Otherwise, the loss of a child would destroy the Zhao family. But after experiencing great sorrow and joy, his wife's health became worse than before. Zhao Gingxin has been in the army all year round, and there are many times when he can't take care of his family, let alone his wife and children. Many things at home are carried by his wife alone, and she is not born that strong. Zhao Gingxin will always remember the day his wife gave birth. He was on a mission and didn't have time to come back. Doesn't his wife want him to come back? Of course she does. His wife understands that he is helpless, the responsibilities on his shoulders and all his ambitions, but she will still feel aggrieved and sad emotionally. "Because I was absent at the moment when you needed me the most." He deserves the military uniform he wears, but he is sorry for Xiao Saixia and his son Zhao Zimu. Jiang Ziji glanced at Zhao Gingxin and agreed. "Teacher Zhao, thank you for your hard work." Jiang Ziji smiled and personally took the pulse of Teacher Zhao. "Old chief, take care of yourself. Especially now you need to recuperate slowly. Don't overwork." The bad news is that this old hero suffered a lot on the battlefield and has many old injuries. The good news is that the body's functions have not reached the worst point. But if you leave it alone, sooner or later there will be a big problem with the body, and it will be too late to treat it then. Zhao Gingxin and Xiao Saixia were very nervous when they heard it and wrote down the precautions that Jiang Ziji said. The couple looked at each other and turned back to take care of our dad. Zhao Gingxin whispered, "I'm afraid our dad won't listen to advice." Jiang Ziji looked over and the little face was obviously smiling. But Teacher Zhao immediately had a feeling. If he didn't listen, the next second the little girl would definitely give up. Jiang Ziji said naturally, "For external injuries, I have ointment here that can be applied. This ointment has the effect of promoting blood circulation, removing blood stasis, reducing swelling, and relieving pain. As for internal injuries, use medicated food to regulate first, and then take the pulse after a month to see how the body has recovered. If the body recovers well, acupuncture treatment can be combined." Anyway, she usually likes to tinker with medicinal materials in the room, and her family can't tell what medicine she is making. The medical room in the space has the blood-activating and stasis-removing powder that she made in her spare time, and it is just right to take it out for Mr. Zhao to use. Zhao Gingxin struck while the iron was hot and said, "Dad, the young comrade asked you to focus on taking care of your body. You must take good care of yourself. Pay attention to rest." Teacher Zhao understood as soon as he heard it, and said with a look of comfort on his face, "Just let go and do it, I will cooperate. If he is not free to come to Dazheng village in a month, then call someone to pick up Jiang Jiji to the military district to help him with treatment. She can rest assured, there are many good soldiers in our military district. At most, Xiao Jiang and Xiao Lu will be called." Teacher Zhao thinks this is a good idea. Xia Saixia smiled quietly. No wonder her Zima listens to Jiji so much, and now even Zima's grandfather has to listen. The little girl is capable. Jiang Ziji raised the corners of his mouth slightly as he felt Xia Caixia's pulse. "Sister Caixia, you are deficient in qi and blood. You are depressed and have poor sleep. Let's replenish qi and blood in 4 steps, first soothing the liver, then strengthening the spleen, removing dampness, and finally replenishing qi and blood." Jiang Ziji took out a pen and paper from his small satchel and quickly wrote down prescriptions and recipes for medicinal food. Even the people in the Jiang family had to admit that our Jiji was really working hard. Jiang Jiji packed 3 pounds of barbecued dried meat, 5 pounds of fried pine nuts, 10 pounds of sun-dried astragalus, 10 pounds each of white atractylodes, poria and wolfberry, 3 pounds each of angelica, Codonopsis, Ophiophagon, and Quinquefolius, and then went back to the house to get 3 jars of blood-activating and blood stasis-removing ointment. Teacher Zhao was delighted, took out 10 big Unity notes from his pocket, and said happily, "Little guy, don't refuse. You have to provide medicinal materials and write prescriptions. This is what you deserve. Don't worry, this money is all saved by me, an old man. I want to tell you that in my heart, you are worth it." He Xiao Lihua is willing to believe the little girl. "You are so nice, old hero." Jiang Ziji looked at Teacher Zhao eagerly, feeling happy. In fact, Jiang Ziji trusts the country and is willing to protect heroes who have made contributions to the country. But in this environment, people's hearts are unpredictable. Jiang Ziji has something she wants to protect, so she won't act easily. But at this moment, she decided to treat Teacher Zhao well. Then the king of Hades can't take the old man's life from her. You protect the country, and I protect you. The next day, Jiang Ziji was cutting potato shreds in the kitchen, planning to make a potato shreds pancake, and she suddenly wanted to eat this. Jiang Yuanyang came over shamelessly and sighed. "Ziji, you are really good at knife skills." Jiang Yuanshan nodded when he heard it. The one who is best at knife skills in the family is his sister. Jiang Yuanfeng covered his chest and said faintly, "Ziji, you didn't work as a chef in your previous life, did you?" After spending these days together, he finally understood that his sister is a big foodie. Little did he know that Jiang Ziji used to be in the fire department. Of course, it was for free food and drink. Once when we were on a mission, the enemy actually wanted to take over our kitchen team. A group of people in the special forces were so angry that they went crazy. Eating is a big deal. You actually want to take over our rice bowls? Let us starve? What are you thinking? At that time, Jiang Ziji helped to carry the big pot and ran very fast. The people in the special brigade also carried a big pot on their backs and cursed the enemy, running wildly behind them. She was so happy in the fire department, and from time to time there was a small kitchen, so she had a full stomach. How happy she patted her chest and unilaterally announced that the fire department was her brother's. Ever since that time, Jiang Ziji and the brothers in the special forces fought hard to protect the people in the fire department. Everyone became familiar with each other after a few visits. The brothers in the fire department are just for justice. The rice they are given is always a little more than that of others. Everyone likes to visit the kitchen team, help fetch water, cut vegetables, and brush up their goodwill. Some seniors in the kitchen team like Jiang Ziji and her teammates. Jiang Ziji learned her good knife skills at that time and was praised by the big guys in the kitchen team. It's simply better than the master. Jiang Ziji suddenly missed everyone in the kitchen team. The fragrant potato shredded pancakes, came out of the pot, and the brothers' eyes lit up, holding plates and waiting for their numbers to be called. After Jiang Ziji distributed breakfast to her uncle and aunt, she happily distributed pancakes to her brothers. The 4 siblings sat in a row at the door with their plates and started eating. Ding Xianglan smiled and shook her head, put down the quilt in her hand, and said with a smile, "I've seen that you 3 brothers have definitely been fattened by Gigi in a while." Jiang Ziji raised his hand and said with a smile, "I eat a lot because I want to grow, and my brothers are just greedy." Jiang Yuanyang said pitifully, "I'm only 182, and I'm the one who should grow. The eldest brother is 190, and the second brother is 186. How much taller do you want to grow?" "You can't grow any taller." Jiang Yuanfeng was in a good mood and laughed. "You are 182 and still not satisfied? Look at Gigi. This poor little thing is only 168. What are you shouting about?" Jiang Ziji was heartbroken. The original owner was 168 in height, which was also very impressive in the south, okay? After breakfast, Jiang Xiangliang took the 3 little rascals to work, and Ding Xianglan went to feed the pigs. Jiang Ziji was sitting on the Kong knitting a sweater by herself, almost in tears. She should reflect on why she is still a single dog. It turns out that she is lucky. There are so many brothers waiting for her to spoil. How can it be the turn of the juicy cabbage outside? "Xianglan, is Gigi at home?" Li Hong, the village head's wife, picked a basket of persimmons in her yard and came to visit. "I'm at home. Just come in." Ding Xianglan responded, busy with the work at hand, and walked over with a smile on her face. These days, everyone likes to bring quilt covers and shoe soles when visiting, and sew quilt covers and shoe soles while chatting. Li Hong saw Jiang Ziji sitting on the Kong knitting a sweater so virtuously, and her eyes were full of envy. The old Jiang family is promising. Originally, Li Hong wanted to match her son Jiang Fingshou with Jiang Ziji from the old Jiang family. Although they have the same surname, they are not related by blood. They are not from the same ancestor. But my wife said, "Don't do anything stupid. Don't end up hurting the harmony between the 2 families. Besides, our Fingshou is completely stupid. You count on him? How long will it take?" Anyway, Jiang Weimin was thinking about Jiang Ziji's life-saving grace to Jiang Fingshou, and what a good chat Jiang Ziji had with that big shot yesterday. The old and the young seemed to be close friends regardless of age. Jiang Weimin directly uprooted his wife's idea, and it didn't even have a chance to sprout. Li Hong was heartbroken. How much does Fingshou dislike his father? But on major matters, Li Hong would still listen to Jiang Weimin. Li Hong smiled and said, "The persimmons in our family are famous for their thin skin, juicy taste, sweetness, and refreshing taste. Now that they are ripe, I will pick them for you to taste." Ding Xianglan was very happy and praised. "How did you know that I was craving your persimmons? Who in the village doesn't know that your persimmons are delicious? If it weren't for our good relationship, I really wouldn't be able to eat them." Li Hong's mood instantly became better. "Of course, our 2 families have a good relationship. It's just that my kid has gone crazy these days and has been away from home all day long. Gigi, after I deal with that kid, I will bring him to your house in person to thank you." Jiang Gigi. Him? He ran away when he saw me. The 2 chatted for a while and began to sew quilt covers and shoe soles on the Kong. Li Hong sighed. "There are so many people in the village who don't know how to keep their mouths shut. I guess Gigi's glorious deeds of catching the human traffickers have long been spread. Our Gigi is good-looking and well-off, and people from all over the country are tempted to marry her. Xianglan, I see your family must be very busy these days, so I came to your house to chat with you first, so that I won't be able to squeeze through the door later." Ding Xianglan was both happy and worried. She was happy that our Gigi was doing well, but she was worried that people outside were starting to make small calculations. Jiang Ziji had almost finished knitting the sweater and was about to slide out. The brothers suddenly appeared at the door, with a dazzling light of salvation on them. Jiang Ziji said silently, "Save me. Save me." Jiang Yuanfeng said specially, "Sister, let us go and collect firewood." "I'm here." Jiang Ziji put the sweater away, put on his shoes quickly, and slid in front of his brothers. His shoes were about to make sparks with the ground. The four brothers and sisters showed Ding Xianglan a very bright smile and ran away with a whoosh. Ding Xianglan. Okay, just be happy. Don't worry about my life or death.
3 more days passed.
Jiang Ziji finally finished knitting 2 sweaters and admired his masterpiece happily. After admiring, do you want to write a letter? Isn't there a feature of writing letters in this era? Jiang Ziji has never written a letter to others in his life except for the mission. He was a little excited, took out a pen and paper, and after thinking about it, he quickly wrote a letter to his brother Jiang Wang and Lu Xingqian respectively. Of course, the handwriting this time is beautiful. But Jiang Ziji thought with a bad taste if she took out her special dog-crawling handwriting. Ha ha ha, I'm afraid Jiang Wang would be furious when he saw it. How funny. Jiang Ziji went to the space again to select suitable supplies and thanked the people properly. After packing all the things, the 4 brothers and sisters prepared to go to the post office in the county to mail the package. Before Jiang Yuanyang went out, he whispered, "Mom, you have to keep an eye on my barbecued meat. If others come to visit, don't share my meat with others. Just give it to the eldest brother and the second brother." The other 3 laughed angrily. The younger brother is meant to be beaten, and it's fun to beat him, and you can beat him with confidence.
Get out.
Little rascal. With a whoosh, a freely rotating shoe flew out of the main room and almost hit Jiang Yuanyang's head.
Run.
Persuasion failed. I'll run first. Jiang Yuanyang turned around and spread his legs to run away, but was blocked by Jiang Ziji's flash.
Wait.
Jiang Ziji raised an evil smile, and Jiang Yuanshan and Jiang Yuanfeng also had the same smile. Jiang Yuanshan snapped his fingers. Oh? My barbecued meat? Jiang Yuanyang relied on his many years of escape experience, and his elder brother was going to kill him. Jiang Yuanfeng laughed and said, "You even know where I put the barbecued meat? You are too smart." Jiang Yuanyang was so scared that he screamed and rushed behind Jiang Ziji. Beating is love, scolding is love. No one loves you if you don't beat or love. Jiang Ziji waved her hand. Although Jiang Ziji favored her elder and second brothers at this moment, she also felt a little distressed for her third brother's upcoming mixed doubles. Jiang Ziji raised her hand and grabbed Jiang Yuanyang's collar. Jiang Yuanyang felt as if his fate was being strangled. Ding Xianglan's hair stood up in anger. She snorted and walked out to pick up her shoes. "Hold down the third brother for me. Come on, Xiaoyang, stop struggling, unless you compensate us with meat jerky? How about this? How about you treat us to meat jerky?" Jiang Yuanshan and Jiang Yuanfeng received their mother's order and held down Jiang Yuanyang on the left and right. He ignored the pig-like noises made by a certain brother. Jiang Ziji couldn't believe his ears. When did the eldest and second brothers become so treacherous? This feeling is so familiar. As expected, the more meat jerky people have, the stingier they are. The sun just fell on the family, which was beautiful beyond words. Jiang Ziji took out a pen and paper from a small bag, leaned lazily on the table in the yard, and smiled very gently. He quickly drew the beautiful scene in front of him. The 3 brothers who came to their senses found that their sister had no pressure in painting. It was too strong. Jiang Yuanyang looked at the portrait on the table, and the more he looked at it, the more fascinated he became. He liked it very much. It would be even better if he was not so pitiful in the painting. Jiang Yuanshan especially liked his sister's painting. It felt like taking a photo. Even the movements and expressions were so real. The painting was really good. Jiang Yuanyang patted his chest and shouted, "Ziji, can you draw a portrait for me when you have time? It must be a handsome one."
Wait.
Third brother, aren't you embarrassing, Ziji? Jiang Yuanfeng laughed. Jiang Ziji couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips. "No problem. If I can buy watercolors, I will draw watercolors for you." It was just a sketch, and the brothers liked it so much. If it was changed to watercolors, wouldn't they be happier? The appearance of the old Jiang family is full of pleasing pictures. It would be a pity not to draw them down as a souvenir. When everyone heard that there was such a high-end thing as watercolor painting, it really made people yearn for it. So the 4 brothers and sisters couldn't wait to come to the county town and go to the post office to send the package first. When Wanfin, a staff member of the post office, saw that the little girl was going to send so many things, she sighed. The person who receives the package must be very happy. Jiang Ziji felt a little embarrassed. After all, this was the first time she sent something to her brother, and she prepared so much without paying attention. Wanfin, a staff member, took out the stamps from the table and was about to tear them apart when she was suddenly interrupted by the little girl. "What's wrong?" "I bought this stamp." Jiang Ziji's eyes were bright, and she said with a smile, "Sister Wan, this stamp is very beautiful. I plan to keep it for my own credit. This is the whole country read. Family, you have found a treasure." In Jiang Ziji's mind, the wrong version is equal to rarity, and rarity is equal to value. In the future, if the stamp of the whole country read is in good condition, it can be auctioned for 1.35 million. Fortunately, she has watched this kind of video, otherwise she would have missed the treasure today. She guessed that the post office in the county was in a remote place and did not have time to recycle it, so there were just 4 left to sell. Jiang Ziji's calculations were clattering. Maotai liquor and stamps were bought. How far could the courtyard be? The more she thought about it, the happier she became. Her little face flushed. She looked at the 4 stamps as if she was looking at gold. Wanfin smiled and agreed. "I know that you little girls like red things. I can sell them to you." Wanfin thought to herself, some people often come to the post office to send things, and they are used to seeing stamps. Some people may be excited when they send a letter and buy stamps for the first time. This is normal. A stamp costs 8 cents, and it's not bad to be happy with 8 cents. Jiang Ziji didn't know what Wanfin was thinking. If she knew, she would probably smile from ear to ear. "You don't understand my happiness." When the 3 brothers saw this scene, their hearts immediately stabilized. The sister's smile was too familiar. It felt like her cool moment was coming. Wanfin packed the package that Jiang Ziji was going to send out. She noticed Jiang Ziji's gaze towards the mailbox and said with a smile, "After you finish writing the letter, put a stamp on it, and then put the letter in the mailbox." When my child came to mail a letter for the first time, his eyes were exactly the same as yours, like a puppy seeing a bone. But he writes his own articles and submits them to the newspaper. Sometimes he's lucky and his articles are accepted, so he can make some money. Wanfin was happy from the bottom of her heart and unconsciously showed off her son again. Jiang Ziji smiled widely. "Sister Wan, your son is a promising man. He's a good writer, and you can tell at a glance that he's going to do great things. It seems that you're a blessed person." I don't know what kind of articles the newspaper is accepting recently. When Wanfin heard this, she felt that the little girl's words hit the nail on the head. The proudest thing in her life was that she had a filial and educated son. Wanfin put down the pen in her hand and blinked at Jiang Ziji. Jiang Ziji's brain was working so fast. She knew that Wanfin was deliberately teasing her, and her face immediately changed to a curious expression. Wanfin's vanity was satisfied, and she began to say, "I have a relative who works in a newspaper in the provincial capital. According to him, everyone likes to read manuscripts and comic strips these days. It is best to avoid manuscripts that cannot be written, otherwise they will not pass the review. Especially comic strips, which have pictures and text content, are very popular. As long as the drawings are good, they can be sent to publishing houses in Beijing. If they are satisfied and accepted, they will be published directly. Some people like to read comic books, and they can read them all day long, and they are particularly precious to comic books." Jiang Ziji was even happier, and she said in her heart that she had made a fortune. She asked Wanfin for the contact information and address of a newspaper. Why not take advantage of another way to make money? Who would dislike having too much money? When the brothers heard what Jiang Ziji said, their eyes lit up with excitement, and they couldn't help laughing out loud. They all thought of the painting that Ziji drew today. Before Jiang Ziji happily walked out of the post office, he praised her. "Sister Wan, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know that comic strips are so great." Wanfin, who was labeled a good person, had a lot of questions in her head and felt sour in her heart. No, how can you be so confident? Drawing and writing are not that simple. His son wrote dozens of articles before the newspaper took a fancy to one. I don't want to discourage you. At the same time, military region. Jiang Wang looked at the calendar hanging on the wall with eager eyes and sighed faintly. Why are the days passing so slowly? Since he received Gigi's call that day, he counted the days and waited for the package. Although he teased his sister with a sly mouth, he naturally wanted it. Just think about it, knitting a sweater is not as simple as running. How can it be so fast? Lu Xingchen chuckled. Someone is about to become a sister-looking stone. Instructor Liang Zhirong nodded. I see that old Jiang is looking forward to it. Jiang Wang snorted. Don't envy me. I have a sister, you don't. I still win this time. The other two laughed. I really learned a lot. I have never seen such a dazzling beauty. Jiang Wang glanced at everyone present calmly, but the corners of his lips curled up proudly. Lu Xingchen had a vague guess, and he didn't know why he had an inexplicable feeling when he heard Jiang Ziji's name. Could it be that he also wanted a sister as obedient as this? Who made our Lu family all boys in this generation? So much so that his mother, Ms. Su Mingzhu, always envied others for having a jewel in the palm, but the Lu family didn't have this blessing. Ms. Su Mingzhu has said more than once that she has always wanted a daughter, and she and Lu Xinghua are also working hard. Who knew that they would all be boys? Which made Ms. Su Mingzhu laugh. Lu Xingchen couldn't help but think of Jiang Ziji's voice, which was clear and crisp. As long as he heard her voice, his mood would also improve. Lu Xingchen didn't understand why he cared so much about Lao Jiang's sister at this moment. Maybe it was because of Lao Jiang. Because they are good brothers. The smile and love in Jiang Wang's eyes almost overflowed. He fell into trouble with his sister, but he didn't feel that he was at a loss at all. He is really a sister-loving demon. Liang Zhirong, the instructor of the 1st Battalion, sighed. The other two deputy battalion commanders in the office said a word. Lao Jiang, you really opened my eyes. Are we good brothers? Should good brothers be more honest with each other? Liang Zhirong of the 1st Battalion continued with a smile. Then tell me the truth. What does our sister look like? Don't you ever say she looks like you again. I know a lot of good young men here, and they can get any good thing you want. After all, good things should be kept in the family. Are you relieved that Sister Jiang will be abducted by others? Anyway, if Sister Jiang marries into the military district in the future, at least we know the people there. Liang Zhirong, the instructor of the 1st Battalion, did think that it would be better for Sister Jiang to marry a man in the army than a man outside. At least in the army, the character and ability are up to standard. When Jiang Wang thought about Jiang Ziji getting married in the future, and he didn't know which pig had taken her away, he suddenly felt uncomfortable and pressed his forehead with a headache and emphasized sinisterly, My sister is still young. It's not like I can't support her. I would love to keep her at home, so go away and don't think about my sister. Jiang Wang snorted again. These animals in the army. He really didn't believe in their character at all. Lu Xingchen laughed when he heard it. That's true. Seeing how Lao Jiang was showing off, how could he bear to do that? Jiang Wang looked over, and suddenly faced with the smile of his good brother, he inexplicably felt that his good brother was a little weird. Liang Zhirong was laughing so hard, and there was no trace of Miss Zhang at all, so Lao Jiang was not nervous at all. The other two deputy battalion commanders in the office pricked up their ears to listen. After all, a good single girl is a sweet cake for men who don't have a partner yet. However, they sighed a long time. If they want to see Miss Zhang, they have to get through Battalion Commander Zhang. After the four brothers and sisters left the post office, they went straight to the supply and marketing cooperative. When the salesperson Zhang Ping saw Jiang Ziji, she smiled as brightly as a flower. Sister, I haven't seen you in the supply and marketing cooperative for a long time. You don't know that a big thing has happened during this period. We heard that a female hero who caught human traffickers appeared in Dajiang village. Now people on the streets are discussing this matter. The heroine is simply our hero. I wish I had the honor to meet her. I didn't expect this incident could make me stand up. The brothers were happy. Zhang Ping didn't know Jiang Ziji's name yet, but just called her Jiang sister, so she didn't know that the heroine she had been thinking about was standing in front of her. Jiang Ziji took the opportunity to ask if there was any news about selling cotton. Zhang Ping told the 4 brothers and sisters, "Sister, I've kept an eye out for you. There are 3 families in Hongqi Commune who want to sell cotton. They don't grow many vegetables in their own private plots, and they almost grow cotton. The cotton they grow is enough for the children in the family to make cotton clothes and trousers. The rest is planned to be sold to save some money for the children to marry wives and buy some food." Jiang Ziji immediately stood up and laughed. "As long as there is cotton, I will collect it. Our family also needs to make quilts and cotton clothes before winter. We are really short of them. Okay, I'll ask someone to go to the village to ask them to come." Zhang Ping nodded and took advantage of the break to go out. With Zhang Ping's matchmaking, the 3 families selling cotton from Hongqi Commune arrived at Zhang Ping's house half an hour later. They wore gray coarse cloth tops and pants, scarves on their faces, and greeted with a smile. Since the middleman is Zhang Ping, she can be trusted. There is no need to be so restrained. God knows when they met the little girl's big eyes full of expectation, they felt that their image was taller at that moment. It's that feeling of being needed. It's exciting to think about it. Oh my God, the little girl's eyes are as beautiful as crescents when she smiles, and the more you look at them, your heart will melt. Zhang Ping was also happy, and she enthusiastically asked people to quickly bring out the cotton. After the transaction was completed, she had to rush back to the supply and marketing cooperative. The 3 women took out a large bundle from the basket. Jiang Ziji opened the bundle and saw that it was indeed the cotton grown by her family. "There are 38 kilograms of cotton here, which are all left over from our savings. If the family didn't need money urgently, we would never sell it." Jiang Ziji calculated that it would take about 1.2 kilograms of cotton to make a cotton coat, and about 1 kilogram of cotton to make cotton pants. Jiang Ziji is particularly afraid of the cold in winter, and her own quilt would take at least 10 kilograms of cotton. Her parents will arrive in Lu village in about 2 days, so it's not too late to start making cotton coats, cotton pants, and quilts now. Jiang Ziji, I want them all. With Zhang Ping as witness, the transaction was successful. Jiang Ziji learned that cotton tickets can only be made locally. She calculated in her mind that in the winter, she would at least make quilts, cotton coats, cotton pants, and mattresses, especially for her father and mother. With this calculation, the cotton on hand was indeed not enough. Jiang Ziji thought of the quilt of 12 kilograms and 2 blankets in the room of Jiang's father and mother. Mother Jiang is also afraid of the cold, but Jiang Ziji cannot take out the quilts and blankets of Father Jiang and Mother Jiang from the space, so she can only make new ones. In such a cold day in the north, if there is nothing urgent, Jiang Ziji can stay in the quilt all winter. Jiang Ziji put all the cotton in the basket and covered it with a piece of cloth. If she wants to buy cotton at the supply and marketing cooperative, she needs to provide a cotton ticket. The price of cotton is 1.3 yuan per caddy with the ticket. In the cotton workshop over in Hongqi Commune, if the members of Hongqi Commune come to buy cotton, they don't need tickets and sell it for 1.2 yuan per caddy. Now she buys cotton from the ants, but there are no cotton tickets. They want 1.4 yuan per caddy, and Jiang Ziji agreed. The 3 families selling cotton in Hongqi Commune are particularly grateful to Zhang Ping for acting as a bridge between them, and they put the eggs they brought at Zhang Ping's house. Zhang Ping smiled from ear to ear and said, "My elder sister is also a sincere person. She is the easiest to talk to. Especially, she won't take advantage of you. I introduced her to you because of this. Besides, every family has its own problems. I am helping you today with the intention of making friends. If you need help in the future, just come to me." One of the middle-aged women nodded, carefully put the money from selling cotton into a cloth bag, and then put the cloth bag into her pocket. If she had needle and thread at hand, she would have wanted to sew up the pocket, for fear that the money would fall on the way. These are all urgent money. The family's food is almost gone, and she will go to the grain station and the supply and marketing cooperative to buy food to deal with the next double harvest. The other woman's mind boomed. She really didn't expect that selling cotton today would be so smooth. From the moment she left the house, her heart was beating wildly with fear. She was extremely scared. These days, if you are caught for speculation, the crime is very serious. But she had no choice. Her family needed money to marry her son, and the unmarried daughter-in-law was asking for a dowry. Otherwise, she would not marry. Their family conditions were not good, and they originally wanted to marry a woman who could work, but they never expected that their son would fall in love with such a delicate girl. They didn't know if she could stand doing farm work at home. Maybe this was a great hardship for her. The woman tried to persuade her son with a stern face, but her son was getting along well with the girl at the moment, so he didn't listen. The last woman was very excited, with tears in her eyes. It was all money. How could she not be happy? The 4 siblings went home happily. They felt much happier now that they had something to look forward to. Now everyone in the Jiang family knew that Jiang Zhizhi knew the salesperson at the supply and marketing cooperative, and they would help her keep an eye out for good stuff. They were all so happy. Jiang Zhizhi thought to herself, it's not easy. You have to make a big fuss about everything you do. After returning home, Jiang Zhizhi curiously asked where the cotton would be sent to make quilts. Jiang Yuanshan was sorting the cotton. Hearing this, he looked up and replied, we have a collective workshop in the commune in our county. There are handicrafts, agricultural and sideline products, and some agricultural products in the workshop. Jiang Zhizhi happily brought a small stool and looked at his eldest brother with a smile, his eyes thinking about the word, I want to listen. Jiang Yuanshan rarely raised the corners of his lips and spoke in a mellow and magnetic voice. Handmade papermaking to meet everyone's paper needs. When I have time, I'll take you to the mountains to find a kind of grass that is specifically used to make paper.
Cotton processing.
The commune will collect all the cotton grown in the surrounding villages. They have cotton gins and cotton gins to process the cotton. The cotton produced is either used by the members of the commune or sold to the supply and marketing cooperatives. Zhizhi, have you seen that many families in the 7th Brigade make straw mats and straw hats at home? Jiang Zhizhi nodded happily. Yes, when I went to chat with my uncle, I saw the ants making baskets, straw shoes, and straw hats. That's right, bamboo baskets, straw hats, and straw mats all require weaving skills. After all, there are many mountains here, and these raw materials are still easy to find. Jiang Yuanshan continued. Then there are grain processing workshops, rice milling, wheat grinding, and oil mills. These are all small workshops run by the collective. If you want to go, we'll go with you tomorrow. Ding Xianglan touched the cotton lovingly and said with a smile on her face, you can go over there to beat cotton. There are many old craftsmen in the collective workshop of the commune. Zhizhi, look at the quilts and mattresses you want and ask your eldest brother, second brother, and third brother to take you to make quilts. We have our own cotton, so we just need to pay the labor fee for the quilts when we go over there. But we make the cotton padded clothes and trousers ourselves. After all, the things we sew by ourselves are strong and durable, and those machines just make them faster. Jiang Zhizhi smiled with curved eyebrows and took his aunt's arm affectionately and said with a smile, then the aunt is very hard-working. There are so many things to do at home, and she has to use her rest time at night to make cotton padded clothes and trousers.
I feel sorry for the aunt.
The aunt is not hard-working at all. You are such a kid. Although she said so, the smile on Ding Xianglan's face never faded. Leave your father and mother's winter cotton padded jackets and trousers to me. I'll make a few more patches on the outside so that outsiders can't tell that there is new cotton inside. Ding Xianglan was very concerned about this matter. Sincerity for sincerity, they should know how many good things Zhizhi has brought to the Jiang family. Family affection needs to be managed, not just enjoyment and demand. Ding Xianglan is very clear about this truth. The next day, the 3 brothers of the Jiang family quickly completed the tasks in the field while ensuring quality. The scorer came to check and found that the 3 brothers did their work quickly and well. He nodded unconsciously and was very satisfied. A full work score of 10 was registered behind the names of Jiang Yuanshan, Jiang Yuanfeng, and Jiang Yuanyang. Jiang Xiangliang was sweating profusely, holding and hoeing the field. Dad, let's take Zhizhi out for a while. Oh, I know. You keep an eye on Zhizhi and tell your mother too. Okay. The 3 brothers took long steps, eager to go home, to pick up Jiang Zhizhi. Others in the field saw this scene and couldn't help but sigh that the three brothers of the old Jiang family and their cousin had a very good relationship. It seems that the old Jiang family really treats Jiang Zhizhi as a treasure. However, some people curled their lips in disdain. Even if Jiang Zhizhi won the banner, she was still a girl and would get married sooner or later. The three brothers of the old Jiang family took Jiang Zhizhi to the collective workshop of Qianjing Commune. This collective workshop is located in a large open space in the commune. Different sounds came from all around. Looking up, many women were working hard. Some of them were standing, and some were sitting on small benches, working nimbly. Jiang Zhizhi was like a bird flapping its wings and flying around, looking around curiously. The rural collective workshops adopted the work point system, which gave work points according to labor, and the money was distributed according to the work points at the end of the year. Such collective workshops not only provide jobs for villagers in the surrounding brigades, but also develop traditional handicrafts. Jiang Yuanshan and Jiang Yuanyang carried baskets filled with cotton, and Jiang Yuanyang introduced the rural collective workshops to Jiang Zhizhi. The first place was the oil mill, where oil was pressed manually. Jiang Zhizhi smelled the fragrant peanut oil. She looked over and saw more than a dozen sacks piled on the floor of the workshop. She could vaguely see soybeans, sesame seeds, rapeseed, and peanuts inside. The Jiang family usually eats pork and rapeseed oil. Ding Shenglan sees that the labor force in the family is doing such heavy work, so she occasionally cuts some pork belly and pork to replenish her body. When buying pork, she likes to buy pig fat to make lard. Along the way, the sewing workshop is mending clothes, the weaving workshop is making rattan baskets, and the carpenters are tinkering with cabinets. It's really down to earth. The three brothers who were chatting with the extremely curious Jiang Zhizhi laughed and said, "It's good to make some money at home. Everyone wants to live a good life." The members pushed a wooden cart with 2 rattan baskets on it and walked forward vigorously. Jiang Yuanyang said, "See, these rattan baskets are also collected by the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. The Supply and Marketing Cooperative will collect handicrafts made by the surrounding villagers from time to time. If it weren't for the inconvenience of transportation in this era, the things made by their craftsmen would definitely go further." Jiang Zhizhi nodded. Indeed, most people couldn't afford the large items in the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, and small daily necessities and agricultural byproducts were in short supply. Without tickets, you can't buy things with money. No wonder when going to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, Sister Zhang Ping joked that the leaders of their Supply and Marketing Cooperative would emphasize once a day that they were not allowed to quarrel with customers or fight with customers. When those in-demand items arrived, everyone swarmed over, each wanting to grab the good stuff, so the mood was naturally high. Besides, according to what the brothers said, industrial tickets were too hard to come by. Things like blankets, wool, iron shell thermoses, sneakers, enamel basins, enamel cups, aluminum lunch boxes, etc., all required industrial tickets to buy. She deeply felt the shortage of materials in the 1970s. If she wanted to live in this era, she had to understand this era. Next was the cotton processing workshop. Several cotton gins and cotton gins were working rumblingly in the workshop. An ant was cleaning out the separated cotton seeds, taking out the cotton fibers, and then putting them into the cotton gins to thump. The old master weighed the cotton that Jiang Zhizhi brought and asked Jiang Zhizhi how many kilograms of quilts he wanted to make. "First, take a look at the quilts and mattresses we made. The cotton that is fluffed out is soft and comfortable. Anyone who sleeps on it knows it. If you don't have enough cotton, our cotton processing workshop also has cotton for sale." Jiang Zhizhi said, "I want 2 10-jean quilts, 2 8-jean quilts, and 2 3-jean beddings." Jiang Zhizhi originally wanted to make all the quilts of the old Jiang family in one go, but then she thought about the cotton she had planted in her own space. When the cotton can be harvested, she knows that she can make quilts here, and then she will come again. The master wrote down Jiang Zhizhi's needs and said, "The labor fee for a quilt is 1 yuan and 3 cents, and the labor fee for a mattress is 1 yuan, which is a total of 7 yuan and 2 cents. Jiang Zhizhi paid readily and saw with his sharp eyes that an ant took out cotton wool to make cotton clothes, and sighed in his heart at the hard work of the working people. Jiang Zhizhi is very energetic now, And even she herself has to admit that everyone is so hardworking. Jiang Yuanfeng said with a smile. Most of them who come to work are from the surrounding villages. Some want to be paid daily, but there are very few of them. Most of them are paid by work points. Those who don't want to go to the fields to farm can come to the rural collective workshops or go to meat processing plants, steel mills, garment factories, paper mills, clothing factories, and textile factories to find work. But there is only one job for each person, and it is not easy to get a job in these factories. Jiang Yuanshan nodded. Some jobs cost at least 2 or 300 yuan. If the monthly salary is 20 or 30 yuan, it will take at least more than a year to get back the money. Jiang Yuanyang suddenly thought of something in the past, and his cheeks bulged with anger. Didn't the second cousin's wife take away the temporary worker's job in the textile factory? Otherwise, this temporary worker was originally given the job by my mother, who used her connections and begged for help. Who knew that she would be given the job to an ungrateful person? Eyed wolf. Jiang Ziji widened his eyes. Is there such a thing? The 3 brothers of the old Jiang family took Jiang Ziji to sit under a big tree and told her about this. It turned out that this was the case. Ding Shenglan's mother's family had 3 sons and 2 daughters, and Ding Shenglan was the 4th child. This second cousin was naturally the daughter-in-law of the second room, named Chuyan, who was 23 years old this year. The son of the second room, Ding Zhanbua, was 27 years old this year. Ding Zhanbua was 1.8 meters tall. Although he was not as strong and tough as the 3 brothers of the old Jiang family, he was good at work and had a strong body. Ding Zhanbua's conditions were very good. Before he met Chuyan, many good families in Dingjia village had taken a fancy to Ding Zhanbua. But Ding Zhanbua married a woman with 3 Chuyan, is the daughter of a younger brother and 2 younger sisters. As the eldest daughter, Chuyan naturally does the most work at home and is the least favored one. In the eyes of Chuyan's father and mother, Chuyan seems to be dispensable. Most of the time, they don't even see her existence. But when they order her around, they think of Chuyan first. Ding Zhanbua fell in love with Chuyan because one time when he went to the mountains to collect firewood, he saw Chuyan hiding behind a rock and crying alone. She was just crying silently at first, but later, she cried heartbreakingly. It was the first time Ding Zhanbua saw a girl crying, and he didn't know whether he was going to move forward or retreat. He sighed softly. Hiding behind a rock, Chuyan, who was standing behind him, shuddered all over. Her eyes were moist, and her appearance was as delicate as a lotus emerging from water. She caught Ding Zhanbua's eyes. After a few interactions, the two gradually got to know each other. When they met for the 4th time, Ding Zhanbua mustered up the courage to propose to marry Chuyan. Chuyan readily agreed. She didn't want to stay at home anymore. The Wu family didn't treat her as a human being at all. She was just a tool for the Wu family to work. Wu Chuyan thought she would have a better life in the future. After all, the father-in-law and mother-in-law of the second house were really good to her. Sometimes she missed her natal family in her heart. Her own man felt sorry for her worrying about her younger brothers and sisters at home, so he gave her all the money he saved. Distribution. The mother-in-law sometimes subsidizes their small family. So Wu Chuyan's life was very smooth. She also thought that life would always be smooth. But man proposes, God disposes. In the 2nd year of his marriage, Ding Zhanbua went hunting in the mountains with 2 young men in the village and met 2 wild wolves. He alone had a sickle in his hand, and the other 2 young men, Ding Dang and Ding Dadu, had hoes, but they were facing 2 young and strong wolves. How could they beat them? The wild wolf's eyes flashed like ghosts, and its claws were sharp. It scratched Ding Zhanbua's body, leaving deep blood marks that could be seen to the bone. At this moment, a wolf that was close at hand flapped its limbs, showing its fangs, and rushed towards Ding Dada head-on. Datu, get out of the way.
Bang!
No! The veins on Ding Zhanbua's forehead were exposed. In order to save his brother from the same village, he pushed his brother Ding Datu away, but was bitten on the ankle by the wolf. Ding Zhanbua's deafening voice echoed in Ding Dada's ears, and his heart was beating so fast that it seemed to jump out of his chest. At that time, they had only one thought in their minds: to survive. Otherwise, they would have to die here today. Fortunately, no one knew what happened that day when the wolf howled in the deep mountains. The two wolves probably heard the call of the leader, bared their teeth, looked at the prey at their mouths, and left unwillingly. Ding Zhanbo, Ding Dang, and Ding Datu were all covered in scars and blood. Ding Dang collapsed on the ground with it in his hand, gasping for breath. Ding Datu felt so guilty that he supported Ding Zhanbo. The big man had eyes as red as a rabbit and choked. Zhanbo, it's all my fault that I just let you down. You rascal. Why did you push me away? It should have been my own fault. I would rather be bitten myself. Ding Datu's hands were shaking, and his body couldn't stop shaking. Ding Zhanbo smiled weakly. What nonsense are you talking about? You and I grew up together, so our relationship is naturally better than that of others. Am I supposed to watch you get bitten? Who said that you would share the happiness and suffering with me in the future? Are you kidding me with all these words? All right, you grown man, but you're still such a crybaby. Send me back quickly. It hurts so much. Ding Dang stammered, wanting to say something but not knowing what to say. Ding Zhanbo's family was terrified when they saw their son go out in the morning with a clear mind and come back bloody at noon. The first and second wives of the Ding family rushed Ding Zhanbo to the hospital. The attending doctor of the hospital asked the Ding family to wait outside, but after the Wu family knew about this, they stopped Qiuyan from coming. Wu's mother was worried. Qiuyan, Zhanbo is like this. Why are you still following him? Wu Yan's face was full of horror. Mom, what are you talking about? Zhanbo is my man. If I don't follow him, where can I go? Wu's mother poked Wu Qiuyan's head with a look of disappointment. You'd better be aware of Ding Zhanbo's situation. You are still young now, and you have a great youth waiting for you in the future. Why are you so stubborn and wasting your time on Ding Zhanbo? If you don't think about yourself, you will be the one who suffers. Listen to my advice. I won't hurt you. Your in-laws are not kind people. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Ding Zhanbo is unlikely to recover. They insist on dragging you down with them. Just think about it yourself. Mother Wu did hear people in the village say that Ding Zhanbo's condition was not good, and he was covered in blood. How could he still live? Even if God blessed him and he survived, who knew if there would be any sequelae in the future? Mother Wu knew very well at this moment. If her son-in-law fell ill, wouldn't it be her daughter Qiuyan who was exhausted to death? Would the people of the Ding family let Qiuyan come back? After this incident, Qiuyan's life was over. Father and Mother Wu could only see the money Qiuyan subsidized her natal family every time. They could not see anything that Ding Zhanbo had paid for this small family. The people from the second room waited for more than an hour, but there was no sign of Qiuyan, especially Mother Ding, whose heart was pierced by thousands of needles. Uncle Ding and Aunt Ding shook their heads and cursed, saying that Qiuyan was either delayed by something or had no conscience. Ding Xianglan rushed to the hospital in a bullock cart with money and tickets in her pocket. When she heard what her eldest brother and sister-in-law said, she was so angry that she wanted to rush back to settle accounts with Qiuyan. Brother and sister-in-law, ask yourselves, you usually subsidize Ding Zhanbo and Qiuyan's family with a lot of money. Now that Zhanbo has got into trouble, Qiuyan is thinking about going back to her parents' home. Has her conscience been eaten by a dog? Or is she just an ungrateful person, and her appetite has been spoiled by you? Ding Xianglan was so angry that she was shaking all over. These days, it is better to persuade reconciliation than to separate, and a forced melon is not sweet. You must see clearly. Ding Xianglan has long been fed up with Qiuyan always subsidizing her family. The key is that Ding Zhanbo married a wife and brought Qiuyan's entire family back with him. Isn't that a joke? Tolerating for a while will keep things peaceful. In the end, what he got in return was an ungrateful person. Jiang Xiangliang stood aside and said nothing. This was his wife's family's business, and he only listened to his wife Ding Xianglan. Besides, if this matter was spread out, who wouldn't be worried about Ding Zhanbo? Xianglan's nephews were all in the hospital for surgery, and Qiuyan didn't even want to see him. Half of Ding's mother was worried. Half of them were worried, and half of them were angry. She hadn't said that Qiuyan not only wanted the money earned by her son to subsidize her family. Even if any of her relatives from her family were sick, they would ask them to come to her through their connections. Sometimes it was food, sometimes it was tickets, and sometimes they even borrowed money. Their second wife asked themselves if they were worthy of this daughter-in-law, but did Chuyen deserve the second wife? Later, after Ding Zhanbo came out of the operating room, his whole body was bandaged. The words of the attending physician sounded like thunder in their ears, and everyone's heart seemed to fall into an ice cellar. Ding Zhanbo has many scratches all over his body, especially his ankles. It has been a bit long. Let's see how Ding Zhanbo recovers in the future. Now he is transferred to the general ward. You family members should pay more attention to the patient's condition. Ding's mother's legs softened instantly, and she said sadly, Doctor, my son's legs. Doctor, I beg you, please save my son's legs. The attending physician hurriedly supported Ding's mother and said earnestly, I will do my best, and you family members should also stay calm. Later, Ding Zhanbo was transferred to the general ward, but Chuyen still did not show up. Wu's mother said that Chuyen was frightened and became ill, and no one in the Ding family took care of her. The Wu family took her back. Jiang Zhiji sighed after hearing about this. What happened next? Jiang Yuanfeng snorted. Later, my mother couldn't stand it anymore, so she left all the money and tickets to Brother Bo, and she took my father to the Wu family to ask for an explanation. We went to the Wu family and had a big fight with the old couple. The so-called second cousin's wife disappeared without a trace and hid in the house and refused to come out. In fact, at that time, the Wu family was thinking of getting a divorce certificate. Jiang Yuanyang kicked the stone on the ground. She wanted a divorce, but didn't dare to say it to her face, and she even accused the Ding family of bullying her behind her back. Everyone in the Ding family knows about this. Brother Zhanbo hasn't seen Chuyen for a long time, and he asked about it the moment she came out of the operating room. But this is the heartbreaking truth. Later, the Wu family expressed the idea of divorce, and Ding Zhanbo agreed, and asked his parents to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to help get the divorce certificate. At that time, Ding Zhanbo was lying on the hospital bed, listening to the whole story, until the sentence that Chuyen seemed to have found a new home, and the other party was not willing to suffer with you. Ding Zhanbo's defense was defeated, and he decisively agreed to the divorce. But the temporary worker's job in the textile factory must be taken back. Chuyen's dowry, just a quilt and a new dress, was also allowed to be taken back by herself. The other things in the house were bought by his father and mother, and it was not the Wu family's turn to grab them. Ding Zhanbo asked his aunt Ding Xianglan for help. Ding Xianglan's hot temper made the Wu family panic, fearing that this woman would spit out some unpleasant words and ruin Chuyen's reputation. After the four brothers and sisters ordered the quilt, they agreed to pick it up in 2 days. Jiang Zhiji visited the collective workshop in the countryside and saw the simple working people in the 1970s. After the four brothers and sisters returned home, Ding Xianglan took Jiang Yuanyang and asked, What's the matter? Why does Zhiji feel so tired? Jiang Yuanfeng, today we went to the collective workshop in the countryside to make quilts, and suddenly the topic of Ding Zhanbo came up. I was very surprised after hearing it. This little girl is probably upset with her cousin. Ding Xianglan was still furious when she talked about this matter. I've heard about this too. The Wu family is going to marry Chuyen off now. I heard about it when I went out during this period. They said Chuyen is already married. Jiang Yuanyang glanced over and exclaimed, She found a new home so soon? It's been less than 4 months since Brother Bo and Chuyen divorced. Ding Xianglan was furious. This woman was not a peaceful person to begin with. Your second uncle and second aunt are just soft-hearted. Those people outside are also making up stories that Zhanbo is useless and is no different from a waste. It's hard for him to find a job now. What's the use of having good conditions before? Are you still clinging to your daughter-in-law? Anyway, the temporary workers from the Ding family were not given to the Wu family for nothing. I spent so much effort to get this position. Jiang Yuanyang burst out with a national quintessence. What a inhuman. Jiang Zhiji asked, Who did Chuyen marry? If the Wu family had not found a way out before, it would be impossible to divorce so readily. Even though Ding Zhanbo injured his ankle, the attending physician did not make a final diagnosis. Could it be that Wu Qiuyan could not help but wait anxiously? I'm afraid this woman has found the next better one. This is to stop her from dying in time. Ding Xianglong hummed. I heard that she married a young man from the same village. That young man was Qiuyan's little follower when he was a child. The young man's name is Song Yeguang. He is also a promising person. Both his parents are at home. He has an older brother and a younger sister. He is 26 years old this year, 1 year younger than Zhanbua. He is now a deputy battalion commander in the barracks. Song Yeguang has become the deputy battalion commander at such a young age. If he develops well in the future and is promoted to battalion commander, his future will be limitless. Jiang Zhizhi. They got the marriage certificates so quickly, there won't be any problems during the marriage, right? Jiang Yuanyang. Then Brother Bo is cuckolded? Jiang Yuanfeng. That shouldn't be the case. Ding Xianglong. Anyway, when you get married, you have to bring her back for your dad and me to check. When she thought of the Wu family's arrogant attitude, she was so angry that she was about to explode. Her second brother and second sister-in-law treated Wu Qiuyan well from the bottom of their hearts, but they never expected that Wu Qiuyan would do something so chilling. In the end, she hurt Ding Zhanbua. Ding Xianglong and Jiang Zhizhi once went to the supply and marketing cooperative and actually met Qiuyan on the street. Is this woman still pretending in front of her? Qiuyan had seen Ding Xianglong before, and her face was flushed at this moment. She really wanted to know Ding Zhanbua's current situation. Is he okay? But she wanted to ask but didn't dare to ask. In fact, she really had no plans to divorce and she hadn't thought about it yet, but Wu's mother kept whispering in her ears about the future and asking her to think about herself in the future. She was the eldest sister in the family, and she had younger brothers and sisters to take care of. She was afraid of such a poor life. Even Wu's father didn't agree with her going to the hospital, saying that she would be unlucky after going there and that she would be bitten by a wolf, and there was a lot of rotten meat on her body. She almost vomited out of nausea. What could she do? Both Wu's father and mother stopped her, so she could only wait at home. Her parents said that they were paving the way for her and that she would be able to live a good life soon. But in fact, she was living a good life in the Ding family. Although the Ding family was prosperous and there were so many mouths to feed, the second wife was a good one. Her mother's words made her feel sad. If Ding Zhanbua couldn't go out to make money and even had difficulty working in the fields, how could a man earn work points and support his family? Could she, a temporary worker, earn enough money to support her family? Was she going to have to stay in the Ding family and work like a captive? Now she and Ding Zhanbua don't have children yet. If they have children in the future, how will they raise them? Qiuyan knows that she is not capable enough. Wu's mother always says that she is the eldest sister in the family and the eldest sister has responsibilities. She has to take over the burden of her mother and work to support the family. Wu's mother also said that if she, Wu Qiuyan, hadn't been there for so many years, how could Wu's mother have lived so well? After hearing these words, Wu Qiuyan felt relieved. It turned out that in the eyes of her mother, she was so important. Ding Xianglong made a poo sound, pulled Jiang Zhizhi away, and cursed. It's so unlucky. I didn't check the almanac before going out today. What kind of person is Qiuyan? Everyone knows it very well. Anyway, Ding Zhanbua has divorced Wu Qiuyan and severed their relationship. The Ding family and the Wu family will never have any contact with each other. Ding Xianglong didn't want to say those ugly words in front of Jiang Zhizhi, so as not to pollute Jiang Zhizhi's ears. Qiuyan knew clearly why Ding Xianglong had this attitude towards her. At this point, Ding Xianglong took her little niece out with a smile. She could guess that the Ding family was fine, and her hanging heart slowly settled down. Back in the village, the aunts who liked to chat in the village always liked to ask her how she and the Ding family are doing. The Ding family disliked me for not being able to give birth to a child for more than a year. Now that Ding Zhanbua is in trouble, the Ding family doesn't want to drag me down. Qiuyan looked pitiful. The Ding family said they don't want it? Qiuyan, did the Ding family bully you? If there is something, just say it. We are from the same village, and everyone is on your side. Qiuyan's face was full of sadness, and she said pitifully, Everyone. Don't think about it. But when she looked up and saw the eyes of the village chief, Chiuyen immediately lowered her head in panic. The others widened their eyes in shock. What's going on? How could the Ding family do such a thing? They are extremely evil. Don't judge a person by his appearance. I saw Ding Zhanbo treat Chiuyen well before. Chiuyen was wearing a white shirt with a floral skirt underneath. She looked so beautiful. I heard that this dress was made in a tailor shop. The master tailor in the tailor shop has good skills. He made the ordinary clothes close-fitting and cute. These were all made with the money Ding Zhanbo gave to Chiuyen. It seems that Ding Zhanbo was really good to Chiuyen before. Father Wu had a stern face and complained in his heart that Chiuyen didn't know what was good for her. Although Chiuyen no longer had the subsidy from the Ding family, she now had a son-in-law who was a deputy company commander. Father Ding didn't care, as long as he could get the money to go back to the Wu family. Otherwise, he had raised Chiuyen for 23 years in vain. Father Ding accepted everyone who came, as long as someone with better conditions came to marry his daughter. He didn't care whether it was the first or second marriage. The only bad thing about this marriage was that Song Yiguang had a son before. Chiuyen was a stepmother in the past. Apart from being a stepmother, were her other conditions not good? Father Wu and Mother Wu knew what Chiuyen was thinking. It was nothing more than that she couldn't tolerate the previous son. Chiuyen, if you say she is stupid, then she is stupid. What thread is there in the previous child? A woman blows some pillow talk in bed and then pretends to be good to a man, and she is thinking about living with him in her words. Are you still afraid that the man's heart will not stay with you? After returning home, Mother Wu continued to persuade. This matter is not big or small. Chiuyen still has to look forward. If the child is disobedient, just send him back to the countryside, to her husband's family, or to the Wu family, but Song Yiguang must at least send us living expenses and meat and grain coupons. When Song Yiguang was a child, he liked to run after Wu Chiuyen. Song Yiguang is not a man with so many twists and turns. Are you afraid that you can't hold on to that man? Don't you understand what Mom is saying to you? So, Chiuyen nodded and agreed to Song Yiguang. Song Yiguang just thought that the Ding family disliked Chiuyen for not being able to give birth to a child. Because of this, Chiuyen was not happy at all, and the Ding family didn't want her. In the afternoon, Zhang Xiangliang came to the Lu village with a box of Hong Shuang Shi, 2 caddies of pork and 1 caddy of brown sugar, and had a meal with his good friend Lu Daqing's family. Gigi bought the Hong Shuang Shi and pork for the sake of doing favors. Otherwise, would it be appropriate to come to someone's house empty-handed to discuss things with them? Lu Daqing's family smelled the fragrance of pork and felt that their appetite was aroused. Lu Daqing whispered, "Although I can't do it too obviously, I can still take care of you in private." He has lived for so many years. What kind of people has he not seen? Jiang Xiangxing and his wife were sent to their Lu village, probably because of their connections. Besides, it's just because he is a good village chief. But the little cotton-padded jacket of the old Jiang family is quite smart and gave him some face. He really knows how to behave. Considering so many connections, it is not difficult for him to reach out and take care of them a little. The rest depends on whether Xiangxing and his wife can survive. Come on, toast. Thank you, buddy. Jiang Xiangliang nodded straight, which really fulfilled the saying it's easier to get things done if you have someone in the court. These 2 days, Zhang Ziji stayed at home to make old clothes. It doesn't matter whether they look good or not. What matters is that they are warm enough. Ding Shenglan quickly found an old piece of clothes that was very torn by the 3rd child, cut it off, and used it to sew on the surface of the cotton-padded clothes and trousers. Jiang Ziji smiled and said, "Isn't it easy to make it ugly?" Jiang Yuanfeng, "That makes sense." Jiang Yuanshan was happy, took out 2 processed rabbit furs from the house, and placed them in front of Jiang Ziji. Our 3-piece suit in the north, hat, gloves, scarf, you can make whichever you like. Tomorrow, he will go up the mountain to see if he can catch a wild rabbit, and then make some good fur for his sister. Jiang Yuanyang explained happily, "Big brother is reluctant to make it for me. It seems that in Big brother's heart, Gigi is still the first. There is no way, life was really too difficult in the past. The eldest brother wanted to sell the rabbit skin, but Mom said to keep it. As for giving it to the 3rd brother, forget it. Jiang Ziji was stunned for a moment and took the snow-white rabbit fur, feeling warm in his heart. Training ground. Boss Liu, Captain Jiang, there are your packages. The soldiers from the 1st Battalion ran over excitedly and shouted loudly. The packages that can be brought into the military area must have been inspected, so there is no need to worry about that. Jiang Wang was so happy that he immediately left his soldiers and ran over quickly. Where is it? Even though he was training to run with a weight of 60 kilograms just now and practiced martial arts with other soldiers for a while, he was full of energy the moment he heard the package coming. Lu Xingchen laughed and scolded. Why are you so energetic? Brother, stop pretending, your smile is so wide. Many brothers couldn't help laughing out loud. Jiang Wang hummed happily. You don't understand. The tone was so happy. The soldiers of the 1st Battalion actively carried the 4 heavy packages over, their eyes full of envy. I envy the boss and battalion commander Jiang so much. It feels so good to have someone at home thinking about you. I didn't expect the boss and battalion commander Jiang have such a good relationship, and my sister even prepared the share for Boss Liu. Where can I find such a sister? Can you give me a convoy? Jiang Wang cursed. Get lost. Strange. Why are there 4 large packages in total? Wait. Boss Liu's package? Jiang Wang's mouth straightened instantly. When Lu Xingchen saw his name on the package, his eyes lit up instantly, and he said in surprise, So there are some for me. These are all for my sister? Oh my God. I dare not think about it at all. What are you thinking about? Those are all given to me by my sister. Go away. Jiang Wang narrowed his eyes and said dangerously, Shameless. How can old Lu be so thick-skinned? Is this something a normal person can do? And how did his little kids secretly send a package to Lu Xingchen, the rascal? How come he, as the elder brother, didn't know anything about it? The brothers from the 1st and 2nd Battalions had gathered together for training. Now they really liked to watch the excitement between the boss and Captain Jiang. Brothers, who understands? I won't tell you who is envious. Haha, Boss Liu. As long as you swing the well, there is no corner that cannot be dug down. The sister is so good, we have to dig her over. Don't say anything. I'm tempted by such a big package. Do you need to like the sister? Be careful, that King Jiang will peel off your skin. Boss, Captain Jiang, open the package and see what's in it. That's it. Everyone is curious. Instructor Liang Zirong laughed crazily. What are you doing? Do you want to practice more? Look at Lao Zhang's face as black as the bottom of a pot, and then look at Lao Lu's sunny face next to him. Ha ha. We are all good brothers. The boss can't hide from us. Gaga gaga. But before you do that, show the brothers one look, just one look. The brothers were so enthusiastic that Jiang Wang decided to open the package openly for safety's sake. Excited heart, trembling hands, stay calm. Soon, Lu Xingchen rolled over with curiosity to watch. Instructor Liang Zhirong was standing in the best position waiting with a smile like a brilliant chrysanthemum. Jiang Ziji sent a total of 4 packages. The little girl was really fair. Jiang Wang and Lu Xingchen each received 2 packages. Next, the brothers stared at the open packages with shining eyes, chattering and discussing, their tone full of excitement. When the package was opened, there were bursts of exclamations around. The package was full of food. This is simply the package everyone dreams of. A big bag full of barbecue jerky, 20 bacon, 20 sausages, and 8 cured chickens. A large bag of dried radish, winter melon, beans, potatoes, and mushrooms. Not only that, there were also small snacks of pine nuts. A large bag weighed more than 20 kilograms. At this time, many people sniffed at the same time and said in surprise, "What is this? It smells so good." One of the new recruits, Han Chung, let out a big wow and said, "It's mushroom meat sauce. It smells so good. I still remember the last time I ate mushroom meat sauce was when I was 8 years old. This. Is it too tempting? Oh my God. I'm so envious, so envious. This meat is almost more than 100 kilograms, right? Who wouldn't want a sister like this? Brother, I'm jealous. My parents only send me meat once a year, and at most it's a little over 2 kilograms, but your sister's meat is worth so many years of my meat? How can I remind my brothers and sisters to have such a high level of awareness? Brother, can you give me an idea? Can I have a taste?
Just a small bite.
In the future, if the battalion commander tells me to go east, I will definitely not go west. Liang Zirong, the instructor of the 1st Battalion, covered his heart and shouted excitedly, Old Jiang, Old Lu, haven't we been good brothers for so many years? Good brothers share happiness and food, and now there are delicious foods. How can I be left out? Eat and drink without hesitation. Jiang Wang laughed and scolded. You bunch of animals. You came here just because you smelled the smell? Is this human language? I, her own brother, have never tasted any of the food my sisters cooked, and now I'm being coveted? And my little one is going to throw meat at me? Ha ha ha, but this feeling is so good. So wonderful. Jiang Wang tried hard to hold back his tears of emotion. No wonder his mother always said that Gigi was a warm little cotton-padded jacket. He believed it. But what kind of life is his sister living in the countryside? Is she not used to it? Jiang Wang thought back to the time he went home 8 years ago. His sister is stupid and could only act like a spoiled child and complain to their mother. Jiang Wang was so angry that he couldn't hit her, and he felt distressed if he touched her. How could a silly sister be so capable? I'm afraid all these things were obtained by the 3 brothers Shan Fengyang. If he could have a vacation before the end of this year, he would have liked to immediately grow wings and fly back to Dazheng village to see his sister and parents. Lu Xingchen opened his package, and the food inside was the same. The man's eyes were full smiles. Seeing these things, he laughed lightly, and his mood was obviously very good. Little did he know that a certain man named Jiang was secretly doubting his life and was about to explode. Laugh, laugh, laugh. The things are all the same?
Who can stand it?
Gigi, you are biased. Jiang Wang was really angry. The old soldiers and recruits around were almost jealous. After reading the first package, the brothers' hearty laughter echoed in the training ground. So everyone was more curious about the other packages of Boss Lu and Battalion Commander Jiang. Fortunately, they are from the 1st and 2nd Battalions and have accumulated certain advantages. Jiang Wang and Lu Xingchen opened the package immediately. Instructor Liang Zhirong squeezed in the front and laughed out loud. Hurry up, don't keep us in suspense. There were 2 letters, 2 black and gray sweaters, 2 pairs of velvet military boots, 2 pairs of thickened cotton leather shoes, 10 pairs of cotton socks, 2 pairs of cotton gloves, and 2 cotton hats in the package. Among them, medicinal materials were prepared especially considerately, with instructions and precautions marked on them. This is Huishua Huayu San to relax muscles and activate collaterals, Tieda pills to reduce swelling and relieve pain, Shujin Huishua paste to promote blood circulation and relieve pain, and medicinal materials for colds and flu. Incredible. Incredible. It's not that they can't control their hearts, but that their hearts have to move. Sure enough, the younger sister is the best. She not only takes care of her brother's life, but also the lives of her brother's comrades. Gentleness and thoughtfulness are the most deadly. Every time they saw something, everyone was so envious and cried out, and their hearts were so sour. Sweaters, velvet military boots, cotton shoes, cotton socks, cotton hats, and cotton gloves mean you don't have to be afraid of the cold in winter. How good is Jiang Wang's sister? If the whole family didn't have enough food, who would be willing to spend money to buy these things? Originally, everyone just came to join in the fun and to see the jokes of Boss Lu and Captain Zhang, who knew that in the end they would be uncomfortable and envious. From today on, Captain Zhang's sister is our sister. Who doesn't like such a sister? My goodness, how carefully can you prepare for this? Am I dreaming? There are all kinds of things in the dream. Can I be the one who receives the package? Everyone called her sister smoothly. Such a considerate and caring sister is something that these rough guys don't usually see. It seems that I am not blessed with such a sister, then I will find such a partner. If I can marry such a good wife, my family tree will have to be torn up again and start from the page with my name. Awesome. You actually would think of it. Ha 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 ha, you're already 28 years old, an old cow eating young grass. With you? You are as black as coal. I don't even like you, let alone a young girl. The young girl looks at you like cabbage. What are you dreaming about? You still want to be the brother-in-law of King Jiang. Are you dreaming? Instructor Liang Zhirong said with a smile. You have the courage. Do you need them to give you a hard time? Han Qing shrank his neck. Can you blame me for being dark? Recently, these two kings of Hades have been leading the team to train crazily, and they have become 10 times darker than before. Jiang Wang was furious when he heard this. His eyes widened and he cursed. Get out.
Get out.
All of you. Really, you are a bunch of animals. And it's not my sister who is good, it's my sister who is good. My sister is the best in the world. What's going on? So angry. Lu Xingchen smiled. It was the first time he was so careful with the package. He chuckled and said, Old Jiang, our sister is really good. He is really not an animal. He also regards his good brother's sister as his own sister. Another 100 times, Lu Xingchen still has the same answer. That is our sister. See, he is worthy of his brother. Jiang Wang's good mood was discounted instantly, and he said unhappily, That's my sister. My sister. Really? Brothers for 8 years. Who is Lu Xingchen? Does this rascal still have any credibility in front of him? Before you say this, put down the package in your hand. This is not indifference. It is simply outrageous to be positive. No, he wants to see what the little one wrote to old Lu. Lu Xingchen's eyes were filled with obvious smiles, and he said, Want to cheat again? Who said we are a family? Jiang Wang's face was dark. What happened? He suddenly didn't want to be an honest person. Every day that old Lu was around, his reputation was collapsing a little bit. Instructor Liang Zhirong swept his eyes over the two of them and showed a profound smile. Family? He. For a moment, he had a shameful intuition. Regardless of whether it was true or not, he was willing to see the result. The brothers all knew that their sister's letter was definitely not something they could read. They were not so brave and could not afford to offend Boss Lu and Battalion Commander Jiang. Jiang Wang and Lu Xingchen shared some of the meat, vegetables, and pine nuts with their comrades. In front of the food, all the pride they had was thrown away. What's more, they didn't have the concept of reserve. The new soldiers shouted so hard, scrambling to get meat and vegetables, and excitedly ran to the kitchen team. We have extra food tonight. Old Deng, the head of the kitchen team, looked at the young soldiers rushing in happily and shouted excitedly, We are in for a treat. So many good things. I feel happy when I eat them. Everyone knew that this was a precious gift from the sister of Battalion Commander Jiang. Old Deng knew from their mouths that all the meat and vegetables were sent by the sister of Battalion Commander Jiang of the 2nd Battalion. He couldn't help but sigh. The little girl is thoughtful. She can even think of you. For a moment, he thought that whoever marries such a good girl in the future will be so lucky. At this time, Jiang Wang in the dormitory couldn't wait to open the envelope and take out the letter inside. Wow, so much content. Jiang Wang smiled from ear to ear and read the content of the letter happily. To Brother Jiang Wang, I am happy to see you. Brother, I am living well in Dazheng village and everything is going well. My uncle and aunt are very good to me, and my eldest, second and third brothers take good care of me. I am very grateful to them. The atmosphere of Lao Zhang's family is very good and warm. I like it very much and cherish it very much. I wonder if you are doing well over there? I know you are worried about me, so I decided to share some of my little fun with you. My eldest brother is very good at hunting. He is tall and strong. I always feel safe with him accompanying me up the mountain. My eldest brother always remembers everything I said. Although he is ruthless and doesn't talk much, I find that he has a very gentle heart and will carefully put my luggage away for me. Only in front of me, my eldest brother will not be so quiet, and he laughs more and more. My second brother is a little fox, always smiling, but his mind turns very quickly. The most interesting sentence of my second brother is, Don't you think it is a very happy thing to pick? I agree very much. And what's interesting is that my third brother is not the opponent of my second brother at all. He is always bullied by his brothers. Haraha, this is blood suppression, right? My third brother is a little angel on earth because from the first time I saw him, he was that silly smile. I asked one question, and he replied me 800 times. It reminded me of a word chatterbox. If I bullied the third brother,
Who was happy?
I was happy. Although the third brother was a bit stupid, I always felt that he had a kind of free and unrestrained aura. I have thought of a name for him to go out and make a living in the future, called the Idiot Man. But the third brother protested, saying that he was the smartest guy in Dajang village. And the scenery of the mountain village here is very beautiful. Ha ha ha. The mountains here are so fun. I have never breathed such fresh air. Until now, I can't believe that my life in the countryside is so colorful. The days are more comfortable and free than others, and these are the security and happiness brought to me by my family. I saved the third brother's mortal enemy in the village, who is a good person who is still stubborn when he is about to die. The dog in the village is quite humane, and he will stand on the side of the good people. He is a good dog. But now I have to study hard, exercise, and practice military boxing. You don't have to worry about this. I will protect myself. By the way, the eldest brother, the second brother, and the third brother saw that I packed more dried meat for you and challenged you to a duel. The third brother said that although he couldn't beat you, he didn't lose the battle. Anyway, you can't beat him now. I think I still have to give him this face. Good guy. The brothers of the old Jiang family are all quite powerful. But in my heart, brother, you are also very powerful, protecting our country. Salute. I know the three brothers in Dajang village and we get along well. Anyway, they are thin-skinned, and I am thick-skinned. I am very happy living here. Brother, you see I am doing so well here. You don't have to worry about me. Even if you are not with me, there are still legends about you here, and the eldest brother, the second brother, and the third brother will tell me. As I was writing, I unconsciously drew 2 cartoons for you, all of which were classic scenes of the eldest brother and the second brother beating up the third brother. Ha ha ha, I hope you will be happy for a while after reading this. It's over. I don't feel like I'm writing a letter, but chatting with you ning degree ning. Is this really the right way to write a letter? I'll write so much for today.
I'm sleepy.
Good night, brother. I hope to see you soon. Remember to check the medicine in the package and take good care of yourself. Eat more meat and wear warm clothes. Go out safely and come back safely. My sister Jiang Ziji, written on September 15th, 1972. Jiang Wang smiled, and his eyes suddenly turned red. Our little one feels grown up and has become optimistic and cheerful. Knowing that he is worried about everyone in the family, she still wrote so many little fun things for him to see. Jiang Wang took the 2 paintings and looked at them again and again. He liked them very much. Seeing the sweater knitted by his sister, Jiang Wang was so surprised and happy. Was it really knitted by his sister? He looked at the sweater from left to right, and the more he looked at it, the more he wondered. Jiang Wang liked it so much that he immediately put it on with great enthusiasm, and he was full of energy. This thing became a valuable item in his heart. It was precious because his sister knitted it herself. If only it was unique. Old Lu, that rascal. Jiang Wang found that he was getting more and more annoyed with him. However, he won this time again. He must look better in a sweater than Lu Xingchen. On the other side, Lu Xingchen was particularly curious and wondered what Gigi would write to him. To Comrade Lu Xingchen, hello, Lu Xingchen. It is a pleasure to see you in person. It is the first time I have talked to you in this way, and I feel very happy in my heart. I wonder if you are doing well over there? All the mountains and rivers are safe with you. If you have the opportunity, you can also come to Dajang village to play. The mountains, rivers, and countryside here are infinitely beautiful. There is always one you like, such as picking pine nuts, chasing wild boars, picking wild fruits, catching fish, eating hot pot, picnicking, and climbing mountains. I hope you and my brother are safe. Take good care of yourself, eat more meat, and keep warm in winter. Please take care of my brother. By the way, I made some ointment myself. I hope it can help you. Finally, thank you, Lu Xingchen. Jiang Ziji, written on September 15th, 1972. Lu Xingchen chuckled, folded the letter carefully, and put it under the pillow. He looked at the black and gray sweater again and smiled with satisfaction. If he wore the sweater, I'm afraid that Lao Jiang would not let him go during this period and would catch him to the training ground every day. Have a good fight. However, Lu Xingchen was also very happy.
Prepare to eat time.
Jiang Wang appeared with a smile on his face. My sister's cooking is better than the chef's outside. Don't believe it? Do and eat later. Believe it. Believe it. Let's wait for dinner. Boss Lu is here this way. The soldiers with good eyes have already retreated obediently. But they can't stop watching the fun. Instructor Liang Zhirong shook his head and sighed. These two enemies. It's almost time for dinner. Why are they still standing here? One more second late would be disrespectful to the food. If he helped Lao Lu this time, the bacon, sausage, and chicken that were about to be eaten would all fly away. Forget it. If Lao Jiang and Lao Lu fight later, we can also run fast. What do we rely on? It depends on the devilish training every time your boss gets angry and wants to kill you in the mountains or the sea. The speed gained from training. Lu Xingchen walked out in a good mood and saw the showing off Jiang Wang at a glance. The moment their eyes met, Jiang Wang cursed. Sure enough, he doesn't look like a good person. Lu Xingchen. This guy, he even gets jealous of Exile? Yes, it is impossible for him to receive Gigi's letter and package without paying a price. The fight at the training ground last time was pretty fierce. Cough, 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 if Lao Jiang knew that Gigi invited him to visit Dazheng village in the letter. The corridor of the dormitory was narrow to begin with, and now two tall and long-legged men squeezed in here. It seemed even more crowded. Instructor Liang Zhirong sighed quietly, and with the enthusiastic gazes of the soldiers from the 1st and 2nd battalions, he stood at the front and said, Hey, why are you all crowded here? Let's go to the canteen to have dinner. Don't let our sister down. Liang Zhirong held Lu Xingchen in his left hand, dragged Jiang Wang with his right hand, and rushed straight to the canteen. The word sister directly pinched Jiang Wang's life point, and he calmed down instantly. Seeing that their boss finally stopped the fire, the soldiers behind him breathed a sigh of relief and followed excitedly. Old Deng, the head of the kitchen team, had already reserved food for the 1st and 2nd battalions. After waiting for so long, someone finally came. After all, Captain Liu and Captain Jiang were old acquaintances in their kitchen squad, and they got along well with both sides. Whenever they had time, they would lead the team to the mountains for additional training, and from time to time they would hunt some prey for additional meals. They often asked the soldiers to help collect firewood and pick wild vegetables in the mountains while training. Old Deng was the old squad leader of the kitchen squad. He was an expert at cooking, and he could also run around with a big pot on his back, killing the enemy with weapons in his hands and shooting at the enemy. Old Deng's teasing eyes fell on Captain Liu and Captain Jiang. What are you doing? If you don't come, the food will get cold. The bacon, sausage, and chicken sent by our sister are really delicious. When they are steamed on rice, even the rice is fragrant. The soldiers from the neighboring regiments are so greedy that they can't sit still. They run over one by one, and they have to smell it even if they can't eat it. Come and try it quickly. Jiang Wang instantly stood up with pride. Of course, my sister's cooking skills are the best in the world. Yes, yes, yes. Captain Jiang is right. We can't wait. Lu Xingchen smiled. Wherever there is food, there are the figures of his soldiers. The soldiers of the 1st and 2nd battalions sat on the stools, eagerly waiting for the leader to call for dinner. Lu Xingchen, 1st Battalion, eat. Jiang Wang, 2nd Battalion, eat. In fact, the two saw that the soldiers under their command were so satisfied. The first reaction was not happiness, but sadness. Most of them came from rural areas and were still young. Most of them chose to join the army to reduce the burden on their families. First, to bring honor to their families, and second, there was not enough food at home. In the army, there was food and clothing, so everyone fought so hard. The soldiers knew how precious the meat sent by Captain Zhang's sister was, so they ate it with extra care. The brothers cheered in the canteen. Han Chung excitedly shook the steamed bun and said to Wang Gui next to him, Gui, hurry up, join the team to grab. Wang Gui shuddered.
No.
No. He couldn't do such a thing. 3 minutes later, Wang Gui was defeated, and Han Chung laughed and said, That's right. That's it. Just grab it.
Go.
It's spicy and fragrant. It's the taste of my hometown. The meat jerky is delicious. It's the best barbecued meat jerky I've ever eaten since I was a child. The rice is even more fragrant with meat. I can finish 2 big bowls by myself. The mushroom meat sauce is bright red and attractive. The fragrance of mushrooms mixed with the fragrance of meat. It's fresh, spicy, and numb when you eat it. The sausage is stuffed with wild boar meat. 2 fat and 8 lean, it doesn't taste dry, and it's especially chewy. The most exciting thing is that the sausage has several flavors, namely spicy and fragrant, salty and sweet wine, especially with the flavor of G province. The bacon is fresh, fragrant, and soft. Every bite of pure meat is an absolute enjoyment. It's unforgettable. Lu Xingchen, Jiang Wang, Instructor Liang Zhirong, and Black Coal Ball Hanchen gathered at a table, eating so deliciously. It has to be said that the food made by Jiang Zhiji conquered the audience. The veterans and recruits who are eating happily now, how sour and refreshing they will be the next day. How painful. Plop, plop, plop. The brothers jumped into the sea one by one like dumplings. Jiang Wang smiled and personally trained his soldiers.
Jiang Wang, what?
You ate too much yesterday, and you can't exercise today? Everyone gritted their teeth and trained. After a day, I felt that the whole person was drained and had no strength at all. I was so tired. It turns out that men who dote on their sisters are not easy to mess with. Dormitory. Lu Xingchen had just finished taking a combat shower and walked out of the door. Water drops slid down his well-defined abdominal muscles and the attractive mermaid line and dripped on his military pants. Jiang Wang took a shower and didn't have time to wipe his hair. He put on a white vest and dark green military pants and came over. He secretly inquired about the content of the letter. Lu Xingchen chuckled with a happy tone and said with a smile, "Old Jiang, the letter Gigi sent me is not as thick as yours. Besides, brother, you can be unhappy with me, but you can't question my character." Jiang Wang was happy when he heard it and laughed. "Haha, I knew my sister was sticking to me. Old Lu's character? Are you sure you have that kind of thing?" But Jiang Wang was in a very good mood now, and even looked at Lu Xingchen a little more favorably. He excitedly took out the cartoon characters drawn by Jiang Zhiji and showed off in front of his good brother. "My sister's drawing is very vivid, isn't it? Ha ha ha, it's better looking than a comic book. Look at my little brother's pitiful eyes. It makes me want to laugh." Lu Xingchen took the painting from Jiang Wang's hand. In the cartoon, Jiang Yuanyang opened his mouth to beg for mercy and ran around the house pitifully. His 2 brothers chuckled and blocked their brother's escape route skillfully. The 2 parents at home watched the children playing with laughter, and their whole bodies were filled with happiness. The painting style is cute, the characters are vivid, the structural perspective is well designed, and the painting is also spiritual, which makes people understand the emotions that the painting wants to express at a glance. "Gigi can draw?" Lu Xingchen asked curiously. Jiang Wang chuckled. The little one liked to scribble on paper when she was a child. At first, the family just thought it was her hobby, but later, as she drew, it looked like the real thing. Lu Xingchen stroked the paper lightly with his fingertips, and the smile in his eyes gradually deepened. "Old Jiang, didn't you say you would give your sister a gift last time? Have you given it?" Jiang Wang scratched the wet hair on his head and said in annoyance, "I didn't have time to buy it. I was on an emergency mission during that time. That's how it is in the camp. Obeying orders is our duty." Lu Xingchen raised the cartoon character drawing paper in his hand, his eyes full of smiles. "As a brother, you have to give a good return gift, right? Gigi gave us so many things. We can't let the little girl spend any money, no matter what.
You have to perform well this time."
"I have time after training tomorrow. Do you want to go?" Jiang Wang laughed. He put his hand on Lu Xingchen's shoulder and said proudly, "See, you finally said something sensible this time." In short, the war between the 2 of them died down a little. After training the next morning, there was just an afternoon off. The 2 said goodbye to the instructor Liang Zhirong and drove straight to the department store in the city. Lu Xingchen had a clear goal, to buy art tools such as paintbrushes, drawing paper, and art paints for the little girl. The female salesperson at the department store smiled and introduced. This box of paint is a 5-color package, namely bright red, dark green, white, and emerald green. If you like more colors, I suggest you buy crayons, paints, watercolor pens, and then buy a palette, brushes, and drawing paper. Do you still need to buy charcoal sticks for painting? 10 sticks in a box. At this time, everyone admired the soldiers because in the hearts of ordinary people, soldiers are their patron saints. The salesperson was naturally a part of the admiration and was particularly enthusiastic in introducing the products to the 2 handsome and tall soldiers. Lu Xingchen bought all the painting tools sold in the department store without hesitation. Jiang Wang also bought one and paid the bill readily. The salesperson put all the things into the bag and said with a smile on his face, "Welcome to visit next time." When the 2 passed the clothes counter, Jiang Wang stopped. "Brother, what do you think of this flowered cotton jacket?" Lu Xingchen. It is indeed something that a tough guy like Jiang Wang can do. But the little girl can draw such a beautiful painting. I am afraid she won't like the flowered cotton jacket, right? Apart from anything else, Lu Xingchen really didn't want his good brother to be disliked by his sister. "Brother, your sister is not suitable." The 2 of them walked around the department store for a while, bought some daily necessities for Jiang Jiji, and then drove directly back to the military area. Girls' things are too difficult to choose, so it's better to keep it simple and just give them the money. After returning to the military area, the 2 of them each wrote a letter back to Jiang Jiji and asked their soldiers to take the letters and packages to mail. At this time, Xiao Xiu, the guard beside Commander Zhao, came to the 1st Battalion. "Captain Liu, Commander Zhao wants to see you for something. Please go to the office." "Okay." 5 minutes later. Knock, knock, knock.
"Come in."
Lu Xingchen has a slender figure and wears a military green uniform. He looks calm and extremely high-spirited. Commander Zhao showed appreciation. "Captain Liu, there is an urgent mission this time, and you are required to go to a place. Report to the commander." "Where do I need to go?" Commander Zhao's eyes flickered, and he said in a deep voice, "El Province." Lu Xingchen stood at attention and answered in a sonorous and powerful voice, "Yes."
"El Province?"
"The city where the little girl is." Dajing Village. As expected, many people have set their sights on Jiang Jiji, as the village head's wife Li Hong said. These days, the threshold of the Jiang family's house has been almost trampled by matchmakers. The brothers were smart and went directly to work to seek refuge. Jiang Jiji turned a blind eye and hid in the mountains to dig medicinal herbs. Aunt Ding Xianglan was surprised at first, but soon calmed down and politely declined everyone. "Our Jiji is still young, and we want to keep her by our side for a few more years." As the story spread, it became known that the Jiang family was too picky and looked down on rural people. Their criterion for choosing a spouse was a family that received public food. If you don't have this condition, don't get close to them. The people in the village sighed. Did the country people provoke you? It turned out that people in the city looked down on rural people. The little niece of the Jiang family was too picky. Jiang Fengshou, who was wandering in the village, got angry when he heard this. These people were either idle and talking nonsense, or they were deliberately making fun of the Jiang family. Jiang Fengshou couldn't stand people talking bad about Jiang Jiji behind her back, so he took his little followers to block them. The group of gossipy second-rate people in the village just passed by this place and were surrounded unexpectedly. Bang, bang, bang. Every punch hit the flesh, without mercy. Jiang Fengshou frowned and cursed. "Can you make up the affairs of the Jiang family? This mouth is so good at spreading rumors, right? Rascal, I'm going to beat you to death. Don't you see who she belongs to? Jiang Jiji is my savior." The second-rate guys were so scared that they peed their pants and trembled with pain. "We won't dare anymore. We won't dare to say bad things about the Jiang family even if you kill us. Please spare us. If you keep hitting me, someone will die." Jiang Fengshou was hitting them with brute force, and he was hitting them fiercely. He just couldn't beat the 3 brothers of the Jiang family, but he was never afraid outside, and he beat them hard. After he finished fighting, the 3 brothers of the old Jiang family arrived at the scene. Jiang Yuanyang saw his mortal enemy showing off his might, and he couldn't help but look at Jiang Fengshou more favorably. Tell me who is behind you? Jiang Yuanfeng's eyes were dark, but the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. He gave people the feeling of a smiling tiger. The second-rate guy was a little dazed. It's over. How could this man know that someone was deliberately looking for them? Jiang Yuanyang. Fortunately, we were careful and knew that someone had bad intentions. Jiang Yuanshan sneered and walked over with his fists clenched. You can keep your mouth hard all the time. The second-rate guys who were lying on the ground and trying to play dumb tightened their butts and said in horror, Don't. Come over. Just Jiang Fengshou, they were beaten into this state. 3 more young and strong crazy people who fight to the death. Do they still have life? You want to beat me to death. Now that the crazy person who took people's lives is standing in front of them, how much is face worth? Each of them couldn't stop shaking and confessed everything. It was someone from the Educated Youth Center. Who did it? Her name is Wenxiang. That woman gave us 5 kilograms of food and asked us to do things behind the scenes to ruin Jiang Jiji's reputation. Brothers, please let us go. The 4 men stood there. All of them were aggressive men, making people feel that the air around them was cold. Jiang Yuanyang said in a disgusting voice, Educated youth still? Even though they are wearing the clothes of intellectuals, they still can't cover up their ugly hearts. TSK, you can't judge a person by his appearance. His heart is really dark. Jiang Yuanfeng narrowed his eyes. Hey, Jiang Fengshou, I heard that you like the female educated youth from the Educated Youth Center? Jiang Yuanshan stopped his fist and stared at Jiang Fengshou. The meaning is self-evident. Are you accomplices? Jiang Fengshou was so anxious that he glared and shouted at the top of his voice. No, absolutely not. What's the matter? How could I like someone? Are you kidding me on purpose? Jiang Yuanyang rolled his eyes and said unhappily, We don't have the time to joke with you. The whole Dazheng village knows about this. Why are you pretending? Jiang Fengshou was about to go crazy. You are so ungrateful. Let me know who spread it, and I will kill him. The little follower Tian Binbin was confused. It turned out that they really misunderstood. The other little followers shrank their necks and took a step back guiltily. Can't see me. Can't see me. Jiang Yuanfeng doesn't care about other people's lives. Since that person is looking for death, he has nothing to be polite about. Second-rate guy, do you want to live? Woo woo woo. I do. Then you come and do something. Educated youth point. When Xiang, who was lying in bed recovering from her injuries, covered her abdomen, gnashing with hatred and jealous of Jiang Jiji's good luck. Why do even big shots look up to Jiang Jiji? When Xiang bit her lip, madly jealous. Ever since Jiang Jiji slandered her in the village for wanting to prevent the village from being raided as an advance brigade and accused her of having ulterior motives, the villagers pointed fingers and cursed at her as soon as they saw her, without any good face. The educated youth had a hard time in the village, and now it is even harder. The other people in the educated youth group were furious and blamed Wen Xiang. It was because she offended Jiang Jiji that everyone was implicated. As the days passed, Wen Xiang became more and more irritable and disliked everyone. Until she heard that the villagers were discussing that there were many matchmakers coming to the old Jiang family. But the old Jiang family rejected those matchmakers. Just as she thought in her heart, people outside began to be dissatisfied. Then, why didn't she fan the flames? Make things difficult for Jiang Jiji? Girls pay so much attention to reputation these days. She wanted Jiang Jiji's reputation to be ruined. Just at this moment, Wen Xiang, the educated youth, come quickly. The voice was so nervous and soft that it almost became a clip sound. Wen Xiang was slightly stunned for a moment and slightly widened her eyes. The Educated Youth Center adhered to the principle of not wasting, and no kerosene lamps were lit at night. Everyone went to bed early. There was no light in the room at this moment. Qiuhua, who was in the same room, was already fast asleep, muttering, "Braised pork." Wen Xiang hurriedly got out of bed, put on her shoes, put on a coat, and walked out of the house with light steps. The yard was like a ruin, and the weeds were overgrown outside the yard. It was dark at night, but 4 sneaky people could be vaguely seen. When Xiang walked out stealthily and did not forget to look back until she reached the door. After making sure that no one had discovered her, she breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as Erliuzi saw the person, he couldn't wait to lower his voice and asked, "Wen Xiang, the task you assigned to us has been completed. When will the remaining food be given to us?" Wen Xiang tried to hold back, but couldn't help cursing. "You think of food this time? You are really useless. You can't do anything well. These rumors can't spread far enough. I want Jiang Ziji's reputation to be ruined not only in Dazheng village, but also in the surrounding areas." It was not enough for the rumors to spread only in Dazheng village at this time. When Xiang's eyes burst into a vicious light and clenched her back teeth, Erliuzi forced a smile that was uglier than crying and begged for mercy. "Oh, Auntie, don't worry about us doing the job. After tomorrow, you can spread these rumors as fiercely as you want." In fact, he couldn't help cursing in his heart. Why did he take on this hard job? Who is the prey of whom, and who is the hunter? It's all because the 3 crazy people in the old Jiang family are too scary and use their lives to threaten. If he hadn't been so tough, he would have been beaten to death by the lunatics. The other short and fat man's eyes shot out 2 fierce rays, patted his chest, and guaranteed, "That's right. The result will definitely satisfy you." How could he not be satisfied? Today is your unlucky day. Erliuzi and the short and fat man glanced at each other imperceptibly. Wen Xiang didn't notice the eye contact between the two. Wen Xiang asked worriedly, "Were you not seen when you came here?" Erliuzi hurriedly replied, "Don't worry, Auntie. We were careful when we came here, and we were alert all the way. We are familiar with this kind of thing, and nothing will go wrong." After saying this, Erliuzi instantly felt a chill on his back and couldn't help shivering. His first reaction was that there was someone behind him. He looked back, but couldn't see anything. What a strange thing. Where are they? When Xiang believed them and quietly went back to the house, pulling out the food hidden under the bed, her heart was bleeding. Now she has ended up in a situation where even dogs ignore her, and Qiuhua, who lives in the same room, is no longer willing to lend her food. How will she survive in the days to come? Erliuzi hurriedly came up to take the food, weighed it in his hand, and it was about 5 or 6 pounds. When Xiang rolled her eyes and said disdainfully, "Look at your lack of ability. Do your job well for me. How can I still make a loss for you, or what?" Erliuzi has always been called a poor guy. His house is so poor that even mice don't look down on him and don't come. He usually has no food to eat, and his family has no money to marry him off. Now, for a little food, he chooses to go against his conscience and destroy the reputation of another girl. It's really mean. Who doesn't want to marry a decent wife? The key is that he is lazy and poor, no one likes him, and he is ugly, so other girls can't bring themselves to eat him. Erliuzi's eyes lit up instantly, and he pretended to be curious and asked, "Auntie, I can only do this to help you. I can't figure out what hatred you have with Jiang Zhiji. Do you want her to die so much?" The short and fat man was so scared that he quickly shrank his neck. After hearing this today, can he still live? The 2 men standing next to him added fuel to the fire, constantly angering Wen Xiang and madly pulling hatred. They dared not forget what Jiang Yuanfeng had told them. When Xiang glanced at Erliuzi and gritted her teeth and said, "That which Jiang Zhiji caused me to be isolated by the villagers. My image was completely ruined, and I couldn't survive in Dazheng village at all. Jiang Yuanshan didn't even look at me, and Jiang Fengshou scolded me in a weird way. It's better to demolish 10 temples than to break a marriage. How many temples has Jiang Zhiji demolished now? Before she came to Dazheng village, I was the most beautiful woman in Dazheng village, and everyone had their eyes on me. What about now? I've become a rat crossing the street, and everyone is shouting and beating me. Why should I suffer this kind of injustice? That's why I hate her so much, and I wish her reputation would be ruined. No one will like her anymore." At this moment, the 4 people who had guilty consciences on the scene all felt a sense of despair at the same time, and they stayed where they were, not daring to move. Woof, woof, woof. Suddenly, a loud and mighty voice came from behind. The dog in the village rushed out majestically and barked at Wenxiang, who had a ferocious face. In an instant, the entire educated youth site was illuminated by fire. What was going on? Wenxiang was so scared that her eyes widened. She turned her head back with difficulty. What came into view was the face of the village head Jiang Weimin, who was as black as the bottom of a pot. Behind him, the villagers surrounded the educated youth site, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. It was very lively. Wenxiang shuddered several times in her heart, and her head was buzzing. Everyone stood at the door and listened in amazement. Oh my goodness, it turns out that the rumors during this period were all caused by Wenxiang, the educated youth. The sharp abuse of Ding Xianglan from Lao Zhang's family came from the crowd. I have never seen such a vicious female educated youth. Why don't you strangle yourself with a rope? I really don't understand why some people like to be wicked. You are beautiful?
Bah.
You are burning newspapers at the grave to fool the ghosts. Do you really think that all men in the world will revolve around you? Who do you think you are? With such a black heart, who would be blind to like you? Jiang Shangliang hurriedly comforted Ding Xianglan's back and couldn't help but swear. If it weren't for his little cotton-padded jacket, his wife might have cursed even more dirty words. Jiang Ziji is not a bodhisattva who would tolerate an enemy who keeps asking for death. She sneered back. Dazheng village has finally made a name for itself in the county and the city. What you are doing now has seriously affected the development of Dazheng village, and you have lost all the face you have earned. I only respect people. As for other kinds, I won't tolerate them. I didn't come to Dazheng village to quarrel with a wicked thing like you. I have more meaningful things waiting for me to do. I link the honor I have earned with Dazheng village, and I always think about contributing more to Dazheng village. Am I wrong? But Wenxiang, the educated youth, you are courting death, ruining my reputation, making up rumors, and spreading rumors. I can report it to the police. And if you are not satisfied, you can just come to me in person. Why bother to make trouble behind my back? I am always here to accompany you. The villagers in the village were all moved and regretful. It is true that Dazheng village has finally made a presence in front of the leaders. If it can be rated as an advanced brigade, then Dazheng village will get a lot of resources. But now such a scandal has happened, the leaders will only think that Dazheng village is not united and the village chief is not good at management. Wouldn't all these good opportunities fly away? Jiang Ziji is not wrong. Bad reputation. God will strike you with lightning. You can't know a person's heart by his face. I didn't expect that under such an appearance. He is actually a vicious person. The advanced deeds of the little niece of the old Jiang family have been broadcast on the county radio station. I heard it when I went to the county. People from other villages have never been there. Such a glorious thing. We will be proud. There is a banner hanging in the village chief's office that prays for the birth of a daughter. If a hero who did good things is slandered behind his back, who will do good things in the future? The surrounding villagers spoke up for Jiang Ziji. On one side was the educated youth who was smearing him, and on the other side was the village hero. Everyone naturally stood behind Jiang Ziji. And everyone understood that Jiang Ziji had returned from the city and had medical skills and abilities, so everyone was happy to support her. Village Chief Jiang Weimin frowned and was particularly serious. His tone was unquestionable and stern. Educated youth Wenxiang, you don't realize your mistakes at all. Starting from tomorrow, you must return the food to educated youth Chihuahua within 3 days, and you must go with me to the Public Security Bureau. The nature of this matter is too bad. As the head of the village, Jiang Weimin must take care of it. Even if we go to the Public Security Bureau, the public security comrades will not take care of these things. At least they can take Wenxiang over to scare her. In this era, the weight of the 3 words Public Security Bureau is self-evident. Wenxiang was sweating profusely and could not stand steadily. She said in horror, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't accept it. The village chief Jiang Weimin replied domineeringly, you have to accept it even if you don't want to. I am the village chief. I still say that if you are not willing to stay in Dazheng village, I can go to the commune to apply for your transfer. It depends on which village is willing to accept an educated youth like you. Jiang Fengshou stood behind his father and snorted. The dog standing at his feet barked excitedly. The little followers looked at Brother Fengshou in admiration. He was worthy of being the boss. The speed of calling people was simply too fast. He gathered all the people in the village in an instant. Awesome. The three brothers of the Jiang family had sharp eyes and stood behind their sister to protect her. Want to make trouble? Such a vicious person should be made to suffer. Wei Shi, the eldest brother of the educated youth Point, was full of sympathy and distress for Wen Xiang and said anxiously, "Village head, village party secretary, team leader, this matter can be discussed properly. It is not easy for us educated youth to go to the countryside, and now food is in short supply. Can the rations be returned next year?" Jiang Ziji's mouth corners were curved like a bad bandit, and he spoke slowly. "This educated youth Wei Shi, if you want to be a hero to save the beauty, then you can work for Wen Xiang and return the food. It's no use just talking." Wei Shi suddenly shut up. His previous help in mediation was just for show. Now he can't even take care of himself, so how can he have the extra energy to take care of Wen Xiang? Qiu Hua, the educated youth Point, exhaled a breath of foul air, feeling refreshed physically and mentally, and said, "Just do as the village chief said, and return all the food owed to me within 3 days. Anyway, you have all the food to bribe the second-rate guys to help you do bad things, so why don't you give me any food?" Wen Xiang, you are really a wicked person. He Dongmei and Lin Xiaofeng nodded in agreement. We are all educated youth, and we will make a fool of ourselves if it gets out. But this time, it was really gratifying. Wen Xiang at this moment was like a fish on a chopping board, extremely tormented, especially waiting for Jiang Ziji's big knife to fall. Unfortunately, Wen Xiang underestimated Jiang Ziji's cruelty and did not understand that if she offended Jiang Ziji, she would definitely retaliate with actual sanctions. She never expected that her revenge would irritate the three brothers of the old Jiang family, and they all attacked and dealt a stormy to the bad guy. Wen Xiang was stared at by everyone and apologized to Jiang Ziji on the spot. "Jiang Ziji, I'm sorry I was wrong about this." Jiang Ziji raised the corner of his mouth, evil and wild. "I don't accept it, and I will not forgive." Who said that if you apologize, you have to forgive the person who hurt you? Starting from the next day, Wen Xiang was assigned heavier and more tiring work by the team leader. Doing the heaviest work is really torture. In the summer, the sun makes people see stars, and in the winter, the hands and ears are frozen and the feet are frozen. Not only that, Wen Xiang was taken to the Public Security Bureau by the village chief for ideological education. Who can bear it? It's all her own fault. Jiang Ziji didn't have time to care about Wen Xiang's fate, because today was the time agreed with Mr. Feng Sai. Jiang Ziji counted the Chinese medicinal materials on the cart. Today, like last time, he transformed into the appearance of a black coal old sister-in-law. The brothers were taken to the village by the village chief Jiang Weimin to help. After all, it was almost time to pay the public grain, and they couldn't be careless. The uncle and the aunt had to go to the 7th Brigade to work. So Jiang Ziji went to the county alone to deliver the goods. Before leaving, the three brothers were worried. How could his sister transport so many medicinal materials to the county alone? Jiang Ziji smiled, walked to the cart full of Chinese medicinal materials, held the handle of the cart with both hands, pushed it forward, the wheels turned, and he took a few steps forward. No big deal. The three brothers were stunned. How is this possible? Jiang Yuanfeng shook his head helplessly. We will listen to what our sister says. Let her go. Jiang Yuanshan and Jiang Yuanyang obeyed. Our Ziji looked very well behaved, but in fact, she had her own ideas. It was still dark. Jiang Ziji pushed the cart out of the village and put it into the space in a deserted place. An hour later, Jiang Ziji came to the agreed location, an abandoned grove near the river. After taking out food, rubber shoes, gloves, and Chinese medicinal materials from the space, she carefully checked them to make sure there were no problems. She had no expression on her face, leaning against a big tree and waiting. After coming to the county town twice, Jiang Ziji found that many people wanted to find military coats, gloves, and rubber shoes. These things can be bought in the space with contribution points. 1 month in the space is only 1 day outside. The grain planted in the fields has a bumper harvest, and the warehouse is full. Jiang Zhiji decided to sell some of it for money first. The Chinese medicinal materials this time are similar to the last time. Jiang Zhiji will not take wild ginseng this time, because things are rare and valuable. This thing is not cabbage. How can you dig it up every day? Jiang Zhiji plucked out a large area of the Chinese medicine field in the space, so that Xiaogong was shocked and a barrage flashed across his screen immediately, with a big cry on it. Jiang Zhiji would enter the space every night before going to bed to make Huishue, Huayu San, and Tiadawan. Because of the addition of Lingquan water, the effect is very significant. Jiang Zhiji thinks long-term. Her parents were released, and her brother often went to the front line to fight the enemy. These medicines are for emergencies. Jiang Zhiji deeply understands how important first aid is on the battlefield. How much the blood-soaked soldiers need medical help. Even various life-saving drugs are in short supply. She took out those precious prescriptions for research, and the pills infused with Lingquan water and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth must be better than others. Jiang Zhiji has a bold idea that this batch of pills may shorten the healing time. Her mother, Lin Ting, specializes in Western medicine in the hospital, while Jiang Zhiji is a combination of Chinese and Western medicine. She can not only take pulses and give acupuncture, but also use a knife to perform surgery. In this day and age, it is difficult to find a way to combine Chinese and Western medicine. But Jiang Zhiji will not give up easily, because in her heart, whether studying Chinese medicine or Western medicine, the ultimate goal is to save people. The flowers in the space are blooming brilliantly, and Jiang Zhiji picked a lot of petals, extracted the essence in the medical room, and found several palace beauty secrets in the library. According to the recipes above, she made several kinds of soaps and beauty creams with different effects. She plans to give them to her mother and aunt and see if there is a way to sell the others in the future to make a good profit. Knock on the door to wealth, ha ha ha. 15 minutes later, Master Feng Si brought a group of people to the grove. Old sister-in-law, I've been looking forward to you for a long time, and finally you're here. Jiang Zhiji nodded and changed to an old man's voice and said, check the goods. There are a few more things this time. Let's see if you can eat them. When Mr. Feng Si heard this, his eyes lit up and he went to see what the old sister-in-law brought in person. The people behind him took a breath and blinked hard, fearing that they had seen it wrong. It was the first time in the history of seeing it in the county. It was awesome. This development was something Mr. Feng Si had never thought of. Who can do this? You know, it's food. Rubber shoes. Gloves. Chinese medicinal materials. If the black market in the city knew about it, who wouldn't want it? My God, this old sister-in-law is simply his benefactor. Mr. Feng Si got a batch of Chinese medicinal materials last time and tasted the sweetness. Not only did he have a stepping stone to knock on the black market in the city, he rose smoothly and also opened up the way to other provinces. This time, with such a big advantage, he will definitely fall to Mr. Feng Si's side. Ha ha ha. He made a fortune. Fourth Master Feng couldn't wait to offer Jiang Zhiji up and said excitedly, I can eat it. That must be taken. The people brought by Fourth Master Feng were quick and efficient. After checking the goods, they loaded the truck quickly, without a word of nonsense. The smile on Fourth Master Feng's face became more and more brilliant, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were revealed. Old sister-in-law, our price is higher than that of other black market companies. Do you think you can give priority to me in the next cooperation? Jiang Zhiji got goosebumps and said in a low and hoarse voice, avoid risks. I'm just a messenger. It means that there will be no shipments in a short time, and everyone should know how to avoid risks. Fourth Master Feng immediately shuddered, slapped his head hard, and almost got drunk. I understand, but I still hope that when you have something to sell, you can come to the black market to find me. My black market always welcomes your arrival. Jiang Zhiji nodded, and this face should be given to the black market boss. The people brought by the black market boss kept counting, weighing, loading, and settling accounts. Mr. Feng Si smiled so hard that his smile almost reached his ears. He took off his coat and untied the lining interlayer that was sewn with needle and thread. Wow, there were bundles of big unity inside. Because it was sewn with needle and thread, the things inside would not fall out even if they ran around. Old sister-in-law, last time my subordinates said that you liked bracelets. This time I brought a lot of jewelry. Can it be used to offset part of the money? Mr. Feng Si was in a strangely good mood, and he could vaguely sense something. The old sister-in-law cherished these jewelry, but it would be better to trade them instead of throwing them in the warehouse to collect dust. It would be okay if they could offset a few dozen dollars. Otherwise, who would dare to take them out to show off? This is an obvious fact. Jiang Ziji was ecstatic in his heart, but nodded calmly on the surface. Soon, Mr. Feng Si and the man who brought the Chinese medicinal materials checked the number twice, and after confirming that it was correct, they came to settle the accounts. Sorry for the wait, sister-in-law. The total is 8,199 yuan, plus 2 boxes of jewelry to offset the change. What do you think?
Jiang Ziji nodded. Okay.
The two exchanged money and goods, and the transaction was successful. Jiang Ziji left without any hesitation. Feng Si held a cigarette in his mouth, lit the cigarette ace with a match in his hand, exhaled circles of green smoke, and sighed. This person is not simple. The man who is collecting Chinese medicinal materials behind him was puzzled, but we probably won't be able to find her next time. Feng Si said sternly, "Don't make plans that you shouldn't make. People like her are not people we can mess with. We just make money, and we'll just turn a blind eye to the rest." Jiang Ziji wandered around the suburbs for several laps, and after confirming that no one was following, she flashed into the space to wash off the makeup on her body. After taking a shower, the whole person was refreshed. She sat on the sofa in the house and curiously opened 2 jewelry boxes. Feng Si actually hid 2 boxes of good things, it was quite sudden. It was filled with jade, pearls, gold hairpins, and bracelets. Jiang Ziji exclaimed. She was really rich. With the 8,190 yuan she earned today, she was going to be a millionaire. Who doesn't want to be friends with gold, silver, and jewelry? But people nowadays don't care about gold, silver, and jewelry, and they really can't afford it in the future. Jiang Ziji put away all the gold, silver, and jewelry. She used her mind to collect cotton and ordered coal stoves, hot water kettles, and military coats that were characteristic of this era at Tao Mall. Coal stoves are also very convenient for cooking in the winter. By the way, she also needs to get some coal. As for cotton, she will take out another 50 kilograms to replace the black and yellow quilts at home. If Jiang Ziji still can't see that the good show yesterday was her brothers venting for her, then she has been in vain for so many years. Sincerity is rewarded with sincerity. Everyone in the Jiang family treats her well, and she repays her relatives with these food, drink, and other things. Jiang Ziji's fingertips slid around in Tao Mall, and she bought a few wash basins when she saw them. She saw that her aunt usually used a wash basin to collect some water and then wipe her body. Especially in winter, she heard from her aunt that some people don't take a bath for a month. After all, boiling water costs firewood and water, and people don't have to go out to work, just stay at home during the winter. So why do they need to take a bath every day? And taking a bath in the Northeast in winter is something that requires courage, right? Although Jiang Ziji can take a walk in the space to soak in the hot spring, she kind of wants a bathtub to put in the house she lives in now. For people in the South, it's uncomfortable to not take a bath for a day. Unless Jiang Ziji is on a mission, she won't take a bath unless the conditions allow it. Usually, she takes a bath every day after training. After changing clothes, she flashed out of the space and went home in a good mood. When she was about to reach Dajiang village, she took out the cart again, put all the things she had just bought in the space in the backpack on the car, and happily returned to Lao Zhang's house. In winter, when uncle and aunt want to drink hot water, they can just pour it from the thermos. They don't have to go to the kitchen to boil water in the cold wind. I'm super lucky today. Sister Ping from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative has found several families selling cotton. I had to grab the opportunity to buy some. I really want to cover myself with a warm quilt in winter. It's not enough for me to be comfortable. I want you to share the happiness with me. It's good that we have a coal stove. It's convenient to cook, suitable for use, and doesn't waste money. These military coats are warm to wear. My brothers have good figures, so they will look good in them. When the family saw Jiang Jiji returning with a full load, their mood instantly became complicated. How could this child be so well-behaved and sensible? They felt Jiang Jiji's sincerity, and their hearts softened. In the evening, my uncle's mother cooked scrambled eggs with green onions and black fungus, stewed fish with soybean paste, and fried cabbage. She also specially steamed rice for Jiang Jiji tonight. Your 3 brothers were lucky today. They caught several fish in the river and said they were for your body. Ding Xianglan sighed with joy. Those little rascals have this heart. I have to praise them, but my daughter is still the best. She was just worried that her little brats would get used to Jiang Jiji's kindness to them and would think that this was what their sister should do, which was absolutely not allowed. No matter what, the little brats must not forget how good their sister was to their brother, and they should keep it in mind. Ding Xianglan would hit her 3 little brats from time to time, and even Jiang Xiangliang was not spared. It was the first time that Jiang Jiji tried northern soybean paste stewed fish. The fish was very flavorful, not fishy at all, and super delicious. Jiang Yuanshan, Jiang Yuanfeng, and Jiang Yuanyang were used to putting the fish meat into Jiang Jiji's bowl and watching her eat the meat with a smile. Jiang Jiji smiled sweetly and obediently and put the fish meat back into her brother's bowls. You eat too. How can you have the energy to work if you are not full? The 3 brothers' eyes all fell on Jiang Jiji. The light in their eyes was like 100,000 volts of electricity. They were so moved. Jiang Jiji. After eating, Jiang Jiji settled the money for digging Chinese medicine for his 3 brothers. This was the money they earned with hard work. Ding Xianglan raised her head slightly and said, "This is the way to make money that your sister has created for the 3 of you. You must not forget this kindness, especially after you get married in the future. You must never forget it. A little bit of kindness will be followed by a grudge." Ding Xianglan had a deep understanding of this before she got married. The 3 brothers nodded vigorously immediately, promising that they would not be ungrateful. Afraid that their sister would misunderstand them, they surrounded Jiang Jiji one by one. They were afraid that their sister would have wild thoughts in her mind, which was unfair. Moreover, they decided to give their sister a big and thick red envelope during the Chinese New Year. They couldn't let their sister pay alone, and as brothers, they naturally had to be good to their sister. Seeing this, Ding Xianglan nodded with satisfaction. After dinner, Ding Xianglan worked swiftly. She was in a very good mood now. She was so happy that the 3 brothers didn't have to wash the dishes. She would do it. Go, go, go. Everyone take a shower. At night, Ding Xianglan opened the cabinet and saw that the 2 quilts in the cabinet were almost worn out. She began to worry about Jiji. It was obvious that this child was spoiled by her second brother and his wife. If that incident had not happened, Jiji would not have come to the countryside. When the weather gets cold in the cold winter, we adults just grit our teeth and bear it. We can freeze the adults but not the children. Ding Xianglan found an iron box from under the bed. Inside were the money and bills that the family had saved over the years. The family also saved some cotton. If they wanted to make a thick quilt for Jiji, it would still be a bit too much. Jiang Xiangliang walked into the room and saw his wife with a sad face. He frowned and swiftly untied the edge of the quilt and asked, "Are you going to prepare to dry the quilt?" Ding Xianglan worriedly said, "Laoliang, you said that in this cold winter, we adults grit our teeth and hug each other and bear it. Our Jiji only has a thin quilt in the room. How can she survive this cold winter? She is now in a hurry to make the quilts, cotton padded clothes, winter socks, and other things that Jiji needs. Jiji has bought so many things. You have to teach those little rascals a lesson tonight. Remember your sister's kindness in your heart. If they dare to let your sister down in the future, I will be the first to deal with them." Jiang Xiangliang knew that his wife loved her niece and was really kind to her. At this moment, don't mention how warmed his heart is. Jiji and the eldest, second and third brothers bought a lot of cloth in the county. "I have to make things for Jiji first," Ding Xianglan said. It was rare that his wife was willing to light a kerosene lamp. She was doing needlework under the lamp. Jiang Xiangliang came back from washing up and sat opposite Ding Xiangwan. That's right. Let's help my second brother take good care of his daughter. Gigi is my brother's most important treasure. You know what? The dishes cooked by our Jiang family's baby are really delicious. Maybe my brother and sister-in-law are too busy at work and have no time to take care of Gigi, so the child usually cooks for himself, and that's how he honed his skills. To be honest, his younger brother has a son and a daughter. His son is living on the edge of a knife on the battlefield. As the eldest uncle, he is also very worried, afraid that something might happen. But if you say that Jiang Wangzi cannot be allowed to go to the army, Wangzi will not do it. They are all family. How can they not feel sorry for these younger generations? The three brothers of the Jiang family were particularly excited at night. They have never done such exciting things since they were young. It is not shameful to be born in a poor peasant family. On the contrary, in their eyes, labor is the most glorious. But the reality is before them. They want to live a good life. Seeing the bright smile on their mother's face tonight, they know that this trip to the black market is worthwhile. They can't help but learn more. It's okay for my sister to be a hands-off boss. Clean up the wasteland behind the yard. Anyway, they live at the end of the village and usually not many people come here. Divide the land into ridges and plant the melons that my sister likes to eat. Fruits and vegetables. The three brothers were in the same room. After talking for a while, they fell asleep unconsciously. After a busy day, Jiang Zhiji was soaking in the hot spring in the space, humming comfortably. After the hot spring, she enjoyed eating fruits in the space, and then bought an ice cream in Tao Mall. There are so many good things in Tao Mall. After she came here, she realized that some things seem ordinary in the future, but they are very rare in this era. Yes, you need a ticket to buy everything here, even if you have money in your pocket. The ice cream she bought fell lightly in her hand. Jiang Zhiji had been craving this for too long. It was cold and cool, and it was a must-have for summer heat relief. Fortunately, the space was very humane. The packaging of things taken out of the space disappeared automatically. After eating the ice cream, Jiang Zhiji was in a particularly good mood. The next day, Jiang Zhiji got up, and the brothers had already started to prepare to go up the mountain. Big brother, second brother, third brother, good morning, where are you going? It looks like it's going to rain today, so we thought about going to the mountains to dig wild vegetables and pick up more firewood to store back. Jiang Zhiji asked, brothers, do you know how to read the weather? The eldest brother Jiang Yuanshan laughed and said, we grow crops and rely on the weather for our food. If we don't know how to read the weather, we're doomed. The second brother Jiang Yuanfeng touched her head as usual. Gigi, take a rest at home today. You have been very tired recently. There are 2 eggs warming in the pot. Mom said that she will give you 2 eggs every day. Jiang Gigi said, why do I need to eat so many eggs? I will keep these eggs for my aunt to sell at the supply and marketing cooperative. I am in good health and don't need so much nutrition. It's useless for us to say this. Listen to Mom. Third brother Jiang Yuanyang was grinning. But Jiang Zhiji also wanted to go up the mountain. After taking a hot spring bath last night, his rough skin became smoother and tenderer, and he was full of energy. At this moment, Ding Xianglan came out, touched Jiang Ziji's nose lovingly, and told his brothers to take good care of their sister. The 4 brothers and sisters went up the mountain, and their voices were endless along the way. The children in the village went up the mountain to cut grass for pigs and dig wild vegetables. Some of them were so scared when they saw the 3 brothers of the Jiang family that they ran away. Jiang Ziji touched the third brother with his elbow. What did you do? The children ran away when they saw you. Jiang Yuanyang raised his hand innocently. It's really not me. It's my eldest brother, who is usually fierce. Jiang Yuanshan. Jiang Zhiji saw many women digging a kind of grass. Is that ula grass? The second brother looked forward along the line of sight of his sister and explained. Curious, right? They're all digging ula grass, which can be used to make paper. Jiang Yuanshan said, the leaves of ula grass are slender and soft, especially in summer when they grow a lot. In addition to working, we also dig some ula grass and sell it in the county town to earn some pocket money. Jiang Zhiji asked, "Is this grass also collected in the county town?" Jiang Yuanfeng said, "We collect these grasses. Although they look inconspicuous, everyone loves them. After all, if we sell them, it is also an income. With money, we can naturally buy some food to fill our stomachs." Jiang Yuanfeng continued, "After the ula grass is collected, it is washed and dried, then chopped and steamed. The steamed ula grass is made into pulp, which is then made into paper pulp by a machine. These papers are placed on a gauze net for filtration and pressing and become wet fiber paper, which is then dried to become paper." Jiang Yuanyang smiled and said, "The poor man's treasure, ula grass, cows, horses, and sheep all like this grass. I heard from my dad that this kind of grass is very warm when used as a mat, and it is also warm when put inside shoes. Several households in the village also use this grass to cover their earthen houses." Jiang Zhiji listened with great interest. The ula grass was so useful. The brothers went to collect firewood, and Jiang Zhiji squatted down to dig some Chinese medicinal herbs. When the brothers came back, she saw that they were holding several bundles of heavy firewood in their hands. "I'll help." No, it's not heavy at all. We all get full work points in the village. This little weight is nothing to us. In the village, we do heavy work and get high work points. Otherwise, how can we get more money at the end of the year? After the brothers finished playing, he began to teach them how to identify medicinal herbs as a small class. With the sweetness of making money before, the brothers are now full of energy. During this period, many young men in the village looked over here from time to time. Jiang Yuanyang's teeth were sour. Our sister was reluctant to be pushed away by the pig. After returning, Ding Xianglan thought about catching 3 chicks and raising them. "I have agreed with Sister Li to ask her to help me keep 3 chicks, and I will go to catch them tomorrow." "That's fine. Leave the eggs for Mom and Gigi." Jiang Yuanshan nodded, and after dinner, he quickly built a wooden fence to prevent the chickens from running around. The day when his parents came to Dalu village had finally arrived. Everyone in the Jiang family was very concerned, but no one was impulsive to run to Dalu village to see them at this critical juncture. Jiang Zhiji thought about sneaking out at night to scout the area, and it would be best to do so when it was dark and windy. "Is Comrade Jiang Zhiji at home? Here are your packages and remittance slips." Jiang Zhiji was stunned for a moment, then walked out quickly. The postman at the door of the Jiang family smiled. "Come, sign for it." They were all sent from the army, and the 2 packages have the same address. Jiang Zhiji immediately thought of Jiang Wang and Lu Xingchen, his eyes sparkling, and he politely signed for the package and remittance slip. It happened that everyone in the Jiang family came back from work, and they learned that Jiang Wang had sent a letter back, and they all smiled from ear to ear. "See what Wangzi wrote in the letter? I haven't seen Jiang Wang for so many years, and I don't know how he is doing in the army. There are all kinds of dangers on the front line, and people are very unsafe. I'm just worried that this kid will ignore his own safety." Jiang Xiangliang sighed deeply and comforted. "This is a soldier. This is a soldier's mission. It is true that soldiers have their duties." Ding Xianglan understood these principles, but she still couldn't control her worries and concerns. Jiang Zhiji smiled. She was a soldier herself and was qualified to empathize with everyone. She said a few words to comfort everyone, and then opened the package under everyone's expectant and curious eyes. The 3 brothers laughed so sincerely. Inside were some daily necessities that could be used in daily life. The most surprising thing was the art tools. Of course, there were all kinds of tickets: national food tickets, sugar tickets, meat tickets, pastry tickets, and meat tickets. Oh my God, there are even sewing machine tickets. Bicycle tickets. Sewing machine tickets are hard to come by, and bicycle tickets are even harder to come by. Ding Xianglan was shocked. "I heard from Li Hong that the market value of a bicycle ticket outside is 50 yuan. Wow, what did they use to exchange it? Besides, a sewing machine is a big thing. Could it be that Jiang Wang received a sweater knitted by Gigi and thought Gigi liked to make clothes? This brother dotes on his sister too much, doesn't he?" Jiang Zhiji was so happy. How did her brother know that what she needed most right now were drawing tools? She was planning to draw comic strips to submit for publication. No one could stop her pace and speed of making money. Moreover, a sewing machine and a bicycle. Who wouldn't be happy to get two big items at once? Jiang Ziji suddenly had an idea. She thought that her brother probably knew that her parents were in Daoyui village, so he sent back money and bills to make it easier for her to take care of her parents. He is indeed a filial son of the Jiang family. I am happy to give him a thumbs up. The four brothers just like to join in the fun. When the four of them get together, they are just afraid that the world will not be in chaos. One by one, they open the gifts with excitement and praise them enthusiastically. This gift is so exciting. Brother, I can't believe that this is a gift that Brother Wang can think of. Jiang Yuanyang said in surprise without any intention. Jiang Ziji laughed and pressed the excited head of the third brother. Seeing his anxious look, he wanted to tease him. Jiang Yuanyang was confused. Ziji, why are you pressing my head? Jiang Ziji blinked and smiled innocently. It's pure natural. I just pressed it and it feels good. Natural? Ha ha ha. Jiang Ziji read Jiang Wang's letter first. The first sentence in the letter asked about the family. The second was a crazy complaint, saying that a group of animals in the army were fighting for food, and they were all very satisfied with the food, and said that they would thank her in person when they had the chance in the future. The soldiers under his command said frankly that Jiang Ziji was not only Captain Zhang's sister, but also the sister of all of us. Some were even moved by the food, saying that the food tasted like home, and that they missed home and had no chance to go home. Seeing this, Jiang Ziji's heart suddenly softened. Then Jiang Wang wrote in the letter that he liked the two cartoon portraits very much, and his tone was secretly envious. He hoped that the little one could draw him a dozen or 20 pictures next time. Don't remember what your brother looks like. Just let the little one look in the mirror by himself. Anyway, the two siblings are good-looking and look alike. Jiang Ziji chuckled. As if seeing Jiang Wang's smug look, he was very proud. At the end of the letter, Brother hopes that little one can reply as soon as possible. Brother has already bought stamps for you. And don't be reluctant to spend money. Eat more meat. When we meet next time, Brother wants to see how tall little one has grown, whether he has gained weight. Anyway, Brother doesn't mind your fatness. In Brother's eyes, fat is the cutest. Next time, wait for Brother to pay salary and subsidy, then send money and tickets to Gigi. Don't worry, Brother will not starve to death in the army. Finally, I hope Gigi and parents are all well. Jiang Gigi widened his eyes, looking at the thick stack of stamps in the envelope in disbelief. How long will it take to use them? The three brothers standing at the back stood there in a daze, all dumbfounded. Brother, you are awesome. I've seen anxious people, but I've never seen such an anxious person. Jiang Ziji held the letter very lightly and looked at Jiang Wang's. The smile was on his face the whole time. Everyone knew that Gigi was in a good mood, and when they saw it, they were in the same good mood. Jiang Gigi got the remittance slip, and her brother sent her 100 yuan. It was so precious. Jiang Ziji actually wanted to meet Jiang Wang, and always felt that with his brother around, her life would definitely be fun. Then Jiang Ziji opened Lu Xingqian's envelope and slowly opened the letter. The first sentence of the letter also asked how the family was. He thanked Gigi very politely for the gift she gave him. He was looking forward to the opportunity to visit Dazhong village, and he was very interested in what Gigi wrote about picking pine nuts, chasing wild boars, picking wild fruits, catching fish, eating hot pot, picnicking, and climbing mountains. Jiang Gigi couldn't help laughing when she saw this. Lu Xingqian and his brother are both in the army. Unless they are on vacation, there is no chance for them to come to Dazhong village. She shook her head. With sparkling eyes, he continued to read the letter. Brother Jiang Wang couldn't wait to take 2 pieces of drawing paper to share with him, his face full of pride. He saw 2 cartoon portraits, was very surprised and very interested. This was the most interesting painting he had ever seen, and he didn't know if he would have the chance to see it again in the future. After all, the brothers hid it very well, for fear that the brothers would damage the 2 pieces of drawing paper, unless Jiang Wang was willing to take them out for everyone to see. Finally, Lu Xingqian wrote that if there was anything, they could call or telegraph him. Sometimes Jiang Wang was on a mission, and if he saw it in the military area, he would definitely help. Jiang Ziji, S impression of Lu Xingchen increased by 10 points. Especially Jiang Wang and Lu Xingchen have different handwriting styles. One is chic and elegant, flying and lively. The other is masculine and vigorous, with clean and neat strokes. But both are written very beautifully. What shocked Jiang Zhizhi was that Lu Xingchen also sent a remittance slip. There was also 100 yuan on it. It really is. An idea flashed quickly in the minds of the three brothers. This man, he really knows how to do it. After receiving the reply and gift from her brother and Lu Xingchen, Jiang Zhizhi couldn't suppress her happiness at all, and her heart beat faster and faster. She read both letters and handed them to her family. What she thought was that it would be great if her brother and Lu Xingchen had the chance to come to Dazheng village. Then she would definitely take them to the mountains and the beach to play. I wonder how her brother and Lu Xingchen are doing? If there is a chance, let's check them out. Our Chinese soldiers must be well. But Jiang Zhizhi didn't know. Lu Xingchen really came. At this moment, Jiang Zhizhi wanted a bathtub, so she asked her family where she could order one. This room has a firewall and a big Kong, so it won't be very cold when taking a bath in winter. She didn't want to go to the toilet outside to take a bath in the middle of winter. Jiang Shangliang heard that his niece wanted to order a wooden barrel and said bluntly, "This is easy to do. Let us go. I'll take you to find a carpenter." The uncle and nephew walked to the 7th Brigade and came to Uncle Ma's house, talking and laughing. Uncle Ma has good craftsmanship and is a very righteous person. Although he is a stranger in Dazheng village, he has a good relationship with Jiang Shangliang's family. So, he readily agreed to this matter. Jiang Zhizhi certainly would not let Uncle Ma work for nothing, so he paid the corresponding labor fee, and the two parties agreed on the time to pick up the bathtub. Then Jiang Shangliang took Jiang Zhizhi to stroll in the 7th Brigade with his hands behind his back. Everyone in the 7th Brigade liked her. Several ants were very enthusiastic. They took out some snacks from their pockets and stuffed them into Jiang Zhizhi's small bag and smiled and invited Jiang Zhizhi to visit their homes when she was free. Jiang Zhizhi was stunned for a moment and once again felt the simple folk customs of Dazheng village. The captain of the 7th Brigade took into account that Jiang Zhizhi had returned from the city, was beautiful and could read and write. Why not do this, after the autumn harvest, ask Jiang Zhizhi to help keep accounts and count when distributing grain and meat in the village. The captain was honest and asked directly when there was something. Jiang Zhizhi agreed, without saying a word. Naturally, she would not refuse anything that could improve the team's favor. The captain of the 7th team had an obvious surprise in his eyes and smiled. When the time comes, we will give Zhizhi work points and will not treat the little girl unfairly. Shangliang, your family is so lucky. Jiang Shangliang was so happy when he heard that and laughed. That's right, my brother and sister-in-law will have a daughter. He really loves this little niece from the bottom of his heart. Ding Shenglan, who stayed at the old Zhang's house, took care of the housework carefully and prepared food and vegetables for the winter. Once the mountain is closed due to heavy snow, nothing can be done. She first packed up the coal brought back by Jiang Zhizhi. This car of coal is estimated to be about 300 kilograms, and it will probably cost dozens of yuan. Ding Shenglan shook her head. Is our Zhizhi born with supernatural power? Such heavy coal, all pulled back by one person. Ding Shenglan moved the coal into the kitchen nimbly. In their place, every household spends the winter by burning fire and heating the Kong. So the children in the family would go to the mountains to collect firewood whenever they had time. They had to stock up on firewood, and there was no harm in collecting more. Some families could get coal, which was much more convenient. Before the sun completely set, the brothers came back carrying a bunch of thick dry branches and put them in the kitchen in a neat row. Everyone was tired from working during the day, and after having a full meal at night, the family members were so tired that they yawned and went back to the house to rest early. At this time, they had never thought that the beloved child of the family would be so bold as to want to go to the cowshed alone at night. If they knew, they would all be furious. How bold, our beloved child. It's a pity that they are sleeping too deeply now. Jiang Zhizhi didn't plan to let the brothers join the scouting, because they were also exhausted from going to work today. She flashed into the space, drank 2 cups of spiritual spring water first, took out 2 kettles, washed them, and filled them with spiritual spring water. Then she packed a menstrual belt, a change of underwear, and 2 sets of clothes and pants. The clothes and pants were all made into beggar's clothes. The outer layer was sewn with rags and several patches, and the inner layer was made of cotton cloth. 2 beggar's covers were taken to cover the outside of the clothes. It was not suitable to send cotton-padded clothes, cotton-padded pants, and quilts now. It would not be too late to send them after the weather got cold. Then I went to the kitchen to prepare roasted meat and biscuits, which were for my parents to eat when they were hungry at night. Jiang Ziji felt sad when she thought of her parents not having enough food and clothes in the cowshed. She picked fresh vegetables in the fields and took out pork and ribs from the refrigerator to start cooking. 20 minutes later, Jiang Ziji washed the aluminum lunchbox and put delicious food into it. After preparing everything, Jiang Ziji changed into light clothes, pants and shoes, combed her soft black hair into a bun, put the weapons in the backpack, and flashed out of space. It stands to reason that her family would not come to find her late at night. But Jiang Ziji still carefully left a note on the table in the room, telling her family that she was going to Dalu village. Jiang Ziji put the packed things in a bag and put it on her back, carrying a small shoulder bag on her body, and quietly walked out of the gate of the old Jiang family and went straight to Dalu village. During the day, Jiang Ziji had asked her brothers about the direction of Dalu village so she would not get lost. With the mood of wanting to see her parents, Jiang Ziji walked quickly and arrived at Dalu village in less than half an hour. There are 2 educated youth sites in Dalu village. One is a dilapidated old house, and the other is a newly built thatched house. Next to it is the private plot that the educated youth team used to cut weeds with a hatchet and reclaimed. They can barely fill their stomachs by growing some vegetables. When this group of educated youth first went to the countryside, they were assigned by Lu Daqing to live in the villagers' homes, and they had to pay money or food coupons for their food every day. At first, they lived well, but later, living under the same roof, there were more or less frictions. As time went by, the conflicts intensified day by day. Either one family had a big quarrel every 3 days, or another family had a small quarrel every 2 days. The villagers were fed up with this group of educated youth, which made the village chief Lu Daqing very upset and angry. After a vote by all the villagers, Lu Daqing simply separated the educated youths to avoid any deaths. Jiang Ziji, eyes sank slightly. Fortunately, the educated youth site and the cowshed were separated, otherwise it would be very troublesome for her to move around. The village was pitch black at night, and every household was reluctant to light a kerosene lamp, relying on the faint moonlight. Jiang Ziji had excellent eyesight and was not afraid of walking at night. She continued to move forward in the dark. After a while, she saw a shed about 300 square meters. The shed was surrounded by wasteland, and the stones on the ground were bumpy. If she wanted to grow vegetables, she had to reclaim the wasteland first. There were 2 cows tied in the shed, one of which was lying on the ground shaking its tail, and some farm tools and fodder were piled up next to it. Xiangsheng, is this reliable? With the same name and surname, and in Dazheng village, it's hard for me not to believe it. When the couple heard that Dazheng village had a heroine who caught human traffickers, they were stunned. What? Our well-behaved daughter actually made a contribution by catching human traffickers on the train? Is this something they dared to think about? After a while, another old man's voice was heard. Your daughter is so amazing. She can glow. Jiang Ziji blinked his eyes. Glow? Isn't that a light bulb? Gotcha. Suddenly, there was a sound outside, and Jiang Xiangxing in the room stood up alertly, thinking that something was wrong. Someone was looking for trouble. He quickly picked up the wooden stick beside the bed, strode out 2 steps, raised the wooden stick high, and swung it forward with force. Dad. Mom. Jiang Ziji smiled widely and called out sweetly. Jiang Xiangxing's eyes widened. He could hardly stop the stick in his hand. He said in a lost voice, Ziji? Especially Lin Ting's eyes suddenly turned red. His voice trembled. It's our daughter. It's our Ziji. Why did you come here? It was fear, Both husband and wife were afraid. It was hard to figure out what kind of emotion it was, surprise and worry. They never thought that their daughter would be so bold. A child would come here in the middle of the night. Jiang Xiangxing was angry and anxious. His head was swollen. And instantly, he didn't even have the strength to think. You child. You child. Jiang Zhizhi suddenly smiled, caught the deep love from her father with one hand, and put the stick against the wall. Jiang Xiangxing took a few deep breaths. His slightly red eyes revealed his distressed mood at the moment. He held Jiang Zhizhi's shoulders with two big hands and looked back and forth several times. Fortunately, he didn't hit his daughter. Fortunately, otherwise he would blame himself to death. Okay, it's good that you didn't hit her. The father's heart finally fell. When she saw that her most cherished parents were distressed for her, the feeling in her heart deepened. The parents' tears burst out, their noses turned red, and neither of them dared to cry loudly, suppressing their voices and crying silently. What is going on? Zhizhi is still a child, but she runs back and forth for her parents' affairs. They feel uncomfortable seeing such understanding. It is such parents who love their children that make Jiang Zhizhi feel warm and sad. Zhizhi, it's your parents' fault. We have implicated you and made you suffer with us. Jiang Zhizhi's heart softened. He hugged his parents gently and comforted them. It's okay, it's okay. Su Zhan, an old man in his 60s sitting next to him, quietly wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and smiled bitterly. He really envied Jiang Xiangxing and Lin Ting. Even though they were in the countryside, they still had daughters who cared about them so much. How could his family come to find him? It was so dangerous. He would not allow them to come. Su Zhan had too much reluctance and helplessness in his heart. He was the dean of Huagua Medical College. He devoted his whole life to serving the country and never went along with the crowd. However, he attracted the jealousy and calculations of others. He was unwilling to bow to those people and was even implicated. But danger was like a surging wave, constantly hitting them, leaving their hometown, and leaving. The feeling of leaving the family is deeply engraved in the bones, and the pain is felt regardless of time and place. Su Zhan has been shouting frantically in his heart, "What a trick of fate! If only there were light." Su Zhan glanced at the family of three hugging each other, which really made people feel heartbroken. With Jiang Xiangxing's connections in the Weapons Research Institute, it is possible to keep his daughter in the city. But he could see that their daughter followed her parents to the countryside from the bottom of her heart, thinking about taking care of her parents. This little girl is a good one. The emotions of the family of three gradually eased. Jiang Xiangxing said to Suan with red eyes, "I'm sorry, Grandpa Su. I made a fool of myself." Su Zhan smiled and waved his hand. It's a good thing for the family to be reunited. It's rare in the world for a little girl to have this heart. Lin Ting held Jiang Zhizhi's hand tightly. From the moment they entered the cowshed until now, the two have never let go of each other's hands. She introduced Su Zhan to her daughter. Su Zhan was indeed Jiang Xiangxing's savior. Jiang Xiangxing suddenly suffered from hypoglycemia and dehydration that day, and Lin Ting happened to be away for a while. If Su Zhan had not tried his best to hold Jiang Xiangxing's arm, Jiang Xiangxing might have missed his feet and rolled down the hillside hundreds of meters away, with disastrous consequences. Along the way, Jiang Xiangxing and Lin Ting took care of Su Zhan with gratitude. The three of them got along better and better as they talked. Jiang Zhizhi quickly stood up and politely thanked the old grandfather Su Zhan. Su Zhan's heart was in turmoil, and he said bluntly, "Good, good, good." Jiang Zhizhi put the supplies he brought on the broken table with a missing leg and took out 3 aluminum lunchboxes first so that his parents and Grandpa Su could eat something. Lin Ting opened the aluminum lunchbox, which contained her favorite stewed pork ribs with beans, stewed chicken with mushrooms, blanched Chinese cabbage, and rice. Another lunchbox was packed with 10 boiled eggs and 10 large meat buns, which were left for his parents to eat when they were hungry at night. Jiang Shengliang opened the aluminum lunchbox, which contained his favorite braised pork, stewed pork ribs with potatoes, fried cabbage, and rice. He was supposed to be educated well. There was a basket full of words to teach his daughter, and now all of them turned into tears and flowed into his eyes. What good things did he do in his previous life? How much blessings did he accumulate to have such a good daughter in this life? The couple shared some food with their lifesaver, Su Zayan. The old man kept refusing. He was not hungry. In the final analysis, he just didn't want to trouble Jiang Xiangxing and his wife. The food was sent by someone else's daughter, and the couple should just enjoy the daughter's kindness. Why should he, an old man, get involved? Jiang Zhiji smiled and comforted. Don't immerse yourself in darkness. You won't survive. Hearing this, Su Zayan lowered his head, not letting anyone see his tears, and choked up. Thank you. Thank you. There are many people who add icing on the cake, but people who help in times of need are extremely precious. After eating, the three felt that their bodies had finally recovered some strength and were in much better spirits. Jiang Ziji took out a kettle, poured some spiritual spring water for Dad, Mom, and Grandpa Su, and said, I will come here on time to send you food and supplies in the future. Mom and Dad, there will be light one day. Before that, take good care of your health, maintain a good attitude, and don't be defeated by difficulties. At the same time, don't refuse me to come over. I am your daughter. How can I let you go? I want Mom and Dad to be well and always be with me, so promise me, okay? The villagers of Dalu village have to go to the fields to work during the day, and not many people come here. Although Lu Daqing, the village chief of this village, is a little face-conscious, under his leadership, the villagers of Dalu village are simple and honest. The village chief and the village party secretary are both powerful cadres in the village. In addition, Jiang Ziji and Jiang Xiangliang have done some favors, so the village chief Lu Daqing will more or less take care of his parents. This village is already very good, and other places have to be pulled out every 2 or 3 days. The body can't stand doing hard labor, but it will be difficult to deal with if the spirit and mentality collapse. Jiang Xiangxing and Lin Ting's words of persuasion were all stuck in their throats, and their hearts were filled with anxiety. It was bitter and painful. All the sufferings experienced during this period disappeared without a trace the moment they met their little girl. They will be fine. They will live well and stay with their daughter. Their daughter has grown up. Jiang Ziji and her parents made an appointment for the next time they come. It gets dark quickly and gets light early here. So Jiang Ziji still chooses to come before dawn to deliver food and daily necessities. Moreover, her parents came here from the south and have not yet adapted to the weather in the north, so they're suffering from acclimatization. Jiang Ziji took out 2 sachets from her small bag and said, Mom and Dad, this is the sachet bag I sewed myself. There are Chinese medicinal herbs in it to calm the nerves. Put it next to you when you go to bed at night. Lin Ting widened his eyes and asked impatiently, Ziji, have you finally picked up Chinese medicine now? Jiang Ziji coughed lightly. Yes, I exercise well and study hard every day. Su Zayan was surprised when he heard that the little girl knew Chinese medicine. This child. After saying goodbye to her parents, Jiang Ziji left the cowshed and planned to return the same way. 10 minutes later, Jiang Ziji stopped and looked down at the messy footprints nearby. Strange, logically speaking, the cowshed is so remote that not many people would come here. Whose footprints are these? Only her parents and Grandpa Su live in the cowshed. Is someone coming for them? Who are these people? What is their purpose? Are they here to find someone? Or to kill someone? Jiang Ziji's eyes were dark and heavy, with a shallow coldness. When she thought of her parents' identities and the current environment, she felt that some force was snatching talents, or wanted to destroy talents. Jiang Ziji thought for a few seconds in his eyes, and followed the footprints into the depths of the forest. At this time, a man in his 30s was carrying a weapon and running wildly in the woods. Another bearded man in his 40s had a trace of fear in his eyes and clenched the sharp knife in his hand. Following behind was a young man in his 20s, holding a weapon in his hand, running forward like crazy. The 30-year-old man cursed, "You are a talent. What kind of bad idea did you come up with? Can't you get rid of them?" The bearded man was furious. Bagayalu. Is that place reliable? Is the person we are looking for really in this place? The three of them had been squatting in the damp and dark forest, accompanied by constant harassment from insects and mosquitoes, and the smell of cow dung and pig manure from time to time. It was simply not a place for people to stay. And the team chasing them must be perverted. How could they stay in the forest for so long? We came with 5 people this time, and now 2 of them have been separated. I don't know whether they are alive or dead at this time. That elite force was sent by China? They are really not human. What about the 2 of them? Did they deliberately lie about military intelligence? Don't forget our identities. Never reveal your identities. Otherwise, that adult will kill us. Remember that only the dead can keep secrets. The 3 of them tried hard to get rid of the people chasing them from behind. If they were caught, they would be skinned alive. Jiang Ziji sneaked in quietly without alarming the 3 people in front, while paying attention to the movements around him. He was sure that these 3 people were enemies. Jiang Ziji has always been the most ruthless to his enemies. When the 3 men relaxed their vigilance, Jiang Ziji dodged and rushed out, so fast that they were caught off guard. He picked up the weapon on his back and pointed it at the bearded man opposite. The bearded man suddenly felt a chill on his back, staggered in fear, and hurriedly pulled out the sharp knife. But the opponent's speed was too fast, and he had no time to react. With a rush, his body fell heavily to the ground, his head hit the stone, and blood flowed. Bagayalu.
No.
There is an ambush. The condition of the bearded man who was knocked down was extremely tragic. His shoulders were bloody and his bones were about to be exposed. Jiang Ziji raised his eyes, and the expression on his face was indescribably bad, the kind that was ready to come up and beat people at any time. On the other side of this mountain, a team with oil paint on their faces, holding weapons in their hands, hiding in the dark, ambushing the enemies in the forest, ready to fight at any time. At this moment, the short black man with flat features wiped it with a rag, cursing. Idiots. These teams behind are really hard to deal with. We have tracked them all the way to this lush forest, and I don't know what happened to the other 3 idiots. Their bodies must have been cold, right? Another tall man with a ponytail reacted suddenly and growled in a low voice. If the 5 of us were together and all focused our fire on them, we wouldn't have ended up in such a cowardly situation. If the things we were told to do are not done, you and I will die. The short black man suddenly realized something, and his face changed drastically. The 5 of us didn't eat or sleep well along the way. The mountain roads are difficult to walk on. The supplies are almost used up. What should we do next? Besides, those perverted Chinese are all tough guys. They were hit in the legs by the weapon. I pulled the trigger, but they still gritted their teeth and chased after us. Are they really human? Are they risking their lives? They are so much inferior to us in weapons, but they can force us to this point. If we give them some breathing time, I'm afraid they will be killed soon. The 5 of us infiltrated little by little. How much time and manpower it took. Are we going to be destroyed here? I'm so angry. Are these people so fierce? At this moment, they realized that this team is definitely not an easy bone to chew. Plans really can't keep up with changes. It's not as simple and easy as imagined to take people away by force. The tall man with a ponytail was furious and said in a low voice, "What the Hades? Aren't you in a hurry now? Hurry up, there are only 2 of us left. Be careful. We are now on the west side of this mountain. The only way to survive is to continue running up, hide on the top of the mountain for a few days, and when we get rid of that annoying group of people, we will immediately follow the edge of the old forest." He pricked up his ears to listen to the movements around him, while speeding up his hands to refill the weapons and ammunition, using all that could be used. The dark night enveloped the earth, and the surroundings were quiet. From time to time, a cool autumn breeze blew, and people shivered unconsciously. The short black man nodded frustratedly, holding his weapon in his hand, kicked the big tree next to him hard, and burst out a series of swear words. This place is really weird. Fortunately, we brought the most advanced weapons. Even if that group of people caught up with us and fought us head-on, their weapons were so backward. What strength could they have? Give me some supplies. I'll beat them into a pulp in a minute. The tall man with a ponytail had a fierce look in his eyes. let's go." The two figures disappeared in the darkness and ran towards the top of the mountain at a high speed. The forest ahead was dense, and the terrain became higher as they went up. The path the enemy took to escape was narrow and rugged, with scattered rocks. Looking up, the mountains in the distance were stacked and undulating, surrounded by trees, as if forming a natural barrier. Hiding in trees and ambushing in the jungle have always been the unique skills of this group of enemies. They have seen it on the battlefield. The team hidden in the dark moved instantly, with weapons in hand. The tall and upright young man in the lead had dark eyes and extremely powerful pressure all over his body. He gestured to everyone. A line of dozens of figures quickly dispersed, and the soldiers split into two groups and chased forward at high speed. It was not enough to capture these two people on the spot, because everyone knew that there were three other enemies with ulterior motives hiding in this forest. So they kept their troops in place and ambushed the enemy first, watching the two enemies lurking in the forest panic and being forced to flee straight to the mountain. Walking one more meter was dangerous for the enemy. They followed the enemy's footsteps to see if they could take this opportunity to lure out the other three accomplices. In this way, everyone in our team needs to concentrate highly, cooperate tacitly, and be vigilant at all times. Just as now, all of them are ready to fight at any time, and the soldiers split into two groups to surround and suppress. Lu Xingchen ran at a high speed with his weapon in hand, and the oil paint on his face made him look more fierce, and his eyes revealed a bit of frightening cruelty. This time they must catch all five enemies in one fell swoop. "Huagua, you can't come and go as you please." The scene became more and more anxious, and just like that, the two groups of people set out from the west one after another and accelerated towards the east. At the same time, on the other side, the atmosphere suddenly froze. The young man yelled, "Ah, what happened?" The bearded man fell to the ground with his arms and legs spread out. The blood on his head flowed through his eyes, which was painful and astringent. His shoulders were in pain, and he gasped, "Bakayala, rascal.
Kill her.
Kill her." He was so unlucky. The young man was stunned. His face was almost deformed with fear. "Are you a human or a ghost? Where did you come from? What did he see?" This girl who looked like a flower actually beat up the bearded man? There was blood? It was too outrageous. The young man clenched the weapon in his hand anxiously. "I told you there was danger. Don't worry, run." "Why are you panicking? Just because of her?" The man in his 30s saw that Jiang Ziji was the only girl around and did not find any other abnormalities. He immediately said with disdain on his face, "You, a girl, want to ambush us? It seems that you Chinese are not that good. Are you so incompetent that you send a woman? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Are you idiots? We are always the victorious side in the jungle. Do you know how many of you died under our weapons? Do you know how many bodies were scattered in the ground in a bloody mess? Have you seen how many people had their legs blown off, but were still crawling on the ground trying to fight? Have you seen how painful it was for those whose bodies were blown in half, but couldn't die? Ha ha ha, that was the fire from our most powerful weapon. With one blast of artillery fire, all of you idiots who can only fight with your bodies will be blown to pieces. You want to fight us with this thing in your hand? It's too backward, isn't it? It's simply wishful thinking without new technology." The middle-aged man, who became more and more excited as he cursed, held the weapon in his hand and fired at Jiang Ziji with a beastly grin from his mouth. "Ha ha, kneel down and beg me, and I will spare your life if you beg. Since you are beautiful, I will let you move."
Bang, bang, bang.
"Have you finished your last words?" Jiang Ziji's tone was indifferent, exuding an unquestionable momentum. "Today, you will never come back." The arrogant smile on the middle-aged man's face suddenly froze, and his heart skipped a beat.
Why?
Why could his weapon never aim at the girl opposite?
Too fast.
Her movements were too fast. The middle-aged man roared at the young man next to him. "What are you doing? Fire. This person is a monster. She is not a human. Kill her."
Bang, bang, bang.
Jiang Ziji's eyes were cold and full of hatred. She moved at lightning speed, her petite body soaring into the sky. The weapon in her hand was steady and accurate, hitting the enemy at high speed. In the blink of an eye, it penetrated the enemy's body, and blood spurted out like a column of water. The middle-aged man screamed in pain and rushed around like a mad bull that saw something red. Jiang Ziji's face was full of frost, as if she wanted to vent all her anger. Facing the middle-aged man's rushing force, she mercilessly raised her foot and kicked the middle-aged man's belly button with force. The weapon in her hand smashed forward fiercely, and the powerful force hit the middle-aged man's body, and then hit the big tree behind him with inertia.
Boom!
The thick tree was cut in half in an instant, raising a lot of dust and dirt. The middle-aged man's waist was broken, and half of his body was limp beside the thick tree trunk, spitting blood from his mouth, and all his teeth were broken. Not only were his bones broken, his teeth were broken, but his self-esteem was also shattered to pieces. Jiang Ziji said coldly, "Are you crazy? Can your mouth still speak? There is one thing you must remember forever. I will not give up an inch of my Chinese land." Jiang Ziji had long discovered that the physical strength of these three people had reached the limit, especially the last young man. The young man's scalp tingled. He swayed his body and barely stood up. He roared and slowly lowered his tall body to attack. Jiang Ziji's heart was already filled with endless fighting spirit. She rushed up and started shooting. What was she training hard day and night for? Wasn't it to annihilate the enemy, to defend the country to the death, and to protect the homeland? How could she tolerate this group of rascals standing on the land of China to slander and insult our ancestors who fought bloody battles? No matter what, she would never allow anyone to trample on the dignity of our soldiers. Jiang Ziji stepped on the middle-aged man's mouth. The other party was so angry that he almost suffocated, and he had no dignity. He was beaten like this by a girl he looked down on, and he fainted from anger. The remaining two people were trembling all over, and they could hardly control the expressions on their faces. "I don't want to die. I don't want to die."
What do you want to know?
"I know a lot of things, I can tell you."
"Ah, si ba."
"Ba, ba, ba. This hero, I will listen to you, don't kill me. Leave me a dog life." Jiang Ziji took out 3 packets of medicine powder from a small bag and sprinkled them on their faces expressionlessly. In just a blink of an eye, the 2 people fainted. No matter how they were kicked, they were unconscious. What should we do with their injuries? Did the wild beasts in the old forest do it? What does it have to do with her? When the evening breeze blew, the bodies of the 3 men swayed like fallen leaves in the autumn wind.
Bang, bang, bang.
The footsteps are getting closer. Getting closer. Who is leading the team from behind? So sinister and ruthless. They are like the devil. Once they are targeted, they will hold on to them and won't let go. The 2 thought of the young man in the team. His shooting skills were so terrible. He could hit their legs at such a tricky angle. If they continued to run, their legs would be useless. With such skills and such fighting power, could this man be the king of soldiers on the battlefield? You have to know that it is late at night. It is pitch black. He can even aim?
Who is he?
In terms of sinisterness, they are not at the same level as the sharpshooter. The short black man and the tall man with a ponytail rushed over like crazy, and they were caught off guard and saw the 3 accomplices hanging on the tree. What the Hades? It was so scary in the middle of the night. They couldn't even breathe and wanted to stop in a hurry, but it was too late. They stepped on the leaves on the ground. Oh no! There is a trap. There was a big pit around the tree. The 2 fell into the deep and big earth pit like dumplings. It was bad luck, but they could still struggle. Who knew that there were several wild animal traps in the pit? The short black man's calf was caught by the wild animal trap, his scalp was numb, and his body curled up in pain. The tall man with a ponytail had his whole arm pierced by the sharpened bamboo in the hole, and he screamed in pain. The 2 lay in the earth pit and couldn't move, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Go, 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 they're almost dead. What evil have they done? What are you doing? Who is plotting against us? Who on earth actually pitted all 5 of them? What bad luck did they have? There is a big pit in front and a chase behind. If they can't escape, then they will have to fight to the death. Who the Hades knew that someone was digging a pit in front of them waiting for them to jump. Jiang Zhiji walked out from behind the tree, staring down at the people in the pit, and took out the powder and sprinkled it on the two of them. You talk too much. This pit was not dug by her. It's just that the things inside were thrown in by her. 5 minutes later, a group of dozens of people chased after them. But what did they see? Are the 3 people wrapped like dumplings really the slippery enemies before? 1 word, miserable. 2 words, deadly. Everyone's heart was pounding. After holding it in for so long, I felt inexplicably happy when I saw this scene as soon as I came up. It was so cool. Well tied. Well tied. Finally caught these rascals. They attacked us right away, and now we don't know who will kill whom. This battle, we will definitely win. Everyone present was full of blood, and their eyes were full of fighting spirit. Then, they looked at the little girl standing in front of them, with a delicate and beautiful face, slender limbs, an ordinary black shirt and black pants, and a small shoulder bag on her body, but there was a hint of coldness in her eyes. Inexplicably, there was a strong aura. This, deep in the mountains and old forests, the little girl was alone? Lei Daoyan and the team came out in surprise and shouted in disbelief. Little comrade? Jiang Zhiji had a good memory. Although the other party's face was covered with oil paint, she recognized him at a glance and remembered his identity at once. Lei Daoyan, the commander of the 1st Regiment of the 3rd Garrison Division of L Province on the train. Jiang Zhiji nodded. Hello, Captain Lei. Lei Daoyan took 2 steps forward, stood in front of Jiang Zhiji, and asked, Little comrade, are you injured in the mountains alone? What's the situation? Is it convenient for me to tell you? As for the reason why Jiang Zhiji appeared in this mountain, Lei Daoyan knew it in his heart, and he could find it out with a check from the top. It was because Jiang Ziji's parents were here. Everyone knows something about the Jiang family, and Jiang Zhiji grew up in the compound, so he knows everything about them. After the incident, it was just that everyone used some connections behind the scenes to protect Professor Jiang Xiangxing and Dr. Lin Ting from going to some dangerous places. According to the news, another old medical master from a medical family was sent here. The identities of these 3 are not simple, but it is still impossible to prevent enemies from smelling the scent and looking for them. However, judging from the situation, these enemies should not have found the person they are looking for, so they started to escape from the next hill. They were chased by them all the way, and they escaped to this mountain by mistake. They hid here for several days, constantly moving locations and hiding their tracks. Every time they were almost caught by them, they used various tricks to get rid of them, like an indestructible cockroach, cunning and slippery. Jiang Zhiji had guessed that someone would come to ask, but she didn't expect it to be Captain Lei himself. The reason why she stayed here is because her parents are in Daliu village. She will continue to be active here in the future. Although she is confident that no one can find her whereabouts, her parents' safety is the most important. If it involves her parents, then she is destined to take care of this matter. Captain Lei knows the reason why I came here. I cannot deny that. Jiang Zhiji stood straight and said calmly. What Captain Lei said on the train at that time was enough to prove that he knew the situation of the Jiang family and reported it to the big shots above. Moreover, she saved Zhao Zimu, and Zhao Zimu's grandfather Zhao Lihua, also known as Teacher Zhao, has come to Dazheng village in person to thank her. This shows that the higher-ups know why she is in Dazheng village. Both sides know it in their hearts. On the surface, no one pointed it out. So Jiang Zhiji was very honest in front of Captain Lei and told him the reason why she was here tonight. When I saw the 3 of them, they were already lying on the ground covered in blood. Their physical condition was terrible. I wondered if they had encountered wild animals in the forest. I saw that their faces were strange, and they were carrying knives and weapons. It was obvious that they were not good people. Dealing with bad guys should be as cruel as the autumn wind sweeping the fallen leaves. So I studied medicine and had medicine powder on me. In order to prevent the 3 bad guys from waking up halfway, I had to take out the medicine powder to knock them out. Jiang Zhiji pointed to the 2 people in the pit. As for these 2, they sent themselves into the pit. Everyone. Jiang Zhiji described vividly how the two people jumped into the pit. When the bad guys wake up, if they insist that she beat them, it's her work. Who would believe it? Jiang Zhiji was very clear about one thing: these 5 people basically couldn't hold on for long. Anyway, they were caught, and going back to the enemy would be a dead end. It's better to be honest and explain why they came to China. Everyone couldn't help but hiss and take a breath. In their eyes, this young comrade is too brave, right? How dare she stay here alone to tie up the dumplings, sprinkle the powder, and wait for reinforcements? The little girl's fighting ability is amazing. Captain Lei nodded and said, "I will report this matter. I will take these people back first. Captain Liu, I will lead the team to suppress the people first, and the rest will be handed over to you." In Lei Daoyan's heart, Captain Liu is strong, and he is very relieved to let Captain Liu deal with the aftermath. What's more, Captain Liu was personally appointed by Teacher Zhao. Jiang Zhiji was a little curious. "Captain Liu?" A tall and upright young man responded in a sonorous and powerful voice. "Received." After that, Captain Lei ordered people to take down the 3 dumplings hanging on the tree and pulled up the 2 unlucky guys who fell into the pit. "Take them all away. Take them back for interrogation." As for the other team, they received a new order and started to check for dangers from the other side of the mountain. At this time, our Captain Liu was left alone. Lu Xingchen carried his weapon, his face painted with oil paint, his eyes were bright, and his voice couldn't help but soften a little. "Zhiji? Hello, I'm Lu Xingchen." It's not safe for the little girl to stay in the mountains alone, so Lu Xingchen wants to ask the soldiers and the team to personally send her back to the old Jiang family. He is also afraid that the little soldiers will be clumsy and scare the little girl. What if he tells his good brothers? But he himself is not at ease to let the little girl follow him to investigate nearby. Not at ease. Just not at ease. After thinking about it, it's better to keep the person under his own eyes. He can feel at ease if he protects her. Send the little girl home after the investigation. But he still respects Jiang Zhiji very much, so he asks the little girl what she thinks first. Lu Xingchen's dark eyes stared at the little girl in front of him seriously and told her his plan. "Sorry, I still have a mission, so I can't send you back now. If you are worried, why don't you follow me around the top of the mountain? When I'm done, I'll send you home in person." This time it was Jiang Ziji's turn to widen his almond eyes. "Who's coming?" The man in front of her is her brother's good brother Lu Xingchen? Oh my goodness, what kind of fate is it that they can meet like this? It's over, it's over. If her brother knows that she has made another big deal, she may not be able to settle all the accounts recorded in the small account book. But she also wants to stay and investigate. Lu Xingchen is her brother's good brother, and his character must be good. Jiang Ziji blinked her eyes and said as obediently as possible, "I'll go with you." Lu Xingchen's mouth unconsciously raised a smile, and he was slightly happy in his heart. It seems that our sister can trust him, which means that she believes in his character very much. This time, it was the first time the two met. Under the moonlight, the little girl's eyes were as bright as stars, her skin was white and glowing, and her delicate little face was covered with a sweet smile. Lu Xingchen couldn't help stroking the calloused fingertips, and his eyes quickly flashed with surprise. The little girl is really very beautiful. No wonder Jiang Wang protects her like an eyeball. Besides, the little girl was white and tender. How could she look like Jiang Wang, who was thick-skinned and rough? How could he ask Gigi to look in the mirror? It was incredible. This face was at least 1,000 feet thick. Lu Xingchen lowered his head and bumped into Jiang Ziji's bright eyes, and his heart shrank uncontrollably. Her eyes were very beautiful, and now they were full of trust. "The mountain road is not easy to walk. Ziji, follow me closely." The sister of a good brother is by his side, and he must take good care of her no matter what. Moreover, if Ziji was injured under his nose, Jiang Wang would be furious as soon as he returned to the military area, and he would have to go to the training ground. "Okay." Jiang Ziji nodded seriously, responded softly, and accepted Lu Xingchen's kindness. Seeing how well-behaved she was, Lu Xingchen had 2 words in his mind. It's over. This time he had to protect her even more. Lu Xingchen subconsciously touched the cigarette box in his trouser pocket, but when he looked back at the girl's delicate face, he was stunned for a second. Then his hands consciously moved out of his trouser pockets. The two walked one after the other on the narrow mountain road. Lu Xingchen had rich experience in jungle combat and had a strong ability to adapt to the environment. He habitually strode forward while memorizing the nearby roads. After walking 5 or 6 steps, he suddenly realized that the little girl was still behind him and did not keep up with his pace. Lu Xingchen sighed imperceptibly. It seemed that this habit needed to be changed. Jiang Zhizhi poked his head out, saw Lu Xingchen's annoyance, and smiled. What? Am I some strange toxin? Why are you so far away from me? The most important thing is that the voice is also very nice. The two kept a safe distance. Lu Xingchen saw that the little girl was joking, and a low and laughing voice sounded. It seems that I have to train more during this period. It was obvious that he was the one who teased the little girl first, but now he was the one being manipulated by the little girl. Lu Xingchen seemed to be looking forward to something, how to explain this matter to his good brother after returning. Jiang Zhizhi was amused and asked curiously, Why? You are a soldier. You are excellent in all aspects. This is indeed true. Lu Xingchen has a tall and straight figure with a murderous aura. Now, when he smiles, there is a dimple on his right cheek. In the future, such a face value is definitely a popular top-tier existence, and it is not an exaggeration at all. Lu Xingchen couldn't help laughing, and his words were all serious. How many times can you withstand your brother's beatings in the training ground? Jiang Zhizhi raised his head slightly and couldn't help laughing when he thought of his brother. My brother shouldn't beat people randomly. Lu Xingchen held the weapon with his bony hands, smiled low, and said with interest, Your brother will definitely be happy to run 10 laps in the training ground when he heard this. He couldn't help but think of a mission he had with Jiang Wang. The two were covered in wounds, and blood kept flowing down, but they didn't abandon or give up in the hail of bullets. That was the time when the two became good comrades who could give their backs to each other and became good brothers. Lu Xingchen felt that it was his luck to meet such a good brother in this life. From the moment he put on the military uniform, from the moment he went to the battlefield for the first time, Lu Xingchen never regretted it, even if he gave everything for it, even if he sacrificed his life. Lu Xingchen did not hide his praise for his good brother, but said frankly, Your brother is a tough guy. A tough guy who fought on the battlefield. Just one sentence, Jiang Zhizhi could still feel the conviction of the soldier in front of him. Jiang Zhizhi suddenly felt that her brother's image was a little taller in her heart. Through Lu Xingchen's face painted with oil paint, just standing there simply, exuding a cold and powerful aura around her, she seemed to see her brother as a Chinese soldier, holding our Chinese weapons and charging into battle, fighting bloody battles. But the enemy's artillery fire was crazy, constantly harvesting the lives of our Chinese soldiers. Just like the middle-aged enemy spy said, What strength can your weapons have? Aren't you waiting to be beaten, if you are so backward? Jiang Zhizhi felt bad. My father is a weapons researcher, but now he can only work in the cowshed. How can I help my father? Jiang Zhizhi couldn't help but think of the description in the original book. Jiang Xiangxing had intended to cultivate the original owner's hands-on ability, but the original owner was not focused on scientific research. Whatever she dismantled would break. She had touched many hot weapons before she crossed into the book, and she knew the structure of these weapons very well. This road was checked to be fine, and Lu Xingchen took Jiang Zhizhi to another road. This place was overgrown with weeds, and the terrain was high. Jiang Zhizhi was thinking about something, and she stepped on the air without paying attention, and her body instantly tilted to the side. She immediately came to her senses and tried to stabilize her body. The man walking in front seemed to sense something, turned around at the first time, stretched out his big hand to hold her wrist, and pulled her in front of him. This road is really not easy to walk on. Is Zhizhi injured? Lu Xingchen's slender fingers with thin calluses gently touched her tender skin, and when the little girl stood firm, he let go of her hand. Jiang Zhizhi's heartbeat unconsciously accelerated a few beats, and she shook her head quickly, a little embarrassed. I was distracted just now. Lu Xingchen looked at her for a while, couldn't help but chuckle, a little helpless. I didn't think it through, and let you follow me to such a dangerous place. While saying this, many complicated emotions surged in a certain place in his heart. If nothing happened to the Jiang family, the little girl would still be growing up carefree in the compound. She was originally a baby who was spoiled by the whole family.
But
now she is in danger. Jiang Ziji slightly clenched the small bag, and at this moment, she could still feel the warm touch of the man on her wrist. She curved her eyes and said softly, "I'm fine. I wanted to follow. The constitution of this body needs to be strengthened, otherwise she should go back and drink more spiritual spring water and give herself a few more acupuncture needles." Jiang Ziji felt pain just thinking about it, so she decided to get some more pills to nourish her body. Seeing that the little girl was not feeling unwell, Lu Xingchen returned to the investigation, holding a map in his hand and marking it from time to time. Jiang Ziji did not disturb Lu Xingchen's work. The man wrote and drew on the military map, marking some subtle places. The whole map was densely packed with small dots, and each was marked with different handwriting. A standard military map is clearer and more accurate than an ordinary civilian map, and everything around must be marked. For example, in a certain river, it will be marked whether the water in this river is drinkable. I have to say that Lu Xingchen's handwriting is really beautiful as his own, enough to make Jiang Ziji give him extra points in his heart. Time passed by minute. Jiang Ziji observed the movements around him, looked up, and saw tall trees rising and falling, and at the end of the stretch were caves naturally piled up with various strange rocks.
Boom! Crash!
Suddenly, there was thunder and lightning at this point, and after a while, it started to rain heavily, and the rain fell all over the place. Lu Xingchen stuffed the map into his pocket, took off his military uniform and covered the little girl with it, and said in a deep voice, "Ziji, let's go to the cave to take shelter from the rain." Jiang Ziji nodded, and the two of them ran towards the cave at a faster speed. When they arrived at the cave, they found traces of people living here. On the ground were yellow, oblate fruits that had been gnawed, and several empty cans. Lu Xingchen's sharp eyes found that there were 6 guns and ammunition hidden in a pile of grass. Jiang Ziji recognized at a glance that these weapons were the same model as those used by the 5 enemies. The other 3 were the latest advanced weapons developed, which would be of great help to our weapons research. It seemed that these 5 people had been hiding here before. They hid their weapons in the cave, and after getting rid of the team that was chasing them outside, they sneaked back to this cave for supplies. Jiang Ziji clenched his palms gently. If these weapons were handed over, the confidentiality level of the weapons would also be increased. Lu Xingchen, this time it was easy to get. I will report to my superiors immediately when I go back. No soldier would not want to hold the advanced weapons developed by our China. Although Lu Xingchen was not good at scientific research, he understood one thing. If this batch of weapons was sent to the hands of weapons researchers, there would definitely be new research discoveries and directions. Our weapons are indeed not as advanced as those of the enemy, but he believes that our China will have advanced weapons developed by itself in the near future. Our China will get better and better. Lu Xingchen's black eyes were bright, and he had a strong sense of belief, which was particularly moving. Jiang Ziji heard the man's words and smiled more brilliantly. Indeed, there are great gains tonight. Not only did they catch all the enemies, but they also got the advanced weapons in their hands. It would be great if my father was here. He would definitely not be able to resist disassembling these weapons when he saw them. I don't know how happy he is. Now the days are short and the nights are long, and the temperature in the mountains is very low at night. The little girl was wearing so thin clothes. If she caught a cold, he would have a hard time explaining it. Lu Xingchen put down the enemy weapon in his hand first and whispered, "I'm going to pick up some firewood outside. You sit here and wait for a while. Don't worry, I won't go too far. If you have any problems, just shout at me. I can hear you." The little girl had just walked all night, so she took a good rest. Jiang Ziji looked up at Lu Xingchen and said obediently, "Okay." 10 minutes later, Lu Xingchen came back carrying a bundle of dead branches and tree trunks, and he even caught a wild rabbit in his hand. Jiang Ziji let a smile spread in his eyes, probably because he was surprised at Lu Xingchen's ability to survive in the wild. This luck is too good. Lu Xingchen squatted down, took out a knife from his waistband, and scraped off the wet part of the surface to reveal the dry part inside. After scraping it almost done, he took out the matchbox from his pocket and looked down. Fortunately, the box was not too wet and could still be used. The man pushed the matchbox with his fingertips, took out a match and lightly struck it, igniting it. The flame lit up and instantly illuminated the faces of the two. Lu Xingchen ran straight into the little girl's eyes. His heart trembled, and he quickly looked away. He took some of the haystack in the cave and lit it. When he saw the fire gradually burning, he added dry branches. After a while, the branches were burning with crackling sounds. The temperature in the cave gradually rose. Lu Xingchen used a branch to move the dead branches that were about to burn out and added some firewood. Are you still cold? Not cold. Jiang Ziji looked at the military uniform he was wearing and then looked at the man who was only wearing a dark green vest. It was simple and generous, with strong and powerful arms, and the muscles bursting out brought a full sense of security. Under the wet vest were strong and tight abdominal muscles, and the concern in his eyes was as hot as a torch. The visual impact was extremely strong. Moreover, she sat very close to the fire, taking off her military uniform while warming herself by the fire, turning it over and over to dry it. Jiang Ziji didn't think too much for a moment and said softly, "Your vest is also wet. Take it off and dry it. What if you catch a cold later?" After that, she couldn't help but smile. "But don't be afraid of catching a cold. I have silver needles here, and a few injections will also reduce the fever." Lu Xingchen was stunned. "Take off." "What to take off?" Lu Xingchen was silent for a while, and then he obediently took off his vest and put it on the branches near the fire to dry. His ears were burning red, and he took out a handful of washed wild fruits from his trouser pocket and put them in the girl's palm. "Gigi, eat some wild fruits to fill your stomach first. I'll go and clean up the hair." The hare with its limbs tied struggled desperately for several times and was grabbed by the ears by Lu Xingchen and strode out of the cave. The back looked like it had escaped. After handling the hair skillfully, Lu Xingchen roasted the skewered hair over the fire, turning it over from time to time. Soon, a sizzling sound was heard. Although the man's ears were red, he remained calm and said, "Wait a little longer, it will be ready soon." After a while, the smell of meat came from the cave. Jiang Ziji was really hungry at this moment. Smelling the fragrance of rabbit meat, he couldn't help but be greedy. "Brother Chen, your skill in roasting rabbit is not bad." Jiang Ziji naturally moved closer. She took out a small bag of salt from her small bag and sprinkled salt evenly on the rabbit meat at the speed of Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen looked at the small bag on the little girl in surprise. How could this little thing hold so much? There were all kinds of medicinal powders, silver needles, and even salt. The rabbit meat was soon roasted. Jiang Ziji stood up quickly, took Lu Xingchen's knife outside, and washed it with rainwater. Then she walked back, excitedly put the knife next to his hand, and stared at the rabbit meat bubbling with hot oil. Her eyes were about to shine, and her little mouth was full of praise for him. "The roasted rabbit really looks tempting. Extra points." Lu Xingchen glanced at her, chuckled, and swiftly pulled off the rabbit leg and handed it to the little girl, then picked up the knife and cut the rabbit meat into small pieces of the same size, placed them on the washed leaves, and waited for the little girl to taste it. Jiang Ziji's eyes were rippling, holding the rabbit leg in his hand, waiting on the side in a very thoughtful way. After Lu Xingchen was done, he handed the rabbit leg in his hand back to him again and said happily, "Brother Chen should be the first to taste the delicious rabbit meat. Brother Chen has worked hard." Lu Xingchen was flattered and couldn't help wanting to tease the little girl, but when he heard her calling him Brother Chen, he smiled helplessly. "Okay, let's eat together." The two of them ate the meat without hesitation. They had done a big job tonight and were already hungry. Just then, there were bursts of footsteps outside the cave, and the comrades who were assigned to the other side of the mountain came back. A group of more than a dozen people rushed in, all wet, shouting, "Boss Lu, Boss Lu. Boss, we have completed the investigation mission. Wow, it smells so good. Who can resist this tempting aroma of meat? Gurgle, gurgle. Whose stomach is growling? Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The comrades standing outside the cave seemed to have heard the assembly order, and their stomachs began to growl one after another. Everyone looked at each other and laughed out loud. You laughed at me, I laughed at you, it was so lively. Lu Xingchen, who heard the movement, reacted and put on a dark green vest at lightning speed. His tall body blocked Jiang Zhizhi. Han Cheng, who was standing in the front, widened his eyes in disbelief and saw this scene unexpectedly. He covered his stomach, which was making trouble in the empty city plan, and shouted in a trembling voice. Is this really our Boss Lu? He had never seen Boss Lu smile so gently and wantonly in front of the little girl. It was like a different person. There's a drama. Boss Lu is incredible. Such a juicy little cabbage in front of him. Can he resist? It's the boss. And a little girl. Han Cheng's heart, which was beating with joy, skipped a few beats. Hey, Boss Lu, don't stare at me. Can you bear it? Can you bear it? Boss, there's something wrong with you. Wang Gui couldn't help but wipe the sweat off his brother Han Cheng's face and said in a low voice, Don't bother talking nonsense with the boss here. You'll see whether the boss will punish you after you go back or not. Han Cheng immediately shuddered, stood at attention, and admitted his mistake very well. Boss, don't say anything. I'm going to get out of the way. As long as the boss took action, he would not dare to disobey. Before the other comrades could react, they heard their boss say with a smile, Go away. Listen to me. This is the 2nd Battalion Commander Jiang Wang's sister, Jiang Zhizhi. Lu Xingchen introduced the little girl to everyone in a very serious manner, and then he smiled all the time. And he thought to himself, do I look like an animal? My character is considered acceptable, right? Everyone came in with weapons on their shoulders and looked at the little girl in front of them curiously. Jiang Zhizhi poked her little head out from behind the man and greeted her brother and Lu Xingchen's comrades politely.
Hello.
Han Cheng greeted with a grin. It turns out to be our sister. We agreed in the cafeteria back then. We agreed that Captain Zhang's sister will be our sister from now on. Especially the bacon and sausages you made by yourself. They are so delicious. After the first bite, I knew it was over. I was completely conquered. Wang Gui had some embarrassment on his face and laughed. No problem. We will take good care of our sister. A group of 16 people surrounded them excitedly, expressing their kindness and enthusiasm to Jiang Zhizhi. Even if you don't emphasize it, we brothers will definitely be thick-skinned and treat our sister well. Helping others is the basis of happiness. I like to help. If Jiang needs anything, just tell us brothers. Look at your diligence. Should I reward you with a little red flower? But it's late at night, and it's windy and raining heavily, so we have to let our sister stay in a cave with us men. Wait until the rain stops. Let's go out fishing. I just saw a river nearby, but I have marked the swamps, so everyone should watch their feet carefully when walking later, so as not to fall into them. Ha, it's settled. This is how it is in the army. Usually, everyone trains together, eats together, and goes on missions together. They have experienced life and death together, and they are all friends who are willing to die. They have a strong admiration for Boss Lu and Battalion Commander Jiang, and they regard each other as their sworn brothers. A brother's sister is their sister. Now they can finally see Captain Zhang's sister in person. When they go back, they will brag about it in front of the other brothers. It will be so face-saving. And everyone is surprised to find that our troublemaker actually takes care of the little girl. Jiang Zhiji's heart is beating rapidly. This atmosphere really seems to have returned to the time before she transmigrated into the book. The brothers in her special forces are also so loyal and get along happily. Everyone is at an age when they are unrestrained and carefree. They love to play around and joke around. They are really brave when something happens, and they have a close relationship in private. Lu Xingchen's eyes fell on the little girl's face and then moved away lightly. Everyone listen up. Rest where you are. He scolded with a smile. You are all covered in blood and mud. Stop fooling me. What happened? Han Chung was the first to speak actively. It's no big deal. We were running very fast just now. Wang Gui spat. Fast as Hades. You are like a madman, your calf is shot, and you are still chasing forward. Han Cheng's face involuntarily revealed a hint of ferocity. These rascals actually dare to look down on our Chinese soldiers. Even if my leg is broken and I can never run again, I will catch the enemy with my own hands, step on the enemy hard, and tell them openly that our China is strong and inviolable. When the other brothers heard the enemy, their eyes were almost spitting fire, and they completely forgot that they were still injured. That's right. If these rascals succeed in their evil plan, what will happen? Even if we are injured, I don't believe that we, a group of iron-willed soldiers, can't beat them. We will never allow outsiders to ride on the heads of us Chinese. Lu Xingchen was also full of enthusiasm and nodded. Brothers, good job. Beautifully done. As long as we show our true strength and prove ourselves, I believe that one day, no one will dare to bully our China casually. Only a strong country has the right to speak. At the same time, he kept summarizing this combat mission in his heart, analyzing the enemy's tactics and trying to find a way to them. No matter what, the soldiers under his command must not be allowed to fall into a passive situation of being beaten.
Yes.
Everyone shouted in unison. Lu Xingchen, now everyone listens to the order and reports your injuries truthfully. The body is the capital of the revolution, be honest.
Got it. Got it.
Got it. Everyone was convinced by the troublemaker in our 1st Battalion. Everyone stood at attention and rested. Their movements were uniform and their voices were loud and clear. Jiang Ziji's concern surged up, and she naturally approached Lu Xingchen and whispered, Brother Chen, I know medical skills. I can help. In my heart, you are all heroes. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Xingchen's scorching eyes followed her, and ripples appeared in his heart. He laughed heartily. Okay, please help me. When the soldiers present heard that our sister also knew medical skills, they were suddenly stunned. Jiang Ziji first took out 7 or 8 white rabbit milk candies from her small bag and took the kettle handed by Lu Xingchen, which was already filled with hot water. She put a white rabbit milk candy into hot water to melt it and distributed the remaining sugar to her comrades. Because sugar is a strategic material, it replenishes sugar and provides energy during marches and battles. Everyone quickly became excited, and their eyes all lit up. In this kind of weather and this situation, being able to drink a sip of warm sugar water is simply too happy. Then Jiang Ziji was busy like a top, bandaging the wounds of our soldiers. Her small bag was not short of medical herbs. If there were not enough, she could just take them out from the space with her mind and put them in the bag. She knows a lot of things after all, she has the talent. Traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine have reached the level of perfection. It is her hard work, experiments, and diagnosis and treatment day after day and year after year that have led to today's achievements. Han Cheng's calf was shot. If he was delayed until he returned to the military region for treatment, this leg might not be saved. Wang Gui secretly clenched his fists, feeling very uncomfortable. If he couldn't even help his brothers, what kind of good soldier was he? Jiang Ziji first checked Han Cheng's condition and then decisively performed first aid on the spot. Sister Jiang, go ahead boldly, I can bear it. Han Cheng's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He bit a piece of wood in his mouth. A triumphant smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he clenched his fists tightly.